Hello to all my viewers and welcome to the second season of What If Naruto Was a Crystal Release User. I remind you that the first season is on the channel, and I hope we can continue enjoying this great fanfic. If it has enough reception, I will bring the third season to the channel. Without further ado, enjoy.
In that destroy village years ago. Wait, wasn't she the one dash? The boy doesn't follow in her footsteps, the Hokage sternly said. Danzo tried to have him act as a plant in the other villages, but was given to the village core eventually. Since then, he's been an active shinobi of our forces. Ah, I see, Jiraiya muttered. I worry about his future considering his history. Psychological evaluations don't hint at anything wrong. In a way, he continues working as intelligence gathering. The info he gathers for the exams can be valuable. Let's hope he doesn't end up like his mother. I feel sympathy for the boy, but I'm not in liberty of discarding assets to the village. Not in these times, Jiraiya ruefully snorted. These times have been going on for decades. Lightly coughing, Hayate spoke up. If no one else wants to back out, let's begin. All eyes went to the wall monitor as two names appear. Sasuke Uchiha versus Yoroi Akato. The Uchiha narrowed his eyes while Yoroi grunted. Will everyone else please go to the second floor balconies except the name Genin? You'd better win, team. Naruto smirked. Count on it, Naruto. Sasuke smirked competitively right back. 'Cause I'll be facing you in the third exam. Sakura just rolled her eyes before dragging her blonde friend/teammate away. Arriving on the balcony, their respected jounin appeared beside their Genin teams. Kakashi brightly waved at Zabuza, whose Kiri team was close to his. Yo, the swordsman rolled his eyes. Kakashi, sup guys? Naruto grinned to Haku and her team and waved to Yujito as her team came over. Karui gave the blonde a long look. You look different. She couldn't quite place it, but the blonde seemed brighter. Just a few good days, Naruto said cryptically as he grinned. He soon blushed a storm as a young blonde curvaceous woman at least 4 or 5 years older than him with a lighter shade of blue eyes than his walkover, wearing a very low-cut outfit which displays her impressive bust, with mesh armor underneath, a short skirt and red handguards, high boots. Her Kumo flak jacket being worn like griddle. Naruto blushes a bit more as she stands in front of him. Samui, you're Naruto Uzumaki, I presume. The young Uzumaki's mouth moves a bit, before being lightly smacked on top of the head by Yujito. Yeah, I'm the Chunin substitute for my team from Kumo. Pleased to meet you. Don't look at her breasts, Naruto chanted to himself. Whatever you do, don't look at her breasts. Be better than Erosenin, on the arena, Jiraiya sneezed. Naruto coughed and focused on her very unimpressed eyes. And nice to meet you. This is my teammates Sakura Haruno and Kakashi Hataki. Samui finished for him, surprising him. Yeah, Kumo is familiar with him. We have standing orders regarding you, you know? Oh, Team 7 Sensei, I smiled cheerfully. Is that right? If able, kill him and take his eye, she coolly quoted, making the Kumo Genin wince and Kakashi students look at her with wide eyes. She has an chill, Sakura thought, exasperated, which was a rather ironic statement considering her frosty demeanor, a sentiment shared by her blonde teammate. Kakashi, much to their surprise, chuckled. Yep, sounds about right. Apparently he was far too used to people wanting him dead. This was more disturbing for Naruto and Sakura. Relax, obviously those orders aren't held during times for the exams. Keep the peace and all that, Samui shrugged. But after the exams are over, who knows? Kakashi nodded casually, now reading his favorite book. I understand, Samui-san. The red-haired Kumo Kunoichi dryly looks over to Naruto and Sakura. Samui threatened him and he just reads one of those stupid smut books like it was nothing? Yup. The two Konoha Genin drawl. Without even looking up, Kakashi casually informed them. Sasuke's fight is about to start. That brought his students' attentions to the arena. XXX, coughing into his hand. Hayate turned his tired eyes to the Genin that stood a good foot away from each other. Are you two ready? I am, Sasuke nodded. Yoroi snorted cockily. This will be easy. The Uchiha did not deign that with a response. He merely cracked his neck, showing his opponent that he didn't even think much of him. It got the intended result. Sasuke could feel the angry brewing inside Yoroi by the small amount of killing intent leaking out. First match of the prelims, Hayate called by raising his hand, managing to get his coughing under check for the moment. Sasuke Uchiha versus Yoroi Akato, and brought down his arm in a sweeping motion. Begin! He withdrew from the arena, leaving the two combatants to face off. Sasuke immediately began to calculate his odds, his thoughts nearly driven by instinct at this point. He knew nothing of Yoroi's capabilities, and if he dragged out the fight he risked showing some of his own skills to people who did not yet know how he fought, which would bring further complications for the final part of the exams. He needed to end this fight quickly. For that, brutal and coldly calculated efficiency were necessary. His Sharingan activated. He barely felt the sting of cursed mark on his neck. The Hokage had done a great job. If he hadn't had the damn thing warded off, he wouldn't have been able to fight at full power for this match otherwise. Sasuke charged at his opponent, who charged towards him as well. He could see Yoroi's movements clearly. He dodged a right punch while delivering a sweeping kick to his stomach. Yoroi reacted by holding his leg back with his left hand. Sasuke followed up with right fist, only to be caught by Yoroi as well. Yoroi's hands were coated in chakra, and Sasuke felt his limbs grow weaker by the second. He could feel it and see it plain as day. Yoroi was using a technique to drain his chakra, physically exhausting his body. "What's wrong, Uchiha?" his opponent called mockingly. Feeling tired? Sasuke immediately tried to get some distance between them. But Yoroi anticipated this and struck his remaining leg with a swift kick, throwing him off balance, and allowing Yoroi to drive him to the ground where he pinned him with a hold. Sasuke struggled under his opponent's weight, but his weakening strength made that very difficult. Triple X. "Come on, kid. What you doing?" Kushina muttered as she bit on a nail, watching the fight through the TV. Triple X. "Get up, Sasuke," Naruto grunted as he and Sakura watched on helplessly. Kakashi took his gaze away from his book and to watch the fight. There was little worry in his gaze. He was certain Sasuke could overcome this. His students had been through worse after all. Triple X. "Ugh!" Sasuke cried out as his head was slammed against the ground. "Soon I'll dry all the chakra from your body until you're nothing but a husk," Yoroi boasted with a throaty sound as he kept his voice low. The Uchiha focused his gaze on his opponent's eyes, but much to his shock they failed to penetrate past the lenses. "Aw, can't use your genjutsu?" The masked shinobi mockingly laughed. "Got news for you. These glasses are layered with seals. Ocular genjutsu can't penetrate the chakra barrier between them and my eyes." What an idiot. Why would he tell him that? Yoroi just told him what he needed to do. Mustering all his strength, Sasuke slammed his head forward, his forehead protector clashing against the lenses. Yoroi recoiled immediately on the impact. The breaking glass did not pierce his eyes, but it left them quite vulnerable. Sasuke's Sharingan bore right into them. Triple X. "Good night." Kushina cheered loudly as she laughed seeing Sasuke's opponent punched himself out and hit the ground unconscious. Michan was way more fun with her genjutsu. Yugao rolled her eyes as her boyfriend declared Sasuke the winner. Triple X. "Way to go, Sasuke-kun." Ino cheered beside Choji and Shikamaru. Haku glanced over to Sakura. "So his little problem was fixed?" she asked covertly in case if any team was listening. Naruto simply gave her the thumbs up. Triple X. Looking at his down opponent, Sasuke shook his head. "You never reveal a weakness to the enemy. That's basic 101. Shifting his feet, the Uchiha turned and went to his team. "I see why the Kabuto guy said you lot have been doing this 7 times. Leaning his back against the wall, the Oto Jounin smirked. "So no reaction from my gift. They sealed it well." His eyes gazed to Naruto. "I will find the opportunity to give you my gift as well, Naruto-kun." The man lightly chuckled. Chapter 20. Prelims Act 1. I will never be useless. Triple X. Leaning with arms on the balcony railing, Kankuro lets out a disheveled grunt. Was hoping to see a bit more from the Uchiha. I've always heard stories on how dangerous the Uchiha clan was. Temari stared impassively at the arena below as she leaned against the wall. Actually wonder what that kid could do. Or if all those stories are hot air. Standing beside the young Tsunagenin was a very tall man. He had 2 distinctive traits. Red markings on the right side of his face, the only visible part of his head, with the rest being covered by his turban headgear and by a sheet hanging from it on the left side of his face. Wearing the standard Suna shinobi uniform, He grunts, crossing his arms. You never underestimate any opponent, Temari. I get that, Baki-sensei, but these Konoha genin barely have a year since their graduation, right? Can we really expect much out of fresh rookies from the academy? Age or experience can be meaningless once a battle has begun. There are those crucial moments which can be exploited if your enemy lets his guard down precisely because of those suppositions. It's in those moments you find you're either a warrior or a coward. Gaara said nothing as his seafoam green eyes stayed fixed on Uzumaki and the long blonde-haired Kumo girl. Something about their chakra felt familiar. He couldn't place it. No matter if they challenged him, then they would become a blood sacrifice for Mother. To their left, the Otogakure team keep their attention focused on Team 7. Dosu's I glared murderously toward at a certain blonde Uzumaki who's chatting with Sakura and Haku. Absently, his left hand runs over his thick bandaged chest. Orochimaru-sama's orders be damned. If I find a way, I am killing Uzumaki the first chance I get. I must say Kakashi, a man who looked like the adult version of Lee, right down to the haircut, green jumpsuit, orange leg warmers, and monstrous eyebrows, spoke. The Jounin sensei of Tenten's team, Might Guy, was leaning with his arms on the railing, looking to his eternal rival. Your team thus far is interesting. Naruto squinted, realizing Sakura was hiding behind him. The blonde had the pleasure of meeting Tenten's eccentric sensei at her shop with Lee and a couple other times. He left an impression, if you already guessed. I had the honor of meeting Naruto-kun, so I can tell you have an impressive team. But can they match against my own? I'd like to see that. Kakashi lazily lifted his head from his book. Sorry, did you say something, Guy? Neji and Tenten just sweat dropped and sighed heavily at their sensei's overreaction of being snubbed, while Lee simply had tears in his eyes. The Kiri and Kumogenin who had watched the weirdness just looked on wide-eyed. Konoha is full of weirdos, Kohi mentally yelled. Walking up the stair of the balcony, Sasuke strolled past Kumo, giving them short nod before standing by his team. Not sure if I should feel sorry or pity for Kabuto with his team, Naruto mumbled. The last loyal Uchiha gave a grunt. Seriously, who gives out their one weakness in the middle of a fight? Dumbass. Omoi nodded, rolling his lollipop in his mouth. Unless he really thought he was better, or play psychological games, or dash. His train of thought was halted by Karui's fist to the back of his head. Don't start, please. Team 7 and even Kiri Sweatdrop as names soon pop up on the monitor. Yujito Ni versus Kiba Inuzuka. Upon seeing the name of his opponent, the Inuzuka groaned out loudly. Oh man, I seriously wanted the dobe. Shino only shook his head at his teammate while their sensei sighed. With a twitching eye, Naruto glared over at Kiba. Be careful, Fleabag. You might get your wish in the third exam. That is if Yujito-san doesn't kick your ass back to your kennel. Kiba just scoffed as Akamaru barked. Yeah right, dead last. You won't even last in the prelims. The young genin leapt over the railing to the arena floor below. He's real, luckily he's not facing me, Tenten lightly growled as she spun a kunai in her hand. Haku only glared quietly, with Zabuza noticed the faint killer intent coming off his apprentice. Naruto waved it off. He likes being cocky. So do you. Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi drawl back. But I'm way cooler at it. At that, the majority of the Konoha, Kiri, and Kumo crew on the balcony rolled their collective eyes while Yujito snickered before jumping down the railings. Triple X. Kushina's face was blank as her violet eyes were staring a hole at the Kumogakure Kunoichi, getting ready to fight Tsume's boy. Even with all her experience in the ANBU, Yugao felt a deep chill in the room, along with not being able to breathe. The killer intent radiating off her sensei was so overwhelming she felt she was drowning in water. Sensei, the purple-haired young woman managed to utter while under the pressure of such heavy killing intent, trying to snap her teacher out of her hate-filled thoughts. It worked, as Kushina's head perked up and blinked a couple of times, as if suddenly realizing what she was unintentionally doing. She shook her head and focused on calming her emotions, much to the relief of her apprentice, who gasped softly for air upon feeling the heavy pressure leave the room. Sorry about that, Kushina sincerely apologized. She could pretty much hear Tsukumo-sensei scolding her about not being in control of her emotions, something she never learned to do apparently. Not that Kushina honestly cared much for that. She was an Uzumaki, Wearing her heart on her sleeve was her nature, but she had to remind herself such things had consequences. Taking a deep breath, Kushina focused and controlled her feelings much better this time as she stared at the screen. Kumo. Can't remember the last time they came to Konoha for the exams. Sarutobi-sama was cautious, Yugao explained, but felt it was better not to shun them and avoid hostilities. The Uzumaki snorted in disgust. Avoid hostilities, she parroted. The ANBU could do nothing but awkwardly stand around as her sensei's gaze became lost in haze of memories. To say Kushina was angry at Kumo's presence in the village was a massive understatement. She and that village had a very bloody history, or rather, it was more accurate to say her clan and that village along with IWA had a bloody history. If there was two places Kushina hated more than anything in the world, it was the villages of Kumo and IWA. One of the two villages responsible for the destruction of her homeland and the death of her clan. And adding the failed attempt of kidnapping her as a child foiled by Minato, she had nothing but contempt for Kumogakure. And it was Kumo who just so happened to find my son as he was nearly killed by Hibi Team's wind jutsu. The edge in her tone could have stopped any hardened warrior in their tracks. While I am uncertain of their Chunin substitute Sensei Samui, those three haven't shown any sign of underhandedness around Naruto. Kuma and Usagi had been watching them by order of Hokage-sama after confronting Orochimaru. Kushina's gaze towards her student showed she was hardly convinced. Shifting her eyes back, she watched the monitor once again. XXX. As Yujito passed her opponent, both Kiba and Akamaru caught her scent. Okay, she smells good, but weird? I swear I dash. He looked up seeing Akamaru lightly shaking. What's wrong, buddy? The little pup just whimpered, barking softly. Strange, Akamaru only did that with Dash. He looked wide-eyed, paling considerably as he glanced up to Gaara, who was thankfully staring at Yujito for God's know whatever reason. His mind flashed back to his team seeing Suna in the forest. Okay, she definitely wasn't as insane and bloodthirsty as that Gaara guy. He literally reeked of it. Granted, looks can always be deceiving. But why did something about her smell felt the same as that Suna lunatic? What the hell? Standing in front of her opponent, the Nibi Jinchuriki raised a delicate brow at the Inuzuka who was looking at her and weirdly behind her. Lightly glancing herself, she saw Gaara staring down solely at her. What's his problem? In her mindscape, Matatabi tilted her head before letting out a low growl to what she sensed what was within the Suna child Gaara. Oh great, so that's Suna's new host for him. Kitten, you hear this to Naruto. Both young blondes blink upon hearing the feline bijou speaks to them. That Gaara boy is a Jinchuriki. The two young shinobi did everything they could to suppress their reaction of shock and surprise at this monumental news. The most that managed to escape from them was a temporary widening of their eyes. Naruto in particular was reeling at this. Gaara was like them? Was this the reason he was so psychotic? He didn't know if that could be true. The fox had not driven him insane nor driven him to violent acts despite his clear dislike for people. Matatabi was pretty nice actually, so Naruto was reminded that the bijou themselves had their own personalities. He had no idea what Gaara's tenant was like. Picking on his thoughts, Kurama snorted. Shikaku is a weakling. That's all there is to it. Kurama! The flaming feline chastised him. Oh, I'm sorry. By the kitsune's mocking tone, he really wasn't. How about psychotic one-tailed weakling? Kurama then tuned out his feline sibling's verbal ranting by going back to sleep. Seeing how she was being ignored, Matatabi only growled before explosively huffing. At any rate, you two be careful if you confront Gaara. Suna Jinchuriki are known to be mentally unstable. Focusing back to her match, Yujito took a long deep breath before giving a steely gaze to the spooked-looking Kiba and Akamaru. Having the feeling he was being stared at, Gaara glanced up seeing Naruto staring at him with a wide-eyed expression. Ignoring the blonde's gaze, he looks back down to the arena once more. Yujito felt her eyes twitching seeing and feeling the hesitance coming off from her opponent. Putting her hands on her hips as she tapped her foot, the blonde Kunoichi tilted her head. What's wrong, mutt boy? You and your little puppy's balls get cut off when you jumped over that railing or something? Kiba froze before his temper exploded. What the hell did you just say? Well, if you took that stupid hood off your head, it might help you actually hear things, you know. The Nibi Jinchuriki chided back. Growling. He growled, faring his sharp teeth at her. She's playing you, Kiba. Don't fall for her tricks, Shino advised from the stands. Usually he wouldn't have been heard. In fact, none of the other people in the stand was able to hear him due to how low his voice was. But Kiba's superior hearing allowed him to pick up his words. The Inuzuka breathed in deeply and held back his anger just a bit. He shared a look with his partner. Akamaru barked, expressing that while he was nervous around this opponent, he would fight alongside him with all he had. Kiba grinned. Let's do this, boy. Hayate coughed into his fist before directing his gaze at the genin. Are you two ready? Yujito rolled her neck, popping the stiff joints as she took a rather feral stance, crouching and spreading her fingers like claws. Kiba did the same, but placed one hand on the ground as Akamaru stood atop of his head. Second match, Yujito ni versus Kiba Inuzuka, Hayate called as he rose his hand. Begin! He left the arena in a blur, and Yujito charged at her opponent, nails growing and sharpening, ready to strike. Kiba and Akamaru leaped back, dodging a slash from her nails. But she did not relent. Yujito quickly pursued them, launching several slashing attacks with great precision and speed. All the ninja and dog duo could do was dodge, as her swiftness left little room for them to properly counterattack. Leaping back once more, Kiba moved to deliver a sweeping upper kick the moment she got close, his body flipping and landing on his hand as Yujito narrowly dodged the feet that nearly came into contact with her chin, forcing her to take a step back. Kiba did not stop. As soon as he landed on his palms, he twisted his body and pushed himself from the ground, delivering a set of aerial spinning kicks at his opponent. Yujito crossed her arms in front of her face, shielding herself from the kicks as they collided with her forearms. Kiba kicked her limbs repeatedly, finishing with a strong strike that pushed her back a few feet as he and Akamaru landed on their feet. How you like that, bitch? Kiba's grin was practically feral as Akamaru barked loudly at his feet. Triple X, Kushina dead pants. Oh, he took after Tsum all right. Right down to the trash talking. The redhead said, ignoring the dry look that came from Yugao. Triple X, glad to see he wasn't slacking off after graduation. Sasuke spoke, absently watching the fight. Indeed. Shino actually spoke up loud enough for Team 7, Kiri, and Kumo to hear him. You'll find him a difficult opponent if you face him, Uchiha. That goes for you as well, Naruto. The blonde Uzumaki snorted. Yeah, I will gladly whip that smug-ass smirk-off dog breath. I'll show him I'm not the same person I was in the academy. Shino gave his former classmate a look before turning back to the fight. Hinata all the while had been quiet, glancing at Naruto several times. Kiba's previous words ringed in her mind. Naruto-kun has changed a lot, Kiba-kun. Like I want to, Karui only scoffed. Won't matter how good he is, no way he's beating Yujito. She's trained harder than any of us. Samui-nichan is a badass, but Yugi-chan is the best of us because she earned it through blood, sweat, and tears. Triple X, lowering her arms, Yujito's cat-like eyes gazed towards Kiba. Was that all you got, mutt boy? Before vanishing in a burst of speed. TCH. Kiba's eyes widened as his opponent's speed seemed to have increased exponentially. Akamaru, with me, buddy. The pup barked in acknowledgement and the two prepared their special move. He triggered the four legs technique, driving his body's physical capabilities to new heights by enveloping his entire body with chakra to the point it became visible. He took on an even more feral look as his eyes turned into slits. His canines enlarged and his nails grew. He was now a beast-like human. For the second part of his technique, Akamaru stood atop him, synchronizing his chakra with his partner. This would allow Akamaru to turn into a sort of clone of himself by using a full physical transformation technique and fight against their opponent with the same capabilities a human body would provide. Kiba felt Akamaru transform above him, but his senses were focused on the Kumo ninja. He could hear the sound of her footsteps, smell her scent to pinpoint her location, even if she was moving at such high speed. Together, he and Akamaru in this state would be able to defeat her. But there was one factor Kiba didn't account for. Yujito appeared at their side in a blur and delivered a sweeping roundhouse kick that knocked the transformed Akamaru far away from Kiba's back, sending him crashing across the ground several feet away from them. They weren't fast enough to intercept her. Akamaru! Kiba shouted in concern for his friend. He barely had time to direct his anger and lash out when a backhanded strike hit him across the cheek. Spit and blood escaped his mouth as Yujito mercilessly continued her assault. A knee to his stomach, followed by a series of punches that build up their way from his midsection until they connected to his chin with a devastating uppercut. Kiba stumbled backwards, pain dulling his senses as he was grabbed by collar of his hoodie and pulled back. Yujito buried her fist directly on his right cheek and sent him to the ground. Akamaru had just shook off the pain and was ready to retaliate and aid his partner. His human form took a very canine stance as he was about to jump into the fray. The pup froze in place seeing his partner on the ground, bruised and bloodied, groaning as a forearm pressed against his throat, while long sharp nails hovered threateningly above him. One look at those cat-like eyes that met his gaze and he received a clear message. Try it, and your partner is done for. With little choice, the pup growled in anger as he remained still. Satisfied, Yujito turned to her downed opponent. Give up, XXX. Naruto and Sakura both cheered and winced as the proctor called the match upon Kiba's verbal submission. Akamaru returned to his original canine form, running back his master. Damn, she is brutal. The blonde Uzumaki spoke up as Yujito starting walking away as Kiba sat up with a hiss. Don't expect anything less if you by chance face her, Uzumaki. Samui responded, looking to the stairs as Yujito comes up. Cool fight. The Kumo Jinchuriki shrugged. It was alright, but it didn't really get my blood pumping though. She'd like something excitement to happen in these exams. Something that didn't involve a lunatic Konoha traitor Sannin like in the forest. She never wanted to press her luck like that ever again. But a good fight against someone that was an equal to her. That would be her kind of fun. Grunting, Kiba soon reached the balcony as he passed everyone by. He spoke not a word as Akamaru laid on his head whimpering. As soon he got to his team, Kurinai and Hinata began to fuss over him in the blink of an eye. I'm fine, sensei, Hinata. The genjutsu mistress was not buying it. If you're not getting medically looked at, then I'm looking you over. So off with that shirt. Kiba just grunted as his puppy leaped into Hinata's arms. Oi, Inazuka, the blonde genin from Kumo called, and Kiba regarded her with an apathetic look, expecting her to gloat about her victory. To his surprise, there was no smile of smugness, no satisfaction in her eyes, but instead there was acknowledgement. That was a good fight. Keep it up and you'll get better. It wasn't mockery she spoke with, but respect. She was recognizing him as a respected opponent rather than a defeated enemy to lord over with a sense of superiority. Something he'd have expected from Kumo. His surprise lasted little, as he found himself smirking. Next time, I'm gonna kick your ass. You can try, Yujito smiled challengingly. A cough gathered everyone's attention once more as Hatake called from the arena. We will now choose the participants for the next fight. The screen randomly began rolling their names. Everyone held their breath as they expectantly waited for the names to be displayed. It finally settled in 2. Shino Aburame versus Haku Yuki. XXX. Kushina winced seeing Tsume's boy get brutally beaten down by Kumo. As much as she hates that village, she will acknowledge talent when seeing it, begrudgingly. As the new names come up, the redhead brightens. Shibi's kid. She tilted her head looking at the 15-years-old Kiri Kunoichi. So that's the Haku that Naruto kept talking about. From Senpai's report about Nami no Kuni, she was personally trained by Zabuza Momochi. Combined with her bloodline limit Hayatan, she can be a dangerous opponent. Yugao spoke in an analytical tone, eyeing the monitor seriously. Sochi was right. She really is a beautiful young lady. Kushina's sole student face faults. I can see why he has a bit of a crush on her. She wasn't listening to a thing I just said. XXX. Standing a good distance in front of each other, Haku gave a respectful bow to the Aburame heir. I hope we both do well, Shino-san. In return, Shino gave a short nod. I feel the same, Haku-san. Coughing, Heiate raised his hand. Third match, Shino Aburame versus Haku Yuki. Begin, and vanished from the arena. Haku immediately took a stance, going through the proper hand seals to ready her ice element. The Aburame had not moved. He stood still with his hands on his pockets. But Haku knew this was not from arrogance on his part. Aburame fought at a distance as Zabuza had taught her. They relied on their hives to fight. Haku had little to no experience when fighting insects. There had been encounters in which she faced opponents capable of summoning giant insects, but not entire swarms of creatures so small they could easily escape her vision. She would play on defensive first. If her suspicions were correct, then his hide would not be able to withstand the cold. Shino slowly took his hands out, small insects of many varieties swarming over his limbs as they seemed to come out from his very skin. XXX. Karui paled significantly, a reaction mirrored by Omoi. Yujito gagged, pressing a hand over her mouth. Oh gods, that's new. She had heard the tales, read the reports and everything, but to see it firsthand was something else. When I heard about the Aburame being living hives, I thought that may have been hyperbole. Nope, Sakura shivered. Literal. Chojuro felt nauseated while Kohi thought his eyes might bulge out of his head. That's disturbing. Zabuza rolled his eyes. Wimps. A loud yawn came from a bored-looking Shikamaru who lazily leaned against railing while Choji ate chips beside him. I could be taking a nap right now. Asuma only rolled his eyes, lighting a new cigarette, ignoring the glares from Ino, Kurinai, and even Hinata. Well, glare was too strong a word for the young Hyuga. At most it could be called vague disapproval. Take a nap after the prelims, dummy, Ino lightly snapped. Till then, suck it up. Troublesome. Shika kept one eye open on the arena. I know Shino's noticed already. XXX. The temperature is dropping. Shino soon noticed his own breathe even as he kept his eyes on his opponent. A bloodline limit? Haku's eyes never left her opponent as frost soon coated the floor around her feet and started to spread more and more. The Aburame air quickly took action before the temperature could drop further. He sent a swarm of his bugs flying straight towards his opponent, beetles and other flyers numbering in the hundreds, their amalgamation creating a shifting cloud-like form from there. Haku's eyes narrowed. With a shift of her hand signs, she increased the potency of her ice element, taking effect on the air around her. The moment the insects got within a feet of coming into contact with her, they suddenly splintered off and moved around her as to avoid her, many of the swarm falling to the ground frozen. Shino quickly recalled the swarm back to him as he analyzed the situation. The temperature around his opponent was too much for his hive to handle. The insects had instinctively avoided her, and even them various others had fallen prey to the low temperatures, almost frozen in an instant. Temperatures are too much for my swarms, Shino thought critically. Adaptation to the temperatures will require a bit of time before they can withstand it. But by then my foe will have already attacked. Her ice element will be too strong for me to counter on my own. He tried to draw out any possible outcome that might result in his factory. Arena unsuitable for evasion tactics and stealth. Not enough time to remain at bay and let my hive adapt, yet the odds decreased with every alternative he thought of. Chances of victory, very low. Shino let out a silent breathe. Proctor, I submit defeat. Appearing back in the arena, Hey-8 gave the Aburame team a look. You're certain? Getting a nod, the proctor announced the winner. Haku Yuki wins by opponent's verbal submission. A wise decision. The Hayaton user smiled as her ice soon vanished with the temperature returning to normal. I'm glad there was no need to spill blood. I'd rather not sacrifice my insects. You are quite skilled, Yuki-san. A loud grunt came from Zabuza, gaining people's attention. You're still too soft, Haku. The Hayaton user merely smiled. I know, XXX. Kushina whistled. She's good. She knows her bloodline limit well. Yugao gave a small nod. The redhead's eyes lit up seeing the next match. Oh, this will be cool. Sakura Haruno versus Ino Yamanaka. Wonder how good Inoichi's daughter is. The ANBU woman simply looked the other way. XXX. Blinking. The rosette put her hair in a low ponytail, giving Naruto a thumbs up. Wish me luck. You don't need it. Naruto smirked back, watching his teammate go down the stair. Hope she doesn't kill Ino, the blonde muttered as Ino walked by, winking to Sasuke, who ignored her. I'll win big time, Sasuke-kun. The Yamanaka sing-songed before going down the step. Samui's critical. I never missed a detail as she spoke to the boys of Team 7. She's a little thin for someone her age. Naruto nervously chuckled as Haku and Shino came up the stairs and back to their teams. Ino is bit of a fangirl. Why did he just feel a hint of rage surge from Karui, Yujito, and Samui? A bit. Sasuke spoke up, lifting a brow. Kakashi momentarily took his gaze up from his book. Say Asuma. He called to the leader of Team 9. What kind of missions have your kids taken? D ranks. Occasional C ranks with bandits. Nothing mayor, mostly bodyguard duty, the Sarutobi said as he took a drag from his cigarette. Thought it would have been enough for her to wise up a bit. Did she kill anybody yet? Seen a corpse at least. Nope, Asuma said regretfully. Usually those are good eye-openers. Well, I guess we were lucky in that regard, the copy Nin said optimistically. Our first serious mission really gave my cute little students a good welcome into the shinobi life. Yeah, Naruto drawled, a bit disturbed with how casual the Jounin were about the whole thing. With a psycho A-rank ninja trying to kill us. Yo, Zabuza lazily waved at them. You fought that guy? Kiba, now shirtless and covered with some bandages, yelled as he pointed to the Kiri Nin who yawned. Do I look crazy, Fleabag? I was fighting Haku-chan while Kakashi-sensei dealt with the lunatic over here. Naruto yelled back. How the hell she stayed normal when being raised by that is beyond me. Zabuza oddly enough took the jibes with pride, puffing up his chest out. Till Haku spoke. Zabuza-sama is hopeless when it comes to cooking. I had to teach him. The swordsman face faulted. XXX, standing face to face with her opponent. Sakura pulled out her black gloves and put them on. When did you start wearing that billboard brow? Ignoring the jibe, the rosette gave her former friend a look. When I decided to be a real kunoichi. What the hell does that mean? Ino's I twitched, feeling like she was insulted. Means exactly what I said. Sakura kept a calm demeanor as she popped her knuckles. Thanks to Naruto and our first mission as a team, I had my eyes open. She soon took one of the 2 taijutsu stances that she and Naruto have been learning together for several months now. Let me show you, XX. Kushina perked up seeing that taijutsu stance. That's... Yugao nodded as her sensei looked at her, then back to the monitor with a smirk. Let's see how far she and Sochi got using my taijutsu. Her face soon turned serious. What did she mean by now being a real kunoichi? Sakura-sen, I believe, became a ninja for the wrong reasons. It was to impress a boy. Yugao shook her head, remembering the Pinkette's original attitude and outlook on life before Nami no Kuni. The redhead paused before a long, loud groan came from the redhead's throat as she now glared. She was a fangirl? Yup, her and Ino-san. Though by how it looks, only Sakura-san started taking her duties seriously several months ago. Inoichi-san's daughter. Are you? Kushina growled as she ran her hands over her face. I swear everything was fine till that masked bastard showed up and I was sealed away. Then I wake up and the whole damn village has gone to SHIT. She screamed before huffing. Yugao rubbed her sensei's back in sympathy. She honestly shared her sentiment. XXX, are the contestants ready? Hayate asked after recovering from a coughing fit. Upon receiving 2 nods of confirmation, he raised his hand. 4th match. Sakura Haruno versus Ino Yamanaka. Begin. By the time the proctor started the match, Ino was already sure of her chances. All she needed to do was lock on to Sakura with her mind transfer technique and manipulate her body to make the Pinkette surrender. It seemed as though Sakura was aware of her plan, so she wasted no time in charging at her. Ino smirked as Sakura raised her fist, jumping away as to avoid the fist that missed its mark and carried on its trajectory towards the floor. The fist made contact with the ground, and the ground promptly exploded. By exploded, what it actually means is that the sheer force behind broke through concrete that it sends small chunks of stone flying upwards by a few feet. Cracks spread like a twisted spider's web until it reached around 3 to 4 feet in size with an indentation of the concrete of at least 1 foot. The act had made Ino lose her balance and fall flat on her butt, leaving her to openly stare at the Pinkette with horror. Ah! She managed to utter only incoherencies as she comically trembled before what she had just witnessed. Hiruzen's and Jiraiya's jaws drop, along with majority of onlookers seeing the destruction of Sakura's punch to the ground. Naruto just shivered, painfully remembering the sparring sessions his clones had as she learned that technique. Asuma's cigarette fell out of his mouth, which was mimicked by the chip in Choji's hand. Tenten and Neji's eyes were the size of dinner plates along with their senseis while Lee gawked. Team Kiri and Kumo, who had not seen the rosette in action, were not faring much better as Zabuza robotically turned to a visibly stunned Kakashi. "What the fuck did you do to her, Kakashi?" Sasuke, to his credit, tried to keep his cool as he looked over at Naruto. How? Very painfully. Naruto still shivered. "Not another one." The Hokage and Gama Sanin bellowed in terror. X. Kushina's jaw dropped. "Oh fucking hell. She figured out how to do that, all by herself," Yugao said warily, having watched the training sessions of Naruto and Sakura did on their own. X. The Jounin sensei of Oto lifted a brow. "Crude, but a remarkable recreation of my old teammate's monstrous strength. More than what I expect from a civilian born. Might as well keep an eye on her out of curiosity." As the smoke cleared, Sakura almost predatory stared right at Ino. "Like the new me? What the hell?" Sakura was genjutsu type. "Even I know that." Ino just looked wide-eyed, trembling. The pinkette rolled her neck. "I figured out that if my chakra control was that good, I might as well put it to use for more practical means." She called having the punch equivalent of a bomb practical? So Sakura's smile was a bit cheeky. "What have you learnt since the academy? Been working on your family's jutsu, right?" The genin took a few steps forward, walking out from the rubble. "So come on. Try using it against me." Ino gulped. This was not good. This was most definitely not good. She did not expect for Sakura to have grown this much stronger since they started training with their teams. It made her own progress look paltry in comparison. Now was not the time for doubt. She was as much a kunoichi as she was. The Yamanaka first thought of using her mind transfer technique, but hesitated when she realized the pinkette was most likely goading her. Sakura was smart. She must have laid some sort of trap, or had something in mind that would work in her advantage the moment she did her technique. Genjutsu would not work much, as chakra control was Sakura's specialty. This led her with one option. A frontal assault. She would have to outmaneuver and outpace her. So Ino got to her feet and shifted into a taijutsu stance. "Tell me she's not serious," Tenten deadpanned. Attacking Sakura-chan head on seems unwise, Lee tactfully said. Asuma face-bombed. "Ino, you're supposed to be smarter than this." Choji noted his longtime friend had closed his eyes and was trying to rest on the railing. Shikamaru, don't you want to watch Ino's match? Why bother?" The young heir of the Nara clan yawned. "Ino already lost." The Yamanaka charged forwards, chakra coursing through her legs as she accelerated in a dash of speed. Fist reared back to strike her opponent. Sakura did not move, which Ino mistook as a sign she wouldn't react in time, leading her to throw her punch. Sakura caught it unflinchingly with one hand. "You're really thin, you know," the Haruno casually commented as though they weren't in the middle of a fight. "You should eat more protein, build up muscle." For the second time today, Ino gulped. Finally, the blonde kunoichi couldn't stop herself. "How did you change so much?" Looking at her former old friend up close now, she saw how toned and fit Sakura's muscles were. Granted, she saw them in the first exam, but now really looking, the rosette was in the best shape she'd ever seen. Sakura's jade eyes gave her a warm look. "I had a wake-up call on my first mission, and Naruto made me see some things differently." She really owed her friend so much for helping become the kunoichi she is now. Just seeing Ino like this, how she also used to be, it really bugged her. "Why would you listen to the dead?" Ino winced as Sakura glared as she squeezed the blonde's fist. "Don't you ever call Naruto dead last. Has gone above and beyond from the person we remember during the academy. Sure, he's a cocky smartass, but that will never change. And you saw his bloodline limit in the first exam, but that's the tip of the iceberg." The rosette shook her head. "Ino, you need to start being a real kunoichi. You're the heir to the shinobi clans of the village. And it scares me to think if your teams gets into real trouble and you're still like this. You're a better person who just shouldn't settle for being weak fangirl kunoichi." Outrage, humiliation, the feeling of her pride being wounded. The Yamanaka held these emotions in her heart as the pinkette's words cut deep. She wasn't just some fangirl. She was a kunoichi. She was Ino from the Yamanaka clan. She would show everyone she was worth it of that name. She wouldn't let the Sakura's judgment, or anybody's, get to her like this. Ino knew who she was. She knew she was strong. That's what she was telling herself. I am a true kunoichi. The Yamanaka seethed through gnashed teeth, holding back the tears of anger. She reared her free arm back, hand closing into a fist. I am dash. Ino's sentence was cut short as Sakura's free arm lashed out with a swift left hook. Ino's head turned to the side as her body fell almost boneless as consciousness left her. Sakura grabbed the Yamanaka's form and gently laid her on the ground. She turned to Proctor, who immediately approached to check the blonde's condition. He coughed before declaring, "Winner by knockout, Sakura Haruno." The rosette wasn't really listening as she stared at the unconscious form of her former best friend. Maybe we can be friends again after all this? She soon noticed Ino's sensei appearing and picking up his student. She should wake up in a bit. I made sure to hit her softly. I just hope she listened. Asuma smirked. We can hope. Good show, kid. Be proud of that. Chapter 21. Prelims Act 2. My Resolve. Jiraiya grunted beside Hiruzen as the ANBU cleaned up the area floor to be fight-able again. After Nami, I had planned on teaching the brat my taijutsu, since he was still using basic academy katas, and that only gets you so far. He pretended to think by tapping his chin then showing surprise. But who'd have guessed that Naruto found his own mother's private taijutsu scroll, in the public library no less. His voice held the fakest tone of confusion and wonderment possible. Dryly gazing down at his sensei, the elderly Kage simply lit his tobacco pipe without saying a single word. The Gama Sanin kept talking. No big surprise the brat's been teaching Pinky. He had been observing the two when they did their own training sessions by themselves. Jiraiya was impressed how both were actually coming. Granted, he didn't see when Sakura started pulling a tsunade, thus his alarmed reaction. Quite the interesting year this is turning out to be, the Hokage idly commented. Interesting, yeah, Jiraiya curtly replied with a dry tone. I guess that's one word to describe it. Now let's see who it'll be for the next round, Hiruzen said as the names began spinning one again. He could practically see the aspirants holding their breath in anticipation. Then the result was shown. Well, Jiraiya muttered. This will be interesting. Genma coughed before announcing. The next contestants are Chuji Akamichi versus Rock Lu Dash. Whoosh. He was cut short by the sudden exclamation of raw, unadulterated excitement as the genin in question cheered at the tops of his lungs. Now it's my turn to prove myself, Gai-sensei. The boy's eyes were aflame. The sheer enthusiasm made one feel as though he had literally burst into flames. The ever-enthusiastic sensei of the team's namesake pats his hand on Lee's shoulder. Yes, Lee. Time to show everyone here how hard work is just as good as natural talent. Guy gives thumbs up and smile which somehow gleams like the sun. Kohei rubbed his eyes. Seriously, Konoha is weird. His two teammates idly nodded back. Choji on his part looked partly concerned against his opponent and actually having to fight. Sensei? Asuma simply pats his student's back. You got this, Choji. And food's on the house after dash. The Sarutobi chuckled as the Akimichi heir was already standing down at the arena floor. You know Chuji will thin your wallet dry, right? Shikamaru commented, looking behind him to see Ino was still unconscious. He looks like Choza when he was 12. Kushina beamed as she and Yugao had lunch. How good is he? Choji-san has a bit of confidence issues, but he has showed promise. Kushina smiled before turning so serious in a matter of seconds it threw her apprentice off. How can you tell me with a straight face that Lee Kid is not guys? The red-headed Yuzu woman just stared at the monitor in horror. The eyebrows, hair, and that god's awful green jumpsuit? He was practically Guy's freaking clone. Hokage-sama did do a secret blood test. There is no relation, Kushina just gawked. With neither him nor the deceased Dai being a relation. Gods help us. Naruto shook his head as Lee jumped from the balcony. Glad I was never that bad. You gotta respect Lee, Tenten muttered. If it wasn't for him, Gai-sensei would have put US in spandex instead. A dark cloud seemed to cover her eyes in dread as the horrifying possibility flashed in her mind. Even the ever-serious Neji couldn't help but mirror her expression. The other teams from Konoha sweat-dropped at this. Team Guy has it hard, huh? Sakura muttered to no one in particular. You have no idea, Kakashi replied. Are both contestants ready? YOSH. Lee shouted as she took a flawless stance. Yeah, Choji said as he readied himself to perform his family's jutsu. Heiei raised his arm. Fifth match, Choji Akimichi versus Rock Lee. Begin. Lee spun forward with a burst of speed that left a dust cloud in his wake. Choji stared in surprise, hastily reacting by enlarging his arm to huge proportions to the point it was larger than his entire body. He grunted as he a punch, which Lee easily ducked under with sheer speed and agility. The spandex-wearing genin positioned himself behind the Akimichi, and before the large-bellied ninja could turn, he delivered a swift chopping strike to his neck. Choji fell to the ground like a sack of potatoes. The entire arena fell silent. The spectators could only watch gawking at what had just transpired. The fuck? It was Zabuza who had broken the silence as he voiced the incredulity everyone was feeling at the moment. Proctor. Lee stood straight as he stared at the confused Heiei. Does this mean I win? Yeah, even his cough seemed to have taken a back seat due to how surprised he was. Winner by knockout, Rock Lee. Sush. Lee's voice roared throughout the arena as he danced and cheered. Temari and Kankuro just blinked along with their sensei, who looked just as bewildered. Gaara only watched blankly before looking back to Yujito and Naruto. In her medical section, Kushina and Yugao both gawked as they watched guys Minimi cheered to the heavens above. Troublesome. Shikamaru just grunted as a suicide before going to retrieve his second unconscious student. And that just leaves me to represent my team. Wonderful. The Nara heir dryly muttered, leaning on the railing. Choji's no slouch when he actually fights. Naruto lightly defended, remembering the few spars in the academy. Kakashi spoke up. Their dynamics were too contrasting. Choji had power, but Lee has speed and strength. The difference between them was clear. Had he had better defenses to counter Lee's speed, the fight would have been different, Sasuke reasoned. At least, it would not have been this one-sided. Compatibility can be a very deciding factor in a battle, their sensei instructed them. Even if your strengths are overall greater than your opponent, this one can still exploit a weakness or possess greater talent in fields you yourselves are weak against. For example, if your skill with dispelling genjutsu is not good enough, it will not matter how much stronger than your opponent you are. If this on specializes in genjutsu, then you will most likely lose. Or more recently, the fight with Shino and Haku. I imagine he couldn't prepare his hive in time to adapt against the cold, which resulted in them being unsuitable for his match. I guess that's true, Naruto admitted. Shino had been one of the best students in his class, and he was damn good. But the Aburame didn't care for boasting, so the true reach of his skills were hard to predict. In a pure taijutsu match, there's no way I could win against Lee. That's why he had his jutsu and tactics to employ. Hee, the swordsman from Mist chuckled as he directed a smarmy look at the jounin of Team 9. Hey Sarutobi. 2 down 1 to go, huh? Asuma lightly glared at him. If we were alone, I'd make you eat those words. And I'll have you know my last student can handle himself. He'll get to the finals. It depends, Shikamaru lazily added. It wasn't said with pessimism, it was a mere observation, like he was stating a fact. Come on, Shikamaru. Back me up a little here. Kurenai couldn't help but giggle at the misfortune her boyfriend was going through. Oh, she felt horrible about it, but couldn't help herself. Truly, as everything got back to normal, with Lee returning to his team, 2 names appeared on the wall screen. Tenten Higurashi versus Kin Tsuchi. Upon seeing their names, both young ladies glared hard at one another before leaping over the railing. Kick her ass, Tenchan. Naruto cheered along with Sakura. You can do it. The green beasts cheered on as one. Tenten. Higurashi. Kushina looked wide-eyed. Kaido's girl. She was only 1 or 2 years old when she last saw her. Gods, she looks like her mother. Naruto goes to the Higurashi shop quite frequently. He and Tenten-san have become good friends, Yugao said before sipping on her glass of water. Hearing that, Kushina smiled. How is that old bear? Hasn't changed one bit. Kin lightly sighed in disappointment. Here I was hoping to fight Uzumaki. You won't get near him. Tenten spoke threateningly as she glared, pulling out a kunai for each hand. I'll make damn sure of that. A predatory grin came from the Odo Kunoichi's lips. Hope you can back up those words, honey. Gemma coughed. Are we done with the pissing match? Ready? The 2 ladies nod. Tenten Higurashi versus Kin Tsuchi. Begin. Tenten's kunai were a blur as they slashed through the air with the intent to strike her opponent. Kin defended herself well by pulling out 2 kunai of her own. The weapons clashed with the sound of scrapping metal as sparks came forth as they met. Both kunoichi showed them to be of similar speed and agility. Neither gained the upper hand as they traded blows. Tenten parried away a lash as she delivered a sweeping kick to the left. Kin blocked it by raising her own leg and letting it receive the blow. It did not deter her, so she spun her right kunai in her hand and thrust it forward, aiming for the bun-haired girl's chest. Tenten quickly ducked, letting herself fall to the ground, dodging the attack and striking against her opponent's legs. Kin backed away as she threw her own kunai at her. Tenten rolled away, the blades burying themselves on the ground, and jumped back to her feet, pulling a scroll from her pouch. The item transformed into a whole different object, a sickle blade connected with a chain to a heavy iron chain. She spun the Kusarigama's chain and threw it to Kin. The chain wrapped around her body and so Tenten pulled it, dragging the sound Nin with it. When the opponent was but a foot close to her, she disappeared in a blast of smoke, leaving behind a log which, to Tenten's shock, had various bomb tags planted around it. The explosion shook the arena but did not cause much damage. Amongst the fire and smoke, weapon mistress disappeared. Lee called out her name in fear while Neji stared stoically. Their sensei kept a carefully guarded expression. Out of the smoke came Tenten, skidding over the ground with a shield raised in front of her face. It had black patches over its surface and let out a trail of smoke, indicating it had taken the brunt of the damage. The bun-haired girl's pants were a bit singed. A few parts of it had been torn with the explosion, but her lowering the shield showed she was otherwise relatively uninjured. Tenten panted softly that had been close. "You rely on those tools too much," her opponent called out mockingly. The weapon mistress did not deign that with a reply. She wouldn't play her game. But the sound ninja carried on. "A true kunoichi knows that she herself is the tool. Everything she is, everything she has. She will use her body in any way that is necessary if it means fulfilling her mission." Tenten knew what she was referring to. The kunoichi present knew what she was referring to. Ninja used every dirty trick in the book, including those that some men and women would prefer not to in this day and age. Seducing your way through a mission, using your body as another tool at your disposal, degrading yourself and submitting to emotional and mentally challenging tasks if it was necessary. Shinobi in Konoha did not insult those that were brave enough to take up such tasks. Indeed, to insult them was the same as insulting their entire forces, to sacrifice their dignity like that. She herself had nothing but respect for her seniors, some of those who no doubt had taken up those types of missions before. But that was not the type of shinobi she wanted to be. Not to disrespect the role some kunoichi had taken in the name of the village, but she just couldn't see herself taking up such a mission. "That's not the type of kunoichi I am," she declared finally. "Tch, cute," Kin scoffed in disgust. "You think you can remain pure in this kind of work? You're a little girl playing to be a ninja like all of the rest. You have no idea what I've done for the sake of my mission." She shrugged as she let out a smirk. "And hey, if you have to, might as well enjoy it." Tenten exhaled and closed her eyes for a moment. "Well, that's your business, not mine." She honestly did not care for what her opponent said or did. Her words meant nothing to Tenten. She was just another enemy to overcome. Kin let out a soft growl before pulling out various senbon between her fingers. Tenten readied herself, but to her surprise Kin had thrown them to she sides of the arena. Why had she dash? Wait. She heard something. Jiggling? Bells. Tenten soon realized. There were tiny bells tied to the senbon. She quickly stood on alert, unsure as to what the purpose of those bells. Tenten fell on one knee as a deep piercing ringing assaulted her ears and went straight through her eardrums. She had let go of her weapon to hold her head, trying to hold back the growing pain. "Those bells are emitting a sound that goes straight to your brain," Kin said haughtily, and soon she appeared to multiply before the weapon mistress' eyes. "No matter what you do, you won't be able to dash." Tenten quickly pulled out a pair of kunai, fighting through the pain, and threw them at her sides. The kunai embedded themselves on the wall near the senbon, revealing the paper tags on them. The bombs went off, destroying the senbon and the bells, ending the sound. "Whoa!" Naruto exclaimed as stands trembled as a result of the blasts. She's really holding her own here, Sakura said, impressed. Kin growled in anger. You little dash. Tenten was already counterattacking, throwing various bombs at her opponent, who quickly backed away thinking they were explosives. The bombs did explode, but not with fire and force, but rather with a dense smoke, covering a large part of the arena. You think you can hide? Kin pulled out her own set of explosive tags. This is the oldest trick in the book. She threw her explosives and these went off with great force, blasting away some of the white smoke and replacing it with the black smoke resulting of black powder being ignited. But as this one settled, Kin's eyes widened as Konoha Genin was nowhere to be seen. What? Where dash? Tenten appeared behind her in a burst of speed, smoke clinging to her in a trail. Kin gasped in shock. Tenten spun a long staff in her hand and struck, right at the back of Kin's head. The sound Nin could barely do anything but gasp as the impact made everything go dark for her. The weapon mistress lightly pants. I can respect anyone who takes the role of a kunoichi seriously, but going after my friend, you can go to hell, bitch. Walking over, the proctor knelt down and checked Kin's pulse. Kintsuchi has been rendered unconscious. Tenten Higurashi is the winner. Lee, Naruto, and Sakura cheered loudly. Neji only faintly smirked with their sensei now smiling, giving the thumbs up. A now conscious Ino who awoke in midst the battle watched on quietly beside Shikamaru. The lazy Nara quietly eyed her. Maybe Sakura did wake her up. He'd never say it out loud, but he really cared for his team. And as much as he loathed the thought of training like any true Nara, he knew he had to work at his strengths to keep them up to par. I hope Ino paid attention to that fight. I don't like thinking about bad what-if scenarios if any future missions of ours go south. Kushina leaned back on her bed. She does rely on weapons a bit too much, the redhead thought quietly. Still, I can trust Guy into training her right. Retrieving her weapons, Tenten made her way up the stairs to the balcony. She was greeted by Naruto, Sakura, and Lee. Good job, Tenchan. Tenten smirked. She was just all talk. Tenten. They winced at Guy shouting at full volume. Tears streamed down from his eyes. I am so proud of you, my youthful blooming flower. You have taken one more step towards becoming a great kunoichi. He pointed dramatically at the horizon he was seeing in his mind. Once Neji wins, we shall all take a triumphant 100-lap celebration around Konoha. Do that yourself. Tenten was not afraid on calling out on her teacher's ridiculous antics. But Tenten, Lee joined his teacher. It is important we bond in both defeat and victory. And then, Guy continued, we shall train for the finals. We'll start light. I'm thinking using the 50-pound weights on the first day. Count on Guy to have more enthusiasm and energy than most teenagers. Kakashi weakly chuckled while the rest sweat dropped at the odd man's antics. As Kin was whisked away by the medics, the next match got everyone's attention as two names came up. Naruto Uzumaki versus Dosu Kinyuta. Both genin glared hard at one another. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, Naruto glanced to Sakura. Be careful. The blonde winks before turning and being face to face with Sasuke. Neither say anything before the Uchiha smirked. Don't lose. Naruto smirked back before walking down the steps. I do have to kick your ass in the finals after all. Sakura only deadpants at her teammates. Boys, the Oto Jounin smirked as Dosu glanced at him before leaping over the railing. Impress me some more, Naruto-kun. Normally Shikamaru was all for calm and quiet, but Ino not saying as much as a word since waking up was actually starting to bug him. What's on your mind, Ino? The blonde kunoichi said nothing as she kept her eyes on the arena. Has Naruto really changed? Sure, he actually dressed better and was around Sasuke's height now, looking like he ate more than just ramen. But wasn't he still just the same old Naruto? At that, her teammate shrugged. No idea. That got him a light glare. Sure, Choji and I spoke to him a bit during the academy, but that was about it. Haven't really spoken or seen him since graduation. Ino lightly huffed before looking back down to the arena. Asuma said nothing as he had heard a few things from his father and Kakashi. Just watch and see, Ino. Naruto might just surprise you. Who are these Oto guys anyway? The redhead asked in curiosity. They weren't around back in my day, It felt odd to refer to what to her was just a few days ago as her day. Yugao shrugged. Some minor village that's on the rise. Not a lot of info on them. Honestly, they're barely a threat to anyone. What we do know is that their shinobi are very ruthless. More so than the average ninja. Kushina's gaze is steely as he's son, and that Oto Genin soon stand at the arena center. Kick that mummy man's ass, Sochi. You look like shit. Naruto snarked as he glared at Dosu. The Oto Genin taps his bandaged chest. I intend to return the favor, Uzumaki. You're welcome to try. Naruto Uzumaki versus Dosu Kinyuta. Fight! Naruto wasted no time. Immediately going through the hand signs motions, he planted his right foot forward, sending a trail of crystals which grew out like spikes from the ground directly at Dosu. The bandaged genin made no attempt to evade. He merely brought his gauntlet arm in front of him, delivered a sweeping strike the moment the crystals were close. The blonde's blue eyes widened as he broke through them with that one move, leaving broken pieces on the ground. What they? Was his gauntlet made of materials that strong that they could shatter his shoten with ease? The Oto Genin shot forward with blurring speed, his armed hand brought to bear. Naruto quickly formed a staff and brought it down on his enemy. The sound genin blocked it with his arm, making the crystal crack before breaking the staff in half with a palm strike from his left hand. Dosu quickly followed suit with a knee attack straight for the stomach. Naruto's thin crystal protection beneath his clothes resisted, but the impact was enough to send waves of pain around his midsection. Yet Naruto could still hear a very faint sound, almost like that of a whistle. As Dosu threw another punch, the blonde reacted fast and grabbed his arm, twisting his body as he threw the sound knee over his shoulder. But he avoided being slammed into the ground and broke free, jumping back to gain some distance. With several hand signs from Naruto, crystal hummingbirds soon formed and shot forward towards his opponent. Dosu swiped his arm as soon as the crystal constructs were within range. They broke down and fell to the ground in pieces. He had not even touched them. Naruto's suspicions were confirmed, that ringing he heard, and Dosu had to be using some kind of sound technique in a frequency that could shatter his crystals. Getting his crystals close to him would not be very effective in the long run, and trying to get close himself would also put him at risk, as he figured Dosu could perform techniques that would horribly damage his ear if his proficiency with his sound techniques was as good as he feared. Crossing his fingers, Naruto summoned 4 clones that quickly surrounded the sound nin, charging at him from all sides. For different strikes stopped him in his tracks, but his body bursted into smoke, revealing a log. His clones look on in surprise as a kunai embedded itself on the clone, a bomb tag strapped to it. It lit up, and the clones were obliterated with the blast. Looking at all sides, Naruto tried to find where Dosu had disappeared. His senses screamed danger as he heard a noise from above. Dosu was hanging upside down from the ceiling and had thrown various bombs at him. Rather than fire, light came from them in a blinding burst, making Naruto cry out in pain as he tightly shut his eyes and pressed a hand against his face, trying to ease the burning sensation the light had produced. He grunted as he struggled to open them. Everything was now a blur. Dosu descended from the ceiling with great speed and delivered a drop kick that knocked out Naruto's breath and forced him on his back. Naruto managed to react fast enough to use his hands and hold back the second foot, which nearly crushed his throat. Dosu sneered under his bandages. One of us is going to die today, Uzumaki. Question is though, can you kill me before I kill you? Neji narrowed his eyes, watching the match intensely. The Oto has been going for a killing blow against Uzumaki since their match started. He glanced briefly over to Hinata, who was watching the match intensely. Shino adjusted his glasses. They're even skill-wise, so it can go either way. Yujito lightly tapped the railing. He's goading Naruto. Samui nodded along with Kakashi, who overheard. Once I go to the finals, he smiled sadistically behind his bandages. I am going to kill each and every last 1 inch. He put more force behind his foot with each word. Naruto gagged at the pressure. Of your friends. The Uzumaki glared with rage-filled eyes. The blur was gone and he could clearly see the face of his enemy. He could see in his eyes just how deep that twisted sense of satisfaction went. hurting others, killing people, making others suffer just because it amused him. Just like Gato, Dosu grabbed the blonde's head and began honing the frequency of his gauntlet to pierce his eardrums. He'd make him suffer before him finally. One of Naruto's hands released Dosu's foot and grabbed the gauntlet. What? It didn't make sense. A moment ago he was struggling to keep his windpipe from being crushed, and now he could feel how he was starting to push him with just one hand. He swore he saw the Uzumaki's blue eyes flash red for a moment. Naruto growled in anger. People like him pissed him off so much, bragging about how much pain they'd bring, acting like they were above consequences, toying with lives like nothing. Already they had tried to kill his friends before. He wouldn't let it happen again. A spike of crystal shoots from his hand and pierced the gauntlet, cutting through skin and muscle, drawing a pained gargle from the bandaged ninja. Then Naruto pushed him away with such force Dosu rolled on the ground for a few feet. The Odo Nin hissed as he pulled out the spike of crystal out his arm and got to his feet. He growled, seeing his ruined gauntlet. "People like you," Naruto growled out. "You're worse than scum." Dosu had zero time to react as the blonde vanished and reappeared in front of him with a dark crimson version of the Rasengan in hand. Shuei Rasengan, ramming his jutsu in the same spot as before but with more hellish intensity. Dosu screamed in agony before being fired off like a spiraling cannonball into the wall with such force he's embedded deep within the cement. Gaara looked wide-eyed. What did he just feel just now? That chakra was like... Jiraiya looked wide-eyed. A Rasengan infused with the Kyuubi's chakra. His eyes looked over to the Odo Genin, now motionless with a large circular hole in his chest where his heart should be. Results speak for themselves. The proctor glanced at Naruto, whose eyes were shadowed by his bangs. Winner by fatality. Naruto Uzumaki. His breathing was a slow pant as Naruto lifted his head. His cerulean eyes were slit for a millisecond before turning back to normal. He said nothing as he stared at the lifeless body of his opponent. He couldn't say he didn't want this. Dosu had threatened his friends, nearly killed them before, and was going to do it with a god's damned smile on his face. Naruto wanted him gone, he wanted to kill him. He had been angry, yes, but this wasn't like that time on the bridge where the rage and the surge of power had blinded him. This had been his choice. He had a clear enough head to know this was what he had wanted to do. Did he regret it? No, Naruto couldn't say he did. But still, to have killed him like this, so gruesomely and so mercilessly, it left a very bad taste on his mouth. He tried to steel himself in the face of it all, ignoring the looks of shock and even fear among some of the spectators. He took a deep breath and let it all go. He was a ninja now. This was the life he chooses. Hiruzen tipped his hat. This life is hard, Naruto, and the killing is never easy, my boy. Living with it can be even harder. As much as I'd rather you never stain your hands with blood. You made the decision to become a ninja. Why, I know you will overcome it. Like a true shinobi. Kiba was several shades paler as he gawked. Damn! Akamaru unbarked lightly. Okay, so Naruto maybe really had changed since the academy. But damn, that was brutal. Hinata's eyes were wide as she covered her mouth. Shino's eyes narrowed at the scene. Ino and Shikamaru only looked at the scene with a touch of fear upon seeing one of their graduation classmates kill someone in front of them. Glad Choji is still out, he might have thrown up. Shikamaru mentally muttered. A very cold chill went up the Yamanaka's heiress spine. Is he really the same Naruto? Zabuza on his part gave a small nod of approval and a notch of respect for the kid least having the willingness to kill an enemy. No hesitation, and he's not shaking. Hope for this generation after all. Kohi and Chojuro both only grimaced at the sight. Zabuza-sensei made damn sure they were used to killing enemies during some missions against bandits. As unpleasant as it was part of shinobi life, and they had accepted it. Haku only gazed down at the blonde Uzumaki with understanding and empathy radiating from her warm eyes. You did it to protect those precious to you. Never forget that, Naruto-kun. The Odo Jounin's smile grew more malicious. Magnificent. Kumo remained indifferent with their more militaristic upbringing having been drilled into them made the group adjusted to killing. Sakura and Sasuke only looked to their blonde teammate as Kakashi was now by his side. The Jounin placed his hand on his student's shoulder. Naruto, his voice quiet, calm. Does it It doesn't get easier, does it? The blonde asked quietly, his eyes fixed on the corpse of Dosu being pulled out from the wall. His Jounin sensei let out a small breath. I don't think it's supposed to. When it does, that's when we stop being human and become the very thing we hate. Kakashi's ANBU days taught him that lesson harshly. Both heading up the balcony, Naruto Sakura called out to him in concern. Are you okay? Yeah. He breathed out, watching as they removed Dosu's body in a body bag. I'll be fine, humph, Sasuke grunted. He actively tried to kill you before us, and so you killed him. It was fitting. It's more complicated than that, the blonde refuted. I didn't want him to hurt you. Any of you. The Uchiha still believed in the self-preservation aspect of it all, but the need to protect something, well, that was not something he was familiar with. Understood it? Perhaps. But no, he couldn't say he had felt the same before. Sasuke lived for the chance at killing him. It never crossed his mind to risk his life and bring an end to others because they threatened something important to him. He didn't have any important left in his life. Onyx's eyes stared at the rest of his team, at Sakura and Kakashi Man, who were currently accompanying Naruto in this trying time. Did he? While they had been lost in their own personal moment, the new names had been selected without them realizing. Oh no, Tenten muttered in dread. Naruto and his teammates frowned in confusion. Was one of the contenders Gaara? Had been selected to fight against one of their peers? A look at the name revealed to them that was not the case. Yet it did not make the situation any less worrisome. Neji Hyuga versus Hinata Hyuga. Shit. The Jinchuriki's eyes widened as he looked at the Hyugas in question. Hinata was her fidgety self, looking more afraid than ever. Neji's gaze seemed to have gained an edge to it. Not Kumo then? He said, seemingly disregarding the prospect that Hinata was his opponent. Disappointing, and was about to jump down until his sensei stopped him. Neji Gai's tone was so serious, without any of the excitable jubilation or energy nearly always found in his voice. His face was set in stone. He was acting so out of character it was honestly frightening. Remember, self-control, discipline. This is just another fight. If the Hyuga took his words into consideration, he did not show it. He had merely paused in his steps momentarily before jumping down to the arena. Hinata nervously held her hands in front of her chest. The poor girl looked like she did not know what to do. Hinata, the warm tone of her teacher, made her turn to see her kind eyes and smile. She grasped her hands gently. You can do this. Hell yeah. Kiba cheered her on. He's just an arrogant ass. You are just as capable of achieving victory, Shino added. Why? Because you two are very skilled. The words of encouragement from her friends seemed to invigorate her, filling her with the confidence she lacked. Come on, Hinata. Naruto threw his support as well, offering her his typical smile. You can do it. His efforts seemed to have worked, as Hinata smiled softly and nodded her gratitude to her friends and comrades. She hopped down from stands to the arena. Though encouraged, she couldn't shake off the feelings of doubt and hesitation. She didn't want to fight Neji. Kushina gripped the sheets tightly, fighting down every urge and instinct she had of going right there and hugging the two kids with all the strength she could muster. One more death she was told about, another friend dead. Hizashi, she muttered mournfully, all because of fucking Kumo once again playing their hand, making demands they had no rights to. She blamed everyone, Kumo, for their transgression. The Hyuga elders, too arrogant and stuck in their ways, seeing Hizashi's death as preferable. At Sarutobi for just bowing head to that village's ridiculous demands. Blaming someone made the pain easier to bear, much like young Neji was most likely doing right now. Both Hyugas stood in front of each other. Hinata's gaze was one of sympathy and acceptance at what was going to happen. Neji's, on the other hand, the way he looked at her, he hates her. Sasuke muttered. Sakura turned to him in confusion. Look at how he's looking at her. That's hatred in his eyes. Naruto realized Sasuke was right, those eyes. That gaze was similar to the one some of the villagers would give him sometimes. One that carried pain and anger, directed at someone they believed was the source. Someone they could blame. Naruto knew Neji hated the main house of the Hyuga, but he actually hated Hinata too? She was just a child when the tragedy happened, so had nearly been a victim of a kidnapping attempt. But Neji didn't care. To Neji, Hinata was embodiment of all he hated. Height raised his hand. Neji Hyuga versus Hinata Hyuga. Begin. Neji didn't hesitate to take down his cousin, running forward and throwing a fast striking palm at Hinata. Though even with his ruthless intentions to destroy his cousin, he was not going to destroy her so easily, as she ducked under the strike and swung her arm up against his side, their arms becoming a flurry of movement. Matching her speed, Neji turned his body back and to the side, dodging the brunt of her strike and fluidly striking with his other arm, hitting her dead on in the ribs with 2 fingers. Hinata ignored the pain as she drew back from the strike and smacks his arm to the side, stepping forward with a powerful palm thrust to his chest. This was a shock to Neji, who expected her to yell out from his strike and back off, only to be taken by surprise and blast by a powerful wave of chakra to his chest and making him step back, unbalanced and almost falling from the sudden push. Before he could recover, Hinata was on him again, this time going for a double strike into his stomach. Neji slammed his hands down onto Hinata's arms, using them as leverage to get his feet. His cousin's strike now deflected. He struck her shoulder as hard as he could with his palm, making in pain, ready to receive his next 2 strikes, one into her other shoulder and the other into her arm, which was coming up to toss his first 2-finger strike off her. His pinpoint strikes causing some damage as she held her arm close, backing off. So that's the Hyuga's taijutsu style, Sakura said out loud. Lee spoke up. It's called Jukin, a truly deadly combination their dojutsu with their ability to close off chakra points with their strikes. They witnessed as Hinata struck her own arm, reawakening said points. Going on the offensive, Neji strikes with vigor with blasts of chakra coming from his palms, though Hinata was somehow more skilled than he originally predicted. She smacked his first strike away before spinning under his next strike and blocking the third, aiming for her head, throwing her own up to his chin. Kurinai lightly bit the tip of her thumb. Dodging the strike at his neck, he swings under it and throws his next strike into her arm that was aimed to hit him. The counterattack Neji gave Hinata effectively stopped her from hitting him full on, but with a chakra-infused strike grazing his arm, she did the damage she wanted before smacking the arm away from her, though the strike to her upper arm made it spasm from the movement and she gasped in pain, backing off and holding her arm, relaxing it to let it calm down, though this was a bad move on her part to stop her assault, as Neji came in full force with a flurry of pinpoint strikes to her arms and shoulders, cutting into her with devastating and powerful chakra-infused finger attacks. With a final thrust of his palm, Neji blasted Hinata back, making her fall. Blood hits the ground as the young heiress coughs heavily. For her older cousin, he lightly catches his breath. Neji shook his head. Your skills have improved, Hinata-sama, but the results are still the same. A failure cannot change. That's your fate. Neji's eyes only widen as Hinata slowly stands back to her feet. Blood drips from her lips as her left hand holds her chest. Her breaths raspy and shallow as her eyes look just as determined. A far cry from the shy girl. Nisan. I know. You hate me. Hinata covers her mouth as she coughs. Lowering her hand, she looks mournfully at her cousin. She was struggling to remain standing and was a breeze away from fainting. But I want you to know, I love you and admire you greatly. And Iasen, you're my family. Those words snap something in Neji's mind as his fists clench. Family, what a joke. The main house had no concept of what that word meant. To Neji, the words that came out from her were nothing but insults and jeers thrown at his direction and the entire branch house. His calm mask shattered, showing absolute rage. He sprints forward with his right 2 fingers raised, ready to strike down his own flesh and blood. The Hyuga was stopped in his advance by Height holding him back. Enough, the proctor ordered, watching as Hinata hit the ground. She's already defeated. The winner is Neji Hyuga. Kurinai was at her side immediately, accompanied by Kiba and Shino, holding the girl in her arms. Are you all right? Hinata rasped for breath. Did I do good, sensei? Her sensei was both sad and proud. You did amazing. Hinata could only smile through bloodied lips before coughing up more blood. Medic Nin now, moving away to let the medics do their thing. Naruto came down to the floor and glared over to Neji. You were going to kill her, he accused. Really, Uzumaki? He condescendingly retorted. You are going to lecture me about killing an opponent? Though those words did in fact affect him, Naruto did not let it show. She's your cousin, and you were just going to kill her when she was clearly about to fall down. The fight continued on. I merely exercised my right to make sure she was down. The Inuzuka snarled with all the fury of a wolf, taking a threatening stop forward along with Naruto, before both were stopped by Shino, who put his hands on their shoulders. A time and a place. Kiba, Naruto-san. The Aburame spoke, calm as ever. Both boys were forced to swallow their anger. One way or another, I am fighting you in the third exam. And I swear I am going beat your ass. The blonde promised. Hinata did not deserve the hatred her cousin directed at her. You can try Uzumaki with the final word. The Hyuga made his way back to the stands, where he casually endured the accusing gaze of his teammates. Guy looked at him with something beyond disappointment. I did not teach you this. You're right on that account, sensei. His tone expressed he held little respect for his so-called teacher. After all, you only focus on Lee. I learnt nothing from you, but I did not need to anyway. Neji, Tenten growled out. I thought you were better than this. Lee could only look sadly. No more than ever they could feel how much they had utterly failed to reach his teammate. The fact Neji looked like he didn't even care what any of them thought of him told them how true that was. Chapter 22. Prelims Act 3 Hidden Legacy as the curtain calls. As Kushina sat in her medical bed, she bore witness in sheer disbelief of Hisashi's only son had nearly committed familicide of Hitomi's oldest daughter. Her mind couldn't comprehend the sight of seeing family wanting to slay another member of their family. To an Uzumaki that went against her clan's core founding principles. Yugao only gazed at the screen with both sadness and disappointment. He lashes out with his anger blindly, even against someone who did him no wrong. If allowed to let that hate fester, he will endanger himself and his team. Her sensei did not reply as her violet eyes held nothing but sadness. Why did everything have go so wrong? However, she knew as much as she wanted to do something, Hayashi wouldn't allow it. It was a Hyuga clan matter and had to be dealt by the clan itself. But clearly not a single damn thing has been done up to this point which allowed this messed up bullshit to happen. With a clenched fist, Kushina simply growled. Things will be made right. I promise you, Hitomi. Hisashi. Anko grunted as she frowned. Well, that was fucked up. Ibiki only gave a slight nod as he grimly observed the crew taking the Hyuga heiress away for medical. His eyes soon gazed up to one responsible. Beside those two, Jiraiya scowled deeply with his arms crossed. I knew things with the Hyuga were edgy at best, but looks like it's only has been getting worse between the main and branch houses. The old Sarutobi could feel his former student's eyes on him. What do you want me to do, Jiraiya? The Hokage said with exasperation. I can't directly interfere with clan traditions, which is exactly the root of the problem with the Hyuga. I know, sensei. I just hope they wake up before they destroy each other. Jiraiya says grimly. There is enough hate in the world as it is. This generation should never have to pay for our mistakes. Hiruzen felt responsible for the situation. He had been weak those years ago, when Kumo had tried to kidnap Hayashi's oldest, and the man had caught him on the act and killed him. Kumo had the gall to act outraged, and demanded a pair of Byakugan eyes as reparation on the threat of war. And Hiruzen had conceded. He was so tired of war he just agreed with their baseless demands. And now, upon seeing the son of the man who had sacrificed himself instead of his twin, seeing Neji ruthlessly injure and ready to kill his own younger cousin for his own failures, it was all the more reason he knew he needed to retire. He sighed, feeling the burden of his mistakes weighing down on him. His student couldn't help but see him age decades more right before his eyes with how tired he sounded. I'm old, Jiraiya, Hiruzen said. The village needs someone younger, someone who isn't burdened by so many years of struggle. A Hokage who can do what must be done without fear, the Gamasanin grunted. We both know I can't do it for obvious reasons. The brat is not even remotely ready yet. Red does not have the temperament, and Kakashi is still trying to pick up the pieces of himself, which is why we may have to do something drastic when the exam is over. Hiruzen gave his student a knowing look for which Jiraiya's jaw almost dropped. You don't mean. Jiraiya spoke, stuttering. Sensei, she'll never come back. The elderly Hokage gave his student a long dry gaze. I think we both know, Red will have her own opinion in that matter, whether she likes it or not. His former student simply paled. Naruto couldn't stop himself from scowling as he lingered a piercing glare over to Neji, who simply gazed back at him with unflinching cold apathy. As if his eyes spoke, "I'd gladly do it all over again, and finish the job." The blonde felt his temper building again till he received a light bonk to his head. He looked up, seeing Kakashi's stern eye. "Enough, Naruto. This won't help Hinata or yourself. If you pick a fight with Neji now, you will only get disqualified from the exams." By the blonde's glare in response, he cared very little about the exam. Internally, Kakashi sighed. He can't really help it being an Uzumaki, but I won't let his temper get the best of him. He can be angry at me all day for all I care. However, before Kakashi could speak again, Sakura grabbed Naruto by the shoulders and made him look at her. The blonde blinked at the strong jade eyes glaring at him. No word was spoken as both stared at each other before Naruto sighed as he lowered his head. Sasuke lifted a brow. "We can be thankful Sakura can keep Naruto calm at least." The rosette let go as Naruto gave her a nod and rested his arms on the railing. "Sorry about that. I knew things were bad with Hyugas. Least what I overheard from Gigi. But that was, granted he did not know Hinata that well or at all really. She was always so damn shy and quiet, but he could say she did not treat him like their class did during the academy days. Even if they weren't friends, his blood boiled seeing her own kin blatantly tried to kill her. Whatever you overheard from the Hokage will never be the whole story," Kakashi said quietly. "Their elders and traditions have been their foundations for too long. But at the same time, it is those things that are causing such a rift between the main family and the branch family." Sasuke crosses his arms on the railing. "Even I heard some things about it, but since the Hyuga keeps matters like that private, we don't really have a clue just how bad it really is." His eyes narrowed. "But I won't condone what Neji did to Hinata was justified. If you want to take your rage out on someone, it should be who you're really mad at. It was just pointless to get mad at someone who wasn't even responsible. And he's mad at the entire main branch," Sakura adds. "I don't think there is someone in particular. In any case, watch your backs if you face him. Like you Sasuke, he was last year's Rookie of the Year and is considered a genius among his clan. None of you must take him lightly," Kakashi says sternly. All three nodded as the board lighted up again. Everyone watched as two names appeared with varied reactions. Shikamaru Nara versus Sabaku no Temari. Upon seeing his name, the Nara let out a long throaty noise. "Oh great! My match comes right after all that gloom and doom." Choji, who had finally woken up, simply shook his head while eating some chips. Asuma just sighed while Ino, being the sole motivator of the team, smacked Shika in the head. "Oh hush up and get down there, you lazy ass. Troublesome." On the opposite side, Temari smirked. "Well, about damn time." She leapt over the railing onto the arena floor, while to her utter annoyance, her opponent slowly came down the stairs. "I doubt any of us want to be in this damn tower all day. Let me just kick your ass so we can go about our own business." "Do all you blondes seriously have hair trigger tempers?" Shikamaru dryly muttered as every blonde in the arena felt their collective eyes twitch as they glared. "Plus, I get to fight a woman. The joy never ends," Shikamaru spoke dryly, not noticing or caring that now all the current women in the arena directed their anger right towards him. Kushina felt her eye twitch. He is definitely Shikakue brat. Right down to the damn dry smart-ass attitude. To this day, she never understood just what Yoshino saw in that man to marry that lazy bum. But then again, her own choice in men was just as odd. Temari slowly smirked. "You're going down." Yeah, Shikamaru said disinterestedly, which made Temari grunt with anger at her opponent's downright lazy attitude. Heiate coughed some before he spoke. "Shikamaru Nara versus Temari no Sabaku. Begin." "I surrender." Shikamaru uttered the mere second the proctor called for the match to start. Everyone in the arena, save Gaara and the Otojounen face, faulted. In medical ward, the ANBU guards heard a loud thump. They quickly came into the room only to sweat drop seeing both their former captain and current lying face first on the floor. It took a few seconds before Naruto was back up along with an irate Ino. "What the hell, Shika?" The two loudest blondes of Konoha bellowed. "TCH, It's too troublesome to fight right now. That's your excuse for everything. Temari on her part growled. Are you that scared or are you just mocking me? Shikamaru just looks at her tiredly. Man, you're so loud. He groaned as he rubbed his neck, which only infuriated the Sunanin further. As everyone else soon regained their composure and got back to their feet, Heiate sighed. Winner Sabaku no Temari, the Suna Kunoichi only seethed as her lazy opponent walked back up to his team. Asuma groaned as he defectively rubbed his hands over his face. He understood Shikamaru's reasoning. Her opponent had the edge on range given her weapon of choice, and the Nara lacked the necessary speed to dodge constantly. Being always on the move wouldn't allow him to employ his shadow techniques properly. Not to mention the arena wasn't the most suitable for Shikamaru to come up with a plan to defeat his opponent fast enough. Taking all that into account, his students' odds of success were very poor and Shikamaru had known this, so he surrendered. Doesn't mean Asuma was happy about it, Kakashi chuckled. Well, that's 3 for 3 Asuma. Oh, shut up, Hatake. Naruto and his team just glared at Shikamaru as he came up the stairs. Your mom's gonna get you for this, you know that, right? Naruto deadpanned. Shikamaru slumps. I know, but at least I can tell her I passed the second stage. Tish, though that would be even more troublesome too, he retorted, which prompted Naruto to bang his head on the railing. Sasuke face palmed while Sakura's eye twitched. The Kumo and Kiri teams just looked at him. How can he be that lazy? You don't know many Nara, do you? Kakashi dryly spoke up. Finally, after everyone settled down and Temari growled her way back to her team, new names came from the monitor. Sabaku no Kankuro versus Omoi. Rolling his lollipop in his mouth, the Kumo Nin sighed. Oh joy! Well, wish me luck, he mumbled to his teammates. Not that it'll help at all because I'm gonna lose anyway. Samui rubbed her eyes while Yujito groaned. Karui on her part slapped the back of Omoi's head. Oh, shape up! Go down there and whip that cross-dresser's ass. It's a traditional Suna puppeteer outfit. Came a righteous bellow from the other side of the arena. Naruto shouted back. And the clown makeup? That's war paint, asshole. A pronounced tick mark forms on Kankuro's head, shaking his fist. Temari thought to mention his brother tended to borrow her makeup when he ran out of his war paint, but decided he had been teased enough. The Suna Genin grumbled all the way down the stairs while his opponent leapt over the balcony. Kushina was versed in Suna's traditions and was well aware of their gear like the outfit young Kankuro was wearing. Puppet Nin of Suna were both widely feared and respected throughout the nations. She even recalled a certain old hag that was one of the true masters of the craft, but it did not stop her from laughing her head off. I can't believe they still have those. He looks like a cat. Yugao just simply rubbed her eyes at her sensei's antics. Omoi versus Sabaku no Kankuro. Begin. Heiate leapt from the arena. Kankuro quickly took out the large strapped object behind his back with a predatory smirk. Omoi tensed and drew his sword. The Kumo Nin held his weapon at the ready. He was no fool, and Suna puppet masters are adept at long range. If he was going to have any way of winning, he'd have to be smart. The straps on the puppet suddenly were set loose. They unfurl and fall, revealing a rather creepy-looking marionette in Omoi's opinion. It was covered in a dirty brown cloak, had several limbs, wild fake hair, 3 soulless eyes, and sharp metallic teeth coming from the hanging jaw. Sakura lightly shivered. That is a creepy doll. Suna have a long tradition of using puppetry techniques, Kakashi explained as he read his book. It looks like this kid follows said tradition. Puppets. Sasuke snorted. Seriously, you underestimate how powerful they can be in the right hands, Sasuke. Back down to the arena. Kankuro smirked. Think you can take on Karasu? Omoi shrugs. Not really. Think it's more likely I'll lose this fight without you breaking as much as a sweat. The team from Kumo collectively facepalm. Loudly. Kankuro just stared. While I like my opponents to realize how pointless it is to fight my against me, I can't help but ask. Is there any antidepressive medication you should be taking? Karui yelled out. Idiot says there are spy seals in them. Of course there are spy seals in them. You can't see them because they're very tiny and are on the pills. Yujito holds up a small bottle and read the tiny writing on it. Says side effects include paranoia. She mumbled to herself. Both Naruto and Sakura just gawk while Sasuke feels his eye twitching. Neji and Tenten only sighed. Haku just blinked. I don't know how to react. Samui rolled her eyes. Focus on the fight, Omoi. That guy has already began his attack. He's holy crap. He shouted as he narrowly dodged the Karasu puppet, which flew right above him. Omoi's eyes narrowed as he dodged more strikes from Karasu. Flipping over the puppet, he saw a small opening and charged forward to Kankuro. The sand ninja swiftly moved his hands. Omoi could see blue threads of chakra dancing in the air. He felt something moving behind him at top speed. He planted his feet onto the ground and jumped, letting Karasu pass right beneath him, avoiding its attack. Let me guess. The fact that Puppet Master are long-range fighters you figured going to close quarters would be a weakness for me, Kankuro said smugly. Sorry to inform that my Karasu can be faster than most ninjas. And I've got some tricks up my sleeve. You're wearing cat pajamas? What you going to do? Throw catnip at him? Naruto just could not stop himself, his words prompting his mother in her room watching, Sakura, and Haku to giggle. Growing a tick mark at the remark from the blonde, Kankuro just focused on the fight at hand, as his hands fly in front of him, his puppet coming up to block the sword strike from Omoi, who had gotten close due to Kankuro being slightly distracted. As he swiftly moved his hand, his puppet came up to block the sword strike from Omoi, who had gotten close enough to attack. The Kumo Nin dodged backwards when the puppet started to spin rapidly, its limbs flying around like a tornado. Omoi was forced backwards even further when Karasu leapt for him, blades coming out of flailing arms, slicing through many directions. Jumping back, Omoi blocked the hidden arm blades rising to meet him. With nothing but his wits about him, the young swordsman ducked the next charge from the puppet, and jumped up soon after, flipping back and cutting down at the puppet when it came back to Kankuro. The rags of the puppet were cut off. Some shreds of cloth floated to the ground. Dodging to the side, Omoi blocked the swinging body with his blade and sprinted for Kankuro, hoping to outrun the flying wooden construct under the Suna ninja's control. The notion was outrageous as well as foolhardy, as Kankuro's hands were fastened, the magic of his technique apparent before the audience when Karasu grabs hold of Omoi's arm and flung around, using momentum to toss the Kumo Nin to the ground and to the side. Damn, that guy is good, Naruto muttered as he and the others watch. Kakashi gave a nod. Never underestimate anyone. Suna is renowned for their puppet ninja for a reason. Classic long-range against close-range battle. It comes down to who's more experienced in their short time of being shinobi. Asuma spoke up, lighting cigarette. Karui growled. Come on, come on. Getting up quickly, Omoi had little time to react to the next blow, as the puppet screamed at him from above with its clicking parts. Pushing to the side, he dodged the body slam the puppet attempted, and instantly targets his opponent's weapon. Being a user of tools, Kankuro knew one thing. The weapon was only as good as the user. Take away the weapon and he's vulnerable. The puppet suddenly breaks apart, and all of its limbs fly around Omoi like a tornado of death. Kankuro grins. Let's paint the floor with your blood. Sound better? Karasu's limbs fling at the Kumo swordsman, who jumped away from the initial strike and cuts the limbs away, slashing for every time Karasu's broken body tried to strike him. Samui rubbed her chin. I see no flaws in this Kankuro's moves. He trained hard to be this good. On the other side of the balcony, Temari crosses her arms. That Kumo guy is good, but he can't beat Kankuro. Baki nodded in agreement while Gaara only stared at Naruto and Yujito. The fight did not interest him. Damn it, Omoi grunted. Can't keep this up forever. I need to get close and finish this. He reaches into his pouch and pulls up 3 smoke bombs. Hiruzen nods approvingly. This is interesting. These kids just keep getting better and better. Jiraiya smirks. Omoi quickly tried to close the distance between himself and Kankuro. The puppeteer smirks and quickly moved Karasu to intercept him. All limbs assembling the puppet's body once more. Omoi throws the smoke bombs just as he feels the puppet approaching. They explode into a large gray cloud, covering nearly the entire lower portion of the arena. Shit! The Sannin curses. Can't see anything. He moves Karasu close to him for protection. Up on the balcony, the others share similar thoughts. What's going on down there? Sakura murmured. Sasuke activates his Sharingan. Omoi is trying to get him from behind, He whispered so only his teammates heard him. The rosette and blonde mentally cheered for the cumanine. The sound of a blade piercing through something reached their ears. The smoke cleared to reveal Omoi, standing behind Kankuro, his sword piercing the puppeteer's stomach. Got him! Karui cheered. Wait! Yujito stopped her celebration, her cat-like blue eyes narrowing. Something's not right. On the other side of the stands, she could see Temari smirking. From Kankuro's midsection flows no blood. In fact, the only thing they can see are splinters of wood. The shock on Kankuro's face, or what looked like Kankuro, vanishes when chips of wood fell off its face, the skin turning into shreds of cloth and tearing as the face of a puppet became visible. As Omoi sensed the danger of this, he tries to pull back, only to be grabbed by the arms of the puppet, which looked like a weird anatomy on a human like Kankuro if it were truly him. The face turned to Omoi as he tries to pull back harder, and the puppet just made clicking sounds before Omoi sensed someone behind him. Looking back, he saw the fist of the Suna ninja going for his jaw. As it hits, his head recoils and turned to the puppet, whose head collides against the ninja's. The puppet's final strike pushes Omoi back and out of the puppet's clutches as he falls to the ground. Knocked out, Kankuro floated the puppet to rest on his back as he grins, looking to the people who doubted him. The puppet points to them with its head turned with Kankuro's. Don't underestimate a puppet master. Hayate was immediately on the scene as he knelt down to the unconscious Omoi. Omoi is unable to battle. Winner Sabaku no Kankuro. Quickly his team along with Naruto and Sakura ran down to check on their Kumo friend. Kankuro only smirked, which made Karui growl at him till she heard the low groan of her teammate waking up. How are you feeling? Yujito asked gently. Am I dead? His question prompted his red-haired teammate to smack him in the head. She didn't care if she only added more damage. What do you think, idiot? Well, you're here. So yeah, this must be hell. Kushina only sweat drops watching the red-haired Kumo girl smacking her teammate. And I thought Konoha was full of weirdos, all the while ignoring the dry look from Yugao. Temari grinned at her brother as he returned to the stands with the rest of their team. Good thing you won. You would have shamed the village otherwise. Ah, so little faith in me, sis? He teased her right back. Come on, admit it. I did awesome back there. Pfft, against that guy? Please, beating somebody like him isn't an achievement, much less one that warrants praise. The killing intent coming off from Kumo's team was easily brushed off by Suna's. In fact, they reveled in antagonizing their opponents. Baki ordered his team to keep quiet and stop aggravating the competition. Samui too did the same. Don't let them get to you. You did your best, Omoi. Her gaze suddenly darkened. But your best was not good enough. I'm gonna have to rectify that. The lollipop chewer paled significantly. Ah shit. Hey, you have it coming. Yujito scolded him with her arms crossed. Losing like that? Shameful. The teams familiar with them chattered amicably amongst themselves. All the while Suna's team discussed the performance of Kankuro's fight. Gaara had barely paid attention. He had not even bothered to acknowledge his brother's presence with even a single look since he returned to their side, and this was all boring him terribly. He could feel the need to draw blood crawling up his spine like a shiver, but knew he had to contain himself and wait for his match. His eyes shifted back over to Uzumaki, that power he felt coming from the blonde during his match with that Otogenin. Felt familiar to him. He had smirked, if only faint at the sight of seeing Uzumaki killing his opponent, but it had ended too quickly for his taste. The blonde should have made his opponent suffer more, tore his enemy's body apart screaming in agony. Reveling in the massacre of it, Gaara's thoughts were halted as the wall monitor came up with two new names. Sabaku no Gaara versus Ringo Kohei. At that a dark smile formed on the Sunanin. On the opposite side Kohei cheered. About damn time! He chuckled as he popped his knuckles. Let's show these folks how it's really done. His two teammates did not share his enthusiasm. Do not underestimate him for a second, Haku said in her big sister-like tone. Seriously? Naruto leaned over beside the Hayaton user. Watch. Your ass. Remember the chat in the forest about that guy? Their concern was met with a roll of the eyes. Yes, Mom and Dad. I will be careful. With that, he leapt over the railing. Kushina kept her eyes on the screen. Kirigakure no Sato. They have come a long way from being the bloody mist. Yugao said, having had informed her sensei of the rebellion and new Kage ruling in the hidden mist village. A woman Kageha? Heh. Finally, the redhead smirked proudly, as though the achievement was her own. Was about time one held the title, and goes to show what we can do, huh? Indeed, her apprentice. Kushina sniffed. The air of smugness around her only got denser. I remember when I set out to become Hokage. Nearly did it too, but I passed it down. Sensei, who are you trying to fool here? Yugao deadpanned. I'm in the ANBU. Sarutobi-sama himself said he considered you for 1 second, and then couldn't stop laughing for the next full minute. The smugness vanished as soon as it came. Well, you don't have to be so blunt about it, she grumbled. Chojuro adjusted his glasses in concern beside Haku. Will he be okay? Zabuza lifted a brow listening to the conversation. Gaara being like you too. Like you too. The swordsman saw his student looking at both Uzumaki and that knee from Kumo. He was missing something here but shrugged it off. Kohi was no slouch, and after he put that brat through hell, he could endure nearly anything. He had faith in the brat, not that he'd say it openly. He had an image after all. Yujito crossed her arms but said nothing as she watched. At the arena floor, Gaara had appeared via sand Shunshin. Kohi kept his smirk. Let's see how badass you really are. Gaara smirked as he accepted the challenge. Show me. Sabaku no Gaara versus Ringo Kohi. Begin. Eight leapt back. Kohi wasted no time. The brown-haired boy quickly pulled out his whip and swung. The air cracked as it impacted against Gaara, or rather the sand that had risen and quickly and absorbed the blow, sending ripples across its surface. Gaara just remained still with his arms crossed, starting impassively at his opponent. Already the initial excitement was dwindling. Kohi tisked in annoyance. He pulled back his weapon and struck again, this time from a different angle, all for the same result to happen once again. Sand rose up and protected the sand ninja. The Kiri-nin channeled his chakra through the whip, from the handle to the tip, and all it did was increase the splash range of the sand. Gaara did not move, grunting in mounting frustration. Kohi's eyes took an edge as he took out 4 kunai with paper tags attached to them from his pouch and jumped high in the air and threw them. They embedded themselves on the ground around Gaara, far enough for his sand defense not to trigger. The tags began to burn, and then they exploded. The observers shielded their faces from the blast, protecting their eyes from wind, dust, and rubble caused by the explosion. Where Gaara stood there now was a cloud of smoke. Few felt particularly hopeful that simple tactic was enough to take out someone with Gaara's defensive capabilities. The grin on his siblings' faces only cemented that. The smoke soon cleared, revealing Gaara surrounded by walls of sand that had clearly taken the brunt of the explosions. Kohi looked at him stunned while the sand ninja frowned with disappointment and disgust. Is this honestly all you have to offer me? At this point, you're barely worth killing, he rasped with frustration. The ninja from Kiri seethed through clenched teeth. Anger boiled from inside him, humiliated that his enemy wasn't even taking him seriously. Don't let him get to you, Kohi, Zabuza shouted from the stands, but Kohi barely heard him. Gaara's words resonated within him, stirring up old feelings he kept buried. To be told he wasn't worth anything, to be looked down like he was a disappointment, something unwanted, almost the same as saying he should have never been born in the first place. Kohi had heard those words plenty of time from his clan. The only thing he had to counter those ugly feelings were the memories he had of his mother, the sole person in his life who had never seen him as a mistake. So he had set to prove he wasn't one, as a ninja of Kiri, one his village could be proud of. So he would distance himself from him. I'll show you. He'd take Gaara out with his own power, without ever relying on the one he inherited. The whip spun in the air, the revolutions becoming faster with each passing second. Lightning coated the weapon, sending showers of spark flying off into the air. The whip became a blur of movement and energy, a blue circular wall at his side. He shouted as he struck, the air cracking like thunder as the delivered a strike with the force of a storm. Surely, this lightning-imbued element would triumph over his hand. Gaara remained still as the weapon came ever closer. His sand rose in a dense wall in front of him. The energy from the whip discharged all over the substance as it struck. The arcs of electricity licked at the ground as the sand spread, stopping any of the excessive energy from even touching him in the first place. Kohi stood there horrified. His best attack had failed utterly. Gaara looked at him with disgust. Pathetic, and rose his arm. It happened so very fast. The sand coalesced and came crushing down on the Kiri Genin with the force of a flying brick wall. Pain spread through his arm as a crack came from his right shoulder, the sand swiftly covering his body. "You're weak. Worthless." Gaara spoke in a bored manner. "Insects like you are barely worth killing, but I'll make an exception. Why was someone like you even born? You stain our clan's honor by having the monster's blood in your veins. You're as worthless as that whore you call a mother." Words from the past, and the Suna's words rang in Kohi's head. Over and over he kept hearing the constant slander and hate from a village that did not want him. From people who cursed at him for the simple fact he existed at all. Fearing he'd become just like him, Kohi's rage boiled more and more. He kept hearing those words in his mind. He snarled, wildly glaring at his opponent. However, he was not seeing Gaara, but a figure cloaked in shadow. Cold, empty, pink pupilless eyes staring at his own. "I will never be like you." The Kiri Genin roared as everyone in the arena felt a tremor beneath them. Pipes bursted through the walls and floor, firing out enormous amounts of water like a geyser. Even the very humidity in the room gathered and formed water out of thin air. All were in shock, but no more so than Gaara, as he was blasted by powerful streams of H2O. His sand was rendered useless as he was slammed into wall. The eyes of everyone present watched what had just transpired with varying degrees of surprise and awe. Temari's lip trembled, unable to comprehend what she saw. What happened? Did that guy just swat Gaara away like that? Kankuro muttered in disbelief. Baki swore under his breath. Gaara had never received an attack like that. He had never been hit, period. Sakura looked at Kohi with newfound astonishment. Her previous assessments about the boy and his capabilities took a dive out the window. That water manipulation, to be able to control water like that without any sort of hand sign, then his affinity for the element must be extraordinary. Naruto sharply turned to Haku and Chojuro, both as shocked as he was. "Did you guys know he could do this?" "And no," Haku stammered. Kohi had barely even shown proficiency with water element before. Kakashi's gaze caught sight of Zabuza. The swordsman was frowning heavily at the sight. He didn't look as surprised as the others were. "Kohi," he muttered. His tone was hard to describe, even to the Hitaki. "Holy fuck," Kushina muttered under her breath as she looked wide-eyed along with her sole student. The redhead had only seen one person who wielded elemental chakra to such a degree, only with fire. It was like this boy was like a water version of Tsukiko-bachan, as if that boy was the Nidaime Hokage Reborn. Yugao said breathlessly in awe. "Well, that guy was better example, yeah." Kohi barely registered his fall back to arena floor as Gaara's sand broke off of him in water-soaked lumps. He let out a snarl as he held his broken right arm as exhaustion coursed through his whole body. The water soon receded as Gaara hit the floor. His body simply wouldn't move. "I got worked up." "Shit." Slowly, ever so slowly, Gaara stirred. He prompted himself up on shaking arms. This sensation, this was pain. It had been so long since he had felt physical pain. So long. Teal eyes glared at his opponent. Gaara stood up, sand already forming around his body once more, absorbing the wetness on his person as his personal sand barrier regenerated. He took one slow step, then another and another, until he was walking towards the fallen Kohi, killing intent radiating off of him in waves. His exhaustion and weakened state, coupled by the strong intent coming off from Gaara, was too much for the young Kirinin. He let out a soft breath as he finally passed out. Winner, Sabaku no Gaara. Height was quick to declare him the victor. Yet Gaara did not stop. He continued walking towards him with murder in his eyes. He needed to draw his blood, needed kill him, for mother. He needed it, only then was he alive. Sand began to swirl around him. "Enough, you already won." The Jinchuriki ignored the proctor and watched with irritation as various ninja came down in a flash to the arena floor, standing in his way. Kiri, of course, but also Kumo and Konoha. The two of note, Uzumaki and Ni, stood at the forefront, They both, who felt so strangely familiar, were staring him down along with the rest, daring to oppose him from fulfilling his existence. The Kiri Jounin took his student in his arms protectively, almost challenging him to try something. Fine, if they wanted death so much, then all the better. He raised his arm and, "That is quite enough." An hand was on his shoulder. That bore repeating. A hand was on his shoulder. Someone was touching him. He turned his head to meet the wizened gaze of the third Hokage, staring down at him sternly. That he had slipped in so close to him without his defense activating spoke volumes of the man's prowess. Swiftly, his sand acted up. "Gaara, no!" Baki shouted, terrified at the thought of his student, willingly or not, attacking the Kage of the foreign village. The Sandame narrowed his eyes. Humph! Suddenly, chakra flooded the room. So vast and dense it cracked the ground around the old ninja with its sheer pressure. His sand was blasted away so effortlessly in every direction. It was like someone had dumped a river's worth of water on them. It was heavy and so suffocating. Gaara made a choking gasp as those eyes bore into him once more. "So powerful. I believe you already won. It is no longer necessary to continue," the Kage said as he let go of the young boy's shoulder. Gaara wordlessly continued to stare at him, feeling something he could not quite describe. It felt familiar, a fear. It's been too long since he had felt afraid too. He merely marched towards his place by a calm-looking Jiraiya, his eyes meeting that of each shinobi that was there on the arena in turn. After what felt a small eternity, everyone could breathe again. "Holy shit," Shikamaru muttered, eyes wide as they stared at the Hokage with a sense of awe. He certainly wasn't the only one doing it at the moment. Ino, the poor thing, had fallen onto her backside, taking in as much air as she could after their leader's display. Not that the others were faring much better with shaky legs as they all calmed themselves. "Yikes, Dad," Asuma muttered to himself, feeling the cold sweat run down his neck. "Overdid it a bit, don't you think?" "Well, Gigi still has it," Kushina muttered warily before she turned to Yugao. "But what the hell was with that kid?" The ANBU captain shrugged. "We haven't heard anything from Kiri in a long time. Even now, we only get tiny details here and there. The Kiri rebellion and the eventual overthrow of the Yondaime Mizukage. My Terumi is making sure no one knows the full state of her village. That was the smart thing to do, so no rival village would invade thinking they had become an easy target. It went to show this Lady Kage was competent in her job." Hiruzen hummed to himself as the ANBU patched up the arena to least making it fight-able. His eyes glanced up to Zabuza, who only glanced back before turning to his team. Beside him, Jiraiya rubbed his chin. "Well, that wasn't something you see every day. That Gaki from Kiri had one hell of trump card. He could rival, if not surpass, Tobirama-sensei if he ever masters that element. But also, I saw something in all my years I'd thought I'd never see. 3 foreign teams coming together. Such a concept he never once imagined he'd ever see while still alive. Not after all the bloodshed and wars that ravaged the nations. But to actually see 3 teams from 3 separate villages, 2 being enemies. Such a thing was completely unheard of. Heard those kids banded together in the forest," the Toad Sage commented. "The fact it happened at all surprises me. Fighting together for survival was a quick way of building camaraderie, even among the least likely allies. But for them to actually come to the defense of another once their truce was over, well, that was pretty damn improbable. Naruto, he could see it, that boy had a heart like his father. But as for the rest, Kumo in particular, he'd sooner believe there were yokai living among them, their swift response to protect the Kohei kid. That they were at least driven by a sense of honor to defend a former comrade. Enough for them to jump in, their bodies moving before they even realized what they were doing. Honor among ninja, huh? He muttered loud enough for his sensei to hear. That was something rare to find in their line of work. Honor was hard to gauge. There was honor in serving the village, in fighting for the country. But for some foreign ninja that by all rights would have been stabbed in the back once he ceased being useful, Jiraiya had seldom seen it. The old Kage gave his student a look before losing himself in his thoughts. Honor, trust. Was it truly people for villages to cooperate like that? The alliance with Suna was not exactly on steady ground at the moment. Their daimyo were hiring Konoha more and more often, much to the displeasure of the Sand Shinobi. Hiruzen looked at the red-headed boy. He knew what he was, the Tsunejin Shiriki. There was just so many things wrong with the poor child. His gaze then went over the other genin, from his village and the rest, who were worrying over young Kohei's unconscious form. Bless their hearts. They haven't grown up as enemies with them that were the adults' own grudges. And if they didn't do anything, then the next generation would eventually grow up to hate each other just as well. The Sarutobi found that image before him to be very precious, and made him strive to protect it. Perhaps a bit of trust and honor between villages could do wonders. He mused as he ran a hand of his beard. Oh, I know that look, Jiraiya said, amused. What's on your mind? Thinking that Kiri must be in need of supplies after what they went through. That made his student pause. That'll be tricky. Though reaching out to Kiri would be infinitely easier than Kumo. But convincing their new Kage it's not some kind of trap will take some effort. It will be worth it. We have two things Kirigakure needs: resources and allies. The old Kage was resolute in his tone as he lit his pipe. Jiraiya slowly gave a nod. This will be one for the record books if nothing else. After 15 minutes, the arena was finally repaired, as well as the awakened Kohei with a sling holding up his arm. The young genin was ghostly quiet as his team, along with Team 7 and Team Kumo, were asking all kinds of questions. Finally, Zabuza was losing his patience. All right, brats, knock it off. He doesn't want to talk, so stop nagging, all right? Karui dryly lifted a brow. You're a ray of sunshine, aren't you? For Haku. She tilted her head, looking at her sensei/father figure that looked right into her eyes. She could tell there was something he was hiding, but she wasn't going to get anything out him right now. Never mind her teammate, who stared down at the arena floor. Kohei was very silent. He even refused to look at anyone in the face right now. The display of power had somehow been horribly shameful for him, and Haku could not fashion why. It was some reason her teammate had clearly meant to keep this secret, but the reasons behind it were a mystery to her. It was clear Kohei would not talk about it, so she decided to give it time. If he wanted to reach out to his teammates, then he'd do so eventually, and she'd be there for when he felt ready to speak. Coughing a bit, Hey 8 got people's attention. Now that the arena is fixed, let us begin. Soon names came up on the monitor. Misumi Tsurugi versus Chojuro. The fire name belonged to one lone Konoha ninja on the opposite balcony where Suna and Odo have been standing, Kabuto's last remaining teammate, who wore a similar outfit much like his team, along with a mask he wore around his mouth that hung to around his neck and forehead protector which he wore like a bandana. His rimless glasses shined as he eyed the Kiri genin before leaping over the railing. For Chojuro, he took a long deep breath before following suit. Kohei still remained quiet but watched his nervous teammate beside Haku. Closed by Naruto tilts his head. Been meaning to ask, but what's with that sword on his back? Zabuza only chuckled evilly as he crossed his arms across his bare chest. Watch and see, Uzumaki. It's gonna be a bloody mess. Could you ever possibly tone the psycho out of you for a day? Sakura drawled. Oh, the screeching girl is gonna tell me to tone down my attitude? The swordsman sarcastically droned. Yeah, next you're gonna say the blondie of your team to tone down on the ramen I hear he loves so much, or the Uchiha to stoop brooding. It just ain't how it works, girly. You are too bloodthirsty at times. Zabuza-sama, Haku agreed. And you brats are not nearly bloodthirsty enough. Zabuza proclaimed with irritation. Oh no, you're all about making nice with each other. Naruto deadpanned. Making nice is what pretty much saved your life the first place. Oh, stuff it, you brat. I stand by what I said. You want to scare your enemies away before you fight them? Project a good dose of killing intent and your mission will be done before you realize it. Or if they don't run away, are instead paralyzed, then it just means they're easy targets. Nearly worked on you last time. How did they ever give you a team? Kiri is fucked up. It's not the bloody mist anymore, but you can't change something like that in such short a time. It's still fucked up. So you work with what you have. Believe me, I didn't want to have a team either, but that by... The Mizukage was very convincing. Haku sighed. Your team is so lucky. Sakura drawled. Whatever, he rolled his eyes. Let me just watch Chojuro's fight and shut dash. Fights over, Sasuke casually commented. Various pairs of eyes blinked simultaneously. Wait, what? Naruto said. Indeed, Chojuro had his weapon's chakra shaped into that of a giant hammer. His pose indicated he had just swung the blunt chakra construct. And some feet in front of him laid his opponent Tsurugi, glasses broken and nose bleeding, likely broken as well. Knockout, A8 announced. Winner, Chojuro of Kirigakure. Haku's head slowly tilted to the side. Did we just miss the fight? Kohei only rolled his eyes. That's the Hiramakari. Kushina gushed in almost childlike wonder having seen the match. So it really does shapeshift Databane. A bashful Chojuro was met with cheers as he came back to his team. Damn, for Shy Guy you can kick some ass. Karui grinned, making Kiri-teen lightly blush. Thank you, Karui-san. Kakashi looked from his book. You were impressive, kiddo, wasting no time, not that anybody needed to be told who was next. Karui soon became serious as she leapt down from the balcony. Popping his wrists, Zaku gave a faint nod to his jounin, who smirked back. Leaping down, the Oto Genin smiled viciously. Let's see how you scream. For her part, Karui did not look either impressed or intimidated at her opponent. She simply tapped her foot, waiting for the proctor. Final match of the preliminaries. Hayate announced has rose his hand. Karui of Kumo versus Zaku Abumi. Begin. The moment the proctor moved back, the Chunin aspirants took action. Karui took out her sword as Zaku lifted his arms. The inner hollow tubes priming as air pressure built up. Blasts of highly concentrated air fired directly at her. Karui swiftly moved to the side and dodged, letting the air pressure pass by harmlessly. Got you! Zaku fired off again, only for Karui to jump away. The air wave clashed against a wall, lightly cracking it and creating small fissures on its surface. Is this all you can do? Run away. Karui was too much of a hothead. She knew that much to her shame. Honestly, it wasn't her fault her teammate infuriated her so easily. But when on a fight, Karui knew better than to let her emotions blind her. That is not to say she didn't make mistakes. Her temper would get the better of her. But Kumo's harsh standards assured that their shinobi would head on the battlefield with a cold, calculated, and detached mind. Pragmatism at its finest. And Karui was no different. If anything, her own temper gave her an advantage sometimes if she didn't let it blind her. It allowed her to strike harder and endure more, but also it gave her insight on how to fight people like her. People too hot-headed to fight rationally. She knew how to piss them off. Those arms of his, there's no way tubes that small could handle blasts of high-level techniques continuously firing. They had to have a limit. If she could get him to overload them, it was a reckless plan, and she had no idea if it'd work. But she couldn't get close enough to do any significant damage. No choice then. You talk a big game for someone who had to mutilate his arms to even stand a chance against another genin. A vein throbbed on his forehead. What was that, you bitch? I said you're a failure, Karui smirked. Those tubes in your arms? The only way you ever could be useful to your village were by them installing weapons into your own body. Shinobi go for all advantages they can get. But when you couldn't show any worth on your own, then you're not fit to call yourself a ninja. At the balcony, the teams watched incredulously. Why is she goading him like this? Naruto muttered. Those Oto ninja are just looking for an excuse to kill any of us, Kiba said in disbelief. Does she actually want to piss him off knowing that? Yujito turned to their temporary team leader. She really needs to rein in her attitude. True, but this time the Nibi Jinchuriki could have sworn Samui's lips twitched ever so slightly upward in a smile. But the thought of the cold fellow teenager smiling was something straight out of the realm of fantasy. So Yujito attributed it to her own imagination. She seems to actually been thinking things through. Zaku's form trembled with rage. To hear that low-level cloud whore talk down to him, saying he was worth nothing as a shinobi, that he was not useful to Lord Orochimaru, the man who had given him everything, who had given him this power. He'll kill her. He'll kill her. He'll kill her. A scream that befitted more an animal than a human escaped from his lips as he once more brought up his arms. He channeled his chakra, all of it, into the tubes inside his limbs as to deliver the most powerful blast he had ever fired. There would be no trace of her, no piece of flesh, not even a single dust molecule of bone. He'd tear her apart so utterly there would not be a body left to take back to Kumo. All the while the leader of Oto observed with disappointment as his subordinate's anger got the better of him. Fool, he should have known better than to let a mere girl goad him like that. He should have known better than to use his modifications so thoughtlessly without regard for consequences. A single word from him could have calmed Zaku down. But honestly, he had little use for ninja who couldn't use their heads. This would be a learning experience for him. Zaku gathered the air pressure as the sound vibrations made his arms tremble. He could feel all the bones in his arms shudder. His chakra points burned due all the sheer energy he was channeling. But Zaku did not care. He would make her pay for her words. For daring to insult him, Dosu had been a fool and Kin a whore, but he would prove himself worthy of being Orochimaru-sama's shinobi. His preparations ready, he fired off his attack, and his arms exploded. The majority of the genin and a few jounin winced as the Oto genin let out a painful roaring shrill as he fell to the ground. Kowi had appeared beside him, thankfully knocking him out with hard kick. The Kumo Kunoichi side before cringing at Zaku's arms, or lack of them from the elbows down. Zaku is unable to battle. Winner is Kowi. Hayate spoke up as medical Nin was quick to take the injured Oto genin. As the remaining genin stood in front of the Hokage with Jiraiya at his side, some feel both elation and exhaustion. They could finally get some rest in a bed instead of being in that accused forest and this bloody tower. Still, a few were curious as to why Anko was holding a medium-sized box with a hole big enough for a hand. At here sides were both Hayate and Ibiki. For those of you who made it, I congratulate you. But test is not over. Not yet, the Hokage spoke, hiding a smirk upon seeing a few of the young teens groan in irritation. Now, you must take a number from the box. Whoever has the closest number to yours will be your opponent in the third stage. So it's like prelims, one-on-one competition. Yujito spoke up beside her team. Hiruzen gave a nod. Correct, Miss Ni. However, the final exam will be in 1 month. You may take that time to rest, strategize, and train for your coming opponent. Listen up. Ibiki soon took over with a firm shout. When we call out your names, get up here and grab a ball. With that, Hayate begun to call off names from his clipboard, and the young Chunin hopefuls came over taking a ball. The results were unexpected for some. Sakura felt a chill creep up her spine as she warily gazed over towards her opponent. Neji only gazed back at her with an impassive apathy. First match, Sakura Haruno versus Neji Hyuga. Hayate spoke, writing on his clipboard. Slit feline blues and chocolate brown both shone with mutual respect for the other. Second match, Yujito Ni versus Haku Yuki. Bouncing on the balls of his feet, Lee couldn't stop smiling while Naruto wasn't sure he was going to have fun. Or be totally screwed. Third match, Rock Lee versus Naruto Uzumaki. Fourth match, Sasuke Uchiha versus Sabaku no Gaara. As the proctor said the names, the Uchiha stared with determination while the Ichibi Jinchuriki showed little interest in return. Temari's eyes were predatory as she smirked over to a nervous Chojuro. Fifth match, Sabaku no Temari versus Chojuro. A kunai spun in Tenten's fingers as she glared back at a vicious smirking puppet master. Sixth match, Tenten Higurashi versus Sabaku no Kankuro. Kowi came to a realization as she counted the number of people who would pass to the third exam. Wait, there's nobody left for me. We're an odd number. The finals are tournament rounds, Ibiki explained. We can't accommodate just because of one person out. You'll fight whoever wins the first match, so that meant either Pinky or the Hyuga boy. Kowi honestly wasn't too happy about fighting an opponent who would already be tired and weakened after their first match, but she had no room to complain, and so we closed the second stage of the Chunin exams. You have 1 month. Make it count. The Sandaime spoke with resolution which made every genin nod. Kushina let out a sigh as she lay back on her bed. Well, now that is over, can I get the hell out of here now? The redhead whined, making Yugao and the other Mbu sigh. Hokage-sama said you still need to stay a day more for observation. Fortunately, the position of your heart won't cause any trouble, but they need to make sure the rest of your organs are in the right place. The sole student of the Red Death spoke back dryly, having to have explained this several times already. Of course, that only made Kushina whine louder. Chapter 23. The Return of the Red Death. Can someone fully explain to me the need or purpose in waking up before even the goddamn sun is up for of all things a meeting? Sum growled with tired irritation as she rested her elbow on the clan head seating table with her cheek in her palm. The majority of those present shared the thought, but unlike the Inuzuka clan head, they kept quiet. It had been rather sudden and out of the blue, as ANBU had summoned only the major clan leaders and the elders for an impromptu meeting ordered by the Hokage. While it was not called an outright emergency, the timing was still suspicious, mostly to Shikamaru, who was currently sipping a cup of freshly brewed coffee beside a yawning Choza Akimichi. Now, Tsum Inoichi said diplomatically. Hokage-sama would not have called us here if it wasn't for something important. The wild-maned woman growled. Is the village under attack? No? Then why the hell can't I go back to sleep? One would imagine you Inuzuka to be early risers. The ever-collected and nearly monotone voice of Shibi Aburame intoned next to her. What with all the noise your kennels filled with young pups make every day, rather than barking an angry retort. The Inuzuka matriarch just looked at him with surprise. When did you get here? I've been here all this time. If one were to put more attention, they'd pick up the slight tone of annoyance lacing his voice. Pretty sure I would have heard or smelled you before if you were. The Inuzuka prided themselves over their animal-like senses for a reason. Shibi merely looked at her behind his shades, and Tsum got the feeling she had put her foot in her mouth once again. A few of the clan heads rolled their eyes at the antics that were far too much of a common occurrence for their tastes, especially to the head of the Hyuga clan, who merely sat with his arms crossed and his eyes closed, projecting the image of cold and composed aristocrat he had perfected over the years. It was only when the new arrivals appeared that he opened his eyes and greeted them. Honored elders, he politely inclined his head, a gesture soon followed by the others. The aged visage of elders Hamura and Koharu was a familiar sight for the clan heads. As the Hokage's advisors, they were closely involved in the village's day-to-day business and its various operations. Though sometimes differing in ideology and methods to their leader, their opinion was highly valued by the Hokage regardless. It was the third elder that put the clan heads a bit on edge. Half of his face covered in bandages, an arm hidden inside his robes, which often lead people to believe it was no longer as usable as it was in the past due to injuries sustained over a lifetime of service. He walked by supporting his free left on a cane. His visible eye carried a hardened edge that seemed to pierce nearly anything. One couldn't be blamed to compare his visage to that of an old war hawk still on the prowl even after many years of battle. Danzo Shimura was often a rare sight in meetings with the clans. The Shimura clan was under the leadership of his son, whom rumor stated was not on speaking terms with his father, having long since passed on the role to operate behind the scenes with some of the village's most questionable activities, and coming from ninjas that spoke a lot of what the old war hawk did. Not that they themselves were much aware of whatever activities Danzo conducted in service to the village. The elder was just rarely involved in village meetings. So, Shikaku started, looking at the two elders often found at the Hokage's side. Do you know why Sarutobi-sama has called us? We, in fact, do not, Hamura replied tensely. Whatever is going on, it wasn't brought up to us beforehand. No one had noticed Danzo's grip on his cane had gotten tighter while his face remained unreadable. He was not pleased being left in the dark with zero information given to him. Whatever was going on, Hiruzen was playing something close to the chest. His grip relaxed as he simply waited along with others. The door to the council room opened as the village leader entered. I thank you all for coming at such an hour. Forgive my bluntness, Hokage-sama. Tsum unsurprisingly spoke up first. But if this is not an emergency, why the hell did we all have get out of nice warm beds before the ass crack of dawn? Wonder how she will react with who's waiting outside. Hiruzen dryly mused as he half wished he had a camera when seeing everyone's faces. He cleared his throat. Well, Tsumdano, please allow me to introduce the reason I have called everyone here. Enter. All eyes went towards the door as if opened slowly. Once open, Shikaku, who was in the middle of drinking his coffee, soon spat it out coughing. Who came through the threshold and entered the room donning simple ANBU pants and a muscle shirt was a person everyone in the room had thought they would never see again till their eventual deaths. For Kushina, this was a really awkward moment and felt like hiding somewhere upon seeing the expressions of people who to her she's just seen a few days ago, when in fact it had been 12 years for all of them. The redhead gave a meek chuckle as she waved. Hi! Hayashi had literally stood up from his seat. His rigid, cold persona vanished with utter disbelief in its stead. K. Kushina, been a while. Nice tension-breaking skills there, Kushina. She berated herself. The sheer utter shock had pretty much shut down all cognitive functions in everyone's brain. Their minds simply could not comprehend that they were seeing right now. It was an impossibility. Kushina was dead, and that's something all of them were painfully aware of. But here she was, alive, standing in front of them, looking exactly as she did last time they saw her. Sans the large pregnant belly. If this was the Hokage's idea of a joke, then it was a very cruel one. This had to be an imposter. But the notion was quickly rejected in favor of logic, hard as it was to apply it in this occasion. The Hokage would not have brought this individual before them unless he was 100% sure this woman was the real deal. And yet, Kushina died that day. Minato had died with her. They has lost two dear friends that horrible day all those years ago. Two more names added to the far too filled monument of their brave fallen, along with all those who lost their lives that night. To have her in front of them was possibility that frightened them. Hope was terrifying after all. It was Shikaku who first managed to ask what was in everyone's minds. How is this possible? How are you alive? Well, Kushina rubbed her arm awkwardly. I guess that I should start with Tsukikoba-chan. You see, years ago before I even came to Konoha, she gave me a scroll and dash, and she went on a long explanation about an extremely powerful scroll developed by the legendary goddess of Fuinjutsu herself. Honestly, the possibility of such a scroll, even if it did have many drawbacks and was a 1 in 100 chance it could work, was a bit too far-fetched for them to believe. But then again, this was the Tsukiko, a woman whose exploits was up there with Hashirama and Madara. Indeed, they had met her before in their early childhood, on a visit from the Seal Master on their village years ago. The 200-year-old woman was a legend for a reason. The adults couldn't stop praising her sheer knowledge on the art of sealing, and how many seals used nowadays were designs that came from the woman herself. If Tsukiko Uzumaki created something like that, then it fell into the realm of possibility a scroll like that to have existed in the first place. That woman had left an impression. It may also have to do with her famed crusade in which she would personally spank misbehaving children who had committed some act of naughtiness or other in her presence to install some discipline into them. Few were spared the wrath of her bent knee and smacking hand. Indeed, legends had it she had spanked all previous Kages in their youth. The reality of the situation finally dawned on them. You're here. Inoichi whispered loud enough to be heard, his voice thick with emotion. You're actually here. Kushina smiled warmly, and it was such a comforting sight. Sorry I've been away for so long. To Tsum, that was not enough. Having climbed over the table, she strode over the redhead, towering over her by a few inches, and casted a judgmental gaze upon her which Kushina received unflinching. The Inuzuka sniffed, catching the scent coming off from the supposedly returned Uzumaki. It was the same, downright to the last detail, that was Kushina's scent. But there was only one way she would know for sure. Her knuckles of her right hand popped as her fist slammed into Kushina's face. Sum! Choza rose from his seat. However, the redhead rubbed her jaw before spatting out some blood. She grinned right back at Sum. That fist of yours has gotten soft, bitch. Oh, that's the Kushina I know. Only she could take a punch like that and have a grin that was as feral as an Inuzuka's in return. Sum grinned back. Who you calling soft, bitch? She patted Kushina's belly. That little scroll might have saved your cute little ass, but that ass is far from fighting shape. This is a soft belly. I had just given birth to Naruto, you dumb ass. How was your figure after popping out Hana and Kiba? 12 years and you're still a stupid mutt. What you call me? You cunt? Sum snarled in Kushina's face, who snarled right back. You want me to fucking repeat? Bitch, I dare ya to repeat it. The majority within the room collectively sweat dropped at the display. It was like Kushina had never left. The interactions of those two had always been that strange friendship rivalry of theirs, and they basically had picked up where they had left off. However, the Sandame cleared his throat loudly enough to get the hot-headed ladies to stop arguing. You two can get back to your cat fight later. Sum let out a light growl at the word cat. Trying to gather themselves in this situation was a monumental task, but they took their seats once again so they could properly carry on their business. Celebration could come later. The Uzumaki took a moment to look at all her friends' faces. They were similar to how she last saw them, but could tell there were more signs of aging. Once again, knowing just how long she had been away was a disturbing thought. When exactly were you unsealed? Inoichi asked. Couple of days ago, Kushina replied. Little before the prelims began actually. Hiruzen took over. Of course, I kept this matter private until I could be certain she was in fact our Kushina. We kept her hidden in the Forest Tower's medical facilities. Understandable, Shikaku nodded. So I suppose the matter at hand now is, what do we do now? He waved a hand at the redhead. Do we just tell everyone you're back? This is an unusual situation, Koharu spoke up. Hands joined over the table as she mused over the long-term changes this would bring. If Kushina rejoins our forces, the Uzumaki in question didn't like how she said rejoins, as though she had actually left service on her own. Then eventually the other nations will know. Now more than ever with the Chunin exams going. It is an inevitability, Hiruzen acknowledged. Eventually all will know. But I believe this works to our advantage. He gathered their interest with those words. One of our strongest is back. Let our enemies think carefully before provoking us now. Kushina tried not to smirk too proudly at his words. She failed. You hear that, Tsum? One of our strongest. The Inazuka matriarch bared her teeth and growled, to which Kushina just smirked more smugly. Both women quickly backed down like ashamed children once the Hokage glared at them. As I was saying, he grumbled. Kushina's return is a boon to this village, in more ways than one. My advice is that we just go with it immediately. Let the rumors spread as Kushina walks our streets once again. The voice of someone who had been quiet so far suddenly spoke up, one that soured Kushina's mood immediately. And what do you propose we tell the populace? We can't just reveal to them she cheated death by use of an extremely powerful scroll. Danzo. Gods. She had hoped that Old War Hawk wasn't still around. But because the universe hated her, here he was taking part of the meeting. This meant he was still overseeing those wet work operations of his. Kushina was no stranger to such black ops, having been in the ANBU for years, but Danzo's methods were extreme. He casually disregarded the lives of their shinobi and wasn't afraid of discarding them like one did a broken tool. The elder was vocal about Kushina mastering the Kyuubi's power to act as a cold and obedient killing machine for the village, which had earned the Uzumaki's despise. She didn't even want to imagine what he would have done had he gotten his hands on her son. His extremely aggressive doctrine was just trouble waiting to happen before he suddenly made the village a new enemy just because he took matters into his own hands and acted out of paranoia. It had nearly happened in the past. Why the old man kept this warmonger around was a mystery to her. We say that she has been lying low since the Kyuubi attack, doing covert operations, Hiruzen proposed. Certain circumstances led her to take an active duty once again. Cho's head shook in disbelief. That's it. She was hiding and now she isn't. That's what we're telling our people. It's better than the alternative. We don't want to give the other nations more reason to seek the Uzumaki's secrets. What else could do they to her clan that they hadn't already? Kushina thought bitterly but didn't voice it. Instead she said, only the ANBU know what really happened, along with a few people I can trust with this knowledge. At that, everyone slowly agreed with the Hokage's reasoning. Kushina noticed Inoichi looked conflicted as he rubbed his hands. Inoichi, what is it? The Yamanaka head looked up at his old friend before sighing. I'm trying to come up with some way to ask this without drawing out painful memories, especially since to you it's only been a few days. Hayashi closed his eyes. There isn't an easy way asking what we all want to know. Kushina's violet eyes casted downwards to the floor. What happened 12 years ago? After a long silence, she explained the horrible events of October 10th. She gave every detail of the individual who she spoke with pure venom and hatred in her tone. But what sparked everyone's attention was the revelation the masked man had a Sharingan. Hiruzen raised his hand before anyone could speak. I want no one to jump to any conclusions. Whoever this masked man is, we do not know if he is indeed an Uchiha or not. Nor can we say it was the Uchiha clan or simply one man who orchestrated the events of 12 years ago. You still should have kept watch on the Uchiha regardless. Danzo spoke in a low tone. Hiruzen only glared back in response. Neither talked, but from the Sandame's eyes they read. This is neither the time nor the place. The old war hawk remained quiet before noticing the intense glare from the Uzumaki redhead. He was fully aware of the strong friendship between Kushina and the late Mikoto Uchiha. From their time in the academy to being teammates under Tsukumo Hitaki, and by the fury that blazed in the redhead's eyes, it was like she was almost daring him to imply her best friend was involved. Shikaku rubbed his chin. I don't like the sound of this guy being able to teleport past our defenses, never mind able to phase through solid objects. Essentially, this guy can go anywhere. We need to update the barrier seals. If that could even work against his skills in the first place. That's what catches your attention the most? Sum said incredulously. What about the fact he controlled a fucking bijou? Something only the Shodai and Madara Uchiha could do. Shibi huffed. I don't think anyone here is ignoring that particular fact, Sum. For the moment our bijou is secured. So I find myself worrying that our current defense systems are woefully ineffective against him. It was hard to tell what Shibi was feeling, but that was part of the course for the Aburame. The Kyuubi had appeared right in the middle of the village. The masked man must have summoned it himself, which means he got past the sensing barrier. Kushina did a double take. The sensing dash? Oh my gods, you people are still using that thing. The clan heads blinked at her outburst. Gigi, what the hell? I told you that thing wouldn't work. It's the most poorly functional and inefficient sensing system I've seen. I told you it would take decades to even make something like that remotely close to operable. The Hokage had the decency to look embarrassed. The Kyuubi attack left us severely weakened and vulnerable. We had to use every option available to us, even if the quality wasn't exactly up to par. Choza muttered nervously. The sensing barrier doesn't work. Oh, it works. When it wants to, Kushina exclaimed. If that thing truly worked, it'd be going off every time a bird flies over the village because it's an unauthorized passage. Honestly, that barrier picks up intruders at random. Sometimes it barely manages to pick up one if the chakra signature isn't big enough. Hiruzen lit his old pipe. I'll have that matter dealt with. In the meantime, we find out whatever information we can about this masked man with a Sharingan. Whoever he is, I promise I'll do more than find information. Sum snarled almost like a feral hound. He'll pay for all the lives he ruined. He'll be screaming when I'm done. From all their gazes, Kushina could see her old friends all looked ready to spill blood. They finally had a real target, the one responsible for that tragedy 12 years ago. But they would to wait in line, because as far as the Uzumaki swordswoman was concerned, that bastard belonged to her. Naruto sat quietly in the Hokage's office as he looked down at the floor, while Jiraiya gazed out the window to Konoha. It had gotten eerie quiet since the Toad Sage as he revealed himself being his godfather, as well as his father's sensei, but explained why he was never there as he was the village's spymaster. In truth, Jiraiya felt relieved letting it out, but it was just so damn unnerving not hearing a single word from the brat. Being so silent for such a long time was extremely out of character. Are you mad? The Gama Sanin cocked his head slightly and glanced behind him. The blonde's gaze remained at the floor. I want to be, but I can't. Being angry won't change a damn thing. And I get it, you couldn't lug around a kid going all over the nations for missions from Gigi. I was an orphan too growing up, so believe me, I do understand that kind of loneliness. Jiraiya's tone was solemn as he turned around, seeing the surprised look from Blonde. It's not an easy life, but it toughened us up, taught us not to take bullshit when we see it. At that, Naruto could agree to. So, what now? Now, I know your mom wants to train you, but she also needs to get back into fighting shape. So both me and Kushina will be working on you and Pinky, while Kakashi helps me with getting Kushina into fighting shape again. Training with his mother sounded amazing. That was what a ninja parent was supposed to do with their child, right? He was still new to this whole having a mother thing, so honestly he was swimming in uncharted waters. Don't get him wrong, he was beyond happy to have his mother in his life, but this new experience was also somewhat frightening to him. He had no idea what to do as a son, but hey, he never backed down from a challenge. It was at that moment that the door opened, and the Hokage and Kushina stepped inside. Man, I'm beat, she drawled. I agree with you, Hiruzen grunted. This entire affair was a taxing one. Everything went well? Naruto asked. Kushina flashed a toothy grin. Yep, got to meet with old friends after all. You spent about at a half an hour in there. Jiraiya thumbed back to the window as the morning sun glowed in the sky. Think that's a new record for you. Hiruzen rolled his eyes as he took his seat at his desk. Just as Kushina sat down beside her son on one of the sofas and Anbyu appeared kneeling. Hokage-sama. Hey Iguru. Kushina smiled with a small wave to which the Anbyu glanced with a nod and muttered, Captain. The old Kage lifted a brow. Something to report? A young girl roughly Naruto-san's age came forward, expressing she had information regarding Orochimaru. Everyone grew still. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. You sure? Could be a trap. Iguru lifted his head. We brought the girl to an interrogation room. She gave every detail she knew about the Hibi-Sannin. Hiruzen rubbed his beard. Bring her to me. Hi. The Anbyu vanished via Shunshin. Well, that is out of the blue. Kushina crossed her arms, leaned back on the sofa. What should we do? Nothing until I meet this young lady and she explains herself to me. Should I be here? Naruto asked. This sounds above my pay grade, and it is, Hiruzen agreed. But considering the interest Orochimaru has shown on you and Sasuke, perhaps it's better if you two hear what she has to say. With that, he gave the young blonde his permission to stay. It wasn't long before the Anbyu returned, this time bringing with him a young girl wearing spectacles and a headband from Kusa. Her red eyes nervously shifted to the people present, lingering on Kushina for a moment as she seemed to tremble, clearly overwhelmed by the presence of such renowned and powerful individuals. Lord Hokage, she bowed at the waist as was proper the etiquette. Lord Jiraiya, and… She paused at seeing the older redhead. Kushina Uzumaki, the woman presented herself. I see something seemed to glint in her eyes. Recognition? Nostalgia? Whatever it was, it quickly vanished as she looked at Naruto. We meet again. Oh! He perked up as his gaze shifted. Why yeah. Hi. You. Wait, the girl's eyes narrowed. You do remember me, right? No, he confessed. Sorry. I guess you didn't make an impression. She face faulted at his words. Jiraiya smacked his own face at his lack of tact with women, while Kushina was openly giggled. The girl composed herself as she glared at the apologetic blonde. Forest of Death, Giant Bear. Naruto's eyes sparked with recognition upon those two words. OH. He paused as he remembered why the girl was here as he turned serious. You know about Hibi team? She liked that nicknamed, but focused as she nodded and looked back to the Sandame. Yes, my name is Karen. I also need to inform you of what I told the Anbyu. Otogakure is under Orochimaru's control. Everyone's eyes shot open as Iguru nodded in confirmation to her words. He created that hidden village. Now that was one hell of nugget of information. However, the old Kage gave the young girl a long scrutinizing gaze. You're being rather forthcoming with all this. You know full well Orochimaru is a traitor of Konohagakure. I am aware. I felt it best to be honest with if I wanted to seek asylum and join Konoha. Getting ahead of yourself. Specs? Jiraiya spoke up in a stern tone. We need to know everything you know about my old teammate. Hi, and so she did. She was part of the recon force, meaning she was an agent of the snake. That particular bit of information made all the occupants in the room scrutinize her all the more. Her powerful sensing ability would have allowed Orochimaru to pinpoint the location of certain key figures of the village, as well as targets of interest to him. Naruto and Sasuke, as the Snake Sannin, were very interested in their bloodlines. But what worried them the most was that Orochimaru was mobilizing his forces, which sent off many alarms on the Konoha shinobi's heads. Their target was quite clear to them. He's going to attack us, Jiraiya muttered in dread. Right in the middle of the exams. But I thought Oto was a very small village. Kushina shook her head in confusion. How is he hoping to get the manpower to attack one of the big villages? I do not believe he is seeking an all-out battle, Hiruzen said. His eyes hardened. Thinking on it logically, he plans on a quick strike to fulfill his objectives and escape swiftly before we can retaliate properly. This means he either wants to take something from the village or remove something he perceives as a threat. Taking that into consideration, his most likely objective is that dash. Jiraiya finished for him. He wants to assassinate you. Karen nodded, which made Hiruzen sigh. I had a feeling it would come to this. He tipped his hat as old memories and regrets came to him. Seeing the image of the young boy so full of promise and potential, who turned into a monster he should have ended if not for the love carried for his apprentice. His eyes turned to the young girl before him. And you are a recon scout of Otogekure. Turning to the ANBU beside her, she showed Iguru her pocket. Wanted to show no hostile intent. Upon looking, he gave her a nod for which Karen pulled out a metal headband with Otogekure's symbol. Young lady, you realize this places you in a very complicated situation. You have admitted working for a renowned traitor to this village who wishes for my death. A grave nod came from the glasses wearing kunoichi. I know. But if there was any chance in showing I mean no harm to the village and wish to join, I had to be honest about my former employment. Why the hell would you work for a bastard like that? Naruto exclaimed. It was all I had. Karen sighed. My dad died when I was little, and my mother just a few years after. I was alone, lost. Orochimaru found me and gave me a purpose, a place to belong. Where I was valued, the bastard had emotionally manipulated her. Kushina thought bitterly, a sentiment shared by the others. He found a scared and lonely little girl and preyed upon her insecurities and fears so he could better use her for his own machinations. How many orphans had he turned to his side like that? How many people was he willing to use and sacrifice for his own ambitions? And just how many of those poor, directionless youths had he horribly experimented upon, all for his sick quest for knowledge and power? And here was this girl who wanted out. You saw him for what he really is, Jiraiya said. It wasn't a question. She nodded. I did, I just couldn't take it anymore. Not after all I saw, the things he did and what I helped him do. The Hokage tipped his hat as he closed his eyes in thought. And why our village? Why not just go off the radar entirely? Because I know what he's capable of. I fear he might find me anyway. I'm sure it won't be long before he knows I'm no longer obeying his commands. She fidgeted nervously. And considering this village's history, I thought you might be more lenient with someone of my heritage. Okay, that made everyone lift a brow. Your heritage? Hiruzen shifted his head. Karen glanced over to Naruto and Kushina before she took a deep breath. My full name is Karen Uzumaki. Everyone could have heard a pin dropping in the room with the silence that followed. Both mother and son gawked while village leader and Toad Sage were not faring any better. Even Iguru by his body language looked surprised. It was Kushina who shook it quickly before glaring. Young lady, her voice etched with emotion. If you are lying, I swear to you, you will regret it. Who are your parents? Hisao and Karika Uzumaki, Karen said quickly as she shrunk under the older redhead's gaze. Kushina froze. Karika-chan. Her voice almost a whisper. However, Hiruzen, upon gaining his composure, was unreadable. We will need to take a blood test to prove this claim. Use my blood, Kushina spoke quickly. Karika was a first cousin of mine. If what she says is true, the test will show a familial match with me. Iguru. One word was all the Hokage needed for the ANBU to understand his intentions. The ANBU nodded and disappeared. When he returned, he had a pair of needles, ready to extract their blood. All they had to do now was wait. Karen couldn't shake off the feeling of uneasy as all eyes continued looking at her in contemplation and suspicion. 20 minutes later, after what felt like eternity, Iguru came back to the office handing the Hokage the scroll. Hiruzen must have read the results at least 3 times to make sure he wasn't seeing things. He turned to Kushina and Naruto with an unreadable expression. The results came positive. There is a familial match. She truly is an Uzumaki. Both mother and son had their breath hitch in their throats while Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock. They turned to the young girl in the room who cowered under their gazes. She had known these 2 people in front of her were her kin, though it had been quite a shock to hear she was so closely related to the Red Death Konoha, who wasn't as dead as everyone believed. But that wasn't the point right now. Karen was simply overwhelmed, unsure on what to do now. These were her relatives, her family. Gods, it has been so long since she last thought of anyone as her family. Even if the spectacled girl didn't know how to act at the moment, Kushina, on the other hand, knew just what to do. She approached Karen, who fidgeted nervously, before dropping to one knee and surrounded her with her arms in a tight embrace. Karen froze. She couldn't remember the last time someone actually hugged her. Nor could she stop the tears that soon fell from her eyes before returning Kushina's embrace. "Son of a bitch," Jiraiya muttered as he read the scroll himself. He blinked, looking up, seeing now Naruto was beside his mother hugging Karen as well, his own tears starting to fall. His gaze shifted to his sensei. "Well, old man, I shall her grant asylum. But if she wishes to join the shinobi corps, she will be under probation for at least 4 months. Hiruzen could not stop a smile that formed at the sight in his office. Kushina rubbed the top of Karen's head before glanced over to Hiruzen and Jiraiya. "She is staying with her family. Orochimaru will never get near her again." The morning hustle was in full swing as people and businesses went about their day. Well, that would be the case if everyone had not frozen in place as they saw a ghost of a living legend was strolling through the village. Kushina ignored the shocked stares as she, Naruto, Karen, and Jiraiya made their way to the blonde's apartment. Said blonde only looked wide-eyed as he walked, seeing civilian and shinobi alike staring at his mother in absolute disbelief. "I think people noticed you're back, Mom. Oh, I wish they wouldn't stare at me so much," Kushina whispered, cringing as she did her best to ignore the looks she was receiving. "It's so unnerving, right?" Naruto, more or less an expert on the subject, droned dispassionately. Kushina immediately regretted her words and wished she could eat them. "It's okay, girl," Jiraiya assured her. "Give it some time. They'll get used to it." "I hope so." One of the ninja they there about to pass by gawked at her. "Kei Kushina Dano," he muttered in disbelief. "You're alive, How?" Classified, Kushina replied with such ease that it clashed with her previous mood, almost as if those words were second nature to her. Surprisingly for Naruto, that seemed to ease the ninja's surprise a lot. "Understood. Good to have you back," and went about his business. Naruto's gaze followed the ninja until his neck couldn't turn anymore. Okay, that was weird. He went from getting the shock of his life to having 0 questions. "Ninja life, kid," Jiraiya wisely said. "Not the weirdest thing it can happen. Everyone will most likely believe she was on secret assignments all these years. Black Ops is very hush-hush for a reason. You learn not to ask questions." Walking beside her blonde cousin, Karen, who no longer wore a Kusa headband, spoke up. "So where are we going?" "We're heading to Gaki's apartment and grabbing all his stuff," Jiraiya answered, now having both young teens look towards him. Kushina gave a smile. "We're going to take you to your real home." The blonde's eyes went wide. "Wadash! It was the old man's plan to give you your parents' house when we explained your heritage when you were ready. But since Red here is back, no point now." Jiraiya crossed his arms. "And can finally get those ANBU new mission assignments." He noticed the odd look from his part-time student. "Come on, brat. You'd think we wouldn't have you watched over?" Wait. It had begun to dawn on him. "You're telling me the people in my apartment block are all ANBU? Well, not all of them. We only have so many ANBU. A fair number of them are, though. Others are Jounin, Chunin, even some retired ninja live there." He snorted at Naruto's incredulous look. "Seriously, kid, you're a valuable target. We sure wouldn't have let you live on your own without making sure you were well protected." "So nearly all of them dash?" "Yup. The lady with the dogs? Inazuka Sensor. The old lady that pressed flowers? Retired medic, specialist on herbal medicine. The weird antisocial guy? Aburame." Nuff said. "The stoner at the top floor." "Nano, that was just a stoner on the top floor. Honestly, nobody knew where the hell that guy came from. He just showed up and started living on the top of the damn building. But it was shown he was harmless and really good at making cannabis." As Kakashi worked through some reports on his team and the prelims and coming third exam, he let out a loud sneeze. Kushina couldn't shake off the feeling of unease she got from looking at her house. Though part of her felt like she had last seen her just a couple of days ago, the other part of her knew it had been 12 years. She thought it'd look more run down, abandoned, but Jiraiya had assured her Hiruzen had the house routinely checked over and maintained, so one day Naruto would properly inherit it. The same 2 stories block with a tower connected right next to it. It was modest on its own right. Neither Minato nor herself had ever cared owning a fancy estate. Minato and her together had made this place a home. To think he was no longer here, sharing this life with her and their son. It sent a stab of pain through her heart. She didn't want to step into the house, didn't want to enter and be greeted with silence instead of her husband's kind voice. Gods, she hadn't even visited his grave yet, and she was terrified of doing so, but she had to do this right now. Face her fears to show her son this was the home he was meant to live in all this time. The blonde and younger redhead looked wide-eyed at the place. This is home. It was more of a statement than a question as Naruto whispered. His mother gave him a soft smile before they walked up the wooden stairs to the door. Kushina's hand shook as it held the key. She took a long, deep breath while Jiraiya could see so many emotions coming from the Yuzu woman. She inserted the key. Upon opening the door, she looked to her son and Karen. You guys first. Naruto stiffened for a moment before he took a step through the threshold. The interior was rather quite modest and simple. Karen had to admit, this was not what she was expecting of a house that belonged to the Yondaime Hokage and Red Death. The furnishings were kept homey and well cleaned. She did not see one speck of dust anywhere, truth be told. As the two teens wandered around inside, just outside, Kushina held her chest with her hand. Her heart wouldn't stop racing. Seeing her turmoil, Jiraiya placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Hey, if you're not feeling ready yet, you don't have to stay here. We'll just get you and Naruto another place. She shook her head after taking a deep breath. No, I need to do this. He looked at her in concern. You haven't even properly grieved yet, girl. She had been thrown from the day of her son's birth, her husband's death, 12 years into the future without her having even had enough time to process it and come to terms with it. One would forgive Jiraiya if he thought Kushina clearly wasn't okay. Well, I guess this is how I start. She steeled herself and walked inside the house. The entrance, the living room, the kitchen, and the rest of the rooms she couldn't see at the moment, they all brought too many memories. Memories that should remind her of happier times were now tinged with heartache and sorrow, for they reminded her of what she had lost. The man who loved her, the life they could have had with their son. She took a deep breath and continued on, hearing her son's voice coming from the kitchen as he inspected it, clearly impressed with its setup. Kushina prided herself on keeping a fully stocked kitchen, with all the tools she required to make the many meals Minato enjoyed. She would cook them now for him, as she was always meant to do. And Karen, gods, the girl had just suddenly appeared in their lives without leaving her a single moment of rest to process everything that happened to her. But she was Karika's daughter. She had fond childhood memories of her mother from Uzumaki. To know that her parents were gone, and that she had been in Orochimaru's service, even with her grief while she tried to piece her life back together, Kushina simply could not refuse giving the girl a home. She was family after all, so Kushina pushed down her grief. Right now she needed to be a mother. Her composure nearly shattered upon seeing a picture in the hallway of her and Minato celebrating when he was named as the old man's successor. A choked breath escaped her lips, so she brought up a hand to cover her mouth and stop it from becoming a full cry. Even the image of him made her heart throb painfully. Jiraiya grimaced, though thankful that Naruto and Karen went downstairs as they discovered the old training room Minato and Kushina made. He said nothing as he guided the redhead to the couch in the living room. Her body shook with her hands over her face. The old toad sage knelt in front of her. This is going too fast for you. You need to stop and let yourself adjust. His voice quiet so not to get the kid's attention. If I stop, she lowered her hands with fresh tears that gleamed around her eyes. I don't think I'd be able to get back up. Her voice hoarse in a partial whisper. Everything feels so wrong. Like I was flung into some parallel world where my husband is dead, Michan is gone, and my son spent 12 years alone to fend for himself. What the hell am I supposed to do? Jiraiya honestly thought of himself a poor teacher. Regardless of his boasts, he didn't think much of himself after a lifetime of failures. Who was he to actually help guide this woman when she clearly needed help? He who couldn't even save a friend from himself or protect his student. But seeing the pain on Kushina's face, the woman who had gone through so much already, tear-stained and lost, reminded him that a poor teacher or not, he was still a teacher. It was his duty to offer guide, especially to the people who he thought of as family. Endure, he said strongly, placing a comforting hand over hers. You know far too well this life will consume you up if you let it. So all I can tell you is that you need to endure, be a mother for your son, And stay strong because for all that this cruel world has done to you, never doubt for a moment that it will stop. So you need to endure. Her eyes, angry and mournful, glared at him. Hasn't this world taken enough from me already? My home, my clan, and now my husband and my friends, You can stay here and wallow about how unfair everything is, knowing it's pointless because doing so won't change anything that happened. Or you can show your famed Uzumaki spunk that makes the universe give up in exasperation, he grinned. That's the Kushina I know, the Kushina everyone loves, and the Kushina who can still have a life with her son. Kushina, why do we fall? She heard Tsukiko-bachan's voice in her mind. She still had no answer, but the redhead closed her eyes before she gazed down to her hands. Her breathing became steady. The old lessons of Bachan echoed in her mind. She soon rubbed her eyes as she looked up to Jiraiya. Thanks, this place is awesome, Databeo. Naruto cheered as he ran up the stairs with Karen, who shared his enthusiasm more quietly but still smiled. Striding to the living room, he saw his mom on the couch who smiled at him while Jiraiya stood with a grin. Glad you like it. Now this is long overdue. Welcome home, Sochi. Naruto had slept peacefully that night in the guest room. His original room was still a baby's room. Yeah, that was something in the process of being fixed. While Karen had spent the night on the couch, he guessed once his room was ready, the guest room would be hers. Having a home with a family was weird, but weird good. Speaking of said family, he had spent all breakfast bombarding Karen with questions. A task his mother joined in while she made breakfast. It was one of the best meals he ever had, which made him very eager for the next if his mother was cooking it. Where she was born, how was her childhood, her likes, her dislikes, the spectacle-wearing girl took it all in stride. For the first 5 minutes. Afterwards, she started looking panicked, he guessed. She started making weird faces when the questions just wouldn't stop, muttering to her, "This is my life now." She must have been overwhelmed in joy by the idea that she had a family now. Of course, part of the deal with Karen's probation was that wouldn't be let out of his mother's sight. Former agent or not, working for Orochimaru was a very grave matter after all. Not that Naruto believed there weren't ANBU watching them hiding somewhere, so that meant Karen followed them everywhere, which honestly he was fine with, all the more time to get to know his cousin. And boy was it odd saying he had a cousin. Like right now, Karen was standing awkwardly to the side while his team gathered in their usual training ground, joined by Jiraiya and his mother for something special. So what exactly did you need all of us for? Sasuke feinted annoyance while being genuinely curious while he glanced at Karen. The rest of Team 7 had been filled in on the presence of now a third Uzumaki in the village, while her former affiliations with a certain snake made him wary. But the open honesty from the glasses-wearing girl chose to give her the benefit of the doubt, if nothing else. The Uchiha felt glad for the blonde, but a part of him was more jealous than anything. Here Naruto now had his mother, a family, while he still had to return to that empty place in the clan grounds, but jealousy as unbefitting of his pride as an Uchiha, so he would push it aside. Sakura wasted no time in talking to Karen, and the girls soon found out they had plenty in common. Reading, studying techniques, they were of the same intellectual mindset, so they quickly hit it off. The pinkhead on her part was also very curious about what the Sannin and the elder Uzumaki had planned, while Kakashi had figured out what was going on. And things definitely would not be boring after this. So he remained quiet, smirked under his mask, waiting to see the kids' faces. Wish I brought my camera for this. Well, Kushina said sweetly, wearing her old ANBU pants and sleeveless shirt, smirked. While yes, this is something for Naruto and Karen, I wanted everyone here because this will be something you might gain yourselves down the line. A summoning that immediately got a reaction. Summonings were indeed a very valuable asset to a ninja, but not everyone could say they had one signed. A contract with an animal clan was a difficult affair. Some clans were little more than mercenaries, and you could be whisked away in a moment's notice, much like one did when summoning a creature to fight for you or assist you in such a manner. You repaid their services in kind if that were the case. Others were content with money, other valuables, or even favors. Then there were those contracts built on familiarity, either passed down by a family or forged with trust by the user. Those were more intimate, based on friendship and camaraderie. You have a summoning contract? Naruto asked, excited. Kakashi rolled his eye and snorted. The kids had no idea. Boy, do I. Kushina beamed before curiously looking at Jiraiya. Wait, have you had him sign the Toad contract yet? Haven't had the time. Figured you could first do a demonstration. I do know they will be happy to see you again. A somber smile formed on the older Uzumaki. Soon before she turned 3 shades white. Genryu is probably really pissed right now. You think? Kakashi and Jiraiya drawled. They likely noticed your chakra signature become active again on their end. I'm surprised they haven't reverse summoned you yet, Kushina-sama. Kakashi spoke with interest. Kushina squinted. If I know that old grouch, he wants me to summon him, so he can yell at me personally. She shivered, recounting the times she got her summoning angry. A thought came to her as she tuned to Sasuke. Do you have your mother's tiger contract? Tiger contract? The Uchiha lifted a brow. My mother had her own summoning? First I ever heard of it. Well, I'm not surprised you weren't told. I mean, yeesh, the Uchiha weren't happy with that particular situation. They weren't. That was strange. What was so bad about his mother having a contract? Oh ho boy, no. It was quite the drama back in the day. Has to do with Makoto's grandfather or something having the contract. But he wasn't from the clan and only his descendants could sign it and nobody else. And the clan wasn't too happy about it, of course, and dash. Upon seeing the bewildered expression on his face, she stopped her rant. Oh wow. You really had no idea, didn't you? None whatsoever. He had been fairly certain his mother was completely pure-blooded Uchiha like his father. Why didn't anyone say anything? Oh, your elders probably didn't like to admit their strongest member wasn't fully born from the clan. They were assholes like that caused Sasuke to frown darkly. That's my clan you're insulting. I'm insulting the people in charge at the time. You probably were too young to understand. But the elders who lead your clan, Sasuke? They were horrible people. She clicked her teeth as her expression hardened. Michan deserved better than following their orders all her life. She then realized the very uncomfortable and awkward looks she was receiving, particularly the one coming from Makoto's youngest. One look at Jiraiya's disapproving glare told her, not the time. She had gotten a bit off track again, hadn't she? Coughing into her hand, she tried to get back on topic. I'll help you look for the contract later. Anyway, how about you guys meet my clan's partners? Karen adjusted her glasses. Welcome to subject change and just as curious. I know Hataki-san has the dog summoning from profiles while Jiraiya-sama obviously has the toads given his title. But not even Mom told me about our clan's summoning. Well, showing was better than talking, and Kushina soon bit her thumb before going into several hand seals and slamming her hand to the ground. A seal soon spread from her palm outwards. Kuchios no Jutsu, a massive plume of smoke engulfed the entire training ground, catching the kids off guard. They soon froze upon hearing a loud and deep bestial growl. As the smoke faded, they all looked up and up. Its body was serpentine, silver scales shone in the morning sun. Having legs and arms with 4 like claws on each limb, a snout lizard-like head with razor-sharp teeth in its maw, antlers the top of its head with long white mane. It let out a roar so powerful they all had to cover their ears and felt the very ground beneath them shook. Kushina Uzumaki, a dragon. Oh great gods in heaven, it was a dragon. The dragon clans were a rare sight in the elemental nations. Seldom did they interact at all with humans. They preferred to stay away from their politics and power plays. There were many stories about the great serpents, rumors about how they would only speak with those of their choosing. The one great exception being a clan that lived at sea as the stories went. And that clan just happened to be. They back away in fright as the dragon lowered its head until it was face to face with Kushina, who kept widely smiling despite his clear anger. Where in blazes have you been? The silver-scaled beast roared. We thought we buried you that day, that the contract line had come to an end. But then we find the signature of your chakra in the scroll active, meaning you were alive all this time. Kushina cheerfully waved at him. Hey Genryu, sorry I made you guys worry. TCH? A trail of irritation filled sweat traveled down his brow, clearly taken aback by her nonchalant attitude towards the whole matter. Taking a deep breath, which made nearby grass flutter forward to his nostrils, the dragon calmed himself down and exhaled. You have 5 minutes to explain yourself, or I swear on my ancestors you will regret it. Well, it took longer than 5 minutes, but Kushina had the great dragon's complete attention. Genryu let out a throaty growl. A dangerous gamble using an untested seal. But it worked. I'm still here. Kushina spoke with resolution before she turned to her son and Karen. And have my son and a niece to raise. Genryu focused his eyes to Naruto and Karen, who froze. I bid you greetings, hatchlings. I am Genryu, chief of the Dragon Clan. He looked closer to Naruto. You look more Namikaze than Uzumaki. That good or bad? A rumble from the great dragon's throat. It makes you unique. And that is never a bad thing, hatchling. The youths let their eyes wander over the mighty creature that projected an aura of awe and majesty. Their instincts told them this was an old being, powerful and wise. They had only seen the likeness of his kind depicted in paintings, storybooks, and more than a few toys. To be in the presence of one of the reclusive dragons was a dream many children had. In contrast with their astonished expressions, Kakashi and Jiraiya acted very casual regarding the whole "there is a dragon here" thing. Yo, Genryu-sama. Kakashi lifted a hand in greeting. Long time no see, Jiraiya added with a smile. Ah, Hatake. Toad Sage. Indeed. I have not seen you in some time. The dragon greeted back with a nod of its large head. Karen let out an explosive breath. Wow, I heard the stories, but I didn't believe them, yet it brought even more questions. But if Uzushio had you all along, how did it fall in the first place? Genryu's gaze darkened, and Karen felt she had said something she shouldn't. The battle waged all those years was against more than just men, the dragon chief replied, his voice laced with anger. A very old type of anger, one that bordered in hate even. But that is a tale for another time, and I would rather not stain this moment with painful memories. Now is a day of celebration. Kushina yet lives, and so does the main branch of the Uzumaki clan. Meaning that the dragon contract can continue its honored tradition. On instinct, Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. I'm new to being a part of an actual clan, but I hope to be a good summoner. Absently, Sakura rubbed her friend's back with a reassuring smile. Genryu lifted a brow at that and glanced to Kushina, who waved it off. He turned his attention to Karen, who stood a bit straighter, and spoke. I'd be honored to follow in the footsteps of the Uzumaki of Legends, Genryu-sama. Giving a nod, the silver dragon lowered his right hand as a blue scroll being the same size as the one Jiraiya carried puffed into existence. Kushina soon took it and unfurled it. The kids leaned in and blinked at the contents. Only your name is on here, Mom. The older redhead gave a mournful nod. When Yuzu was destroyed, so was the summoning scroll, along with all the names of those who had signed the contract. So a new one had to be made, this 1 inch, and for it to have only her name, it meant the dragons had not found another Uzumaki ever since. That was a depressing thought. Kushina shook off the sadness before smiling. Well, go ahead, you two. Bite you thumbs and sign your names beside mine. Both Karen and Naruto felt a rush of excitement as they bit down on their finger and wrote their names. Genryu himself grinned. It felt good seeing names back on the summoning scroll once again. What are the hand seals? Karen asked as she finished first. Kakashi stepped in, explaining the correct signs, which both Sakura and Sasuke watched carefully. Give it a try, hatchlings. Genryu's own enthusiasm shone through along with Kushina's as she bounced on the balls of her feet. Naruto and Karen performed the hand seals. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, both shout together, Kuchios no Jutsu, and slammed their hands on the ground. Naruto was hyped beyond belief. They actually had a contract with dragons. Freaking dragons. Oh, he just couldn't wipe the smile on his face as the smoke cleared, revealing Dash. Oh, this isn't my house. 2 little grass, snake-sized critters. Alright, perhaps he got a bit too hyped there. Maybe he should have applied more chakra. Karen didn't share his disappointment, though she was staring fascinated at the small blue-scaled dragon she had summoned. Naruto took a good look at his own summon, the one who had voiced his confusion. He was red, which was kinda cool actually, a very nice shade. Am I to be a companion? The blue one said, staring with reverence at Karen. It must mean the scroll has been signed. It is an honor, my lady. Naruto thought it was a he. Bowed his head. I am Yasu, and I am your partner from now on. Well, that was a respectful little fellow. His own summon, on the other hand, still looked very lost. Its little eyes looked everywhere, settling on the great silver dragon above them. "Oh, hi, great chief!" He waved with his little hand. "Ah, Hien and Yasu. I remember you." The great dragon nodded. "They are young, but they will grow alongside you." Hien turned back to the blonde who summoned him, bowing. "Greetings. I am Hien." He took a long look at Naruto. "Are you Uzumaki?" "Apologizes for being rude, but I was told Uzumakis were all redheads." The blonde slumped forward. Well, he was polite if nothing else. Jiraiya cleared his throat. "All right, now my turn. I have another summoning for Naruto which belongs to me and your father Minato." Genryu chuckled in reminiscence. "I have not seen the toads in ages. How is that surly old Gamabunta doing?" "Still the same surly old bastard you remember," the Gamasanin drawled as he took off the scroll from his back and unfurled it. He glanced to the rest of the kids. "Sorry, but this one is just for the brat." Sakura waved it off. "I'm fine. Still have to train myself before thinking of summoning, I think. I'm going to look for my mother's tiger summoning scroll when I get home," Sasuke simply stated as he watched Hien and Yasu. Hien looked curiously as he floated on Naruto's shoulder. The blonde glanced to him. "You okay with that?" The little red dragon gave a nod. It would be an experience meeting the toads. With that, Naruto looked at the names on the scroll. Who the hell's Erasure? Why wasn't his father's name there? He should have been the last person to sign it, right? Then his mother started to laugh. Like a lot. She had to hold her stomach while tears appeared at the edge of her eyes, threatening to spill. Her knees buckled as she struggled not to fall and roll around on the ground. "Okay." Jiraiya face-faulted. "Can't believe I forgot about that," he sighed. "That's your father's signature." "Say wa." Kakashi chuckled. "That is indeed your father's name, Naruto." "It says Erasure," Sakura drawled, squinting. "Look at the kanji properly. It's actually Minato." It took them a second to process that. "He was a seal master," Sasuke said incredulously. "How could his calligraphy have been so horribly? His own name is nearly unrecognizable." In Minato's defense, Jiraiya spoke on behalf of his student. He was really drunk at the time. Now did Kushina fall to the ground laughing. Sweat-dropping, Naruto shook his head as he signed his name beside his father's on the toad summoning scroll. And soon going through the hand seals, he slammed his hand to the ground. Kuchios no Jutsu. In a puff of smoke, a small orange toad with purple markings around his eyes, mouth and stomach appeared, wearing a blue jacket. "Huh!" The toad blinked as he looked around. "Where the heck am I?" He turned, seeing a blonde human who knelt down at him with a floating red dragon. "You summoned me?" Naruto grinned. "Yup, Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to meet ya. This is Hien." He thumbed to Red Dragon. "Hello, Gamakichi, huh?" Jiraiya spoke as he rubbed his chin. "That's the Toad Chief, Gamabunta's eldest son." "Oh great, the pervert's here. Pop's gonna love this," the toad drawled unenthusiastically. "Well, I can see you got your father's attitude." "Oh, ignore the old man," Naruto waved it off, following his own advice by ignoring indignant cry of "Hey, we're gonna be partners from now on." "Are really?" Gamakichi didn't sound so sure. "Look, I'm flattered, but I don't really know a lot about fighting." "Hey, not a problem. The three of us can grow strong together," Naruto said, ever the optimist, before turning to his dragon partner. "Right, Hien?" the dragon asked. "How does one fight?" Naruto and Sakura face-faulted at that, much to the amusement of the adults present. Sasuke deadpanned. "Fantastic. Now, the great dragon spoke with his booming voice. "We all started young. What's important is that you all grow strong together." Whoa! The small toad had pretty much fallen on the palms of his paws, thrown back by sheer shock at the sight of the great dragon. Why, you're Chief Genryu of the Eastern Sea Clan." "Greetings, young tadpole. Tell your father I'm still waiting for those 7 bottles of sake. He owes me from losing to Shogi." Everyone face-faulted save Kushina, who just laughed. Well, today had been an interesting day to say the least. Back home, as night settled in, Naruto could say he was both still excited and worn out. He had gained 2 summoning contracts, along with befriending his personal summonings Hien and Gamakichi. They were different, almost like night and day, with Hien being so formal and Gamakichi being a smartass. After having one of the best home-cooked meals ever, everyone de-iced to head for bed. Now that the blonde's room now had been properly refurnished with a bed instead of crib, he could sleep there. Still felt like some weird dream. He turned on the light to his room. Was about the same size of his old bedroom in his apartment. But it just felt different. He couldn't explain it. Was this what kids felt like, having parents and being in their own home? Naruto was still adjusting to the fact he wasn't an orphan anymore. He walked over to the dresser by his bed, looking at all the pictures of his friends, till he noticed something sticking out from the top dresser drawer. Opening it, his eyes shot open, seeing an envelope with his name, and another below it, "Your father." Time froze. He could feel his heart pounding. "Dad. When did he?" Almost cautiously, he took the letter and sat down on the bed. His hand shook as he opened the envelope, taking out a piece of folded paper. Unfolding it, he saw his name again. To Naruto. "Hey kiddo, in about 1 month you're going to be born. I can still remember your mother telling me she was pregnant like it was just yesterday." He could almost feel the joy with which his father had written those words. "I'll admit I'm terrified. Out of all the things I've done, being a father is completely new territory to me. Mine didn't live to see me become the man I am today, so I don't have a lot of experience in that field." Some things just repeated themselves, it seemed. Naruto thought grimly before resuming his reading with rapt attention. "But I know this life isn't easy. This is why I'm writing this, in case anything happens to me. Hopefully you'll have your mom there. Be patient with her, kiddo. Uzumaki are a rowdy bunch. But, considering you're half Uzumaki, I find myself doubting your ability to be patient." Well, he wasn't wrong in that regard. The blonde thought with humor. "If you're reading this, then it means my fears have become reality. And I won't be there to hold you, teach you, guide you along whatever path you choose. For that I am sorry. First thing a parent needs to do is to be there, and I already failed in that regard." Naruto felt his eyes watering. No, it wasn't his fault. "So, I want you to know these things. This world isn't kind. It will try to bring you down every chance it gets. But yours is the choice to either bow in defeat or stand on your feet and make it back down. And I know you'll have the strength to make these lands a better place. You're my son after all." His father trusted in him so much. "Take care of your mom. She already went through so much and she deserves to be happy. In her I always saw a spirit and strength that dwarfed my own or anyone I've ever known. Really, I can't think of anyone who loves life more than her. She always knew what to say, never won an argument against her." Even through the tears falling down his eyes, he couldn't help but smile. "You too carry the legacy of a proud nation and a great clan. Remember, you are a child of both the Uzumaki and the Namikaze, so you can be as gentle or ferocious as the waves, yet free as the wind. That potential to be your own person is yours alone, and nobody can take that from you. To be his own person, someone who shaped his own destiny. That's what his father wanted for him. But above all, I want you to be happy. And know that no matter what happens, I'll always be with you. I love you. Your father, Minato Namikaze." The blonde's body shook as his tears grew in earnest. All his dad ever wanted was for him to be happy and shape his own future. He had heard that from Kakashi, Hiruzen, Jiraiya, even his own mother. But now, looking at this paper that was written by his father, he knew now his father truly meant it. Whatever lingering anger he had for his father faded in an instant upon reading that letter. "Dad." His was hoarse as the tears flowed. Restless was what Kushina could sum her feelings right now. So here she was strolling silently through the hallway before stopping at the guest room, smiling seeing Karen soundlessly sleeping. To think she'd run into Kirika-chan's kid. She felt a small pang in her chest knowing she'd never see her cousin again. She shook her head, no sense in being wishy-washy. She turned and kept moving through her home and came to notice Naruto's room light was on. Nearing the door, she found her son fast asleep on his bed. Though not dressed for the night, poor thing must have crashed the moment he came in. Walking in and about to cover her son with his blanket, she noticed a paper in his hand. Curiosity got the best of her and deftly took it without disturbing her son. Unfolding it, she froze as she saw the handwriting. Minato wrote this. Her surprise soon turned somber as tears threatened to come from her eyes. Of course he planned ahead, he always did. She choked down a sob as she noticed there was a message for her hidden in the letter. Something she had taught him how to do when they were genin. His message was simple, but just as heartfelt as his words to their son. Be happy. How? Just how? How could she deal with all this? Minato was gone, Makoto was gone, and she took a shuddering deep breath, fighting back the sudden wave of negativity surging within her. No, she couldn't wallow in pity. That wasn't her. Kushina placed the covers over her son and turned off the lights, carefully placing the note on his nightstand, and returned to her room. She looked at the bed meant for 2 people. It just felt so empty. She couldn't, or rather didn't want to, sleep on that bed. Not yet. Kushina walked over the window to open it. She needed some air to cool her head. How am I going to do this without you, Minato? She thought mournfully. I'd give anything for you to be here right now, for Michan to be here, for Mom to actually come to her senses and come back. I need someone to help me. Anyone. Hey, Jiraiya's voice came from the roof, and she saw him sitting there with a bottle of sake at his side. The pale moonlight showed his slightly pink cheeks from the alcohol. Want a drink? Kushina did not question why he was on her roof drinking. She merely sat next to him and joined him. Drinking with someone was much better than drinking alone. Jiraiya placed his arm around her. It's all gonna be okay, child. And for a moment, Kushina believed him. The pervert was always there for her. You're the closest thing I have to a father in my life. You know that? Jiraiya softly smiled. That's sad. TCH. Tell me about it. Their cups clinked against each other in toast and remembrance for the man who meant so much to both of them, to the people they lost, and for the strength to soldier on. They were ninja, that's what they did best after all. Chapter 24. Past moments remembered and training begins. Naruto as a principal hated hospitals. Sure, it was a place where people went to get healed, but the mere thought of having to stay in a room, doing nothing but to lay in a bed, eating horrible food, just waiting until he got better was enough to drive him mad. But there was someone he wanted to check up on. So he endured, walking down its white halls as he reached his destination. Naruto, being Naruto, did not bother knocking on the door and just opened it with a shove, bearing a beaming smile as to cheer up the person occupying the room. Had a nurse or doctor been nearby, they would have given him a long-winded talk too about proper etiquette when in a hospital. What's up, Hinata? He always thought it was best to be as cheerful and energetic as possible when trying to cheer up someone up. The purple-haired girl let out a frightened yelp and nearly fell off her bed. At her reaction, the blonde winced. Damn, sorry. Didn't mean to scare ya. NN Naruto-kun? Once righting herself on the bed, the Hyuga heiress felt her heart rate skyrocketing as shock etched on her face. Normally, it was her sensei or teammates, her sister, of some members of the Hyuga that had visited her since after she regained consciousness. But the last person she ever expected to visit her was the blonde she admired from afar. A blush dusted her cheeks as she shook her head. And no, it's fine. The poor thing stammered shyly. Why are you here? At that, the young Uzumaki scratched his head. Well, after what happened with Neji team, I wanted to check on you. He went after you so bad, even though you're cousins. Pearly eyes became downcast, her mind recalling everything perfectly in the prelims against Neji. How he went after her with every intention to cause harm if not possibly kill her. She knew his reasons, however it wasn't something she could or would openly share. It turned out she did not have to keep them hidden, as Naruto soon made that known. I heard what happened. To his dad, he muttered awkwardly, not knowing how to properly address the issue. Hinata merely tightened her grasp on her bed sheets. I can get how he's angry at Kumo, he continued. Back in the forest, were it not that Orochimaru creep was still out there, I don't think I could have convinced him to not pick a fight with Kumo. The way he looked at them, it was hate, pure hate. Neji wanted nothing more than to see them die, but circumstances robbed him of that chance. So, he took out that murderous anger on his sweet little cousin who couldn't even harm a fly, which made absolutely no sense to Naruto. You were just a kid, he said, shaking his head slightly. Why does he hate you so much too? Hinata gazed her, the sadness in her eyes evident. And maybe he hates what I represent. He sees me and sees the Hyuga clan entirely. The worst parts of it, to the ones that chain the branch family. Okay, that is really stupid. Naruto did not mince his words. Has he actually spoken to you at all? I mean, I really don't think you're anything like your clan elders. It doesn't matter, she shook her head. I am from the main family, and what happened with Uncle Hisashi, she sighed. Maybe it was my fault. For being too weak. Was this girl for real? Here she was in the hospital because her cousin was insane enough to nearly kill her out of spite for something that had been beyond her control. And now she was saying it was all her fault when Kumo was to blame? Oh, for the love of… Oh, hell no. Her pearly eyes turned to him in surprise. Huh. She soon blushed when Naruto approached her bed, resting his hands on it and getting too close for her comfort. I ain't gonna let you take blame for any of this crap, Naruto said strongly. Kumo are assholes, your elders are assholes, and Neji is being an asshole. You have nothing to take the blame for. You have every right to be angry at them, at Neji. And no, the mere thought of being angry at Neji was simply impossible for her. Of course not, I love Neji. It honestly took Naruto aback that she spoke those words so earnestly and honestly. Most people would harbor any kind of resentment considering what other people did to her. Naruto would go as far as to say she did not harbor any ill will towards Kumo at all. He briefly looked at her head to see if there was no halo there. 'Cause for God's sake this girl was a freaking angel. Yeesh, what did such a nice little thing like Hinata ever do to deserve all the bullshit people put her through? Naruto could say he was a forgiving person in his own right, but he had a limit. Hinata did not have one apparently. She was a very rare type of person, and that wasn't a bad thing in truth. But sadly her demeanor caused others to walk all over her. The blonde could only look at the girl as he shook his head. You're one hell of good person. Hinata blushed at the compliment. Wish I spoke to you sooner. At that the lavender-haired girl lifted a brow. We have talked before. Seeing his bewildered expression made her smile sadly. You forgot. When did we? Naruto blinked several times. He was damn sure this was first time they spoke to each other properly. In the academy aside from a passing word or something they've never had a long conversation before. He was sure of it. When we were younger, I ran away from the compound and bumped into some boys. They bullied me until you showed up. You got beaten up, but you defended me without a second thought. Naruto only looked on wide-eyed. And then another time it was around winter. The more spoke, the more Naruto felt like, well, now he was the asshole. That's where his old scarf came from? Oh. Good gods, he was a moron. How could he have forgotten? Then again his memory wasn't the best at times, and his focus had the tendency to drift away as well. It always brought him trouble in the academy, but now with what Hinata told him, the fact that he forgot something like that worried him. It would become a real problem down the… No, focus. This was precisely the problem. He looked at the shy girl with apprehension. What could he possibly say? Even he realized he had hurt her a bit by not remembering that small bit of kindness she had given him those years ago. I'm sorry I forgot, it was not the best. But it was what he honestly felt. It's okay. She actually seemed to smile a bit. You were so brave. All the time smiling, even when the world wasn't kind to you. He could only stare at her, mouth slightly open. I admired that strength you showed. I still do. I wish I could be strong like you. Just hearing that made him look in awe at her. And for what she said made him rub the back of his neck. How about we start over? Hinata blinked. I can't really call myself a good person if I'm not there for someone who showed me so much kindness. She was about to object, but Naruto lifted his head. I know you're fine with it, but I'm not. So how about start as proper friends this time, okay? He extended his hand. Deal. Though her cheeks blushed profusely, she reached over taking his. It was warm. Deal. Her steps were almost entrance-like as Kushina journeyed through the now empty section of the Uchiha grounds. She could remember the bustle of Uchiha who roamed all over this place, from child to elderly. The various shopkeepers whom greeted you with warm smiles and kindness, now there a silence so unbearable it might as well be deafening. The buildings were empty, bereft of the warmth and care provided by families. The great Uchiha clan, caught in a web of mistrust, ambition and betrayals, slain in a single night. Itachi forced through the impossible task of choosing between the greater good his loyalty to the village, and his loyalty to the clan and its ambitions. Her fist slowly tightened until her arm shook. She punched a wall so hard it produced a small series of spider web cracks around it. "Michan," she whispered, as though calling her name would fix everything. It did not. Makoto was still dead. The clan was nearly gone. Itachi was still a criminal in the eyes of the village when he had actually carried out the greatest sacrifice in its name. She took comfort in the memories she had left of her. She recalled when they were kids at the academy. Makoto was a broody thing who didn't talk much to anyone. Everyone else was very annoying to her back then, and she didn't like how that girl sulked all by herself. So she had decided to be her friend, even if it killed her. More than one time had Makoto told her to go away, which Kushina knew in Uzumaki tongue truly meant, "Yes, I'd love to hang out. Please keep pestering me more." And so she did. What a good friend she was. When they graduated, they were assigned to the same team. Tsukumo-sensei had been the best teacher ever in her mind, and no one could ever replace him. She had seen that shy little girl burst out of her shell to become a cheerful young woman, who always had a smile reserved for everyone important to her. She never let anything bring her down. Not their harsh life as ninjas, not the horrible battles they've partaken in, nor her arranged marriage to Fugaku. She had been down for a time. Fugaku really wouldn't have been what Kushina would have chosen for Makoto. Always so serious with no time for fun. He had been decent enough, that was the most she's ever complimented him. Not because he was a bad guy, she just disliked him on a senseless personal level. Strong and treated her friend well, but still to Kushina, Makoto had always deserved more. The future leader of the Uchiha clan needed heirs, and Makoto was their strongest kunoichi. It was only logical. How she hated that word sometimes. Now her dislike for the man was amplified to outright hatred. She despised Fugaku. His ambition and that of the elders caused all this. Makoto barely resisted them. They took her voice the moment she learnt she speak, tugged at the invisible strings and made her dance like their puppet. Because in their eyes, the best thing that ever came out of their clan was nothing more than a tool. Makoto deserved better. Kushina should have done something. She shouldn't have given up so easily, and maybe then, no. There was no purpose in lamenting it anymore. She had accepted it and move on. The past was the past, there was no changing it. A long sigh came from the redhead. As she turned the corner, she came to a stop at the sight of Sasuke nearing his house. The young Uchiha paused upon seeing her. Silence hung for several minutes till it became uncomfortable for both of them. "Hello," Kushina weakly muttered. "Why are you here?" It was more curiosity in the Uchiha's tone than anything at the sight of Naruto's mother, that was still getting used to that, who seemed to haul roamed through the empty Uchiha district. "Came to check on you." This was the honest truth, but also wanted to walk through here. "I remember when this place was so busy." She paused as she thought she might have talked too much. Sasuke blinked at her before showing some sense of reminiscing. Yeah. Something urged him to talk more, though he had no idea why. "Did you know any other Uchiha?" "Hazuki." Makoto's son lifted a brow. She had a daughter, Izumi. She was with my brother." A soft, bitter growl came from the boy. Oh, that angry demeanor was not good. "Want to know more about your mom?" That got his attention. "I didn't really tell everything about her when you met me in that hospital wing. Or after I got out. You were busy letting the village know you came back. The place hasn't stopped buzzing since. It's been less than a week and the village had been alive like never before. Plus you and Naruto and that Karen girl needed the family time. I'm glad on that part." Shock etched on the redhead's face. Well, there was more to the boy than brooding, at least. "Don't tell Naruto I said that." Kushina snorted at Sasuke's stern gaze. "Yup, you're Michan's boy, all right. Well, I promised some more stories about the badass that was your mom." At Sasuke's invitation, she entered the house. Really wasn't much. There were a few decorations, clan iconography, and such, but aside from that, it didn't have a homey feel to it. Sasuke lived by himself on a simple flat, choosing to stay away from his old family home for obvious reasons. Kushina huffed at sight. This place really needed a woman's touch, a mother's more specifically. Perhaps she could get Sasuke some plants at least. They always lightened up a place. "I was going to look through my mother's things," he said as they walked through the dining room. "I have them in a few boxes." He directed her towards a closet, from which he took out at least 3 boxes. But I never came across anything of the sort like a summoning contract. Humph. Your mother wouldn't leave something like that in the open, Kushina snorted. The contract was with her line alone. That's something your great-grandfather made clear. Sasuke momentarily stopped from browsing through the various items that belonged to his mother, from books to scrolls, to give the Uzumaki a puzzled look. What do you mean that? Oh, you were never told. Yeah, not surprised. There was anger creeping into her voice as her gaze hardened. Your elders wanted to forget the best kunoichi of the clan wasn't of pure blood like them. What? Now she had Sasuke's full attention. He noticed the hate in her voice but kept quiet on that. Well, your grandfather on your mother's side was not an Uchiha, while his old man was the sage of the Tiger Clan. Michan's mother met him. Oh, when was it? The spring festival in the village. The elders back then were upset about that too. But being the Tiger Sage was close to the village, and the village upheld the traditions when it came to sages. Kushina stopped before she sweat drops. I'm rambling. Sasuke's dry look told her much before she sighed. Short version. The Uchiha elders hate outsiders marrying into the family. Purity of the bloodline like some other clans believe. I know about that family marrying family. Usually cousins who are compatible to each other. Sasuke said, nearly quoting things he learned from text. Well, your clan took it a bit more. Kushina stated bluntly. She sighed. Look, Sasuke, I don't want to speak ill of the dead, but my own experiences with your clan elders, how they treated Uchiha who were not true Uchiha in their eyes, left a very bad impression to say the least. Hazuki was a great woman, and her daughter Izumi was simply a rare gem. Yet they still treated them like unwelcome guests because the man Hazuki fell in love with was not from the clan. Sasuke honestly couldn't say he remembered the elders all that well, or a lot of Uchiha who supported their policies. He had been very young at the time. And my mother? He needed to know if the clan actually treated her the same way. Kushina took a deep breath, sadness seeping through her voice. You know, when she was asked why she became a ninja, she always said, it was the clan tradition. When asked what her goals were, she said, to bring honor to my clan. Clan this, clan that, always the clan, always what the clan said. I don't think they ever allowed her to make a single decision about her own life. Our missions outside the village, far away from the Uchiha. I saw bits of the real Michan. It grew more when around her friends. But back home, she might as well been one of Suna's puppets. The redhead snarled with a huff. Her focus shifted back to the present upon hearing a low hiss. A gasp came from her lips at the sight of fingertip impressions so deep in Sasuke's hands they started to bleed. Her maternal instincts kicked in as she held his hands, inspecting his palms. Need to bandage to dash. Those bastards, Sasuke interrupted, seething. What the hell was my mother to them? The venom in his tone was livid. A long sigh came from the Uzumaki woman. Let's take care of these hands. Sasuke shook his head. I'll be fine. He soon froze from the stern glare from Kushina. Reminded him of his mom the few times she got angry. Young man, I will be helping you, am I clear? Sasuke on instinct gave a quick nod. Michan was like family to me, so that makes me responsible for you. I didn't ask you to be. The young Uchiha found it on himself to put boundaries on her attempts. Well, tough, she sternly replied. That's what I'm gonna do. There was an absolute finality to her voice, and Sasuke realized he could not make her leave him alone. Like it or not, this would not go away, so he resigned himself to his fate. She took his hand and looked at it. Here I thought that only happened to women. Guess you like to keep your nails long too, huh boy? The redhead smiled at him teasingly, but Sasuke refused to get on her level, so he ignored her jab. Humph, oh great. Another grumpy Uchiha head, her smile just grew. No room for humor in that thick head of yours? Then she did something that made Sasuke's heart beat furiously. She raised 2 fingers and aimed them at his forehead. He quickly grabbed them before they could touch his skin. The woman became paralyzed at his reaction, watching as he took in deep breaths to calm himself. Don't do that, he muttered, his voice heavy, and let her fingers go. Kushina slowly retracted her head. I'm sorry. She had done something wrong. She just knew it. This is how I used to tease your. and fell silent. Just Sasuke took one final deep breath. Don't do it again. The redhead's eyes were filled with shame and guilt. All right, go wash your hand. After some dressing Sasuke's hands, the two went over to the boxes that belonged to Mikoto. The two had been quiet for the most part, Kushina not wanting to say anything till he was comfortable. So, Mom's father, did you know him? The young Uchiha asked as they searched for the tiger summoning scroll. A bit. He died around when we became Jounin and I was selected into ANBU. He was a neat guy, stern but had a decent sense of humor. And my great-grandfather? Oof. Now that guy was a mystery for me. Kushina let out a quick breath. Rarely remember seeing him at all myself. Being a sage and all, he traveled everywhere. And he didn't serve Konoha, you said? He raised a brow when remembering that tidbit of information. I don't believe a village would let go of an asset like that. Oh, sages get special treatment. Some can choose to associate themselves with a village out of duty or personal honor, and others don't hold any affiliation at all. Though, well, it varies from village to village how much they actually respect those traditions. Kumo or IWA, you can bet your ass they wouldn't let go of someone with senjutsu. But here in Konoha, we still honor the role of sages. I see. Doesn't mean your elders were happy though. Oh no, she snorted. They wanted the tiger contract to be tied to the Uchiha. But Mikoto's grandfather and the Tiger Clan made it clear the only people who could sign it would be of his direct lineage. And you think it'd work for me? Sure, she shrugged. You're not that distantly related from your great-grandfather that it wouldn't work. If you were, that would require deliberation between Tiger Boss and elders to decide if you can sign it. But don't worry. She playfully nudged him with her elbow. If that's the case, I can put in a good word for you through the dragons. They're old friends with the tigers regardless of what myths say. It's good to have connections, the Uchiha dryly said. Kushina beamed at him as they continued searching through the items in the box, in the hopes of finding the precious contract. Kushina's attention was soon directed towards a piece of paper sticking out from within the pages of a notebook. It was through idle curiosity that she pulled it out. The texture revealed it was a photograph, and she was currently staring at its white back. Flipping it over, her eyes widened when she realized what it was. She had an exact same copy. It was them when they were younger among friends and their sensei. The two were holding a cake in their hands, gifting it to a sheepish-looking Sakumo who looked so very touched. On the cake were the words, "Happy Birthday, Sensei." Kushina let out a soft breath and smiled with melancholy. Those simpler, happier times. She brushed a thumb over the picture. It looked so well preserved even after all these years. Mikoto must have used one of the seals she herself taught the Uchiha to keep simple things from weathering down with the passage of time. Kushina sometimes longed for those moments again, with the friends she lost and never had the chance to say goodbye to. With Mikoto to tell her after all this time she still. Sasuke noticed the picture she was looking at, and his gaze softened as he himself saw what it depicted. The way his mother smiled there. He couldn't help but think of how her life was within the clan now that he knew more about it. Was she happy in the end? He asked, barely above a whisper. With her life being how it was? Oh, Sasuke, Kushina set down the picture. She loved you both so much, she assured him. There was no ifs or buts. As long as Mikoto was with her boys, she was happy. Sasuke looked away, telling himself something just got into his eye, which is why Kushina pulled out one final item from the last box. She would want you to have this. She held the item reverently in front of her, treating it like a sacred treasure. A red scroll with gold embroidery, the etchings of a tiger figure carved into a golden token hanging from the scroll's thread. Sasuke took every detail of the scroll to memory. His hand moves as if it had a mind of its own. Almost delicate was his touch as his fingers slid across the tiger figure. This was the legacy of his mother, her father, and great-grandfather. He honestly did not know if he could measure up to them, but he'd damn sure make them proud. Still, I need to think this over. Gently he took the scroll in his hands, his eyes never leaving it once. Need to sort out everything you told me. A grin grew on the redhead's lips. You got it. Take all the time you want. She knew somehow Mikoto would be happy in knowing her father's side of the family was being passed on. For that, Kushina smiled quite happily. Sakura liked to consider herself a focused person, the kind that would plan ahead, determined to overcome any challenge with maximum efficiency. She wanted to grow, not just in strength but as a person, taking this ninja life with the necessary amount of seriousness and dedication she had not given it when she first started. She would not be the little girl she once was. She would not be afraid, and she would not back away from a challenge, which kind of felt flat when she remembered her opponent in the finals was going to be Neji. All the readiness to fight went out the window and her plans were pretty much replaced with the words "you're screwed," repeating over and over in her mind. She groaned, running her hands through her hair and throwing her head back, uncaring that some people in the street were giving her a strange look. Except for the ninjas, they knew when a fellow shinobi was on the edge of going nuts, so they respected her need to vent. She was barely going over what strategy Kakashi suggested she could use against Neji. First, she needed to train her body more. Because against a Byakugan user of Neji's caliber, if you weren't physically able enough, then he'd wipe the floor with you, never mind the Hyuga Taijutsu being one of the deadliest forms of hand-to-hand. She was grateful that Naruto's mom wanted to help train her too. She did not think her or Naruto could have looked any more dumbstruck in hearing the taijutsu they were using. The one Naruto found was actually Kushina's, though the two did notice the Sandaime looking rather smug for some odd reason. Regardless, Sakura had to really buckle down and train herself to the bone to defeat Neji in the third round. A sigh escaped her lips as she stood straighter. "I can do this, Sakura." Hearing her name, the Rosette turned on her heels at the sight of Ino running up to her. "Went to your house to find you, but you weren't home." Jade eyes blinked at least several times as she stared at the blonde kunoichi. "You wanted to see me?" A dry look came from Ino. "Yes, I wanted to see you. You that shocked?" A slow nod was the answer as she face-palmed before groaning and soon took a serious expression. "Well, I wanted to speak with you. It's about how I've been lacking as a kunoichi." If her eyes grew any wider, they would have popped out of Sakura's head. Ino was admitting she hasn't been a proper kunoichi? Well, she hadn't either, but she sobered up thankfully. But this was Ino. She was always confident and fearless to anything that crossed her way. You and Naruto changed so much. I mean, Naruto was bad at nearly everything and now he dash. She paused and paled, some remembering when Naruto killed that Odo ninja Dosu. Yeah, she tried not to think too much about it, even knowing killing was part of the course with their profession. Nami was a wake-up call. The Pinkette sighed. "Talk about it over tea?" The Yamanaka smiled at her. "That sounds lovely." It did not take them long to find a rather simple and small tea shop where they got a table and each ordered some tea. "So," Ino said as she stirred the sugar in her tea with a spoon. "What happened in Nami?" "The mission there turned out to be more dangerous than the original parameters stated. The client lied to us. There was a powerful businessman who hired ninjas against him, not run-of-the-mill mercenaries." Ino looked surprised. "And you guys continued?" Of course they had. She heard they completed their mission. But still, most ninja would abandon the client after that. "Of course we did," Sakura nodded. "There we ran into a Jounin-level ninja that could match Kakashi-sensei. You've seen him, he's Kiri's team leader. And you guys were so casual with your would-be assassin right there next to you." The blonde muttered in disbelief. Sakura shrugged. "We cleared things up between us. But really, I guess I'm thankful to him. Had things not happened like they did, I wouldn't have realized how casual about being a ninja I was being. I hadn't even put nearly enough training. Once I thought how unprepared I was, I had two choices. Either retire once my required time of service was complete like most civilian-born ninja, or actually make something for myself. Prove I deserved to be a shinobi of this village." The Yamanaka heiress was taken aback by the conviction in Sakura's voice. She never heard this side from the Pinkette unless they were. A long sigh came from the blonde. "Daddy was right. I should have thought about being a kunoichi better. We both should have," the Rosette admitted shamefully, now thinking on how they acted. "Thankfully, like me, you can change that too. Naruto and I have been training together since Nami. Why not join us sometime?" Ino blinked at that for a moment as she thought for a moment. "Well, suppose I could after the third exam is over with." But there was also something that needed to be cleared up. "We stopped being friends for a stupid reason, didn't we?" "Yup." Naruto's bluntness had certainly rubbed off on her old friend as she let out a chuckle. "Well, I for one want to fix that, don't you? Maybe I should talk to Naruto sometime too." "Completely agree." Sakura smirked. So, if you're interested in training together, you can join me during my morning routine. We start by doing 200 push-ups, followed by 200 sit-ups, then 50 laps across one of the training fields. And that's before the afternoon training with my team. You're not imitating Guy and Lee, are you? This is lightweight stuff, Sakura said in a completely serious tone. Trust me. You haven't seen how those two train. They always talk about those outlandish standards, but yeah. Ino said tentatively. They're underselling it. They actually do much more insane stuff. She'd seen them. It was a mistake, now she regretted it. Ino paled. How insane does Naruto train? Not at Guy and Lee's level, thank the gods. But trust me, Naruto's methods are something only he can pull off. Especially since out their graduating class, only Naruto could use Kage Bunshin like that with the enormous amount of chakra he has. I'm in for a doozy, aren't I? The blonde sweat drops and internally shivered. The rosette soon gave her childhood friend a look. And you need to eat properly. Build up your body and muscles. Daddy already gave me an earful on that part after getting home. If my baby girl wants to be a kunoichi, she needs meat on her bones, Ino said, trying to imitate her father's voice. Sakura had to cover her mouth as she snorted with a giggle. Oh, don't worry about bulking up too much. You've seen our kunoichi? A lot of them are basically models, and some of them train a lot more than my current routine. Well, that was true. Ino idly remembered seeing Kiba's mother and sister train one time. The team was invited to the Inuzuka house in their district. The clan matriarch was extremely fit, having lithe and agile body with high muscular definition, whereas her daughter Hana looked the ideal image of a woman. Ino still felt jealous about the bust Kiba's sister possessed, but Ino supposed it was rather shallow to think too much on her appearance. She was a shinobi once, and if she didn't start taking it more seriously than it'd cost her and her team, she wasn't about to let that happen. Our teams can train together, the blonde proposed. Asuma-sensei is really putting us through our paces after the three of us lost in the prelims. I bet, Sakura chuckled. I think you guys would benefit a lot. Even Jiraiya-sama is watching our training closely. The Yamanaka's gaze flickered. That's not the only person I hear. Sakura titled her head in confusion before realizing what the blonde meant. Oh, you heard, I take it. Who hasn't? She exclaimed incredulously. Kushina Uzumaki, suddenly back in the village? And it turns out she's Naruto's mother. I know, the pinkette nodded. Crazy, right? She kept her choice of words limited, as she knew it was very classified information nobody could know. Not even her friends. I mean, where has she been all this time? Ino questioned. Poor Naruto. I can't imagine how he must have felt, not having heard anything from her for so long. Irritation swelled up inside Sakura, but did not let it show. It wasn't Ino's fault after all. Things were much complicated than she knew. He's happy now. I think that's all that matters, don't you think? Ino's shoulders dropped. Yeah, I guess. Yujito could only sigh with resignation now that the information of Naruto's parentage was sent to back home to Kumo. She could only imagine what will go through the minds of many from their village learning Minato Namikaze had a son. The Nibi Jinchuriki sat at the window of her team's hotel room with Karui and Omoi sharpening their swords, and Samui going over some scrolls. The Chunin in the room idly glanced between her reading and over to her comrade and friend. You know, we had to tell the Rakage. I know. I accepted that. A pair of feline blues turned to the busty young blonde. Guess we can be grateful Rakage-sama saw the Yondaime Hokage as a worthy rival than mortal enemy like AWA. I mean, Naruto is one of the more sane Jinchuriki I ever met. She had heard a few stories of least one of the IWA Jinchuriki being bloodlust-fueled maniac. And Gaara was not far off if the aura around was any more telling. You forgot B-sensei, Karui mentioned before everyone's sweat drops, remembering their sensei's unique behavior. Perhaps sane was stretching it a bit for him. Yujito shook her head. It's more than that. I could see myself being real friends with him. Naruto is a really good guy. Well, tough luck, Samui said. He's Konoha, so it means you will most likely have to kill him one day if the next war comes around our lifetimes, which is likely. She did not speak with callousness, but rather a type of certainty brought by common sense, like saying tomorrow's going to rain. The genin all gave her an incredulous look. Woa! Omoi exclaimed. And here I thought I was the downer. Samui sighed as she closed one of the scrolls. Are you honestly so naive as to believe you could actually become friends with him? Well, yes, Yujito defended. I know dash. Even when it was us who slaughtered his clan? That was a long time ago, the Jinchuriki muttered. The people who did it dash. We are that people, the Chunin finished as she stared at her, the braided girl, in the eye. We can ignore responsibility all we like, but it was Kumogakure's decision to invade Uzushio, along with IWA. You can pretend it doesn't matter because you didn't give that order, but you still represent Kumo. You must stand for the actions of our village. That Kumo destroyed their home because it was the best course of action for our village. So if one day you are ordered to kill him, Yujito, her tone gained a soft edge. You are expected to do as you are commanded. The two young swordsmen and woman shared an uneasy look, while Yujito had trouble meeting Samui's cold stare. I'm telling you this for your own good, the busty woman sighed. So you better not go blabbering about being an enemy Jinchuriki's friend nowhere near any of our superiors. Much less Reikage-sama. Yujito remained silent. This goes for all three of you, she continued. You can't be friends with anyone here. Things just don't work like that. Much less with the boy who has all the reason in the world to hate us. He doesn't though. Karui found herself muttering. Maybe not, Samui responded back. But his mother does. That was another important piece of information they had sent to the Reikage. Something Konoha was all too proud to let the world know. The Red Death was back. Unlike her son, the Red Death lived on Uzushio. Likely all her family was there. Can you tell me she doesn't harbor enough hate for us due to our village's actions? The rest knew Samui wasn't trying to sound like a bitch or cynic. The young blonde simply had always been a realist through and through. And she did care about her team despite her cold demeanor, so she was telling them what was best for them in her mind. Kushina Uzumaki slaughtered many Kumo and IWA nin in the war, hunted them down with righteous vengeance, carrying the rage of a fallen clan with her. She used to have another nickname before, Red Habanero, a silly thing said jovially among her comrades to describe her personality, until they saw her on the battlefield, how she had been drenched in the blood of her enemies from head to toe. Kumo and IWA blood dripping from her blade, eager for more. She had the Red Death, the vengeance of the Uzumaki clan. Yujito would admit one reason she had yet to talk to Naruto again was because she knew his mother would be nearby. And the thought terrified her. Maybe listening to Samui wouldn't be a bad idea. Samui has great tits, but that girl sees the world with that Kumo mentality too much. Matatabi grumbled as she shook her head. Yujito faintly blushed before shaking it off. Understood, Samui. But if he wants to talk to us, just don't get attached. And pray his mother is tolerant on his decisions. Humph! The swordsman of the mist grunted as he quirked an eyebrow at the Hokage's proposition. An invitation? Indeed, the old Kage nodded from behind his desk. Razadano will be attending the finals, so I thought it'd be polite to extend the same courtesy to Terumidano. And would this courtesy be extended to the other two Kage? Zabuza made an effort to keep his tone polite. There were many protocols to follow when talking to a foreign Kage after all. Oh, it has. Adano has expressed he is unable to come due to matters he has to attend to. Yay. Somehow Zabuza doubted that. As for Inoki, the Sarutobi softly laughed, and Zabuza noted he used more familiarity when talking about the Tsuchikage. I actually have his reply here. Hang on. The swordsman gave a deadpanning look as the Kage pulled out a letter from his drawer and began reading it with a humored smile on his face. He wrote, "To the smug hippies. Shove your invitation up your ass, you tree humpers. Sincerely, Inoki of the Scales." He let out a hearty laugh. Oh, that man is still as hard-headed as always. Well, let it not be said that Tsuchikage childishly carried his grudges. At that Zabuza just rubbed his eyes. And people call me vindictive. He gave the Sandaime a long look. I'll send your message along to the Mizukage, but can't guarantee anything with how busy everything is back home. I completely understand. I am only thankful your village can finally heal. A grunt from the swordsman as he took the Sandaime's letter. If I may ask, he gave in to his curiosity. What do you hope to gain from speaking with our Mizukage? Why, Hiruzen shrugged. I want to establish closer ties between our villages. Perhaps she'll agree with a few trading deals that would benefit your village. You still have much to rebuild as I understand. Zabuza stared at the wizened Kage with suspicion. For what purpose? What could he gain from that? The Hokage merely raised a brow. So our villages can coexist in peace. Is that it? The notion was too simplistic for Zabuza to believe it. Things did not work like that when you were a ninja, much less the leader of an entire village. The game was to take any advantage you could over your opponents, until eventually they stopped being a factor that would get in the way of your village's prosperity. So to hear this man, who had been in the game long before Zabuza was even born, wasn't looking to screw over their village in any way, raised a few alarms in his properly paranoid mind. It can't be that easy. It is. You want nothing out of this? Only for this new generation not to know war, the Hokage explained himself plainly. Is it that hard to believe? In the ninja world? Yes, the Sarutobi nodded to himself, clicking his tongue before looking at the swordsman of the mist in the eye. Well, I think it's time we remedy that. Sweat dripped from Naruto's brow as the morning sun rose over Konoha. His muscles burned as his body felt 1,000 pounds heavier via a weight seal placed on his forearm, as he was performing a simple push-up. I haven't even gotten to these yet, the blonde growled, pushing his body up with all his might. Kushina, who was dressed in a ANBU pants and a shirt, chuckled beside a snorting Jiraiya. Trust me, Gaki, there is a reason you haven't. Weight seals are designed for Chunin and Jounin. Genin must have one or the other present if they are using them for training. Fortunately for you bunch, you have this awesome Toad Sage and Uzumaki Madwoman helping ya. I know a bit too, Kakashi chirped up beside them while reading. Beside Naruto, his team along with Karen felt like their bodies were carrying a mountain as they were going through basic exercises. When I sought asylum on Konoha, the glasses-wearing girl grunted with effort as she struggled to push herself up from the ground in repetition. This isn't what I had in mind. Well, it's best if you spend all your time with us, Specs. Another thing she had not planned for was a Sannin calling her by an annoying nickname. Who knows if my crazy-ass former teammate is keeping an eye on you? That and we are keeping an eye on you, Kakashi supplied, flipping the page on his book. You know, you're in probation and all. It's safer this way, sweetie, Kushina added. And hey, that means you get to bond with us all the more. I doubt this is anybody's idea of bonding, Karen replied fiercely, her arms trembling. Oh boy. Remind me to introduce you to the village's green beasts. While Sasuke was not complaining and having intense training, his body was not in agreement. So where are we going by using these weight seal? Gods, he felt like every bone was creaking as he moved. For the training we have in mind for you guys, we need to get your bodies up to par. The people you're going up against are far more dangerous than any of you, Kushina stated bluntly. Neji is one the best I've seen among the Hyuga since his father and uncle. Lee has been personally taught by Guy before being assigned a team, and Gaara is a Jinchuriki. Sakura grunted beside her team and Karen. So in other words, we have to be better? A false laugh came from the adults before each one deadpants. Nope, the teen's face faulted. A month is not nearly enough to get you lot to be at those 3 levels. So we have to make you be crafty, Kakashi clarifies as the kids resume their exercises. Plus Naruto does not fully know how to train with the Kyuubi's chakra. Kushina never really used it save for the healing factor that was automatic. Jiraiya shrugged. Karen struggled herself up before speaking. I have to say, Konoha is strange you never even bothered training your Jinchuriki beforehand. Every other village does. We only ever had 3 in our history, Jiraiya said, looking at Naruto and Kushina. Mito-sama sure didn't pass down any training methods in case things got dire. Always said that the Shodai deeply regretted ever having used the bijou like he did. Oh, he's sorry, Kurama sarcastically, and angrily, very angrily, roared out inside Naruto's mind. Yes, that's make all the difference. So we always relied more on our sealing prowess to deal with enemy Jinchuriki. The Uzumaki matriarch continued, turning to face Sasuke. Gaara is extremely unstable. He will kill you without hesitation. So during the month, I'll be designing a seal scroll you can use against him in a fight. If I do a proper work, it'll restrain his Biju's chakra. The Uchiha's eyes narrowed. I don't want assistance like that for me. It was an insult to his pride. Look how much I care about fighting fair. Kushina rolled her eyes. You're a ninja, grow the hell up. I'm not letting that boy kill you. Uchiha grunted, but did not further argue. He'd discuss it with her on another time, perhaps after figuring a better argument. Fittingly, Naruto's mother was even more stubborn than the blonde. As for Lee, he is a pure taijutsu fighter like his mentor. As eccentric as Guy is, he is the greatest taijutsu master in the village. Kakashi stated in a matter-of-fact tone. Lee's speed and strength is leagues above yours, Naruto. I know you already get that hanging around Tenten, but if you want any kind of ace against him, you need to fight him on your terms, not his. The blonde had guessed that well enough, seeing Lee train a few times before the exams. Now Naruto loved training, he believed in hard work. Lee, though, was outright obsessed with it. Cupped with the older teen, did not believe in breaks, so this meant Naruto really had to step up his imagination to take down the spandex-wearing maniac. Sakura frowned. I can't beat Neji, can I? Not in a straight-up fight, no. Jiraiya shook his head. Nor at the level you're at right now. That strength of yours in an edge but means zip when your opponent can move faster than you. Never mind his dojutsu. The pinkette lifted her arms and let them drop lifelessly at her sides. And genjutsu against someone with such precise chakra control wouldn't work on the long run. She sighed as she weighted her options. So a straight-up fight is out. Distracting him with illusions is out. Sakura tapped her lips with a finger as thought on what else she had at her disposal. Then, perhaps a strategy involving different ninja tools, explosives, poison perhaps. She doubted Neji had much defense against those. A smile soon formed on her lips. I think I something. Oh! Kushina looked up excitedly. Is it going to the arena the day prior and setting up bombs on the whole place? That got a row of deadpanning looks. That would be hard to pull of, Jiraiya droned. For a number of reasons, namely the ANBU doing a sweep and removing them. Fine, Kushina sighed. Let's hear your idea, Hone SCK. It all happened very fast. A blur suddenly slammed into the Uzumaki and sent them spiraling over the ground before the newcomer threw her against a tree. Your senses are fucking dull. A particularly savage-looking woman, who had just assaulted Kushina out of the blue, roared in disappointment. The kids along with Jiraiya and Kakashi blinked before the Gama Sannin deadpants. Should have seen this coming. Sum, wearing in her shinobi gear, crossed her arms under her bust. Thought you were supposed to be training. A low growl came from the Yuzu matriarch, who shook off the mental cobwebs. I'm not slacking off. I'm training the kids first. Mutt. Kushina seethed before marching right up Sum. Oh, I plan on getting back into shape, just so I can kick your ass all over this village. Well, I don't see you sweating off those love handles yet. A vein throbbed in Kushina's forehead. I don't have love handles. Then what are these? The dog mistress pulled at the side of Kushina's stomach, stretching the skin and flesh. The others swore Kushina's teeth would shatter from how hard she was clenching them. I was pregnant, she growled in rage. For 10 months, and you barely began doing any exercise since you came back. You lost muscle. Now it's all extra fat. Kushina clashed her forehead against the Inuzuka, glaring intently. I'll give you your extra fat. What does that even mean? Sum shouted back. Work on your insults, you toothless bitch. It's so nice to see those two still get along, Jiraiya smiled fondly. At that, the kids looked at the Gama Sannin like he grew a second head, while Kakashi just sighed. It's like they never missed a day of pissing each other off and fighting. As if on cue, with his last words thus began the hair pulling and clothes tearing. The Sannin beside him just cringed at the sight. Considering I see Kushina like my own daughter, this is awkward. Sakura and Karen only blushed while Naruto covered his eyes and Sasuke closed his eyes as the shirt started to be ripped off. This is going to be a long month, the blonde muttered. 1 week later, his pace through the forest was almost at breakneck speed, but he dodged every tree and boulder as the joy radiated off his body. He thought it was impossible, that what he heard was some wild tale or bad joke. But it was true. The news from Konohagakure was echoing like a whirlwind throughout the nation. She's alive! The joy exploded from his mouth. She's alive! His dark red hair was done in a spiky ponytail, with two large bangs falling down the sides of his head and onto his chest. He wore a dark tattered jacket tucked into a large belt above gray hakama pants. The man's looks just screamed roguish, that of a man who more often than not was prone to mischief. He arrived at a house hidden between the dense foliage, a simple traditional home that could house quite a few people. This was a place that had served to hide them for a long time. It had been their home for many years. By the front door knelt a man who wore a full kimono. His face was stern, hardened with time. His red hair was pulled back all the way, save for a few strands that peeked over his forehead. Katana rested in front of him. He was clearly in meditation. "She's alive," the key word being was, as now his focus was disturbed. The swordsman bit back a sigh and asked, "Who is alive, Samanosuke?" The long-haired man beamed a blinding smile, squatting next to the other man. "You won't believe this, Saito. I was in town when I heard the news." He let out an excited breath as he ran a hand over his face. "Oh gods. I couldn't believe it at first myself. I just didn't dare hope dash." Samanosuke Saito said sternly. "Just get on with it. Kushina's alive." A pin could have dropped and disrupt the silence brought by those two words. Saito was frozen. His amber wolf-like eyes had widened to pure shock. "That's a lie." His voice barely above a whisper. "I thought so too," Samanosuke admitted. "Thought it was some ploy by Konoha. So did some digging with a contact of mine in the village." Tears threatened to leak from his eyes. "She's alive, Saito, and had a son, Naruto Uzumaki." "Who's alive?" Rounding from beside house was a 12-year-old boy with scruffy red hair tied in a low ponytail wearing a kimono like Saito looked at the older men with curious amber eyes. His question was met with a hug by Samanosuke. The young man just blinks blankly. "You're happy, uncle." The roguish-looking man sets the boy down. "Remember those stories we told you about Kushina Uzumaki Chojuro?" The boy nods. "Well, they're no longer pasted tense. She's alive." "Ah, so you're drunk then," as Samanosuke sputtered and began trying to convince the boy he was not. Saito was lost in his own world. He remembered the happier days of his childhood, the prosperous time of Uzushio. He remembered the faces of elders and young, a family, his father, his uncle, his cousins, among them Kushina. He remembered when their own little group followed Tsukiko-sama around, the ancient woman always greeting them with a small yet kind smile, imparting words of wisdom they were too young to understand back then. Saito remembered their home, and he remembered their home burning, the orange haze in the distance as the ships raced towards the mainland, their brave warriors staying behind to buy them time. Then came the snakes, so many of them, and began tearing through as many ships as they could. He remembered the screams, the roars of their warriors who defended them, the flames of the dragons who defended them against their ancient foe. They woke up in the shore, just a few of them, most of them children. The rest of the ships either sank or were spread all over the coast throughout the chaos. The clans splintering, hiding, trying to survive. There was no refuge for them. The snakes hunted them down every chance they had. Ninjas poured from all over seeking to kidnap at least one of them for their secrets. Konoha had lost all traces of them as they tried looking for the survivors. They were too scared to come out of hiding, in fear that they would be found once again. So for years they stayed hidden. His son Sojiro's birth, the death of his mother, had all but cemented Sato's belief that the best course of action was to keep their heads down, even if it meant Kushina would not know they were alive. At least she was safe in Konoha. Saito would be lying if he said he hadn't entertained the thought of venturing to Konoha. But then news of Kushina's death reached his ears, and the village no longer looked like a safe haven. Not to the Uzumaki, who were hunted down by so many enemies. But now, Kushina was alive? The hope he felt in his chest was too painful to ignore. The thoughts of reuniting his family once more ignited with that terrifying hope. Saito Samanosuke's voice called to him, far too serious to come from the playful man. "We've been hiding for so long. We had a chance once to actually reunite with her. We thought we lost it, but now we have another chance." He stood before him, gaze determined. "I'm not going to waste it." Neither was he. "We need to inform the others." Sato's words made a smile nearly split Samanosuke's face. "Lin, Eiji, everyone we have with us." The number was not big, but Kushina would not care. She would happy even if it was just one. "Oh, this is gonna be grand." Chojuro looked in between his father and uncle, bangs swaying as he did so. "Shall I pack my things?" What does it mean to inherit a will? Not in the sense of physical inheritance, of a relative who had passed away and left possessions to a next of kin, but a will in the sense of a conviction, a belief, a drive, a set of ideals and morals. Can something so personal be passed down? Children often would inherit such things from their parents. But what if there was a will that jumped throughout generations, regardless of bloodline and nurture? Konoha nurtured such inheritance of will, a will of fire they called it. Something passed down to their shinobi. Kuraraimai came to the village not because of a will of fire, but because she looked for a far more ancient will. She looked for a will that was passed down by the gods. Once there had been a king. He ruled his people justly and led them to great prosperity. It was a great age, a golden age, but to humans it was anything but. And so fuel her kind's prosperity, theirs was pushed down. The heavens heard their plea for salvation, and delivered forth unto them a savior. The hero brought down their king, but spared them in his compassion, offering them peace. They took it, but ages passed, and old oaths were forgotten as tragedy befell upon the whole world. Now the world was changing once again, and those that inherit Ramas will often find themselves in the center of the storm. Even thousands upon thousands of years later, the will lived on. And though calamity had taken away the world's old glory, her kind endured, strong and unyielding. So it was her duty to find if these new inheritors spelled disaster for her people, or renewal. For that reason, the pale-skinned woman stood by the great gates of the Hidden Leaf Village, her hime-cut ebony dark hair swaying with the wind as crimson eyes stared forth resolute. She would find her answers and do what she had to do for. It was her duty as queen, for her people, for Lanka. Chapter 25, Family Life and Lessons. Now Naruto would be the first to admit his handwriting really sucked. After discovering he had Shoten and had begun learning Fuinjutsu from Erosenin, it had improved quite a lot. Granted, understanding and learning calligraphy was a total pain. He could not count how much his wrist hurt after practicing for hours and hours just to learn a simply sealing scroll. Before the Chunin exams, he really thought he'd progressed rather well, all things considered. He was damn proud how he could make a dozen seal scrolls, silent seals, and that signal seal. Sloppy, Kushina drawled in an unimpressed tone. Boy, did he get a huge reality check now that he had his mother take over his Fuinjutsu studies. Said mother and son were sitting in the training room of their home as the morning sun had yet to rise. Both wore a simple shirt and pants as they sat cross-legged. Jiraiya was damn tough on the blonde when starting Fuinjutsu, even given him calligraphy for dummies book to help. However, it was nothing compared to the perfectionist his mother was when it came to seals. As she explained to him, Fuinjutsu was the craft of their clan. They are artists when it came to seals, and they were deeply proud of their works. I thought I was doing well, he said dejectedly. For an Uzumaki, this quality is not well, his mother said sternly. This is basic stuff. Even novices of the craft learn how to make sealing scrolls. How many items can your scrolls hold? He hadn't really kept an accurate count. Around 20, I think. And that right there should tell you all you have to know about the quality of your seals. 20 is not a high number when it comes to storage seals, it's just passable at best, the redhead said, sounding strangely logical and teacher-like. The quality of a seal determines how much mass it can stored, spread evenly among the items per number and size. Then you have to take into account if the item in question has chakra. Have you ever wondered why ninjas don't just seal their enemies away? Not really, because the added chakra levels plus the mass of the person make it impossible for them to be stored away unwillingly inside a scroll that is of average quality only. To seal a single living, conscious, and struggling person, you'd need a scroll that has the capacity to store hundreds of thousands of items. But trapping the enemy into something like that is more trouble than it's worth. That's why paralysis and other related types of seals exist. That's why we reserve such use for corpses only. The loss of life force and consciousness makes it much simpler. He hadn't gotten to that in his reading yet. That was good to know. So, a storage that can hold 20 items is not of proper quality to be used in the field. At most you'd only add like 20 shuriken or kunai, or a fewer bigger items. Kushina crossed her arms, still looking unimpressed. Ergo, this is sloppy work for an Uzumaki. The blonde could only slump his head in defeat while Kushina ran her hand through her son's blonde locks. Don't fret, Sochi. With me as your teacher, your Fuinjutsu will make Ero Sennin cry in shame. She just loved that nickname her boy came up for Jiraiya. It was so perfect she could not stop laughing when she found out. Tapping the tip of his brush in the ink, he started the seal exercise again. Who taught you Fuinjutsu? Tsukiko-bachan. Kushina smiled at the memories while mentally wincing on how many times she had to correct her hand technique. The lessons are tough but make you one badass Uzumaki seal master. Not the first time you mention her, he said, stretching back as he popped the knots in his arms. He could use a break. She was the one who made the scroll that saved your life, right? She was, his mother said all too fondly. Oh, you should have met her. Tsukiko-bachan was just the coolest. The grin in her face was very bright. Everyone in the village knew her, and everyone knew for a fact she was the best damn Uzumaki we ever had. Unrivaled master of seals and eternal ass-kicker. She was badass, huh? Oh, badass doesn't even cover it. She sounded like a child gushing about how cool her parent was. She's everything I wanted to be when I was a kid. Her smile grew soft, though it did little to change the happiness that radiated from it. She pretty much raised me and a bunch of other kids. He tilted his head. She did, yeah. My mom died when I was little, and Dad was always busy with the clan and the village. Kushina leaned back, resting on her palms. I don't really remember a lot from my mother, except that she loved the sea and always took me to the beach. The image of his mother as a toddler, making happy memories with his grandmother, brought a smile to Naruto's face. Tsukiko-bachan was always there for us. She had always been, she said with a touch of old melancholy. A soft laugh escaped her lips. I mean, she pretty much raised the 2 generations prior to my parents. Wait, what? How old was she? Oh, around 250. The blonde's jaw dropped. Of course you couldn't tell because she physically looked only 30 years old. That the famous Uzumaki longevity I keep hearing about? Naruto's mind reeling at the thought of someone actually living for that long. Partly, Bachan was a senjutsu master, or what most people call them a sage, something about her mastery and how much it affected her aging process. How you earn that title is learning by senjutsu. Kushina winked with a wistful sigh. So that's why Ero Sennin has his title? He's a senjutsu master. At that the redhead laughed. Nope. He's tier 1. Especially since he needs Ma and Pa to help him. Confusion etched on her son's face. I'll explain senjutsu later. Ma and Pa are the elders of the toads. Making an O expression, the blonde massaged his wrists. He really did not know much of anything about his clan. Never mind his father's, which he was told was a nomadic bunch. Saito, Samanosuke, Kosuke, Maya, Lin, Karika. His mother listed the names of cousins and other most distant kin. I always hanged out with them when I was a kid. Oh, how we would hound Tsukiko-bachan, she chuckled. But that old lady was never bothered, never so much as grumbled. Her gaze became a bit lost. Thinking back on it, sometimes she had this look like she had done so much, that she had fought for so long and seen so much, but Bachan didn't let the memories consume her, her lips pressed into a thin line. I never asked her about what kind of fights she was in. Guess I was too young to understand. Naruto listened in silently. She was always so wise. I only understood half the stuff she tried to teach me as I was growing up. Then, right before I was sent to Konoha, she left and didn't come back. She fell silent for a moment. No one ever saw her again. What happened? Kushina let out a long sigh. Wish I could tell you, kiddo. But I know full well what happened after she left. The second ninja war was on the horizon. IWA and Kumo thought we were too much of a threat. They couldn't allow Konoha to keep an ally like our country. The bitterness in her voice, the intense anger laced in her words. He knew his mother hated those villages. It was plainly seen in her eyes, like Neji with Kumo. Wanting to get light in the mood, Naruto cleared his throat. Think you can teach me the sword sometime? Almost instantly Kushina perked up as she smiled at her son. You want to learn Kenjutsu? Next to Fuinjutsu, it's an Uzumaki practice, right? Figured I should learn that too. Naruto grinning, seeing the beaming smiling coming off her. Okay, I can mix in some Kenjutsu while doing regular training. We can do it fully after the exams. Also need to get a sword too. I could just make one with Shoten. True. But a real swordmaster always has a blade on their hip. Kushina said seriously, remembering something her father always said. Karen bit the edge of her lip as she accommodated the last book on the shelf. They're perfect. She stood back and looked at it satisfied. Now all her belongings were arranged just like she wanted. All three of them. The sheer space left in the rest of the shelves really painted a painful contrast. The bespectacled girl sighed softly. She honestly had never been bothered by her lack of belongings. But that was before she actually had a place to call her own. Though originally a simple guest room, Kushina had been adamant that this room now belonged to her. It was a bit strange for her. More often than not the ground had been her bed. And even when staying inside Orochimaru's bases, her chambers were these small squared things lacking any kinds of wisdom. Just a dreary atmosphere of darkness and isolation. Naruto and his mother really wanted her to feel welcome. They wanted this to be her home. It had so long since she had a home. She knew her mother would be happy and relieved that her daughter was now with her real family again. Even though both were utterly insane and the biggest smartasses she ever met, they had been so kind and loving to her, though it felt almost alien to her having prepared warm meals every day and even lunches during training. She had gotten a rather odd look from Auntie Kushina, what she wanted Karen to call her, when she asked why she was making lunches. I guess adjusting to family life again will take a while for me. She had been helping Naruto get used to it since he never had any family till a few weeks ago. If she was having a time to readjust, he was outright lost in adjusting at all. Still, Karen would not let her cousin down as both had been growing into real family since. Though there was still that gnawing sensation in the back of her mind, that fear that Orochimaru was watching. Karen wondered if it had been a mistake, acting how she did, just going along with the village giving custody of her to Kushina until her probation was up. Acting so openly like this, there was no doubt in her mind that the snake Sanni knew she had betrayed him. Even now she could feel his gaze on her, almost like his pets were just waiting for the chance to pounce and sink their fangs into her throat. Orochimaru suffered no traitors. Karen was sure the only reason she was still alive was because there were ANBU keeping a close eye on her. Karen took comfort in the knowledge that in the large scheme of things, her betrayal was not a huge loss for Orochimaru, nor did it change his plans in any significant way. She did not have any important information regarding his plans for the Leaf, and his mere appearance was enough to send the village into high alert, more so now with the exams going. What she did know, however, was the location of a couple of bases. Granted, they were relatively low in terms of importance for Orochimaru's operations, but she was still a loose end he would have to take care of eventually. She trembled at where her thoughts took her. Karen let out a shuddering breath and walked to the kitchen. She needed some water. She was met by the sight of Kushina in an apron, preparing lunch. "Hey Karen-chan." She gave her a beaming smile. "Don't eat anything. Lunch will be done soon." The smell of ramen hit her nostrils and she smiled. Her aunt's caring smile made all her fears disappear in an instant. Perhaps she could get used to this having a home business. The afternoon sun shined over Konoha as Naruto traversed through the trees in civilian clothes around the training areas. SEAL training had taken most of the morning and his mother said he should relax a bit before they start their normal session. Idly he could not stop smiling even while his mother was a much tougher sensei than Ero Sennin. It just felt amazing being taught by a family. Family, something he thought he'd never really ever have. Having his mom back as well as his cousin Karen being with them, it was a feeling he could not describe. His mental musings were broken as he stopped on a large branch upon hearing music. Curiosity claimed him as he followed the tune to an open field as he saw Yujito sitting on a stump playing. What was it that Sakura called them? Oh yeah, shamisen. Not far were her teammates Kowi, Omoi, and Samui moving in the rhythm of his fellow Jinchuriki's music. It was a beautiful. The Nibi Jinchuriki's eyes were closed, letting her fingers move over the strings with ease, never missing a single note. In the field, Omoi and Kowi struck at Samui. The older Kumanin barely reacted to their combined maneuver as she held them back with her own blade and pushed them away, sending them skidding across the ground, tearing blades of grass on their feet's path. Yujito's tempo began to decrease, almost in perfect sync with the mood and energy of her peers as they measured each other up. slowly taking a stance. Her fingers seemed to stop for a moment before once more striking the notes with renewed intensity. The young genin dashed forward, surrounding the Chunin in a blur of movement. Samui parred away a downward strike from Karui before spinning around and delivering a sweeping slash to counter Omoi's strike from the other side. A straight kick against his chest pushed the genin back, sending him stumbling against the ground. Samui swiftly turned to face the redhead and struck with the back of her hand against Karui's cheek, sending the girl to the ground with a cry of pain. The shamazan's tempo slowed once more. They were perfectly in sync with Yujito's music. It was like water, almost effortless yet powerful. Was this Kumogakure style training or their own version of it? It was damn awesome either way. He soon noticed Yujito had stopped before realizing Karui and Omoi were standing on either side of him, with Samui looking up at her fellow blonde. "You really need work on your stealth," Karui smirked with her head cocked to the side. A weak chuckle came from the blonde Uzumaki as he kept his gaze on the buxom Chunin with the impassive eyes. "Am I in trouble? Depends on why you're here," Samui said in her normal cold tone. A lollipop rolled in Omoi's mouth. "Espionage. Uncovering Kumo training secrets. Assassinate us." Yujito appeared beside the sole male of their team, smacking him on the head. Naruto only sweat dropped as he squinted. "I can guarantee I am not here for any of that. Last one especially. I'm just roaming around till my training starts later. Heard the music and came to see. You guys are awesome by the way." Samui gave the young blonde a look. "We sent a message to our Kage about you and your mother." "Seriously?" Karui, Yujito, and Omoi mentally yelled at the zero tact from their friend/substitute sensei. "I kind of figured that," Naruto stated solemnly before grinning. "But no harm in trying to be friends, right?" Yeah. Lots of harm in trying to be friends with a foreign shinobi, particularly one with his circumstances. That's what most of the Kumo nin wanted to say but held their tongues. Was Naruto just oblivious to the consequences? He had shown he had a good head on his shoulders. They had fought alongside him, so they knew he wasn't dumb. Though to be fair, they didn't know him all that well. Perhaps he was just selectively ignoring the facts. Or perhaps he just didn't care. That was always a possibility. "So, Yujito," the whiskered blonde said in an awkward tone, "actually wanted to talk to you about something." He scratched the back of his neck. "It's about Gaara. You know how he hesitantly looked at her comrades. "They know Naruto," she revealed. "Soon after I found out, I told them, had to do it really." "Yeah," Karui droned. "I know ninjas hold the ideal of being able to act without emotion for our duty, but there is a line in which you become a straight-up psychopath. And that Gaara guy? Oh boy," Omoi let out a long breath. "That guy crossed it a long time ago. Can't see why Suna keeps someone as unstable as him as Jinchuriki. They do that on purpose." Matatabi spoke up in both Naruto's and Yujito's head. "I learned this from one of my old hosts. Suna places a weak seal on their Jinchuriki to Shikaku can purposely manifest on command against enemies." "What?" Karui and Omoi jumped while Samui lifted a brow at the sudden outburst from Naruto and Yujito. "What about the damn host?" Naruto commented before he took notice of the odd looks from Samui, Omoi, and Karui. Sorry. Matatabi-chan is talking to us." The feline bijou smiled at that before getting serious again. "Why don't you all get back down to the ground so you can listen?" Following her advice as Yujito explained, the group sat down on the ground as Naruto and Yujito told what Matatabi knew about Shikaku and Suna's Jinchuriki. Saying it was a bit disturbing was an understatement. The Nibi and Kyubi Jinchuriki both seethed. "What the fuck does Suna see us as?" The young Uzumaki growled out. "Are you honestly surprised?" Samui bored tone cut in. "You're a Jinchuriki, you should know what it's expected of you. If you can't properly harness your bijou for the sake of your village, then they have to resort to desperate measures." Yujito winced as Naruto angrily bore his eyes into Samui's. "I'm not a tool," he growled softly, though the intensity of his tone was still very noticeable. "Then you're a poor ninja," she simply stated. "We're all tools of our village." "I don't believe that," he heartfelt replied. "We do things differently in Konoha," and he believed it. For all the shinobi are emotionless tools crap he heard over and over, he had yet to meet a ninja that truly embodied that concept. He had met hardy comrades of the Leaf. He had seen fierce opponents who lost themselves to anger and bloodlust. releasing in the thought of killing their enemies. Each and every ninja he had met showed emotions all the time. This ideal of what a shinobi truly should be was nothing but bullshit in his eyes. It was simply impossible. Believe what you want, the Chunin said, a hint of tiredness showing in her voice. I don't care. Looks super hot, but that attitude. The blonde just huffed in exasperation as he shook his head. To be fair, she is a good person. She just sees things one way. Matatabi digressed with a sigh. Yujito shook her head at her teammate/friend's behavior. At any rate, least we know more what we're dealing with Gaara. I can tell Sasuke later, Naruto muttered as he looked at the bunch. So you guys still going to train more? Karui glanced to Samui, who sighed. We could take a break before resuming. At that, Naruto beamed. Then you guys hungry? I know best place to chow down. He was greeted with bewildered looks save the busted Chunin, who lifted a brow. What? Konoha and Kumo aren't fans of each other. Given half the crap our village has done. I can list half the murderous glares sent our way just walking around here. Karui expressed slowly. Not to mention you and your mom's clan. Letting out an explosive sigh, the blonde Uzumaki shook his head. I'll say it again like I told Neji. You guys didn't attack Uzushio. Hell, none of us were even born yet. So how is hating you over something you never did going to help me any? He looked at all them seriously. Before I even knew why people treated me like they did, I hated this village for so long. And you know what? I got sick of hating. So no, I do not hate you guys for something that happened years ago. They remained silent as they looked at him. So I'll ask again, you guys hungry? I can take you to a great place. Yeah, this kid clearly didn't understand how the world works. But that was not her problem. Samui wasn't going to say no to a free meal. Cool, she shrugged. Her team soon agreed with her on the account that their stomachs were roaring angrily at them. Unbeknownst to the young teens, a figure stood in the shadows observing and listening to the conversations between Naruto and the Kumo team. Her violet eyes remained impassive as she rolled a kunai in the palm of her hand. The shinobi of Kumo could honestly say that Konoha was not what they were expecting. As Naruto guided them towards what was, in his words, the bestest ramen place in the world, with Yujito unsuccessfully trying to convince him that bestest was not a word. They let their sights wander around the village streets. Oh, they knew there were a few share of Konoha nin keeping their eyes on them, suspecting they were trying to spy for structural weaknesses and key points on the infrastructure. Kumo did have a background of playing Konoha, but the team did not care. No, what caught their attention was how some stores were actually owned by ninjas of all things. As in, shinobi who had another job in their civilian lives. That phrase along was wrong on so many levels for the group of Kumo. Back in their village, ninjas didn't have a civilian life. You either were a ninja or you were a civilian. There was no middle ground. The military did not occupy themselves with the rest of the village activities regarding commerce, and such that was the civilian's job. Your duty hours were in service of the village, and your off-duty hours were so you could relax and train to better be of service to the village. That's it. They could understand a clan having means of acquiring money. It wasn't strange to see that the Akimichi clan possessed a large chain of restaurants in one of the districts. But then they heard that the Yamanaka, the clan who knew how to invade the mind, which some members could develop freaking telepathy, had a flower shop. What? That made no sense to the Kumo group. Konoha really were a bunch of hippies. Perhaps further proof of such stereotype was when they saw a ninja of Konoha, a chunin or perhaps a jounin due to his vest, approaching a kimono-wearing man sweeping the entrance of his shop. The two men smiled heartily at each other, and before the surprised eyes of the Kumo nin, tenderly embraced, locked lips in a gentle kiss. Nobody paid them any mind. No passersby stopped to stare at them, no reactions, just nothing. Like this was something completely ordinary. You didn't see that in Kumo. Is that Karui nodded towards the couple, not wanting to make it obvious and point. Normal. Naruto turned to see what she was talking about. He squinted as he looked around. What? Them, Omoi whispered. The couple. The whiskered blonde's eyes widened in understand. Oh, that. What about it? They're just kissing. They're two guys, Yujito felt the need of pointing out. Naruto didn't look like she understands what she was talking about. Yeah, even the cold-headed Samui felt her eye twitch. They're gay. And Konoha is fine with this? Karui softly asked. Well, why wouldn't we be? It's just two people in a relationship. It was then that his eyes widened. Wait, Kumo doesn't let people? It's not illegal or anything, the Kumo Jinchuriki tactfully said. It's just not really encouraged. The village sees it as robbing the chance of having future ninja. The Uzumaki was now squinted at her. That's pretty dumb. And what if their kids did not want to be ninja? You can have a choice to be a civilian or shinobi. No one is forced into service. Orphans like me, Karui, and Omoi had the option to be civilians. Yujito explained while they walked through the street. Though for me it became a full service after being selected as the new Nibi Jinchuriki. However, you're expected as a Kumo shinobi to be training during off-duty hours. Karui also brings up, damn, Naruto muttered as he shook his head. So not much if any real R&R for you guys, is there? Granted, he had been told out of the village's Kumo was the most militaristic, but never thought it was ingrained that much. That's the life as a shinobi, Naruto-san, Samui said coolly as she walked. A small groan came from the young blonde as he cocked his head. That's how you see the shinobi life, Samui-san. Never hurts to unwind a little, you know. The buxom blonde just shrugged while Yujito shook her head. If Naruto thought he could get Samui of all people to loosen up, he'd be in for a surprise. Still, she gave him an A for trying since they started walking. It was not long before they reached a simple ramen stand, owned by a middle-aged man and his daughter. The ever-squinting eyes of Tucci looked upon their best customer and smiled. Ah, welcome Naruto, welcome. Who are your friends? Some very misguided people who don't know the awesomeness of your food, old man. The blonde smiled, earning a collective eye twitch and glare from the foreign ninjas. Oh no, we can't have that. I am cried out in faux scandal. Take a seat. We'll treat you to the best ramen in the village. Lend me your senses for a moment. Kitten, Matatabi asked her host. Oh, it's been so long since I tasted. Well, anything really. Yujito rolled her eyes with a fond smile. All right. The owners believed the words were meant for them and took their seats. Once more they were unknowingly observed from the shadows. The violet eyes of a certain Uzumaki glared balefully at these Kumonin. Already tolerating them was taking a lot out of her, and seeing Naruto acting so friendly with the people who slaughtered their clan was already testing the limits of her patience. She needed to have a clear talk with her son. Once she managed to calm herself, Kushina feared if she went up to them now she'd do something she'd regret. Something that would cause many problems for the village in the long run. The Uzumaki took a deep breath and stealthily departed. She needed to let out some steam. Your movements are sluggish, Jiraiya critiques in a harsh tone with his arms crossed. The Kushina I recall could actually whip my ass on a good day when I actually felt like being serious, and I never could land a single hit, Kakashi chimed in while reading. In a secluded training area, the two stood not far from a huffing Kushina. Sweat dripped off her as she glared at both men who remained unflinching by her gaze. It had been at least an hour in of, as the silver-haired scarecrow dubbed it. Let's kick Kushina-sama's ass into shape session. And for the redhead, it was galling that she was this fatigued already. She was an ANBU captain, for heaven's sake. An ANBU captain who had been on maternity leave for months with an increasingly larger belly. But still, she still had all her knowledge, muscle memory was there. She could perform the moves she wanted. But her muscles were currently more like soft dough rather than the corded athletic mass she had developed through years of training. Apparently, the divine sleep seal did restore her to perfect health for the most part, to a civilian level. She had to regain her physical fitness on her own. Great, okay. The thing had literally saved her life. She wasn't going to complain about having to do more exercise. She wasn't a Nara. She spat on the ground and lunged once more. Jiraiya uncrossed his arms and met Kushina's wild attack with a cold, calculated defense. An elbow block to defend against a right swing. His own leg rose to meet the redhead's knee strike. Again and again he countered her attacks perfectly. They were passionate, as the woman often was, but more than that they were wild, angry. Something had ticked her off today. A kick against her left leg caused her to lose her footing, leaving her open to a series of swift punches to her abdomen, finishing with an uppercut that sent her flying backwards and to the ground. Kakashi flipped a page. That had to hurt, it did. But Kushina didn't know what hurt more, her body or her pride. You're unfocused, not sure what's got you in such a huff. But I don't care. What I do care about is you being at such a pathetic state. If we're going to get you back to the woman who struck fear with her mere presence, you better get that head of yours in the game, girl. Jiraiya spoke in a tone as harsh as his glare. Getting back to her feet, her eyes shifted to Kakashi, who looked up. "Oh, my turn!" His tone a sarcastic drawl. Kushina took a deep breath, feeling the heat leaving her body as sweat dripped down her brow. She flashed him a confident smirk. "Don't hold back, kid. I want to see what you're capable of doing after 12 dash." Kakashi unfolded his Hitai 8 revealing Sharingan and stared directly into Kushina's eye. She saw the tomo spinning wildly as heaviness overtook her body. Fu dash. She barely had time to swear as everything went dark, the genjutsu overtaking her. She spent what felt a small eternity floating in the body before she was finally able to snap out of it. She stood up from the ground with a gasp of breath. Kushina panted heavily while Jiraiya and Kakashi looked down at her. 7 minutes, 39 seconds, Kakashi said matter of flatly. "Not bad for the level of genjutsu I used, but still took you longer to break it than I thought." The redhead rested her head in her hands. Too physically exhausted to fight it properly, she cursed at her own weakness. "Getting you back into shape should be our top priority," the Toad Sage reasoned. Kushina fought back a growl. "Could have told you that myself. And now we are sure." Jiraiya shot back snidely. "Now get on your stomach and do 200 push-ups. After that we're done for today." Kushina dropped the ground and began doing push-ups in the earnest, not letting the exhaustion get to her. "Any news on the snake?" she asked while she pushed herself up and down from the ground. "We're looking everywhere we can," Jiraiya assured her. "But you know he is a slippery one. Not helped that he knows Konoha inside and out. This already made a bad situation even worse. What has that sick fuck been up to all these years?" The Sannin snorted. "From what I learned, lots, none of them good. Human experimentation, forbidden jutsu research. There was even a time in which joined a particular group I've been keeping an eye on for a long time now." Kakashi's sole visible eye widened in recognition. "You mean the Akatsuki?" "Akatsuki?" Kushina muttered to herself. "Who the hell are those? Another blood leash wannabe? Great, just what the nations needed, more mercenaries and slavers. As if they didn't have enough to deal with Blood Leash, the biggest slaver enterprise in the nations, and a private army that fought for the highest bidder. The Land of Fire had been trying to take them out for decades now. And by what she heard, they were still around." Jiraiya and Kakashi shared an uneasy look. "It's more complicated than that. They are mercenaries, yeah, but what my info tells me is that their goals are something more." The Gamma Sannin paused for a long while. "This is the group Itachi is being a double agent for." Kushina stopped mid-push as she turned her head slowly and looked at the older man. "He makes contact with me when he can. From what we know of them, this is a group of highly dangerous rogue ninja." Kakashi digressed after he was told not too long ago in wanting to know of Itachi's whereabouts. "And you might know a few names of them. Kisame Hashikage, Kakuzu of Taki, Sasori of the Red Sand. Monsters in their own right are among their ranks." Jiraiya figured she'd at least react to the last one considering the history between him and Kakashi's father. But Kushina did not seem to hear him, or she did not seem to care for those individuals at the moment. She continued on her push-ups with renewed intensity. "Itachi," she thought mournfully. "As for their goals," Jiraiya sighed. "Itachi's info tells me they are planning to target the Bijou in the near future." "What?" Kushina stopped as she yelled. "What the hell would some group want the Bijou? There will be people coming after my son." There was a feral growl in the redhead's tone. "I plan on making sure Naruto is prepared for them," Jiraiya reassured her. "But with you back, I gather you want to do that too?" Dumb question considering the look from Kushina. Right now the group is doing all kinds of mercenary work, building up their renown throughout the nations and gathering funds. It will be a while before they start their real plan. Then they had time in getting Naruto ready for these Akatsuki guys. Like hell was Kushina having anyone take her son from her. Her push-ups increased in even greater vigor, determined to double the amount the perv had tasked her with. She needed to get back into shape if she wanted to help Naruto. All the while, She used that time to ponder on how to speak to Naruto regarding certain company he's been keeping lately. "So why are you dragging me around the stores?" Karen asked weakly as she kept up with Sakura and Ino. The young Uzumaki redhead having met the Yamanaka heiress a week ago when meeting up with Sakura. She had almost as much energy as her cousin, never mind the cockiness too. Still, next to Naruto's team, it was nice making another friend. "Well, you need some new clothes and really need to make that room of yours be more you, if you get what I mean." Ino smiled, surveying the stores. At that, Karen squints. "I'm not really much of a girly girl." Sure, she liked to have some things that defined her as a lady, but she never liked going overboard. "So we go by your pace and find what you like." Sakura winked as they stopped at a clothing stores. "So let's start with some clothes for you? Consider this as day one of your new life, girl. Starting with clothes." The Yamanaka beamed while physically dragging Karen into the store. Sakura only giggled as she followed them. Now living under Orochimaru, Karen wore very bland basic clothing, which was enough in her opinion. Her eyes slowly widened at the sight of so much clothing and multitude of styles. Her head swaying from side to side as her eyes took in every fabric laid out for a potential customer. With her hands on her hips, Ino smirked at her new friend's odd expression. "Shall we figure out your style, hun?" "No rush." Sakura gave a meaningful smile. There was no rush indeed. Which, unfortunately for Karen, it ended up meaning they took ages so she could try every single dress that they could find. The bespectacled girl couldn't really say any of these strike her fancy, until she spotted two articles of clothing that she honestly could see herself wearing. "This looks nice," she commented. Sakura and Ino turned to what she was looking at and face faulted. "The ninja shorts and shirt? Yeah, that looked just like what you're wearing right now, only in a different color." "Yeah." The two kunoichi gave her a look. Yes. "I'm hopeless. Trust me, I know." "You're not hopeless," Sakura insisted. "You just never had the freedom to do stuff you like. I bet you never even went to get ice cream because you wanted to, or..." She waved her hand around, looking for another example. "Date cute boys." Ino, of course, said excited. She rolled her eyes at the look the pinkette was giving her. "Oh, I am taking my career seriously. But hey, I like what I like." Well, that was true, Sakura sighed a bit. Ino had started training together with her since their talk and reconnect as friends again. Taking the training sessions seriously, and thankfully the former fangirl Ino was beginning to go away. Still, there were just some aspects that would always be Ino: gossip, clothing, and boys. "Well," the Rosette clasped her hands together. "As your friends, Ino and I will make sure you're fully adapted to your new life here. This includes fashion tastes." Karen supposed she could accept that, and while having real friends felt odd, it was also nice to have them. Guess it could not hurt to let this too help her find some stuff for her and her room. Sasuke must have stared at the scroll for at least an hour. He did not move from his position, kneeling on the ground with the tiger scrolls perfectly settled in front on him. The silence in the house was so uncomfortably deep the movement of the clock's hands felt too loud. At moments his fingers twitching, as if finally deciding to move and open the scroll, only for him to hesitate and remain still. Sasuke prided himself in being a determined individual. He knew his goals and went to claim them without any doubt. But one look at that scroll and his determination crumbled to dust. He should not feel this way. This was his legacy, something that was his own right to inherit. And yet, whenever he looked at it, all he could see was his mother's face. A smiling face, a face that now he understood must have been a mask for a long time. He took comfort in knowing his mother loved him, but to hear her life had seldom been of her own choosing. It honestly created a pain Sasuke was not accustomed to. He knew pain of tragedy, when injustice struck you. But this was a pain you felt for somebody else, when injustice befell another person. The thought that his mother had been viewed by the clan elders as little more than an obedient servant was enough to drive him into rage. This scroll. This was part of his mother's life, her real life. This scroll was part of her pride, the legacy of her family line, something that she must have held onto when giving her life to the clan as a whole. Part of him felt that signing the scroll himself would taint it. For the tiger contract was not tied to the Uchiha. The tigers made that very clear as he was told. Would they accept him? Would his mother want him to sign it? Whatever you choose, Your mother would be proud of you regardless. The raven-haired boy let out a grunt. Ever since leaving that hospital, Naruto's mother had frequented the Uchiha to check on him, or annoy him for the most part, but it felt comforting having someone visit him who was his mother's dearest friend. Mostly she was over telling stories about his mother during their genin days while cooking for him, for which he did not ask for, but she would not take no for an answer. Sasuke really saw where Naruto got a lot of his personality from. Still, as much as Kushina had assured him, he had been hesitant to open the summing scroll. For all I know, they could outright reject me, at worst try to eat me alive. They were tigers after all. He took a look at his hands. Mother! He knew prayers don't really help, but for this he felt like he had to. I may not be worthy to even open this, but I want to make you proud. Not as an Uchiha, but as your son. After everything Naruto's mom told me, I just don't know what to think about our clan. But I do know this. His eyes shone with resolution. After all the stories, I want to be like the ninja you were. So please, let me have your blessing to use this scroll. The room was predictably silent. Yet he swore he felt lightness in the air around him now. His eyes looked over the room before refocusing back to the scroll. A sigh escaped his lips. I love you, mother. I'll make you proud. His hands reached for the scroll. Slowly he unlocked and unfurled it. He saw a few names, but the last one got his attention. Mikoto Uchiha. Beside his mother's was likely his grandfather and great-grandfather, Ryoichi and Tadao. I hope, as your grandson, I'll do things right. He bit into his thumb before looking at his mother's name. His name soon was written across from hers. A breath he did not know he held escaped his lips once finished. It was done. Should he try summoning now? Perhaps it'd be best to try out under supervision. Next time the team met on the training, he'd try to make contact with the tigers. For now, Sasuke prepared for his next persona training session. He had a match against a bloodthirsty maniac to worry about. Naruto came home with a belly full of ramen, which was enough to keep him on a good mood for the rest of the day. Mom should be back from her training by now, and he was actually eager for a new lesson on Fuinjutsu. Perhaps he'd be able to convince her to skip on storage sealing and go straight for explosive seals. He had the suspicion his mother had a fondness for those. He was right. As he entered the living room and saw his mom sitting on the couch, eyes closed with her hands folded against her lap. Man, she looked beat up. The perv and Kakashi-sensei did not go easy on her. Hey mom, he greeted her with a wide smile, causing her eyes to open and turn to him. She had a strange look in them. What's up? Oh, you're here. Good, she sounded nervous. There is something I need to talk to you about. A bit worried about what had his mother troubled, he wordlessly stood in front of her, watching her hands clench and unclench on her pants. Finally, she took a deep breath and gave him a stern look. What were you doing with those Kumo ninja today? He blinked. UK-. Yes, I know, she quickly cut it. Now answer the question. We. He shrugged. We were just eating. Her tone was not too pleased. And may I know why? Because we get along? By the look he in her eyes, she was only more upset. She took a long, deep breath, as if she was trying to rein in her feelings. Naruto, do you know what Kumogakure did to our clan? The blonde gave a small nod. I found out during the second part of the exam. And when they tried to kidnap Hinata. Did you also know they also tried to kidnap me when I was your age? Shock etched on her son's face. Clearly No told him about that incident. So I'll ask, why would you get along with people from Kumo? Naruto had seen that look before in Neji. Because while what Kumo did was horrible, it wasn't Yujito and her team who did it. The older Uzumaki's eyes twitched at that. She pinched the bridge of her nose and let out a long exhale. You clearly don't get it. Did I do something wrong? He fearfully asked. His fears were confirmed with his mother's next words. Yes, you did. Naruto felt his heart throb painfully at the mere notion of having disappointed his mother in some fashion. Being a son had been such new, wonderful yet frightening territory for him. He feared failing, to do something wrong in front of the eyes of she who had become an incomparable treasure to him. You honestly think you and anyone from Kumo can be friends? Kushina said incredulously. Those are the people who slaughtered our clan. She put emphasis in the words. And don't give me that whole "it wasn't them who did it." It makes no difference because if they are ordered to do so, they will kill you and anyone you love. But they're not like that. You are just telling yourself that because you don't know any better. Kushina stood up, angrily pacing around the room. What do you want me to do then? He quietly demanded. Not to see them anymore? It's for your own good, Kushina assured him, believing she was getting through. But apparently that was not the case, as Naruto looked back at her defiantly. What if I do want to be friends with them? Yujito is a Jinchuriki like me, like you were. I am nothing like them, she seethed. And you should watch your tongue when speaking to me like that. I'm your mother. Children were supposed to obey their parents. That's how it's always been. That's how Tsunade raised her. You know what their people did? Why are you so forgiving? Because other people did it, not Yujito and her team. Naruto cried back in exasperation, tears welling up in his eyes. The mere act of arguing with his mother was painful. Why do you hate them so much? He needed to understand, and Kushina made it very clear with just a few words. Because they destroyed my home and killed my family. Her shout echoed throughout the house. Naruto stood there flabbergasted, the sheer intensity of emotion in his mother's voice. The anger, the hate, the pain. It reminded him of Sasuke in their early years in the academy. Once more he felt that pressure. Once more he tried to empathize and understand but couldn't. There was a brief but painfully heavy silence, broken only by Kushina's harried pants. Kumo, IWA, the Kurikiba Snake Clan. She muttered each name with loathing. We did nothing to the villages. Even in the wars we stayed mostly out of the conflicts, supporting Konoha in non-combat scenarios. But that was enough for them to see us as a threat. She plummeted down on the couch. The Kurikiba clan has been a long-time enemy of ours and the dragons. So when a chance to strike presented itself, they did not waste it and informed 2 villages that would take it at a moment's notice. A snake clan? That was news to him. He had not heard any account of something like that being involved in Yuzu's fall. I was already away from the village when it happened. Given to Konoha to serve as the fox's jailer, tears leaked from her eyes. By the time I heard the news, it was already too late. Yuzushio was under heavy siege. Kushina ran a hand over her face, trying to stave off the flood without any success. And by the time Konoha reinforcements arrived, the battle was over. Our home had been utterly destroyed and our clan slain by the thousands. My father among those numbers. Her father, his grandfather, Daisuke Uzumaki. Quite a few tales had been told to him about the late leader of Yuzushio from his mom. He knew how he died defending Yuzu. Everything had been facts, but hearing it from his mother like this wasn't just a history lesson. This was a tragedy, this pain still fresh. But still, all he knew of his grandfather and his clan were only stories. He had no real attachment to them, unlike his mom who did, passionately so. He could not see or feel as strongly for their clan and late family like she did, because all the family he had was just his mother and Karen. Mom! His voice was quiet, but she raised her head as she listened. All I know about Grandpa or the clan is from you and bit from Karen. The horrifying realization finally dawned on Kushina. Naruto did not feel like she did. He most likely didn't even understand it. He, who had grown up alone, a fact Kushina bitterly remembered, didn't understand what it was to lose something. That is not to say Naruto didn't know pain, or that he couldn't empathize with other people. But to truly understand that kind of pain took something else. It took having lived through the same thing. Kushina was not heartless. She would not judge someone for not understanding her pain, like some kind of angsty brat who thought the world revolved around them. She understood pain was hard to measure, and you didn't need to have gone through the same thing to feel compassion for someone. Naruto, bless him, was a kind boy. He wanted to see the good in other people, to help them even if he didn't fully understood. Because he was an oddity in the shinobi world, he was someone who knew kindness. And for that Kushina was eternally grateful, knowing that her son grew up to be so wonderful, hoping he could keep that sense of compassion which she herself had been forgetting throughout many years of loss and pain. But even still, Kushina could not let go of that pain. A pain which Naruto, for all his virtues, did not understand. You didn't live through it, Kushina muttered softly. They didn't even let me return until they buried all the bodies. Seeing what was done to my home, it felt like someone had ripped out my own heart. Her son remained silent. Tsukikoba-chan's gardens, where we played so much with her, were now cinders. The streets filled with the smiles of our kin were wrecked beyond recognition. The enemy did not stop until they made sure our ancestral homeland was nothing but rubble. The place of my birth, my parents, my grandfathers, all of our ancestors, there was nothing left. A sob escaped her lips. The memories as fresh and painful as they had been all those years ago. They took everything from us just because they could. So much pain rolled off his mother. He never could put it to words how much his mom loved Yuzusho. There was no words he could describe what feelings she had for their homeland and clan. And most likely he'd never find them because he never knew about them. His mom was right. He did not experience what she felt when learning Yuzusho was destroyed and her father, his grandfather, murdered. He did not feel the ache she did of losing an entire clan like she and Sasuke did. And as far as she was concerned, all of Kumo was the enemy to her. It did not matter who they were. They came from the village that took away her family and nearly kidnapped her like they tried with Hinata. Yes, what they did was beyond barbaric and wrong. But for Naruto, I can't blame Yujito, Karui, Omoi, and Samui for something they never did and weren't even born yet. Something beyond their control. Because it's exactly like how people here blamed me for Kurama attacking the village. I see that now. Kushina spoke meekly, understanding her son's view on it. She could not lie and say she was happy about it, but maybe as his mother she had to respect his feelings on the matter. She did not know. This whole motherhood thing was such foreign territory for her, thrusted into the role of a 12-year-old's mother from one moment to the next. Ideally, she would have grown into the role as Naruto himself grew up. But things would never be like that, so she had to adapt. Do you want me to stop seeing them? Her son asked, fearful for the answer. The Uzumaki took her time pondering on what she was going to say. No, Naruto felt he could breathe again. I won't forbid you, but I just want you to understand the kind of risks you're taking. Gently, she took his hands into hers, looking her son in the eyes. Just please be careful around them. All I ask. Naruto slowly nodded before being pulled into a hug. I'm sorry for yelling. Naruto hugged his mom back. It's all right, Kushina sighed. I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing. If it helps, I'm on the same boat, the whiskered blonde replied. The two managed to share a short laugh, knowing they'd be okay. They'd grow together as family. Staying silently behind a corner, Karen smiled to herself. Chapter 26. Another day. As the morning rays of light cleaved through the window of their current lodgings, it settled down upon a futon with disheveled sheets and the naked form of a woman covered in said sheets. Her very wild and long red hair went all over her back and even spread a little beyond the width of the shoulders, a few bangs covering her eyes. She smacked her lips and groaned in discomfort as her slumber ended. She tiredly moved to get closer to the form of her partner, seeking the warmth and comfort of her lover's presence, only to find the bedside empty as her arm reached forward and felt nothing but the mattress. Slowly she raised her head, running a hand over her wild mane while yawning. She tucked away a stray bang covering one blue eye, freeing her vision. She slumped and pursed her lips in displeasure at the sight that her lover was not present. She had a good idea of where she was right now. Meditating at sunrise. She muttered in a groggily morning voice. Damn sage, why things? Who does that? Disgruntled, she lazily sat up as the blanket fell to her waist. She stretches her arms above her head. With a small sigh, she lets them drop as she gets out of bed, not bothered by her own state of nakedness. Guess I will make breakfast then. The warmth of the sun and the cool breeze made for a perfect combination which brought comfort to her entire body, further relaxing her. On a field of grass, a woman sits meditating in a half-lotus position, eyelids closed and a serene expression on her face. Her messy blonde hair swayed with wind, the breeze caressing her mocha skin. Her attire consisted of a one-sleeved light blue robe filled with wave and wind motifs, with the sleeve covering her right arm, though she wore long dark fingerless arm gloves that reached to her biceps in both arms. A black tube top covered her chest area, her robe tied with a red sash. She also wore dark green loose pants and sandals. Her mind drifted into the wind and the earth itself, allowing her to feel the natural energy flowed all around her. She welcomed it with her soul, but it did not enter her body, and slipped her grasp when she tried reaching it. Just like she always did, she refused to feel frustration. It went against her training and all she strived for, determined to try again and again until she could finally succeed, though a part of her wondered why it kept happening. Why did nature not answer her calling? Was she doing something wrong? For years she had prepared not just her body but also her mind, reaching out to the planet, not in demand of its power, but to further enrich her spirit. Just like her ancestors had done for so long, it was her duty to keep alive the clan's traditions. Her purpose was far from selfish. She should have made progress by now. This failure, this disappointment was unacceptable. The sudden flash of anger was quickly suppressed, her hands tightening and relaxing. She was soon distracted and she welcomed it, for it took her away from this place that made her feel negative emotions. "Hey!" It was the arrival of a familiar and exuberant voice. "Brought you something to eat," the redhead said, carrying a tray with tea and toasts. She was dressed in a sleeveless white shirt and a pair of black shorts. "Thank you, Lin," the blonde replied patiently. "But during meditation, I require no substance other than harmony with the energies of nature." It was then that her body betrayed her, her stomach emitting a loud growl. If she wasn't so controlled of her own impulses, she would blush, or at least, she convinced herself she wasn't blushing. "Ah, you're blushing. Damn it." Lin only giggled, taking a seat as her girlfriend heaved a small sigh as she opened her sapphire eyes. "Still no luck, honey?" The dry glare from the buxom blonde was her answer, which only made the redhead smirk. "You'll get there. Haven't met someone so dedicated like you are with all the sage-y mysticism stuff. It's called senjutsu, not sage-y mysticism stuff." Kia's clarification was met with Lin sticking her tongue out at her. Very mature for a woman in her mid-30s. "Well, I'm Uzumaki, to us that means little." In a way, Lin was right. If she survived this rather dangerous life of theirs, she might live well into being 2 centuries old. But on the other hand, that has little to do with maturity. "What, you saying I should be a stick on the mud like you?" The wild-maned redhead casually replied as she leaned to the side and picked her ear. "No thanks. You bring enough seriousness to this relationship as it is." "Well, somebody had to." Kia fought back a twitch of her eye, at once more mentally admitting that this contrived thing the two of them had was apparently a relationship. Lin groaned as she lifted her arms above her head, stretching her fingers. "I got a bounty today. Some basin has been attacking a nearby village." She sighed in satisfaction as the joints in her limbs popped. "You want chicken today?" The mocha-skinned blonde was going to say no to Lin's dish, even if the food in question was a giant fire-breathing chicken. "I would, thank you." The Uzumaki stood up and stretched her legs. "You gonna stay here meditating?" she asked with a touch of exasperation. "You could benefit from it." Kia spoke with sincerity. "Your body is very compatible for sage training. Pft, wouldn't even know where to begin. Would love to carry on Bachan's legacy, but I dunno. I think I'm not ready for that yet," the redhead said, her gaze becoming a little lost and melancholic. She soon shook her head and scoffed. "I'd rather be doing something fun. Standing still for hours on end doesn't really appeals me." Kia suppressed a sigh. Well, she supposed Lin was in tune with the world in her own way. She certainly was as wild as nature itself. "When I get back, I'll go over the details for the journey to Konoha." Kia soon regained her meditation stance, resting her hands over her knees and closing her eyes. "Will you take Tamamo with you?" "I'd like to, but the girl might be busy. Some stuff going on later about dash." Lin soon fell silent, blinking a few times, and she realized something. "Wait, you're not coming?" she asked in genuine surprise. The blonde opened her eyes to give her an impassive look. "I thought my showing no interest in Sato's invitation was clear." A mild glare came from her Uzumaki lover. "Oh, come on." "Never mind that Kushina came back. Apparently she had a child with Minato Namikaze. A member of your clan." Kia remained impassive. "Being of mixed blood does not make him family, and my parents never knew his family. I am not like you or the other Uzumaki when it comes to family bonds." Lin let out a low growl. Kia had always been like this with people. Granted, what she endured gave her good reason to be uninterested in meeting people, let alone trust them. But no one can close themselves off from everyone forever. Being alone never solved anything, except being lonely. But now here was a chance for Kia to see another member of her own clan. Half-blood or not, this Naruto boy was as much Namikaze as he was Uzumaki. He deserved to meet a fellow kin. And Kia might never open up to nearly anyone, but by the gods, maybe she might open to another Namikaze. Lin knelt down. You don't know how many Namikaze are left, and this Naruto boy may never meet one unless you go to Konoha. Same for you. Her eyes glared with unwavering steely resolve. And here I thought you knew the importance of keeping legacy alive, going on and on about your clan's heritage. She crossed her arms. Now the chance of passing it to another Namikaze comes by, and you outright refuse it, doing a bang-up job there, Han. The blonde's sapphire blue eyes narrowed in barely contained anger. Lin had delivered a particularly heavy blow, one that hit her directly at her pride. But she had a point. The Namikaze clan's heritage was barely alive as it was. Long years of wandering and attacked by many enemies had left their people scattered to the winds. In all her life, the only other Namikaze she had known were her parents. Their current situation put their sacred traditions at risk of being forgotten. How could she call herself her parents' daughter if she just let that happen? Kia sighed as Lin grinned widely. The redhead knew she had one. Perhaps I should pass on what I know. As a Namikaze, he has a right to learn of his heritage. The redhead threw up her arms in cheer. Success! But don't think I'll bond or anything with him, the blonde warned her with a glare. I'm just doing my duty. That's it. My sage training takes priority. Oh, I know, Lin winked. But I think this trip will be good for you. Who knows? You might actually like the kid. Doubtful. You really sure you're 12? Karen teased Naruto as the blonde sluggishly waked up, popping several joints. You creak like an old man. A giggle escaped her while being glared at by her cousin. Oh, shut up. I'm not a morning person. While his red-headed cousin was already dressed in her new blue kimono top and shorts. Aunt Kushina is getting breakfast ready. Get a shower and some clothes, Naruto Jiji. Carrie only laughed as she ran out of the blonde's room as he threw his pillow at her. After a quick shower and getting dressed, the blonde paused as he entered the living room upon hearing a knock on the door. It was probably Sakura, since she usually visited in the mornings. Nearing the door and opening it, he was surprised at who was standing at his door. Hey! Ino gave a light wave with a small smile, confusion etched on Naruto's face as he blinked. Hey! She was probably here to see Karen, since Sakura introduced her to the Yamanaka heiress. Karen's in dash. He froze as Ino had suddenly globbed him into a hug. Saying he even more confused now would be an understatement. Still, a hug was always nice to get. Is something wrong? Naruto asked. He returned the hug. A long sigh came from the Yamanaka as they detached. Just wanted to say sorry for how I acted back in the academy. She gave her fellow blonde a regretful grin. After the prelims and talking to Sakura, I figured I had to really refocus myself, that Naruto had heard from his rosette-haired teammate. But also, I wanted to make up for being not much of a nice person. To her surprise, Naruto simply waved it off. To be fair, I did kind of act like an idiot back then. Kurama snorted in his mind, but the blonde ignored it. So, yeah, we're cool. That was it. No yelling? Well, she happy not to get yelled at, though she felt she kind of deserved it. Sakura wasn't lying, saying how forgiving Naruto really was. Who's at the door? Both blondes turned to see Kushina's head peeking out from the kitchen. The older redhead took a look at Ino. Oh, Inoichi's girl, Ino Yamanaka. The young Kunoichi gave a respectful bow. Nice to meet you. Well, don't just stand there like logs. Invite her in Sochi. She can have breakfast with us. The moment Ino sat on the table, she was already regretting her decision of coming here. Good gods almighty, she had only seen this much food on a table when Choji invited her to dinner with his family. It seemed the Uzumaki household held a similar philosophy. Eat or be eaten. Karen only ate a moderate amount while Kushina and Naruto devoured everything in sight, which were bowls upon bowls of noodles. Where did all that food go? Shonam, Kushina mumbled with her mouth full before swallowing. You know, I actually saw your fight. Ino's head tilted curiously. Oh, it was pathetic. Her gaze became downcast. Oh, seriously? What the hell are they teaching you girls in the academy nowadays? Karen glared at her. Aunt Kushina, she muttered harshly. You know what I was doing when I was your age? I was being a professional ninja, Naruto deadpanned. I have several people that say the complete opposite. I can play pranks and be professional. Tebane, well, Ino could definitely tell where Naruto had gotten his personality from. And this was the feared Red Death? The blonde shook her head. In truth, it was really my fault for not taking ninja training seriously. Plus, I got into being a shinobi for the wrong reasons. Being a fangirl. Ino winced at Kushina's bluntness. But Sakura knocked some sense into you? Well, she already knew since the Pinkette told her how she and Ino had started training together at her house. But she wanted to hear it from her and see how resolute Inoichi's girl was. Yes, ma'am. The Yamanaka gave a nod. Listening to what Sakura told me about Nami got my attention. Good. Kushina smiled. And Ino glanced to Naruto. Wanted to see if you wanted to be friends with me. Her eye twitched at the sight of Naruto stopping mid-eating his ramen and look at her. He really needed some table manners. Slurping up his noodles with a gulp, the blonde Uzumaki blinked. That sounds cool. At that came a bright smile and wink from Ino before she looked to Kushina. After the exams, you all right with my team training with Naruto's? You know Kakashi is Team 7 sensei, right? The redhead chuckled. Boo it, I don't see a problem with it. Means I get to meet Shikaku's and Chozu's boys. Hearing that, Naruto squints while Ino sweat drops. Don't expect much from Shika, both muttered. Hinata sighed to herself as she stepped out of the hospital. After getting a clean bill of health, she was free to return home. To the glares of Neji, the judgmental look of her father and the elders. If she were being completely honest, Hinata wouldn't have minded a few days on the hospital bed. Facing Neji wasn't something she looked forward to. If they even let him close to her at all, that is, oh dear. She hoped her father hadn't punished him too harshly. Neji was not a bad person. He was just lost. Her pearly-eyed gaze dropped to the ground. It was her own fault. Had she won the match in the prelims, perhaps she could have made some change in her dear cousin, but she didn't, and she had to live with it. Stealing her resolve, she looked up, "Hi there," and got scared out of her wits, falling to the ground with a squeak. Good thing they were at the hospital. They would treat her after this heart attack. Oh my, the red-headed woman looked at her in concern. You okay there, Han? Hinata gazed upward and froze with a blush as she saw Naruto, but also his mother and Karen looking back. Nen Naruto-kun. Kei Kushina-sama. Kei Karen-san. The blonde knelt down in front of the Hyuga heiress. You okay? Kushina gave the young girl a look over as her son helped her up. Oh, she looked like her mother, all right. Sorry, I haven't got a chance to meet you. You definitely look like Hitomi. That gained Hinata's attention from conversing with the blonde to look at Kushina. You knew my mother? Went to the academy with her. I know your dad and late uncle too. The older redhead's voice softened. Shaking away the negativity, Kushina leaned forward, which made Hinata freeze, being face to face with the legendary Red Death. Yup, exactly like your mom. We were coming to check up on ya. Naruto had made a promise to himself to visit Hinata, making up for his forgetfulness. He had at least been coming to see her once a day. It was a bit awkward at first with Naruto doing most of the talking and Hinata being too shy to say much, but she had loosened up a little and became friends with Karen when she came with Naruto at times. Heard you were coming out of the hospital, so I wanted to see how you were doing, Kushina said as she sat on the balls of her feet in front of the Hyuga. That cousin of yours was a dick. She blushed heavily at the crude language. Oh dear. And Neji-Nizan is not bad, Hinata spoke as she smoothed her clothes and shyly looked at the redhead. Oh honey, you were just too nice, Kushina beamed at her. Let me introduce myself formally. I know you pearly eyes like that stuff. Name's Kushina Uzumaki. Nice to meet you. The purple-haired girl managed a small smile, folding her hands in front of her. And my name's Hinata Hyuga, and bowed. It's a pleasure to meet you. Kushina made a strange face. Oh goodness, her voice, the shyness, the adorable looks. This girl was just so cute. Without warning, she grabbed the girl into a tight hug and rubbed her cheek with hers, much like she used to do with Sweet Rin. "Oh, I just want to eat you all up." Karen sighed while Naruto dryly said, "Mom, you're making her uncomfortable." Hinata was going cherry blossom pink. She was not used to physical contact like this at all, much less from someone so enthusiastic. "I'd thank you not to smother my student, Kushina-sama." A voice came to Hinata's aid. Walking towards the hospital came a beautiful woman with long dark hair, red eyes, and a distinct outfit which resembled bandages but on a pattern. Along with her came Shino and Kiba, the latter who waved with a bright yo, Akamaru barking happily on his head. "I believe you're making her uncomfortable," Kurinai admonished. Yet a small smile tugged at her lips. "I lay claim to this girl," Kushina said resolute, holding Hinata tightly against her chest. "If anyone dares harm this precious cinnamon roll, I will destroy them." Hayashidano might not care for that Kushinadano. Shino spoke in his usual monotone. Kiba only sweat dropped at the redhead childishly sticking out her tongue. "Is this really the legendary feared Red Death?" He looked over to Naruto, who was squinting. "Well, the weirdness matches." Kurinai, being apparently the adult among the two, tried to get Kushina to relinquish her hug from a full-body blushing Hinata. She failed. Naruto weakly chuckled. "Mom likes to hug. We noticed, Blondie." Kiba spoke dryly. He soon leaned back as Kushina leaned over to him with an extremely serious expression. The young Inuzuka froze while Akamaru dropped off his head and into Karen's arms. "So, Sum's brat. Looks like Hannah got the looks in the family, though." She dryly turned to her head over to Shino. "Your dad Shibi?" She had gotten a nod, which was as much as she would get from an Aburame. "Tell him I said hi." She leaned back to look at Kurinai. "Don't think I've seen you before, though." At that, the female Jounin chuckled. "You might know my father, perhaps. Shinku Yuhi?" "Oh, nope. Sorry, hun, but ringing no bells, dear." Kiba snickered at the sight of their sensei frowning in mild annoyance. My father said he only knew you professionally at most. I must say it is a pleasure to know you. You are an inspiration to kunoichi everywhere in this village." "Good," the redhead sniffed. "About time people recognized how awesome I am. The stories about your personality don't do it justice." "Thank you." Kushina took it as a compliment. It was not. Kurinai shook her head before looking kindly at her sole female student. "Are you feeling all right, Hinata?" "Why, yes, sensei," the girl muttered from her place amidst Kushina's bosom. "You can tell her to let you go if you want to." Her teacher sincerely hoped she did. Learning how to say no was an important step Hinata had yet to take. "But I like hugging her," Kushina whined, tightening her embrace. The Uzumaki was not making it easy, but it served as a better test for the girl. Mom/Aunt Kushina. Naruto and Karen drawl in monotone. The older redhead huffed. "Oh, fine." She gently placed the Hyuga girl back on the ground and freed to breathe again. "Oh." Kushina raised a finger as she remembered a thought. "Wondered if after the exams you like to train with us?" That made the Genjutsu mistress blink. My team is more of a sensory team than anything." Kiba, however, looked excited. "Oh, come on, Kurinai-sensei. This sounds like fun to me. And get some good sparring with Naruto and Sasuke." Akamaru barked happily in Karen's arms while she pets him. Did Dog Breathe actually not call him Dobe? Naruto looked genuinely surprised as he swore he heard a mild respect coming from Kiba. Adjusting his shades, Shino spoke up. "It wouldn't hurt to diversify our training." Kurinai thought it over for a moment. "I do believe our team has been lacking in terms of raw combat prowess." "Hey, that's what I'm here for," Kiba retorted, feeling his pride wounded. "I'm the powerhouse of the team, and you got your ass handed to you in the prelims." Naruto felt the need remind him. The Inuzuka growled ferally at that, but soon pressed his lips and let the growl die down in his throat. "Yeah, guess I still have a long way to go." "That bitch UCK." Kurinai bonked him in the head. "That Kumo girl, knew how to overpower me in close quarters. Would have fought differently had I mastered the combined transformation technique yet." Kushina's eyes lit up. "Oh, you mean the one you Inuzukas fuse with your dogs and turn into giant multi-headed monsters? You can do that?" Naruto's hands flew to his head. "Tch, that is so cool." "Damn right it's cool." Kiba smirked with pride as he puffed his chest, for which Shino quickly deflated him. You still have not fully mastered your Shadow Beast clone with Akamaru. Shut up. Sis likes to rub that in enough as it is. A snort came from Kushina. I imagine Hana-chan could run circles around you. Kiba only slumped forward with a whine that came from the little puppy. You can't rely on big flashy techniques all the time, Kiba Shino reminded him. Why? Because you will not always have the chakra needed to perform them. Kiba threw his head back and groaned. Must be nice to be a chakra tank like you, he said to Naruto. Can't complain, the blonde replied. It really saved his skin plenty of times before. Chakra levels only get you so far. Look at your teammates, father, Kushina gestured to Shino. I know for a fact Shibi's reserves are decent enough, but he's got such fine control of his bugs, he can pretty much make them devour a good chunk of a forest. Kushina then pointed to Hinata. Hitomi was one of the best users of the Byakugan with her sheer precision. Hayashi was always amazingly skilled at their clan's taijutsu. She noticed the distance in Hitomi's daughter's eyes. Kushina doubt Hayashi would tell her, but she wanted to speak to him anyways what had happened in the years she was gone. However, the Byakugan, while their greatest strength, it's also a crunch if you're not careful. A chakra-laced flashbang is a great tool to use against dojutsu. Hinata winced as she recalled lessons about the Byakugan's weakness. Main point though, all of you are still genin. You're just getting into this, and you have not even scratched the surface of where you could go. Kushina crossed her arms under her bust. Right now you're all rookies. As Tsukumo-sensei said, untested blades are never safe to bring to battle. Kiba deadpanned. In other words, buckle down and train our asses off. Bingo! To say Sasuke didn't like to open up to people was like saying water was wet. It kind of went unsaid, something everybody knew for a fact. So for Naruto to see him like this, eager yet nervous, masked beneath a veil of carefully maintained indifference, he knew this was one of those moments he would treasure. When Sasuke casually asked his team to be there for his first summoning, he understood the Uchiha needed somebody to be there because this was important to him in more ways than he could properly put into words beyond his usual grunts. Sakura stood with her arms folded in front of her, while Kakashi lazily stood behind them, hands in his pockets. Naruto and his mother were nearly bouncing on their feet, excited to see who would Sasuke's first summoned partner. The Uchiha in question looked resolute, staring at nothing in particular as he stood in the middle of the training field surrounded by his teammates. No more delays, no more excuses. It was time to live to his mother's legacy. His hands flew into the hand signs pattern with great proficiency, as he had practiced them many times before, biting into his thumb to draw blood and slamming his palm on the ground. Kuchios no Jutsu, smoke burst forth from the summoning array that formed around his hand. Sasuke let out a sharp breath. He had done it, he had taken the first step towards his mother's tradition, that of his grandfather and great-grandfather. And so would he follow it with his pride held high not just as an Uchiha, but as Mikoto's son. He was certain his partner would be the one he needed for such journey, an equally proud and strong fighter just like, Ek! I can't believe I got summoned. A voice whose sheer excitement and joy that made Sasuke shiver made itself known. With blinding speed, a blur popped out of the smoke, barreling into him with enough force to send him to the ground. Sasuke grunted as the newcomer pressed with their pawns against his chest and shoved their face right into his. Am I your partner? A white Bengal tiger, a cub no bigger than a house cat, cried out with the intensity of 100 toddlers high up on sugar. I am, aren't I? Ah! The far too cheerful tiger shrieked. The white tiger cub affectionately rubbed her face with a loud purr against Sasuke's whose eye twitched. The tiger cub must be under the category of what people called adorable, because both Sakura and Kushina squealed so loud Kakashi and Naruto had to cover their ears. She is so cute, the Uzumaki matriarch gushed in utter delight. You are a she, right? The white tiger cub turned to look at her with blinking blue eyes. Hi, Kushina Uzumaki. I was friends with the previous tiger summoner Mikoto Uchiha. The tiger gasped. You're Kushina Uzumaki? But the chief said you were dead. Leaping off young Sasuke, much to his relief, the tiger circled the redhead sniffing. You don't smell dead. Why aren't you dead? Was the chief lying? Everyone blinked at how fast those questions came in rapid fire without so much of a breath. Kushina, however, remained unaffected. Almost died. Got stuck in a scroll for a while. Oh, Bet that sucked. The tiger said bluntly before smiling, showing her sharp fangs. I'm Ty Lee, hello. Yes, I'm a girl. Before anyone could blink, Ty Lee had ran back to Sasuke, leaping up. Unconsciously, he caught her before she could hug him with her paws and lick his face spiritedly. Naruto tried as hard as he could to rein in his laughter, shoulders shaking wildly. He feared he might slip up, but he just found this utterly hilarious. Kakashi hid his face in his book, but his shoulders gave him away. This had to be karma or something. Naruto had a look like he just achieved eternal bliss. I want to thank all the gods in heaven for witnessing this moment. Sasuke grunted as he kept Ty Lee as far away from his face as his arms would allow. Glad you're enjoying this. Oh, immensely. I'ma be the best partner ever. Just you watch. Ty Lee swore passionately. We're gonna have tons of adventures, and we're gonna have fun, and eat lots of sweets, she happily said as she wiggled in his grasp. This cub was like the polar opposite of Hien. Sakura tried to rein her giggling, tried being the key word. I am honestly surprised you got one like. This hyperactive didn't feel enough to properly describe how energetic Ty Lee was. I want to change. Right now, Sasuke demanded. Aw, don't be like that, you sour puss, the cub admonished. Kushina chuckled. Oh, so sorry, Sasuke. These are the rules. First one you summon is gonna be your main partner. The Uchiha looked like he was going to protest more, until Kushina gave him a sly smile. Wouldn't want to break the same rules your mother followed, would you? The glare he was giving her could have set her ablaze, but he hanged his head and sighed in defeat. Fine. He sternly looked at the white tiger. But you better tone this attitude you have down. I don't do that stuff. You don't do happiness, excitement, the joy at all the wonderful things life can give you? The tiger questioned. Yeah. None of that. Humph. Ty Lee pouted at him. You're no fun. But just you wait. I'm gonna stick around just so I can get a smile out of your frowny face. Kushina smiled widely to herself, before noticing the look Kakashi was giving her. There was no rule about first summon is your main partner. That didn't make any sense to begin with, as a summoner could summon any specific creature for the task at hand. You didn't have to stick with one on a longer basis than you did with any other animal unless you wanted to. The Uzumaki matriarch just winked at him, asking him to keep quiet with that simple gesture. Kakashi sighed. Well, perhaps this Ty Lee cub would be good for Sasuke. A more counterbalancing influence on his life, perhaps, time would tell. So what do you do for fun? Ty Lee asked her summoner upon being set down. I train, he curtly replied. That's no fun. You should chase mice. Are you a tiger or a house cat? The following day, she had begun to notice a crowd of people was steadily growing as the days rolled by since coming to the Hidden Leaf Village. People were no doubt excited for the third stage of the Chunin exams, though as far as her personal opinions go on being ninja in this age, Kuraimai found it utterly laughable. In a time long past, she recalled the true assassins who were masters of the shadows and blades. If you had managed to see a true shinobi, you were already dead. These ninja, as far as she was concerned, were glorified government-funded mercenaries. Still, they served a purpose, she supposed. The balance of the elemental nations was delicate to maintain, but such balance had quickly become stagnation in less than a century. Now the ninjas were locked in a pointless cycle of retaliation. Attack, defend, counterattack, and prepare for the next conflict. Such narrow-sighted path was no way to live. Humans always had trouble looking at the bigger picture and thinking long-term, and she was meant to find an inheritor of Rama's will here of all places? The pale dark-haired woman sighed to herself. Was she doing the right thing, or just trusting blindly in prophecies? How was she even going to witness such a will? It wasn't something that anyone could just show out of the blue. Her thoughts were soon interrupted as she was caught off guard by a young blonde-haired boy that smacked into her and making both her and the blonde hit the ground hard. Naruto let out a groan as he shook his head. He was so caught up on the fact he was late for practice, he had not noticed someone in his path and ran into her. Rubbing his eyes with right hand, his left felt he was grabbing something really soft. Do you always run into a lady and grab their breasts, young man? The blonde froze before lowering his hand and finding himself on top of a raven-hair woman in a red kimono who was dryly staring at him, with his other hand holding one of her breasts. Kuro swore the boy teleported off of her now, standing with an intense blush covering his cheeks. I am sorry, he outright in a panic yelled, waving his arms frantically. Humph. She stood up, dusting off her kimono. The woman kept a perfectly controlled expression in her face despite the mild irritation she felt. No harm done, honestly. To have been so distracted by her own thoughts she didn't notice someone running at full speed. Shame on her. The boy was still doing everything he could to avoid looking at her in the eye. Preteens, so, do I not get to know your name after you got so forward with me? She gave him a teasing smile. I said I was sorry. He quickly sputtered. Naruto Uzumaki, ma'am. Her smile shattered as her red eyes widened ever so slightly in surprise. Uzumaki, you say? Well now. Interesting. Yeah. The blonde scratched his neck awkwardly. Guess you heard of my clan? Enough to know you're supposed to be redhead. Oi! It's the gene's fault. Of course, she humored him, and scrutinized him with a critical eye before giving him a friendly smile. My name is Kuraraimai. Kuro, if you'd rather avoid the mouthful. Nice to meet you. He gave her a beaming smile which showed all his teeth. Can we forget that ever happened? She chuckled. No problem. Now she softly bowed to look at him closer. You were in a big hurry. Don't you need to keep going? His blue eyes widened, as though he had just realized. Crap, you're right. He began sprinting once again, giving her a last look and a wave as he spun mid-step. Sorry about earlier, see ya, and disappeared on a corner. Kuraraimai chuckled to herself. Such a fun kid. The humor in her quickly died down, her brow furrowing in deep thought. Someone from that line. So the Uzumaki carried on. Was this what the seer had seen? Was this where that legendary will would be reborn? The Queen of Lanka did not believe in coincidences. She would keep a close eye on that boy. Naruto let out a long weary sigh. Not only did he bump into some lady, he had accidentally groped her as well. And if that was not enough, his mother added a few extra hours of training for being late. Oh, he felt so damn sore in places he never thought possible. Heading through the village to get some ramen for a break, he spotted someone who made him smile. Haku-chan. The said Hayaton user perked up upon hearing her name and turned, seeing Naruto run up to her. Naruto-kun. Beside her were Kohi and Chojuro. Sup? The whip wielder of Haku's team said casually before grimacing. What the hell happened to you? The question came to the look of blonde Uzumaki. Front head to toe, he looked like he was in small-scale war. Even his clothes were in partial tatters. Sparring lesson with my mom. Haku winced but kept a friendly smile. I see she did not go easy on you. The twitch in his eye did not look healthy. We were just heading over to train ourselves. Right, Naruto said as he remembered. You and Chojuro are gonna fight in the final exams. He placed his arms akimbo as he looked at the two. So, Yujito-chan and the Suna girl. Kind of like your opposites in the fight, I think. One is fire, the other is long range. It will be a challenge, Haku admitted. But we're confident in our chances. Kohi snorted. You're confident. For eyes here can't stop shaking at the thought. The young swordsman let out a sad whine and looked down on the ground. Haku gave him a reproaching stern glare. Kohi, what? If he can't man up for his round, then he's not going to impress anyone to get a promotion, much less actually win his match. Naruto deadpanned. Says the guy who lost his match. A vein throbbed underneath the whip wielder's forehead. Hey, my opponent was a total freak. He wasn't wrong in that regard. Gaara was a beast, plain and simple. But, knowing he was a Jinchuriki, Naruto couldn't help but feel sympathy for him. He could only imagine what he went through. To kill as to justify his existence. He couldn't even begin to describe how messed up that was. The things Suna must have done to Gaara for him to develop that sort of mentality, that sheer bloodlust, that overall sense of wrongness. It made Naruto feel much more grateful his later childhood was relatively happier and much safer than whatever Gaara had been through. He felt the need to help Gaara, because Naruto could feel the pain and loneliness that lay beneath. He understood it very well. He shook his head out of those depressing thoughts. He didn't even know how to help Gaara in the first place. So he focused on the present, a curious thought coming to the forefront of his mind as he remembered a peculiar detail of that fight in the prelims. You still slapped him around real good though. Didn't know you had a water element that strong. Yeah. Kohei's tone was outright dismissive. He soon turned his head to look away. The three teens were taken aback by how untalkative Ringo was about using that powerful water element. You would think having something like that you'd least brag about it. But ever since the month for the third exams begun, Haku had told Naruto that Kohei went quiet when by upon being mentioned. Like he hated it for whatever reason. Why didn't you use it before? Your water affinity is through the roof, man. 'Cause I didn't feel like it. Okay? Tough, his eyes were mostly hidden by his hair. They could feel the intense glare coming from them. Haku's gaze softened considerably. She had tried asking Zabuza about what they had seen in the prelims, and even though it was beyond obvious the bandaged man knew something, he kept it hidden underneath vague lies. How should I know? He had said. Kohei's business are his own, and it was obvious Zabuza knew Haku didn't buy it. But whatever the truth was, he wasn't talking. No, Kohei would have to tell them on his own volition eventually. If that day ever came at all. Naruto couldn't really understand it himself. But it looked like he wasn't getting any answers out of the Ringo anytime soon, so he just let it slide. None of his business, Kakashi-sensei would say. Of course, that hadn't stopped Naruto before, but even he could tell Kohei wasn't nearly even ready to talk about this subject that burdened him so much. You guys want to go eat some time? Naruto asked, changing the subject. Haku gave a light nod. When we can. The Ringo gave a quick thumbs up with nod from Chojuro. One would think serving as the entrance gatekeepers would be the most tedious job in the whole village. But Kotetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki knew better. Contrary to popular belief, most of the time it was actually the main entrance by which enemy ninja would try to sneak in. A good ninja hid himself in plain sight, disguised as simple civilians, merchants, or the like. As such, it was their duty to see through the disguises of any potential enemy nin. Proper documentation was only the first step, and with the final part of the exams soon to roll in, there were lots of forgeries going around. A quick snap of their fingers and the ANBU station there would soon take down whoever they thought was a threat. Never did Kotetsu and Izumo let pass someone who they knew was lying about their identity. Until today, in which they had specific orders to let one such person pass, that is. The documentation was good, very good even. In fact, it was too good. How the hell would a mere tourist get something signed by the scribes of the fire court itself? The seal was a dead giveaway. Kotetsu kept his bandaged face carefully impassive. The person before him was doing a terrible job at trying to look inconspicuous. Baggy pants and a hoodie with which she hid most of her face. Though he could still see the traces of soft rose hair and her pale green eyes were as clear as day, the posture was tense. Her face betrayed every kind of emotion. This person doing such a poor job at sneaking in, she might as well be carrying a sign that said, "Amateur." They had been informed the moment she left the capital, of course. She did not do a very good job at leaving quietly either. Izumo gave her a friendly smile. Everything seems to be in order. Enjoy our beautiful village. Thank you, the young woman said, a touch too exuberantly. I will, and walked inside the village with a quick pace, trying to avoid any further conversations with the ninjas. The bandana-wearing Chunin sighed. She's doing a terrible job at sneaking in. Give her a break. Kotetsu came to her defense. The lady hasn't been trained in stealth. He then tapped the button on the radio communicator around his neck. She's in, Hokage-sama. Good job, came their leader's voice through the radio. Your part is done. Let the ANBU tail her from now on, said the aged Hokage as stared through his crystal ball at the young woman in a hoodie. My lord, the voice of Nico at his side asked with concern. Is this wise? With all the recent events, the exams might not be the safest place for her. Orochimaru has yet to show himself again. Besides, she is more than capable of taking care of herself. Hiruzen leaned back on his chair, taking a drag from his pipe. Furthermore, Akiha-sama felt she earned this chance to indulge herself. He believes it might quell the rebellious streak she's been having lately. Far be it from me to go against the daimyo's wishes, said the purple-haired ANBU. I am just concerned is all. This is all very unorthodox. Humph! Hiruzen let out a short laugh. Considering who your teacher is, I thought you would be in favor of being a bit unorthodox every now and then. I strive to uphold myself to the standards I developed under Kushina-sensei's tutelage, said Nico. That is, always do the opposite of what she would do. The Hokage nodded in approval. That is wise. He looked once more at the crystal ball and saw the young woman sitting on the outdoor tables of a coffee shop. Now, let's make sure our dear princess stays out of trouble. She had done it. She had successfully sneaked into Konoha to see the exams. Great victory for Mayuri Sasaki. Oh, she had been so nervous at first. But remembering her requests of going to see the Chunin exams being denied by her father on multiple occasions fueled her drive to act so irresponsibly. She wasn't gonna lie. She kind of liked this sensation. Mayuri bit back a sigh, fiddling with a lock of her rose hair. Yuma was being a very bad influence of her. She could just imagine her giving her a thumbs up at this ridiculous plan of her. Though the exams weren't the only reason she wanted to leave the capital. She would not be doing this if that were the case. She just couldn't take it anymore. She was a young woman of age. She could make her own decisions, but most of her life she had lived secluded in the palace, learning the art of statesmanship and war. The only time she had glimpsed the outside world was when she trained with the monks at the fire temple, or whenever Yuma was in town and she would take her on one of their wild escapades. Aside from that, all her life had been her education on politics and martial combat. Nothing else. Mayuri loved her father. She truly did. But sometimes she felt he was not giving her the liberties she required. Like he did not trust her to keep herself safe. She wanted to go outside, see their nation for what it was, to see their people and mingle with them. Only then would she truly feel capable of one day inheriting her father's throne. She had grown up hearing about ninja, and had even seen some in person. But those were experienced adults. Now that she was in Konoha, she couldn't help but be disturbed at how young some of them were. Some couldn't be older than 12. The princess wasn't naive by any stretch. But the fact that child soldiers were more than a concept and an actual practice bothered her greatly. Children should not be plunged into life or death battles, blindly thrown into the horrors of war. Your mom is making ramen again? How you two have not suffered several heart attacks by now I'll never know. It's all in the attitude. You have to respect ramen and it will respect you. Do you hear yourself talk sometimes? That is not stuff normal people say. Then I don't want to be normal. Mission accomplished. Her eyes glanced around and noticed a blonde boy with whiskers speaking to a rosette-haired girl. The Kyubi Jinchuriki. Of course she knew of their nation's trump card. It made her sick that the poor boy was made into a weapon without a single choice in the matter. His looks alone screamed Namikaze. Personally, Mayuri believed the secrecy of his heritage was a big farce. But then again, people didn't see what they didn't want to see. And any semblance of keeping his parentage a secret was gone with the return of his mother, the legendary Red Death. To think she had been alive but in hiding all this time. At least that was the official story. Hiruzandano had of course informed her father, who had confided in her the truth. A scroll that saved her life. Truly, the prowess of the Uzumaki seal craft was unrivaled. Just thinking about what the adults alone had to go through made her worry about the future generations of ninja. The clans had banded with the intent of stopping the cycle of conflict, but it had only expanded between villages. One step forward and two steps backwards. The history of the elemental nations in a nutshell. Perhaps one day she could make things different. Sometime you have to break from your cage and spread your wings to show people you're ready. Mayuri sighed as her longtime friend's words echoed in her head. Easier said than done when you're the child of the daimyo. Granted, once her father caught wind of what she had done to get here, there would be an enormous scolding awaiting for her back home. But until she actually saw the world for what it really was, she knew in her heart she wouldn't be a good ruler otherwise. So she would see what Konoha had to show her. All of it, whether it was good or bad. Prophecies were a curious thing. This the Toad Elder Gamamaru had come to learn in his long years. His gift of foresight wasn't as clear as many would expect. Sometimes he himself had trouble understanding what he was seeing. The future was often foggy, or perhaps a better analogy would be to say that it was like turbulent waters, always moving and shifting on its multiple paths. The further you tried to look away, the more it diverged on its paths. Few oracles could tell the future with utmost certainty, often due to the gifts of the gods. But knowing the future carried a risk, that of making it a self-fulfilled prophecy. In that way, one could say the stream of time also went backwards in full circle. The vision Gamamaru had seen long ago, that of the child of the prophecy that would bring peace in a tumultuous era. As time went on, he uncovered more and more details. The promised time felt closer than ever, and many pieces on the board were starting to move. Throughout the years, Gamamaru had seen and heard of various individuals that could potentially be the child. Minato had been promising, but had been cut short before his time. And that boy Jiraiya trained in aim, who had inherited the Rinnegan too, had been slain according to the Sannin. There was also Naruto to consider, but there was something that made him pause. Could it possibly be that only one person was the child? His vision could have been symbolic. After all, more than one individual could inherit a will. His vision lately had shown him another image, one far more clearer than the ones that came before. That of a magnificent hero who had saved the world once. The message was obvious. The child of the prophecy would be someone that would inherit Rama's will. When darkness would be at its peak, evil at the cusp of victory, and hope hung by a thread, the inheritor would only smile and fight with all their might to bring darkness into light. To think such a will would return once more. All roads point to Konoha. The Chunin exams, he could feel it. It was a pivotal point that would set off a chain of events. Fate points there, the soft feminine voice of his companion spoke. Red eyes lost in thought. Are you certain? As certain as I can be, old friend, the elder spoke, leaning back on his great throne. I guess it makes sense. Shursho's descendants live there after all. She replied with a small shake of her head. White hair with a touch of soft blue swaying as she did so. Are you planning on traveling there? Only for a moment, she said as she stood up, brushing her white and red kimono. I've much to do still. A smile graced her lips. But it would be nice to see them. She looked at the Toad Elder. Have you told your student the full truth, Gamamaru? Not yet, the great Toad replied. But soon it is time Jiraiya assumes his duties fully. So we must tell him of the past. The woman gave a nod. It will be a lot for him to take. Jiraiya can endure. He is a strong-willed one. An amused smirk crossed her lips. And rather stubborn as well as I hear. Gamamaru chuckled. That he is. Her mood soon darkened. Once again, war is on the horizon, and the fate of the world hangs in the balance. She took a deep breath before determination returned to her eyes. So we must be ready. We must continue to seek allies. Only then will we stand a chance. Those who inherit Rama's will be at the center of it all. Tomo. Hey, a smile graced her lips. Heroes who are driven by an impossible task. They are the ones who change the world. She remembered such people fondly. Their courage was magnificent. Though eras may pass, the flame of that spirit would never die. Teacher Tomo swore passionately. I won't let you down. Chapter 27. A series of highly random Uzumaki events. Some would say it was too early to start drinking, while Jiraiya was a self-proclaimed super pervert who openly perved on pretty women. It was obvious by this point he didn't care what people thought about him. After devoting much of his efforts to find his former best friend turned nemesis with absolutely nothing to show for, he thought about starting the day with a way to make it bearable. Oh, alcohol, the source and solution to all of life's problems. He tilted the sake plate up as he drank the last drops, setting it down with a heavy sigh. The rays of the sun descended upon his face on rectangular patterns through the terrace roof. He idly grabbed the jug next to him on the large chair he was sitting on, shaking it slightly to feel how much sake was left in. Good, plenty to get wasted. Not enough to drown his frustrations sadly. He set the jug down with a grunt. Regardless of what others thought, Jiraiya was convinced Orochimaru was still somewhere in the village. He could feel it, but that snake of his former teammate was just too slippery. He knew the village inside and out. Trying to find him would be like finding a needle in a haystack. He had ANBU patrolling through every sewer and dark corner he could find, Inuzuka trackers and Aburame literally having their bugs spy through the cracks in buildings. Yet nothing of Orochimaru was yet to appear again. The only thing Jiraiya could do at the moment was waiting and prepare. What kind of a spymaster was he if he couldn't find an intruder in their own damn village? He angrily filled the cup again and drank it quickly, letting out a gasp as his throat burned. "Drowning your sorrows?" A woman's voice spoke. Looking over the terrace, Jiraiya found that a great beauty of a woman stood before him. Skin like porcelain, she had white hair with a tint of blue that framed the sides of her face and covered a part of her forehead, while the rest was pulled up in a long ponytail. Her heart-shaped face was lovely, without any blemish, and her eyes were an exotic red. The white kimono top she wore had a red and black obi that accentuated her generous bust, and those dark blue hakama pants of her did leave a good part of thighs visible. In any other occasion, Jiraiya would be all over her and most likely getting slapped at this very moment. But right now he was a few drinks in and too pissed to consider it. "Drowning my frustration, more like it," he grumbled, giving the stranger another look over. "We haven't met, miss?" he prompted. "Tomo," she introduced herself with a polite smile and a short bow. "Tomo Guzan." "Nice to meet ya," he nodded back. "Jiraiya of the Sannin." "No last name to speak of." He poured more sake into the plate. "Care to join me?" She looked very nervous of all sudden. "I'll pass," she stammered. Tomo then cleared her throat. "I've heard much about you." "All true, I assure you," Jiraiya bragged before pausing. "Unless it was about the bad stuff, in that case all lies." The red-eyed woman giggled. "Gamamaru was right. You seem to be quite the character." The toad sage stopped just as he was bringing the sake to his lips. He gave the woman a critical look as he set it down. "Gamamaru, you can't possibly refer to a big old toad, can you?" "He's a friend," she replied. "The toads are old allies of mine." Jiraiya tilted an eyebrow suspiciously. "Never mentioned you." At that, the young woman let out a wary sigh. "I've been away for a long time. I don't blame them for believing I was no longer among the living. You'll forgive me if I don't believe you right away. Can't take anyone's words at face value in this business." "Understandable." She reached into obi and pulled out a coin. She flicked it his way and he caught it on his hand. The coin had the kanji for oil, the same one he had on his own forehead protector. It had a certain smell to it, the kind belonging to the oil you only found in their mountains. "I trust this prove I'm an ally of them, and by extension yours." There was only one way she could have gotten this. The toads gave it to her. "This ain't a social visit, I gather." "Not exactly," the woman said regretfully as she approached him, taking a seat right in front of him. "You are a sage too, aren't you?" "Indeed," she replied with a nod. "I came here because you are a sage as well, and there are things you need to know, things the toads have deemed you ready to hear." His mind raced, wondering at the possibilities of what she could be talking about. "I already known about the Sage of Six Paths and the 10 Tails. The toads were very forthcoming about it." "Yes. But have you ever wondered what came before that?" Her gaze became lost, longing even. There was pain and nostalgia in those eyes. "The world. There is something wrong with it. Things happened that were never meant to happen. I heard about your quest, how you hope to bring peace to these lands, but for that there is much you need to know, Jiraiya-san. Things that were put into motion a long time ago." He looked at her with a confused stare, pondering, trying to grasp the magnitude of what she was trying to say. Part of him didn't believe it. He was almost certain the toads would have told him whatever it was this woman wanted to share with him. But were they right, perhaps, that he hadn't been ready yet? His own status as a senjutsu master was very lackluster, all things considered. He couldn't even enter sage mode without turning halfway into a toad. Oh boy! He was about to have his world turned upside down all over again, wasn't he? This was going to be like when the elders talked to him about the Sage of Six Paths. Great, he readied himself by drinking his cup fully. Shaking his head, he motioned for the woman to go on. "Have at it then. I'll listen to whatever you have to say." Humming a tune to herself, Kushina, in a simple shirt and umbu pants with sandals, walked through the market district of Konoha with idle glances to each shop. Today being a rest from training for everyone, the Yuzu matriarch decided to take a gander at the market and see how much has changed in 12 years. A part of her felt relieved this area had not changed much at all, save a few new shops had cropped up. She stopped and smirked at the sight of Kazashi and Mabuki's shop. A chuckle escaped her lips, remembering fondly how Kazashi boldly claimed the Haruno minimarket will be the best in the nation. She wondered how that dream was going. Her decision made, She started towards the modest business before letting out a quick shriek and fell on her backside. The crowd all sharply turned to her as the redhead groaned and rubbed her sore rump. What the he dash her question stopped as she noticed a banana peel. Seriously, a banana peel? That did not just happen to her. A ninja does not slip on a banana peel, except when she pulled the same pranks on other ninja when she was little. Could it be Dash? No, that would be ridiculous. Must have been thrown away by some dumbass that ate the fruit and didn't have the courtesy of just throwing it into a trash can. Stretching her back, the redhead continued on, choosing to ignore this had ever happened. She opened the door to see the familiar faces of the married couple, who greeted her with a smile as she entered their mini-market. Ah, Kushina! Welcome, welcome! The rosette-haired man waved at her behind the cashier as his wife swept the floor. Mabuki warmly said, "So good to see you again. I just came by to buy some things at the best store in the village. But it was closed. I settled for this place." Kazashi rolled his eyes. "Oh ha, ha. You made that joke only about 100 times. Well, I gotta make up for the last 12 years, the redhead said with a grin. She walked into one of the aisles, losing sight of two behind the shelves. She skipped the medicine and bathroom items section and went straight for the fruit and vegetables at the end of the store. Kushina knelt down and smelled the nice red apples, picking up one to check out its firmness. Looks nih. She dropped it the moment a worm appeared from a hole. What's wrong? Mabuki came running, finding the redhead in an awkward position and avoiding a fallen apple like the plague. Worm! Kushina pointed at the fruit. Sakura's mother made a disgusted face. Oh, fantastic. She picked it up using a bag as a glove. Hope it's the only one. Sorry about that, Kushina. She spoke as she went back to the front to throw it out, leaving the Uzumaki alone again. Not your fault. She sighed. Well, so far this day was not going too well. But it could only go up from here. Perhaps choosing a dessert would cheer her up. She went over the refrigerators and opened the door, peering inside to look over the various yogurts and ice cream boxes. What to take, what to take. The new brand of strawberry yogurt is delicious, ma'am. She turned to see an employee in an apron. A man who didn't look older than 30, common looks, shaggy dark hair, accommodating various items on the aisle next to the frosty products. The one with the red cover. Oh, she spotted the dessert in question, a 6-pack. They looked nice enough, maybe she would try it out tonight. Thanks, my pleasure, he smiled at her and continued his work on another aisle. Placing the yogurts into her bag, Kushina stepped back to close the door on the fridge, only to find her hand was stuck to the handle. She blinked a couple of times as she tried letting go, but it was no use. It was as though her hand had been glued to it. Oh, come on! She tugged harder and harder, her frustration growing as she let out an irritated growl and pulled with all her strength, tearing the fridge's door off its hinges. Oh, Kazashi and Mabuki had run over upon the sound of tearing metal. Both froze and gawked at the sight of Kushina holding the fridge door with it no longer attached to said refrigerator. What the hell, Kushina? Not my fault someone put superglue on the handle, the redhead said quickly, waving her free arm childishly. With a bit of effort, Sakura's parents freed Kushina's hand as Mabuki frowned. What happened? The redhead groaned as Kazashi took the glue off her hand. That employee guy of yours said you had some good yogurt in stock. Next thing I know, I have a freaking fridge door stuck to my hand. She blinked to notice the odd look she got from both. What? Sakura is the only employee we have. Mabuki spoke quietly. Immediately the trio went still with Kushina slowly pulling out a kunai from her pocket. Her steps were silent as she gazed through each aisle till spotting the supposed employee. Like the wind, she was behind him with her kunai at his throat. Who dash? However, before she could interrogate, the man bursted into a cloud of smoke. Sakura's parents ran over. Kushina, the Haruno matriarch called out. Turning the aisle, both covered their mouths, barely covering a loud snort at seeing the Uzumaki redhead covered in glitter. Pink glitter at that. The entire front of her body was shining like a disco ball. Her eyes were closed and her expression controlled, but you could see the cracks beginning to form. Kushina opened her mouth slowly and stuck out her tongue, which too was full of glitter. She spat a few times, running a hand over her tongue as to clean it. Mabuki wasted no time in bringing the Uzumaki woman a wet towel to clean herself. First thing she did was clean her face before furiously scrubbing herself clean. So that's how you want to play, huh? Well then, I'm game. Is everything okay? Kizashi asked, only to receive a very dry and angry glare. Okay, dumb question. Better one. What the hell is going on? Somebody, she seethed through clenched teeth as she rubbed her clothes furiously to clean them, is pranking me. The banana peel, the worm in the apple, the door, the human piñata with glitter. It was all very obvious to her now. You? Mabuki replied incredulously. That's an ironic twist for once. Oh ho ho ho. The Uzumaki chuckled darkly. They have no idea what they got themselves into. They don't call me the prankster queen of Konoha for nothing. Kizashi dryly spoke. Nobody ever called you that except yourself. No time, she dramatically declared with a fist pump. I have to plan my counterattack. Before the married couple could say anything else, Kushina ran out to the front of the store. She nearly stormed with her hurry, if not for noticing the bucket of water hanging on the ceiling, connected by a thin piece of rope and tied to the door. How dumb do you think I am? With a flick of her wrist and a kunai flying, she cut the rope and carefully opened the door, all the while keeping an eye on the bucket just in case. When this one didn't so much as move, she allowed herself a smile as she faced forward once again. Then a creamy pie hit her in the face. This was the sight Sakura and Ino came to just outside the shop. Both young girls were wide-eyed as the older redhead wiped off her face with her hand. Are you okay, sensei? The pinkette meekly spoke, seeing Kushina's expression being utterly blank. Both were graced with a warm smile. I'm fine, Sakura. Hello, Ino. Could you two be dears and move aside? Doing as she asked, she gave nod. Thank you. In a blink, dust flew from where Kushina stood as she started running. You want a war with an Uzumaki madwoman? You got it. Prepare for hell. Shock etched on the faces of the eternal Chunin as they all heard the echoing roar of Kushina Uzumaki. Standing at the booth side beside his son, a pouting Lin, and indifferent Kia. The man who dashed ahead is with us, so please don't send Anbu to kill him. Saito spoke with a sigh while Kushina kept screaming throughout the village. Why couldn't I go with Samanosuke? Lin whined in a childish manner. Her girlfriend only face-bombed with a shake of her head. My, she hasn't changed a bit. The long-haired redhead muttered to himself as he looked over a corner on the alley he was hiding. It had been dirty business preparing all those wonderful trap pranks. Got a bit of the stuff on his jacket and hakama pants. The bangs of hair that reached his chest had a bit of glitter in them as well, but it was all worth it. Heh, still has those big lungs. The screams didn't feel like they belonged to a human, but a very savage animal. Was it childish? Oh, definitely. But he couldn't think of a better way to start reconnecting with Kushina. The two often played pranks on each other when they were kids back in Yuzu, so doing this felt right, like going back to simpler times before the tragedy happened. For years they had remained hidden, away from the only family they knew because they feared slipping up and alerting their enemies of their presence. It wasn't entirely blameless to act like that. More than a few times those accursed snakes had chased them across the nations, seeking to wipe their bloodline from the face of the earth. Then they heard Kushina died, and only then did they realize they wasted their chance. Then Maya-chan, Sujiro's mother, died in childbirth, and Saito swore to keep his son out of danger through any means necessary. Samanosuke loved the man as a brother. He couldn't see how much this wasn't healthy for his son. He bit back a sigh, hoping coming here would do the boy good. Today was a happy occasion. They would reunite their family at last. Hearing the news of Kushina surviving, it was the best thing he had heard in years. Samanosuke smiled happily to himself, finding great joy in hearing Kushina rage. It meant she was still the same Kushina they knew even after all these years. The Uzumaki woman stepped over the blanket that camouflaged itself with the ground very well, letting out a cute cry as she fell into the sinkhole he had dig up and filled. There was a very short splash of liquid. Oh, it wasn't water. A green slimy hand rose from the hole, grasping the edge and pulling the rest of the body up. A creature covered in bright neon slime came out, like straight out of an old horror movie. The blanket had wrapped itself around her body, and it too had become drenched in the liquid, giving the woman an unnatural appearance. As she dragged herself up, moaning unnaturally like a creature of the deep. A few civilians heard something in the alley and soon screamed and ran in terror as an enraged Kushina walked out snarling like a beast. "Oh, you're so dead." Her voice seethed as he eyes locked on a figure on the opposite side in the allies. "You're mine!" People gave the slime-drenched woman a wide berth as she ran through them roaring like a dragon. The moment she entered the alley, the figure was gone and felt a tug on her ankle. Kushina let out a yelp as the blanket hit the ground and she was now hung upside down. But that wasn't the end as a bucket of ice water fell from above her. People covered their ears as a loud shriek nearly made their ears bleed. Samanosuke smirked. "Oh, I bet Haim is a screamer in bed." He chuckled perversely. Before noticing Kushina cut herself down and hit the ground with a thump. Slowly the Uzumaki matriarch rose as she growled, covered in glitter, pie, slime, and now soaked in water. Was it wrong for him to smile at the sight? And thanking Kushina for wearing a white shirt and seeing the impressive bosom in a lace bra? Oh, who was he kidding? He loved it. He whistled before dodging several golden chains coming for him as Kushina spotted him again. The chase was on again. When the ANBU came to Naruto's home and told him there was a situation going on, he already knew it was about his mother doing something. It was like she was driven to prove she was even more of a troublemaker than he ever was. Sneaking up on the Inuzuka kennels to play with hordes of puppies, trying to get a free meal by challenging Choji's dad to food competitions. Things that would always got her an earful from the old man Hokage. Naruto was getting used to his mother's antics. This was not a good thing. So it was a huge surprise when they told him someone was actually playing pranks on her. He had to sit down for that one. And she was currently on a warpath. So they required him to do damage control. When Naruto asked them why they couldn't do it, the ANBU informed him, happily he noticed. She wasn't in the ANBU anymore, so she wasn't their problem. And so they could subcontract it to the first schmuck they could find. It just so happened this schmuck was her son and as such responsible for her actions. He was new to this whole being a son thing, but he was pretty sure it was the other way around. Naruto sighed as he was about to leave the house. "Hey Karen, can you track my mom?" He called out to the girl who was in the other room. "She's running through the Northeast District and moving fast. You might want to hurry." Oh, no way in hell he was chasing her alone. "Aren't you going to come with him?" "Chasing after the mad woman of your mother isn't how I want to spend my free day," came the indignant reply. He groaned. "I'll buy you okonomiyaki." "Fine," Karen grumbled as she walked up to him. "But you better keep dash." Her eyes widened momentarily, gaze turning confused as she looked at their front door. Who are they? They feel familiar. Naruto's brow furrowed. There was a knock on the door. The cousins exchanged a look before Naruto went to open it. Their eyes widened at the individuals standing outside. Red-headed individuals. The man in the front, who looked to be in his late 30s with various lines in his face, wearing a kimono. Red hair pulled on a ponytail with various strands over his forehead. At his side there was a young boy about their age with scruffy red hair, 2 long bangs falling at the sides of his face with 2 thick strands falling over the bridge of his nose, wearing a much similar kimono to the older man. And finally a woman with a wild red mane, a heart-shaped face with blue eyes and fair skin. She dressed like a classical warrior, white clothes underneath various pieces of armor like a chest piece designed to accommodate her bust, forearm and shoulder guards. Her white pants were tucked tightly into the legging pieces. She donned a very distinguished sleeveless haori that was white outside and red underneath. The man started first, clearing his throat. "Hello, you must be Naruto, right? They told me we could find you here. What's up, kiddo?" The woman spoke up in a spirited tone and a toothy smile. The young boy their age gave a small bow. "It's good to meet you, cousin." Karen and Naruto both froze at hearing that word. Kushina landed in one of the training fields. She huffed as she glared with pure rage at the person who had been pranking the ever-loving hell out of her stood in the shadows. "Just who the hell are you, Databane?" An amused chuckle came from the figure. "Now I'm just wounded Haim. Here, I thought you had guessed it by now." The former captain lifted a brow as the figure came out of the shadows. Time itself froze as a loud gasp escaped Kushina's lips. Her rage had all but vanished as her eyes grew in size. This was a genjutsu. It had to be. Quickly placing her hands together and generating chakra throughout her body, she yelled out Kai. But nothing happened. It wasn't an illusion. Even if he was older now, Kushina could never forget that face, that hair. Tears formed at the edge of her eyes. Her bottom lip trembled as her shoulder shook. Samanosuke, her voice a hoarse whisper. The roguish Uzumaki couldn't hold back his own tears as he smiled. Hello, Haim. She moved like blur as she embraced her fellow Uzumaki who returned it in kind. Choked sobs came the female Uzumaki. She couldn't speak as he held one of her oldest friends she thought was lost. Samanosuke was alive. I'm not the only one who survived. Kushina grew still as her tear-filled eyes looked up at the man who tearfully grinned back. Kushina, that voice. It had aged but she knew it. Slowly detaching from Samanosuke she turned. A shudder came from her as she covered her mouth with her hand. A soft grin came from Saito as a few tears fell from his eyes. Niken! Kushina trembled as she muttered through her hand. Saito slowly strolled forward till he stood in front of Kushina. Before he could say a word, she hugged him with all her strength, crying fully now. Not far behind them, Lin sighed, crossing her arms under her bust. Does not even acknowledge I'm here? She tried to sound irritated by the stray tears in her eyes belied her real feelings. Beside her, Chojuro waved his hand in front of a dumbstruck Naruto and Karen. Are they broken? Try as he might, Naruto couldn't wrap his head about this new development. It felt like a weird dream or a very vivid fantasy. But here they were, sitting on his living room, members of the Uzumaki clan. People his mother knew when she was a child. Her family, their family. Nobody blamed Naruto and Karen for having to sit down to take it all in. 1,000 questions ran through their heads, the same number of questions that were popping out of Kushina's face as she talked to the newcomers with the brightest smile on her face. She just sounded so happy, so very much overjoyed. I just can't believe you guys are alive, Kushina muttered in disbelief. I thought you all had died in Uzumaki. It got close, their cousin or uncle as he insisted. Samanosuke said as he stretched back on his seat, arms behind his back. Even getting to the mainland was struggle after struggle, Saito nodded gravely. The four of us were all we had. We did everything we could to survive. His eyes grew melancholic and distant. 4. Kushina frowned. Maya was with us, her cousin said, his tone nearly impassive. Lin and Samanosuke's looks became downcast, while Sato's son Chojuro remained quiet. Kushina's eyes widened in realization. Saito let out a saddened sigh. She's with our ancestors now, but she lives on in our hearts. He smiled at Chojuro. The boy met his gaze. And in our son. The boy looked much more composed than his father, his aunt, and his uncle. Most likely because he never knew his mother, never experienced the pain of losing her himself. He'd grown up with the knowledge that his mother loved him, and that was all he needed to know. Kushina fought back fresh tears before she wiped her eyes. Maya-chan. Much like Saito was the voice of reason among their little group back in Uzumaki. Out of all of them, she was the most patient, kind-hearted, and gentle among them, and she was gone, but a part of her did remain. Kushina leaned over to Chojuro, who looked back at her. Yes, she said nothing as she simply looked at the boy. A lot of Saito resembled in his face, but she also saw a bit of Maya there as well. Kushina ran her hand through the boy's hair. Call me Aunt Kushina. Glad to meet you, Chojuro-kun. I feel the same. The young boy gave a nod. Leaning back, Kushina dryly turned her gaze to Lin, who stared back. Nice to see you, Lin. Wow, that was thick sarcasm in her voice. Missed you too, dear. Okay, that was equally heavy sarcasm right back. Naruto shook his head before looking to Saito. Where have you guys been? Staying in the shadows. Did work where we could find it and made certain none of our enemies would find us. The oldest of the Uzumaki present paused. Was not easy, but we managed. Kushina leaned her arms on her legs. The snakes hounded you guys, I imagine. She received a round nods. Figures, the Kiba clan tried to kill me plenty of times. Naruto spoke up. That's the snake clan that helped attack Uzumaki, right? He recalled from the lessons he's been receiving. Karen nodded to him in confirmation. Lin snorted. Helped? Orchestrated more like. Who do you think tipped Kumo and IWA off that Tsukikoba-chan wasn't in the village anymore? Those damn snakes have been our enemies for centuries. They made damn sure they could take us out that time, but here we are. Samanosuke smirked proudly. They ain't ever gonna take down the clan. The whirlpool flows ever onwards. Kushina and the rest of their relatives sans Chojuro joined in a celebratory cheer. Saito, Samanosuke, Lin and his mother all looked at each other with fondness and happiness. Naruto and Karen were left dumbfounded as they suddenly began to laugh. It was laughter of relief. A few tears escaped their eyes. Naruto then understood his mother, his relatives. They were all feeling what he had felt when his mother came back. The joy in getting back something you thought lost. Except, he didn't know how much he needed his mother because he didn't have her growing up. These people were her family. Something she held so dear to her heart that losing them must have been like losing a part of herself. Much like how she lost his father, but fate smiled as often as it frowned. And here they were, together again, reunited after tragedy and decades of strife. His mother's laughter gradually became sobs. Surprisingly, it was Lin who went over and hugged her first, soon joined by Samanosuke and Saito. Kushina wrapped her arms around them in desperation, clinging to them as if in fear that they would disappear. Naruto and Karen smiled. Even the ever-serene Chojuro couldn't help but let his lips curl upwards at the sight. "What are you kiddies doing there?" Lin asked with a beaming grin. "Come here, you. You sure they're not dead?" Lin asked as she and the rest stood in the Hokage office after a bit of time passed at the house. Feeling best to let the Hokage know about this surprising reunion, all the Uzumaki went together to the tower. Upon opening the door, both Hiruzen and Jiraiya went stock still as they gawked at Saito, Lin, and Samanosuke. The Sandaime and Gama Sannin had remembered them as children in Uzumaki, playing with Kushina. Both had long thought they had died in the surprise attack like the rest. But the gods decided otherwise as the now much older trio stood at the Hokage's desk. "I must still be drunk," Jiraiya muttered as he stood by the window. "Why you all survived?" Hiruzen's voice like a whisper as he stared at each one of them. Samanosuke gave a toothy grin and thumbs up. "Yup, it has been a long time, Sandaime Dano, Jiraiya-sama." Saito gave a small bow. "Yeah, no," the Toad Sage spoke with completely dead tone. "Not today. I just can't handle any of this crap anymore." The other occupants in the room gave him an odd look. "Is something wrong, Jiraiya?" his teacher asked him. The Sannin gave him a strange look, as though he was barely holding back a freak out the likes of this village had never seen before. "Nope," he simply replied before taking a jug of sake from his clothes and began drinking the whole thing. Well, it was clear Jiraiya was dealing with his own issues at the moment, so they weren't going to press. The Hokage let a bright smile form on his lips as he looked at the gathering of redheads. "My word, you have no idea how good it is to see you here." Preaching to the choir here, Kushina smirked. "We thought nobody had survived," Hiruzen gravely said. "I had my ninja scour every single part of whatever was left of Yuzu, and I had my contacts checking everywhere," Jiraiya said as he put down his jug. "But it was no use, too much chaos and confusion at the time. But now I see it's clear none of you wanted to be found." "Exactly?" Lin chirped, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. The Kurikiba had been hunting survivors since Uzumaki fell. Hiruzen's eyes hardened before giving a nod. "I understand." The Kurikiba were relentless. It was no wonder any Uzumaki who had survived remained hidden. "So why risk coming here? We made the mistake of not being here when we knew Kushina was in Konoha. When we thought she had died, we realized our mistake in being too fearful." Saito spoke with some shame in his voice. "Perhaps we could have prevented and killed that masked man." Kushina had filled them all in on what happened to her and about Naruto 12 years ago before coming here. To think there was someone responsible for that terrible day. Saying they were angry were not sufficient enough words. "But that man will get his comeuppances sooner or later. Or you all would have been killed like so many others when the Kyuubi rampaged." The Hokage muttered as he shook his head. "We cannot change the past, lad, which is why we came when hearing our Heim was back," Samanosuke said in a rare moment of seriousness. "We had to come here, to be with our family." It warmed his old heart to see these people reunited at long last. Already the gods had been kind to give Naruto his mother back, but now they were paying him back in full, and for that he could not be more grateful. The smile on the boy's face was one he treasured as much as Konohamaru's. But the Hokage part of his brain reminded him it wasn't so simple. There were technicalities to address. So, you will live in Konoha then? If you'll have us, Saito respectfully replied. As if they even had to ask. I can grant you asylum as Konoha's old allies. He searched through his drawers for the right paperwork. Now, I do believe you won't be joining the shinobi forces. No offense, Lin scratched the back of her neck in a fashion that was all too similar to Kushina and Naruto's. But it doesn't really feel right for us. Konoha is our friend, and we will help you if you need it. But right now fighting your enemies is not high on our list, even if some of them are our enemies as well. Understandable, Jiraiya snorted. The council ain't gonna like that. I can already see what Hamura and Koharu will say. Hiruzen replied in a very businesslike fashion. The clans don't have every single member join the core either. This can be considered a very similar situation. And if anyone feels that joining our forces would be fair compensation for us granting them asylum, I will more than happy to remind them of all the Uzumaki clan has done for us. A predatory smirk grew on Lin's lips. If they still want to gripe, just send them my way. We'll gladly explain to them why Uzumaki are the last people in the world you don't mess with. As entertaining as it sounds, Hiruzen's starting to work on the paper he needed. It won't be necessary. Cleaning her glasses, Karen paused. The house wouldn't have enough room for you guys. Samanosuke waved it off. Oh, we're fine at any hotel. Oh, hell no, Kushina said sternly with her hands on her hips. Family stays with family. Lin dryly squinted, much like Naruto. Are we taking turns on the couch at night while the rest sleep on the floor? And I'm not sharing a bed with you, Kushi. I have a girlfriend, thank you. I'll gladly share a bed with Haim. Samanosuke brightly smiled, lifting his hand. Of course you would. Every adult in the room droned as Hiruzen and Jiraiya remembered the roguish Uzumaki's antics back in Yuzushio. Already a very energetic young boy who appeared to have matured early. His attitude seemed to have amplified through the years. Or did they reach Jiraiya levels? The Sandaime was afraid to know, in all honesty. You can work on house arrangements later. I'll have some rooms ready for all of you in the meantime. The Hokage spoke up, finalizing the papers. Lin perked up. Oh, add my girlfriend to my room, please. Where is this girlfriend you keep mentioning? And why haven't we met her yet? Kushina asked before leaning over Samanosuke. Is she imaginary? Can only Lin see her? Oh, very funny. The wild-maned Uzumaki rolled her eyes. Her name is Kia. She doesn't like crowds, so the moment we arrived, she went over to that eyesore you call the Hokage monument. She ignored the indignant hey from the current Hokage. And there is something else you really need to know. She clicked her tongue, looking at Naruto awkwardly. She's a Namikaze. One could hear a pin drop in the room. In fact, Hiruzen's pen did fall from his suddenly limp fingers. Jiraiya looked at the jug in his hands for a moment before throwing out the window. Say what now? Naruto intelligently replied with a tilt of his head. Oh, merciful gods, you really aren't pulling any punches today, Hiruzen muttered as he massaged his temples. You met someone of Minato's clan? Kushina asked incredulously. Yeah, long story. Funny too, actually, you see dash. The sound of their conversation was drowned out as Naruto's mind raced at the revelation. Someone from his father's clan. Here, in the village, on the same day more of his family arrived to be with them. He made a mental note to stop by the local temple and leave an offering in thanks. To everyone's surprise, he suddenly bolted out of the room through a window. Wait, kid! Lin called out to him, running to the open window and stopping just at the edge as the boy disappeared from sight. You need to know that Kia isn't what you expect. She let out a groan, throwing her head back. I don't think he heard me. What's wrong? Kushina turned her gaze between Saito and Lin. Saito sighed before patting his son's head. It's a long story. The wind kept an even breeze to Kia's liking as she sat in meditation on one of the heads of the Hokage monument, as Saito had explained before coming here. Not exactly the most well-sculpted pieces of art, but they were made as a measure of respect, and the buxom Namikaze preferred up there than being in the crowd down in the village. Despite the noise of the people down below, there was an air of tranquility here. If there was anything to take away from this place, it was that. Kia remained sitting with her eyes closed as they barely twitched. Looks like Lin got around telling that boy about her. Naruto stood a good foot from the older Namikaze, who seemed to not to react to him. Another Namikaze, He never thought he'd actually meet one by the tales his mom told about them. But Hiron sat on his father's head no less, with the wind rustling her blonde hair. For what felt like eternity, there was nothing but silence between them before Kia let out a sigh and opened her eyes. Her gaze turned up to Naruto as she took in his features. "You look Namikaze." Aye. Kia lifted a brow as the boy meekly stammered. Dad never left anything about the Namikaze. Mom said his parent didn't either. Sounds about right. Namikaze are not the materialistic type given our nomadic nature. Yes, we have scrolls of our history and works, but not a lot of them. She spoke in a calm, if not bored monotone. Naruto sat down in front of her as he took in her words. Well, least that explains a bit. He was about to speak again before Kia raised her hand. I already figured you had questions. The young boy nodded excited. Damn right I do. And gave her a wide smile. I'm Naruto. My name is Kia, she cordially replied with a nod of her head. As I understand, you are currently busy with your training for these exams. Once your schedule finds itself more open, I shall teach you what you need to know about our clan. Oh, Naruto was taken aback by her direct attitude. It sounded like she wasn't even invested in what she was saying. Cool, he replied awkwardly. I'm glad we had this conversation, she said before resuming her meditation. That was it? She didn't even sound remotely interested in getting to know him. Don't you want to hang out or something? He prompted, trying to get any kind of reaction out of the mocha-skinned woman. That is unnecessary, she curtly said. Hey, don't be like that. Naruto couldn't stop the disappointment in his voice from becoming evident. Don't you want to get to know each other? We're probably going to be the only other Namikaze we'll ever meet. Here I thought you would have your fill of socialization with your red-headed kin, Kia said, her tone uninterested. My obligations to you are due to a responsibility to our clan. I would very much like to complete them so I can go back to my own training. Personally, I find that spending time with other people distracts me from my real calling. The whiskered boy grunted in irritation. And yet, you have a girlfriend. For the first time since they began their conversation, Naruto saw a hint of emotion in Kia. Her eyes twitching momentarily, her gaze growing lost with something he couldn't properly describe. The events of how we found in each other's company are. She gave him a hard stare. Private. The younger blonde winced at the slightest hint of anger in the older blonde's tone. He realized he overstepped, though couldn't help it knowing a Namikaze was here. But by their brief words it was clear to him. She had very little to no interest in getting to know each other. Numbly, Naruto got his feet. I'm sorry, Kia only shrugged as the boy vanished via Shunshin. Namikaze find their own way, Naruto. You'll figure that out on your own. Well, that had been disappointing. After the amazingly warm reunion he had with his relatives, Naruto expected it to go the same way with a relative from his Namikaze side. But Kia was just so cold, uncaring even. Like meeting him was not something that warranted her attention and was only acting out of obligation. Stung, really. Was it him? Was he not what she was expecting? She certainly wasn't what he expected. He comforted himself when he arrived back at the house, knowing he had a much larger family awaiting for him. One he couldn't wait to get to know better. He arrived to see they were making themselves comfortable. Lin had dressed out of her armor and instead was wearing a set of short shorts with a tank top and sandals, lazily lying on the couch. Kiddo. Lin was the polar opposite of her girlfriend. Bright, cheerful, and very much approachable. Though that did not extend to his mother, as Naruto was finding out. Met Kia, I take it. She's yeesh. Hey, yeah. She was the same with me when I first met her. How the hell did you two end up together? Lin seemed to ponder for a moment. Beats the hell out of me, Naruto grunted as he sat in the adjacent chair. Oh, don't worry, honey. I'm sure Kia will warm up to you eventually. Just give her some time, okay? She's got her own stuff going through. Like what? Lin's lips pressed together. Her eyes gained a hard edge to them. Naruto saw how anger and sadness quickly passed through them before she let out a heavy sigh. It ain't my place to say, that's up to her. Well, this was gonna be a challenge. But Naruto lived for challenges. Now, Lin's mood did a full turn as she hopped out of the couch. We're planning a big party today. Let's go help your mom. If the stuff about her food I hear is right, She'll need all the help she can get. She shouted the last part, earning a furious growl coming from the kitchen. Shouldn't this be more a private thing, Kushina-sensei? Sakura asked before being handed a large plate with cooked food. Kushina only scoffed while she cooked at the stove with Karen. You're a part of Naruto's team, and that makes you family as far as I'm concerned. The question from the Rosette was due to the current situation of a large feast being prepared as news spread like wildfire throughout the village of more Uzumaki having shown up. Said new Uzumaki were at the dining table setting up the plates. The pinkette barely knew what was going on before Kushina-sensei showed up and grabbed her with Sasuke being wrapped in the older redhead's chakra chains. Currently the said Uchiha mildly glared in his seat at a smirking Naruto and eye-smiling Kakashi. You should have known arguing with Kushina-sama was impossible, Sasuke. Standing on the kitchen table, Tai Lee looked in wonder at the food being made. So this is human cooking. Hien and Yasu floated beside her with Gamakichi sniffing the air. I heard Uzumaki love ramen, but come on. The young toad muttered. Hey, don't you go dissing ramen, Toady, the wild-maned Lin threatened with her chopsticks. Or I'll make soup out of ya. Never in 100 years did Sakura think they would meet even more Uzumaki, actual survivors of Yuzu to be exact. Then again, Naruto's mother narrowing cheating death as she did. Perhaps it'd be best for her to keep an open mind to such possibility. Positivism wasn't an unrewarding trait sometimes. And good gods, when karma paid you back, it paid back with interest. She thought that perhaps that Naruto had emptied all the good karma accumulated when his mother returned and he had to start over. Well, there went fate showing her she was very wrong. Seeing him smile so much, it made her smile as well. Even Sasuke, always some composed, and despite the hints of envy she could see in his eyes, respected Naruto enough to be happy for him. In his own stoic way at least, Kushinadano was always looking out for him, and she liked to think it was that maternal care she was sharing with the Uchiha that was allowing him to move on and feel something other than hatred. This family of loudmouths really did have a positive influence on people. Then there was a knock on the door. I'll get it. Lin bolted up from her seat and went to open it. They all heard a large cheer. You came. I need to eat, another woman's voice said in defeat. Lin came back to the room with the largest smile on her face, tugging at the hand of what had to be one of the most beautiful women Sakura had ever seen. Flawless mocha skin, messy blonde hair and sapphire blue eyes, plus a figure Sakura would kill for, right? The Namikaze woman she heard about, as if the universe hadn't thrown enough curves already. She sat next to her, momentarily passing an impassive glance at Naruto. The blonde boy actually frowned at her for a moment before smiling widely. Kia just looked at the food being served on the table. Well, it looked like that cheerfulness wasn't shared by their side of the family. She barely even reacted when Lin planted a big kiss on her cheek, but there was no hiding that soft blush. Nothing like family dinner. Samanosuke, who had already began establishing a reputation around the village as a shameless womanizer. Okay, not exactly a womanizer, as not even men were safe from him. Declared with large toothy smile they had seen plenty of times in Naruto. Ain't that right, Chojuro? He prompted the young shaggy-haired boy with a nudge from his shoulder. Yes, he replied with a small smile. Karen shared an awkward look with Naruto. Chojuro seemed to take a lot from his father, being the odd calmed and composed type of Uzumaki. But the boy was just so passive. Sometimes you could barely tell he showed any interest in anything. Well, they could probably help him with that. Maybe he didn't have kid his age to be around. That was likely to with it, and thankfully they knew quite a few their age to help remedy that. Hien floated over to Naruto's shoulder. Dragon Chief will be most excited to hear this news. No kidding. Yasu chuckled as he tried sweets with Gamakichi. Tai Lee happily chowed down on a large bowl of cooked meat. You're the most bestest humans ever. Least that is what everyone thought, she said with food in her mouth. The mood was lively as everyone ate and chatted in an upbeat tone save Kia, Saito, and Chojuro, who were more composed while eating. Kushina only smiled as she watched her son snickering at his dragon partner, who ate his own bowl of food and tried using chopsticks. Absently her mind wandered to the past, remembering those who weren't with them, and a pang in her heart in knowing some was gone forever. Many years ago, the Great Flower Garden was a location many of the children of Uzushio frequented with great excitement, and one of their favorite playing spots. It wasn't the flowers that drew them, though many felt they were very pretty to look at, or that there was something remarkable about that place to their young, impressionable minds. No, the reason the garden was so much visited was due to its caretaker, a person the children treasures immensely. Immaculate, sharp features that gave her an air of aristocracy and experience. Fierce red hair pulled back and held by a hairpiece, letting it hang low while a few long fangs framed her face that was bereft of any blemish. Green eyes set in perpetual serenity. To the observer, they would notice the heavy burden of experience in a very, very long life. Tsukiko Uzumaki had gone through, most people knew. That was the general consensus. But such things went unnoticed by the children. Bacha-an! Kushina cried out from her spot, her arms holding onto Tsukiko's head as she sat on her shoulders. Hurry you up! Too long had they been waiting for her to be free of whatever clan business she had been dealing with. Patience is virtue, Kushina, her infinitely patient voice replied. But we're bored. Samanosuke groaned, his form swaying back and forth with the motion of Tsukiko's left leg, which he held onto firmly. You were gonna show us the spirits, Lin exclaimed, swinging from the other leg. Come on, we want to see fairies. Guiz, you're being rude to Bachan Maya. Always the little voice of reason came to defend their elder. Unlike the three, she was actually walking alongside Tsukiko, holding her right hand tightly, while a sighing Saito held her left. But we want to play with the pretty lights. Kushina couldn't be swayed. Right, Kosuke? She turned to the last member of their group with a beaming smile, expecting him to join their side. Poor Kosuke was too shy to say anything. The short boy with a bowl cut merely clinged to Tsukiko's skirt. The spirits are not going anywhere, Tsukiko wisely spoke. It would always be the children who saw the gentle side, the ancient and ageless Uzumaki. Her patience infinite when compared to her dealings with any adults. In Yuzushio, she had been the unspoken mother figure to many children of the clan. And it was a job she took with utter pride and a gentle smile that conveyed the pure joy she got from it. Finding her usual stone bench, she took a seat as the children looked at her in anticipation. Tsukiko chuckled at their faces before putting her lips together and releasing a soft rhythmic whistle. The tone was soothing, calm. It made Kushina, Samanosuke, and Lin close their eyes and sway to it. Soon small orbs of light chimed and rose from the garden, which made all the children gasp in awe. Within the faint light were tiny humanoid figures with buzzing wings. They soon flew in a playful manner around the children, who soon dispersed following them. Only Kosuke remained holding Tsukiko's skirt tightly, as if trying to hide himself. There is nothing to fear, Kosuke. The ancient Uzumaki spoke, gently placing her hand on the boy's head as he looked up. Fairies will never harm you. They can be playful and dear friends and amazing helpers. I heard they can look scary to hurt people. He mumbled. Yokai come in many shapes and forms. She rubbed his hair as he gave the little boy a motherly smile. The Yosei, the fairies, are no exception. Look, she beckoned one of the spots of light to come forth. She held the spirit in the palm of her palm. They are of the lesser kind, so their form is more intoned with the minds of mortals. So long as you are gentle to them, so they will be with you. The spot of light morphed into a long serpentine form with butterfly-like wings. The small dragon spirit peered at the young boy curiously, and who slowly loosed his hesitation to gaze upon the creature with fascination. It touched its glowing snout with the tip of his nose, making him giggle at the tingling sensation. He reached out with his hand to touch it, only for the fairy to playfully slip away from his grasp. He tried once more, actually letting go of Tsukiko's skirt to chase it. Soon little Kosuke joined the others in their fun, laughing the day away with not a worry in his mind. As children always should, Tsukiko often said. Come back here, you. One of the more humanoid lights made sound that was much like a raspberry at the clan princess. Kushina let out a growl as pounced upon the spirit. Her predatory looks changed to one of surprise and fear as she found herself on collision course with Tsukiko-bachan. The Uzumaki elder impassively caught the flying child and deftly placed her on her lap. Kushina blinked a few times at what had transpired before pouting and glaring at the spirit, who just made a laughing sound and flew away to join the others. How come they listen to you? Kushina grumbled, crossing her little arms. Is it because you're a sage? Tsukiko let out a short laugh. Were it so simple, my little whirlpool. You only need to know how to handle them. She gave the child a teasing grin. Much like one must deal with impish little creatures like you. I heard you pulled another prank today. Kushina only smiled with pride. Mr. Blacksmith's face was so funny. At the child's declaration, the elder Uzumaki only rolled her eyes. Placing the girl down with a sigh, she resumed playing with the others. They played so much that they fell asleep right there on the garden. Present. One would look back on those innocent days with happiness and nostalgia, and the wisdom acquired through the years allowed them to see more than they could back then. Bachan was really a wise woman, Kushina muttered. Now they could see a deeper meaning to nearly everything she said. Many times it wasn't even hidden. She always said things as they were, but they just didn't understand it at the time. When she was gone, the clan had lost a very valuable member. A teacher, a mother figure, a protector. She had been so many things to many of them. To those of the younger generation of Uzumaki like Naruto, Karen, and Chojuro, they could only lament they never got to know her. I believed Tsukiko-sama would want us to carry on our legacy, Saito muttered, his voice heavy. The clan lives on and I want to believe it will rise again. It will rise again. Lin spoke with utter resolution with a smirk on her lips. Kia said nothing as she kept eating quietly. A knock on the door made all of them perk up with Sasuke speaking up. Anyone else was coming? Kushina smiled as she got from the table and to the door. Took long enough, Yugao-chan. The former captain placed her hands on her hips as she opening the door. A sheepish Yugao, in civilian clothes, chuckled beside her boyfriend Heiate Gecko, who remained in his shinobi gear. Got stuck at ANBU HQ. Sorry, sensei. The redhead waved it off before shifting her gaze to Heiate, who respectfully bowed. Kushina-dano, nice to finally meet you. The man lightly coughed. Seriously, what did this guy have? Well, come in. And who are these two? Lin asked playfully. Bringing the two into the kitchen, Kushina smiled. This is my student Yugao Yuzuki and her boyfriend. She paused, remembering, thinking for a moment. Heiate Gecko. Yugao dryly glared at her teacher. Well, she remembered at least. It's a pleasure. The proctor of the exams greeted, trying and failing to stop his coughing from getting in the middle. Really? The wild-maned Uzumaki droned. Oh, honey, you could do so much better. Excuse me? Yugao glared at the woman. Relative of sensei or not, I will not let you insult my boyfriend. Only I can do that, Kushina added. I was talking to him, Lin clarified, growing a smug grin at the look on their faces. Dating a student of Kushina? Oh, woo to the poor bastard. You wanna go? Kushina shot up, spreading her arms as if to say, come at me, bitch. Come on. I'll kick your ass. Lin rose up to the challenge. You ain't go shit on me, princess. The two pounced at each other and began rolling on the ground, furniture and decorations falling as their fight escalated around the house. Sakura mumbled in a frightened tone. Isn't anyone gonna stop them? Kakashi didn't even look up from his now open book as she replied. You want to get in the middle of that? Be my guest. His pinkette student pondered for a moment, before conceding it probably wasn't worth her life. Naruto had a clear moment of realization. So, this is life now. Karen leaned over to bury her head in Naruto's shoulder. We're living in a madhouse. Yup. He gave his cousin a half hug. Chojuro only gave a blank look. You get used to it. Finally, after Kushina and Lin were separated by Saito, Yugao, and Kia, the group settled down in the living room after eating, talking amongst themselves. Tai Li laid on Karen's lap, purring loudly as the redhead petted her, while Yasu rested on her shoulder. Gamakichi sat on Naruto's head with Hien floating around them as the blonde spoke to Chojuro, with the others getting to know him. The Jinchuriki tried not to judge, particularly a relative he just met, but oh boy, was Chojuro extremely passive. Naruto was pretty certain Chojuro couldn't speak more than words in a single sentence. Any questions he himself made were all related with training in some fashion. Geez, only now did he start to realize that Chojuro hadn't had a proper upbringing. Spending all his life hiding, putting all his efforts into training and surviving, he barely had time to just have fun. Well, starting tomorrow after training, Naruto determined himself to show him just how many awesome things there were to do in the village. Like pranking people that never got old. A sudden knock on the door brought silence to the otherwise lively house. His mother went to open it and revealed Jiraiya standing on the other side. "Well, now you show up," Kushina reprimanded him, placing her arms akimbo. "Sorry about that," the old perv apologized. "I was busy. There's somebody who wants to meet you." He nodded at some unseen figure next to him, and he stepped aside to let her through. She was pretty, Naruto had to say. Beautiful face and eyes, cool white hair with a touch of soft blue. Great figure accentuated by a beautiful kimono held by an obi. But he couldn't help but wonder who this stranger was. The young woman looked at Kushina with something akin to longing, nostalgia, and regret all mixed up into one. But there was also joy. Her eyes went over every redhead in the room and him, taking in their sights and committing them to memory. Hello, she nervously started. "My name is Tomoguzen. I am a friend of the Dragon Clan." Oh, Kushina blinked in surprise as many of their guests looked among themselves in confusion. "Nice to meet you then. I'm Kushina, and this is my family." She happily waved her arm at the others, who simply waved at the white-haired woman. "Except her," she deadpanned while pointing at Lin. "She's just some hobo we took in out of pity." "Fuck you." Kia put a hand on her girlfriend's shoulder before another brawl would ensue. "Well, hello there." Samanosuke was up on his feet and in the blink of an eye stood before Tomo, who eyed him curiously. "My name is Samanosuke, and might I say you are sight casted by the gods themselves." He put on his most winning smile, while everyone else rolled their eyes. He thought he got lucky when she smiled back. "I'm not interested," only for his hopes to crash and burn. Samanosuke stood there frozen for a second before sighing and going back to his spot. "Swing and miss. This happens to you often, I take it?" Karen dryly asked. "At least there wasn't any slapping this time." "Before my clan scares you away," Kushina quickly brought things back on track. "Would you like to come in?" she politely asked, acting as a proper host. "I'd like to, but I'm afraid I'm busy. I had other business to attend to, and there are more to be done before the night is even over," she said, though not tiredly nor resigned. "I just wanted to meet you, if only for a moment. I wanted to see Shirsho's descendants, know that her clan was all right." Multiple eyes gazed at her in confusion. "What do you mean?" Lin asked. "Who's your teacher?" "You know someone from our clan?" Indeed, the red-eyed woman smiled fondly. "You all know her. My teacher is Tsukiko Uzumaki after all." It was like someone had dumped a bucket of cold water on them. "What?" Kushina muttered in disbelief, shaking her head and pinching the bridge of her nose. Wait, and wait. That doesn't really add up. For Bachan to be your teacher, and how old you look. Tsukiko Bachan would have to had taught this young woman when she was but a toddler. "Either you are lying," Saito said in accusation, eyes narrowing at her, "or you are not telling us the whole truth." "I am neither lying, nor am I being completely honest with all of you," the white-haired woman admitted. "But no, I value Shirsho immensely. She's very dear to my heart." "She never mentioned you," Samanosuke muttered. Tomo shook her head. "I imagine there was much she didn't tell you, and I wish I could clear everything up, but right now is not the time. If you ever need anything, just ask the toads or the dragons for me." She pulled out a circular tile piece from her obi and handed it to Jiraiya. She looked straight into his eyes as she grasped his hand and she placed the item on it. "Remember our talk and be ready. We must soon begin to act." The Sannin gravely nodded. "I understand." The onlookers could only watch in confusion. Tomo gave Kushina one last smile. "It was nice meeting you. I warms my heart knowing the Uzumaki clan will carry on." She let out a short melancholic laugh. "You're all so stubborn, but that's part of your charm." She lifted her fingers in a half-seal. "We shall meet again." Her entire form became ablaze. They had to shield their eyes from the sudden glare even as she disappeared amidst the flames that quickly died down, leaving not even a scorch mark on the floor. For a moment, nobody said anything. Jiraiya stared intently at the item in his hand. A tile with a flower painted on. A lotus flower. Who was she? Kushina finally asked him. How did she know Bachan? What the hell is going on? You wouldn't believe me if I told you. The knight's mood changed from one of merriment to confusion, if only momentarily. More questions than answers were raised, and it was clear neither Jiraiya nor this Tomo woman was saying anything at the moment. Naruto didn't know what was going on, or what Jiraiya had gotten himself into. He just got the feeling the exams wouldn't be the only interesting event he'd and the others would go through. Chapter 28. Uzumaki Family Bonding. It was a quiet morning in Konoha. What do you mean you can't tell us? Scratch that, it was never a quiet anything in Konoha, not when there were Uzumaki around. Currently, all 4 adults of the clan of Redheads were sitting around the breakfast table. The events of last night had left a rather strong impression. That woman, Tomoguzen, appearing out of nowhere and telling them she was Tsukiko's apprentice and not even staying to tell them all in detail what kind of history she had with her or the dragons in general did not sit well with them. And apparently she now had some sort of connection with Jiraiya, but the Toad Sage was keeping his lips shut about the whole matter. But the Uzumaki would not settle for it. They demanded answers even if the Sannin refused to give them. Jiraiya shook his head and he leant back on his chair. Exactly what I meant. You're being very unreasonable here. Kushina crossed her arms in exasperation, sitting on the opposite end of the table. At her right was Saito, who has always managed to remain calm and composed. Samanosuke at her left was leaning with an arm slugged behind the chair, his high ponytail dangling as he balanced himself on just 2 legs of the chair. Lin was next to him, arms folded in front of her resting over the table, looking just as annoyed as Kushina did. Why aren't you telling us anything? She said she didn't want to overwhelm you. Not when you just found each other again. She'll come clean once she feels you're ready. What kind of stuff did she tell you? Lin asked with a shrug of her shoulders, finding it very difficult to believe they wouldn't be able to grasp whatever it is this Tomo woman told the white-haired man. Tomo said she knew Tsukiko-bachan. They had the right to know more about her. You said she's a sage like you, Saito remarked. So was Tsukiko-bachan? Does it have anything to do with it? Jiraiya's gaze became a 1,000-yard stare, taking the others aback. Kushina had seen it before in people who had seen too much or knew things they weren't prepared to know. The smarmy, perverted sage just looked so shaken, which disturbed the Red Death, as though Jiraiya himself was still trying to come to terms with whatever it was Tomo said. No, he muttered before clearing his throat. I can't tell you. Not right now. Not with the exams are going on and you have to train with the kids. Kushina looked rather disgruntled by those words along with Lin. Fine, after the exam we're having a talk. We have a right to know who the hell she is and her connection to Tsukiko-bachan. The old perv gave a nod. You got it read. Naruto wasn't fully sure if he was actually awake this morning, mainly due to the fact he had suggested a training session of just him, Sakura, and Sasuke at their team's grounds. And it was Sasuke. Yes, Sasuke, who thought it was actually a good idea? Honestly, both Naruto and Sakura half wondered if the sky would be falling next. Still, as the sun shined in the skies above the genin of Team 7 as they sparred together, with an extra hand from both Karen and Chojuro. Currently, the last loyal Uchiha was sparring against perhaps the quietest Uzumaki he had ever met, while Karen and Sakura were taking on Naruto and a few of his shadow clones. Without his Sharingan active, his opponent was rather hard to read. Chojiro's style seemed to be a reflection of his attitude. Leave no openings and don't let anyone know what you're thinking. His attire consisted of dark hakama pants and sandals, along with a beige shirt tucked into his pants. The Uchiha's sharp gaze followed Chojiro's movement. His arms blocked and parried away the swift punches coming from the shaggy-haired boy. With each step he pushed Sasuke back. His right leg shot up in a high kick which forced the Uchiha to cover his face with both arms, leaving his midsection open for Chojuro to deliver a second kick which knocked Sasuke back further. The Uchiha grunted, gaze hardening as his black eyes flashed red, 2 tomo spinning in each eye. He dashed forward with a dash of speed, delivering a flurry of punches that took the quiet boy by surprise, eliciting a soft gasp. Switching on the defensive, he managed to keep up with Sasuke's attack, but this one was seeing through his movements, quite literally, as Sasuke's Sharingan allowed him to spot an opening. A swift kick to Chojiro's left leg broke his balance, allowing Sasuke to seize the opportunity by hooking his own leg with his and pushing him down to the ground, his forearm pressing against his neck. I win, the Uchiha said confidently. No sooner than Sasuke was having declared his victory, Chojiro's left hand shot up, delivering a strong chop to Sasuke's side. The Uchiha grunted in pain as he felt the spread through his midsection, momentarily weakening his hold on his opponent. Chojuro took advantage of this, kicked Sasuke away. The Uzumaki lad massaged his neck as he slowly stood up, while Sasuke sat up, holding his stomach. Their gazes met. Chojiro's soft gaze held a touch of respect, while acknowledgement shined in Sasuke's eyes. Good match, the Uchiha finally said. Next we'll use jutsu as well. Agreed, the red-headed boy curtly replied. Sasuke was actually finding himself tolerating and, dare he say it, appreciating the presence of this Uzumaki. He just spoke so little. After days in the presence of that maniac of a woman that was Naruto's mother, it was simply such a relief. Both froze as the ground beneath them quaked. Glancing to their side, they saw Sakura had slammed the back off her heel into the ground, cracking and uplifting sections of earth in the area she was facing some shadow clones. Yeesh, Sakura-chan, you trying to kill us? A clone yelled out, which made the others hide behind him. At that, the rosette deadpanned. Your chakra constructs who vanish at one hit. Another clone pressed his hand to his chest. Sakura-chan is so cold and heartless this morning. Sakura only rolled her eyes at the shadow clone's antics. Not far from them, Karen paled as she was sparring against the actual Naruto, who shivered at his teammates' display of strength. She is literally a mini Tsunade Senju. The glasses-wearing Uzumaki muttered with slight terror. Try taking one of her punches. Naruto muttered. She's like a human wrecking ball. Sakura's eye twitched. Naruto, order your clones to stop being wusses. She ignored their indignant cries. And actually fight me, sorry. Can't force them to do stuff I myself wouldn't do. She raised an unimpressed eyebrow. You're saying you wouldn't fight me? Well, one of the clones sheepishly says. You're pretty terrifying lately. Sakura let out a frustrated growl. Okay, if that's how you guys want to be. She cracked her neck. Then I'm not wasting my time anymore. She took a stance, and the clones took a collective gulp. Gentlemen, it has been an honor, of the clones said, resigned to his fate. A powerful kick sundered the earth further, so strong it made a chunk of rock fly upward directly in front of her. Shinaro! Her fist collided with the rock, obliterating it into hundreds of smaller pieces that flew at great speed in the direction of the clones. The clones were destroyed, annihilated under the barrage of stone and dirt. They could barely cry out as they puffed out of existence, some of the stones even going through them. A lot of them continued flying beyond the tree line. The real Naruto and Karen gulped once more. Sasuke stared unimpressed while Chojuro pointed out the obvious. She's strong. Sakura smirked to herself. Lately her punches had been getting even more powerful. It made her chest swell with pride. Thwack! And then it deflated when they heard the sound of a rock hitting someone, followed by the sound of a body hitting the ground. For a moment, the young ninjas stood still. Crap, Sakura muttered in growing horror. When Princess Mayuri went to the training grounds for a bit of training, she was half expecting anyone to actually stop her, seeing as they were reserved for the shinobi corps, and it could be dangerous to just wander in. Not to look a gifted horse in the mouse. She continued her trek and soon was distracted by the sounds of sparring. There amongst the trees, she the newest generation of shinobi training. Team 7, a peculiar team composed of the village Jinchuriki, who happened to be of Uzumaki and Namikaze descent, the sole Uchiha left in Konoha, and a civilian-born pinkette whose shade of hair was much stronger than her own, who actually showed a lot of promise and talent. Again, there was this nagging feeling on the back of her neck. How part of her thought it was wrong for children to be made into soldiers. Such was the cruel world they lived in, and gods did Mayuri hate it, but seeing them act so open with each other, she could see these youths were good friends. It warmed her heart to see the Konoha sense of kinship and camaraderie was more than just words. She knew what it was to form a bond of trust and caring with others. As her eyes closed, she thought back on the days of her childhood, when she trained under the fire monks. There had been another girl her age, pretty much her polar opposite, loud, energetic, without a care in the world. She would shout and laugh so much, making the days brighter just by being there. Heh! Even if Yuma could be a pain sometimes and got her into so much trouble, there was no other person she could trust more than her. She was always the one Mayuri could trust with her fears, her ideals, her dreams, and Yuma would support her without question. So lost in her memories she was, her closed eyes failed to notice a piece of rock flying at her at high velocity. She fell to the ground like a sack of potatoes. The five ran in the direction of where they heard the yelp and body landing in the forest area. They found a young woman who groaned as she held her hooded head. "Oh gosh, are you all right?" Sakura said quickly as she knelt down with Karen and helped the woman sat up. "I will be fine, I think." The woman rubbed her face with her one hand as she put down her hood. The preteens saw a young woman in her early 20s with short rosette hair like Sakura's but of a lighter tone of pink. Flawless pale skin saves the mark from Sakura's rock on her forehead, which made the Haruno wince. Opening her eyes, they saw they were also a lighter jade than Sakura's as well. Good display of strength, by the way. Standing beside the girls, Naruto squinted beside Sasuke and Chojuro. "Lucky it didn't take your head off." The blonde winced from the sharp glare his teammate was giving. "Are you a civilian?" Sasuke asked with a cocked brow. "Or are you a spy?" Well, this wasn't how Mayuri ever thought she meet some of the shinobi of this village. The outright suspicion and potential hostility took her back. "What makes you think I'm a spy?" she questioned. "Civilians don't venture into the training grounds on their own. They are afraid of getting caught in the crossfire of a stray jutsu or a weapon," he explained, and it was then that Mayuri noticed his eyes had activated into his Sharingan momentarily. "Plus, your chakra reserves are far too large to be a civilian." The young woman did not look threatened. In fact, she looked bemused if anything. "Well, I see ninjas are paranoid even at a young age." "Paranoia is healthy," Sasuke quoted. He'd heard that from older shinobi plenty of times. "It keeps you alive." "I bet," she laughed. "My name's Mayuri. Don't worry, I'm not a spy or anything. I'm just visiting for the exams. Should have known better than to just come here for a quick workout," she hissed as she tenderly rubbed the sore spot on her forehead. "Sorry," Sakura mumbled, sounding like a sad puppy. "It's all right," she smiled. "You got a strong fist, miss." "Oh." Sakura, the younger pinkette, introduced herself. "Sakura Haruno." She gestured to the others. "This are my teammates Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. And these are our friends Karen and Chojuro Uzumaki." Mayuri paid attention to the two Uzumakis. She had heard, like everyone else, about actual surviving members of the Uzumaki clan had come to the village. That and saw Kushina rampage through the village, who was chasing down that red-haired scoundrel that grabbed her backside while running away. Besides that little event, it warmed her heart knowing there were more members of the ancient Yuzu still very much alive. "It's nice to meet you." The princess spoke politely as Karen and Sakura helped her to her feet. "Sorry for snooping on you all." Naruto waved it off with a grin. "It's cool. You never said if you were a ninja or not," Sasuke pointed, to which the young woman laughed. "No, I'm more a warrior myself. I trained with the fire monks since childhood. Ninja aren't the only types of fighters in the world after all," she said with humor in her voice. "You want to spar with us?" the blonde asked excitedly. Sakura felt the urge to bonk him in the head. Who asks that out of nowhere? She was just hit on the head. Have some tact. "Why are you so mad at me? You're the one who hit her on the head." He backed away as a threatening growl came from her throat. Mayuri couldn't help but giggle at their antics. They were honestly so very cute, and a surge of killing intent flooded the area, putting them all on edge. Sand emerged from the trees and coalesced into one place. While the kids sharply turned their heads, Mayuri looked up with a surprised expression seeing the Tsunejin Shiriki appearing via a sand shunshin. The air around them soon felt cold, murderous as his blank, emotionless seafoam green eyes stared at them all. "Why is he here?" Sasuke mentally mused before speaking. "Need something, Suna?" Gaara wasn't paying him attention as he looked directly at Naruto. The blonde felt a chill down his spine as he looked into his fellow Jinchuriki's eyes. The Tsunegenin soon lifted a finger hand and pointed his finger at the blonde. "Why do you feel like me?" His voice so devoid of feeling it made everyone unnerved. The others looked to Naruto, who soon walked to the front of the group, almost protectively. His cerulean eyes stared back fiercely. "Because I am like you." His words came out strong. "I am a Jinchuriki too." He didn't care that the young woman heard him. This was a long time coming. Gaara's eyes widened just a fraction, understanding dawning on him. "I see. And yet I don't." He sounded genuinely confused. "You above all others should understand what we are. And yet I find you here, mingling with weaklings and prey. These are my friends, Naruto snapped. And my family, a meaningless word to people like us, Gaara replied uncaringly. We are weapons, you and I. There is the battlefield, the blood of our enemies, and nothing more. No friends, no family. We are all we have. He gazed at the blonde's companions with disdain. These people you call friends, your family? Nonsense, there can never be such a thing for us. Love, companionship, kinship, they are nothing but lies. He sounded so certain, the other's thoughts disturbed. His worldview was just so twisted, broken. Gaara himself was broken. I don't know what happened to you. Compassion laced his voice. But that's not true. Naruto couldn't help but feel sympathy for the Suna ninja. He just knew there was pain in him, one he understood very well. Loneliness, the thought that nobody would care for him. You just need to give it a chance and you'll see it too. You ask what happened to me. Small traces of anger began to creep out in his guttural voice. My father sealed the one tail in me, my village casted me out. He took a step forward, making the others take a stance in case they needed to act. Only Naruto stayed still. Alone. My own family denied me. I was born drenched in blood. As my mother died giving birth to me, closer and closer he moved towards the blonde. She never loved me. To them, that couldn't be true. A mother was meant to love their child, always. There was nothing to my existence. But it was in the constant attempts on my life that I found the answer, such that I experienced joy for the first time. A psychotic smile graced his lips. Death. Killing was all they made me for, and so killing justified my reason to exist. He stood a foot away from Naruto. I need the blood of others. Only then do I truly live. The blonde felt a chill down his spine as Gaara leaned forward. And I saw a glimpse of the real you during the prelims, when you killed that weakling human. I felt the hate and rage, if only for a moment, the real you, the monster that's like me. This is how they make Jinchuriki. A shuddering thought came to Mayuri's mind. Never in her life has she felt so disturbed by seeing this poor child twisted into this. Naruto's gaze softened. No, I don't believe that, and glared back defiantly at the redhead from Suna. Just like I don't believe things has to be like this. For you, for me, for anybody. His words confused Gaara. He just couldn't understand why this fool was so blind. He spoke as though there was a choice, when that choice had been made for them a long time ago. He spoke of friends and family with such a disgusting fondness that it made his blood boil. Gaara decided that if couldn't make him see, then at least he'd take his blood. Yes, that would please Mother. I'm tired of your idiocy. Sand slowly crept out from his gourd. Naruto jumped back, taking a stance as crystal emerged from his hands, forming into kunai. His teammates and relatives prepared themselves, trying to shield Mayuri. But the young woman did not let herself be intimidated, and so too steeled herself to fight. That was when out of the trees dropped multiple blurs, all geared in gray vests and wearing animal masks, much to everyone's surprise. The ANBU had arrived in a moment's notice, and they honestly couldn't be happier for their presence. With the exception of Mayuri, realization dawning on her face as to why they had ANBU appeared so quickly. Gaara of the Sand, one of the ANBU, a man whose mask resembled a cat, spoke with authority. If you do not desist now, your actions will be seen as a violation of the Chunin exam's truce, as well as the Konohasuna Treaty. Stand down or we'll be forced to detain you and inform the Hokage you started this conflict. The Sand Shinobi glared at the ANBU who spoke before directing his attention back to Naruto. I will wake you from this lie you believe so strongly in. We are monsters. In a blink, he vanished via Shunshin. Everyone let out a long collective sigh, with Sakura giving the ANBU a grateful smile. Thank you. The man in the cat mask glanced at them. We were on patrol and saw the situation. Be careful around that Suna Genin. Soon as those words left the man's lips, all the ANBU were gone. Naruto gazed to the ground as he clenched his fists. I could have been like him, he whispered, though all heard him. Oh no, Sakura was all too quick to reply, a heavy frown on her eyes while her tone left no room for arguments. None of that, you hear me? None of that, if nonsense. You didn't turn out like him, and you're never going to be like him, said with utmost certainty. Idiot, Sasuke agreed in his own way. Don't start moping now. You're not that psychopath. It moved him that his teammates were so fast to comfort him and wash away his fears. Thank you, guys, he said with gratitude. But I can't help but feel bad for Gaara. I mean, you all saw how messed up he is, what his own village and his family did to him. Makes what I went through look like a walk in the park. Mayuri grunted to herself uncomfortably at the thought of her fellow people of the Land of Fire treating one of their own like that when he carried such a heavy burden. It's hard to explain, Naruto continued. But it's like I know him. I know it sounds weird, but I really feel I understand him. Far better than I ever understood anyone. What you feel is empathy, surprisingly. It was Chojuro who spoke. His voice carried its usual collected and soft tone. Born of a burden only you can understand. You both share a terrible responsibility entrusted upon you at a time you didn't even have a choice in the matter, and by proxy became the target of resentment and anger. I believe you see in Gaara something akin to a kindred spirit. Team 7 plus Karen all stared at Chojuro with squinting gazes, completely taken aback that the usually so quiet and reserved boy had just spoke such insightful words. Yeah, Naruto slowly replied, more than a little weirded out. Like that. After bidding her farewells to Team 7 and the two Uzumakis, the princess knew exactly where she needed to go. And she had been so certain she kept herself well hidden that no one would notice. Well, least not till much later. Then again, she should have known better since this place is a ninja village. Those ANBU that conveniently showed up have likely been following her since she arrived. Standing outside the Hokage's office, Mayuri sighed before knocking. Enter. Hiruzen's stern voice came. Opening and entering the room, the princess saw the sandaime smoking from his pipe as he dryly glared in her direction. Beside him was the ANBU man in the cat mask. Have you been enjoying the village, Mayuri Heim? Tenzo has kept me informed of your activities since you try to sneak into a village full of ninja. His voice being as dry as sandpaper. The soft pinkette dropped her head in defeat with a heavy sigh, closing the door behind her. All right, I get, she grumbled in exasperation, proceeding to list off with her fingers. It was very irresponsible. I should have known better. I need to think of the consequences. It's not the best time I could have done this. My father will hear of this, she finished by slumping into a nearby couch. Am I missing one? She droned. No, you pretty much covered them all, Hiruzen quipped. But you got one wrong. Your father won't be hearing of this. The princess had to do a double take at that. What? Hiruzen's smile was far too cheerful for her liking. He already knows. Her shoulders slumped as her expression morphed to despair. Why do you think Akiha-sama let you go in the first place? The Hokage said as he shuffled some papers on his desk. Now she was back to confusion. Wait, what? Akiha-sama felt this may calm that rebellious fire within you by seeing the world outside the capital. Although I was told your two personal guards are rather cross with you. Mayuri winced. Namika and Maharu were likely going to yell at her when she got home. Never mind what her father would have in store for her. If I going to rule the nation, shouldn't I see the nation? She still had her stubbornness showing. I don't disagree, Hiruzen sighed, exhaling out a plume of smoke. But there are dangers not even your training from the fire monks could ever have prepared you for outside the capital, especially if someone recognizes you. At that, Mayuri gazed down to the floor. The price of being nobility was a heavy one. I grow wary of living inside the castle all day, every day, she tiredly said. I understand father just wants to keep me safe, but it's smothering. I barely interact with my own people, much less people from my own age. She said the last part a touch bitterly. Mayuri then set her gaze on the aged Hokage. I think you better than anyone understands, Hiruzen Dano. The way you as Hokage take time to be with your people, even with such a busy duty. I believe a true leader understands and connects with their people at that. Hiruzen agreed wholeheartedly. But I do not question the daimyo. Had your father not told us otherwise, we would have already sent you back to the capital escorted. Mayuri stared back at him defiantly. The Sarutobi sighed. Gods, that girl had the same fire as her mother. Look, you can stay until the exams end. But afterwards you'll be returning directly to the capital. You can't order me, Hokage, she said, putting emphasis into his tile. You're not the daimyo yet, he reminded her. And this my village. Fine, she grunted out dissatisfied. But it looked like she wouldn't argue anymore. The Hokage gave a small shake of his head, tapping over his pipe to clear some blockage. Now, I must ask, what made you decide to come here during the exams? For being such a big part of how our society works, Mayuri spoke. I know very little of how shinobi culture works beyond the common knowledge. I was curious, and the exams hosted in here Konoha presented the perfect opportunity for me to learn. She pursed her lips. I will not lie and say that seeing children no older than 12 being on active duty disturbs me somewhat. Such are our traditions, the Hokage merely said, though not uncaringly. It was much worse during the Clan Wars era. Doesn't make it any more right now, the princess argued. And if the age requirement for our shinobi were to be raised, we'd quickly find ourselves outpaced by the other villages and left weakened as a result. Do you personally believe that? Throwing children into life or death situations where they could die or worse. It does not matter how well one is trained. They are still children. Mayuri spoke with fire in her voice. Tenzo glanced to his Kage, whose face remained unreadable, but his mind was another matter. Of course, he did not want children into the shinobi corps. He never told anyone, but he was terrified that Konohamaru even started training. He remembered the horrors of all 3 shinobi wars and the toll it took on the genin who fought in each one. Yet, the tradition was laid out in stone for all the hidden villages. Mayuri soon clenched her fists. And then there is the subject of the Jinchuriki. Her knuckles turned white. The wizened Kage tiredly ran a hand over his face. Yes, I know you were there when the boy Gaara made his proclamations. I know Naruto-san's case was bad, but what was done to that Suna boy? Her voice was full of disbelief. She just couldn't understand how someone could psychologically torment a person until they snapped like that. The boy barely felt human. He was turning into the monster everyone claimed. There was only violence and disdain for life in him. Mayuri shook her head. The Jinchuriki system is a sham, Haruzandano. It was meant to act as a deterrence to prevent aggression between villages. And what was the result? 3 ninja wars and dozens of smaller conflicts between villages, both great and minor. The Hokage remained silent for a moment, his expression so guarded, she couldn't even tell what he was feeling. I know. His simple reply surprised not only her, but also the cat-masked Anbu at his side, if the momentary shift in his posture indicated. We both know this system doesn't work. There is no point in lying. Hashirama-sama, for all his virtues, did not foresee things escalating like this. The princess released a soft sigh. I know he meant well and wanted to end the wars, but what it has come to now, it must change. At that, the old Kage was silent. Such a change will not come easy. I hope you fully understand the ramifications of what you will face if you decide to choose this path. It will be exceedingly treacherous, but it will be the right one. Mayuri just had to think and see more of this village to grasp the plan she wanted, and see if it was truly the right course of action. Sitting in the training room of his house, Naruto and his teammates along with Kakashi, Kushina, and Jiraiya had decided to put their heads together and discuss a much-needed strategy against their respected opponents in the 3rd exam. They first told them about their encounter with Gaara in the training fields. Kushina, of course, was appalled at what the boy had gone through as a Jinchuriki. Her own history as Konoha's Jinchuriki made her have a soft spot for those like her. Dealing with a tailed beast had been a heavy burden, but was helped by the fact she had caring people at her side and her status was unknown to the general population and shinobi force. Gaara, on the other hand, if I had my way, Kushina grunted from her place in the couch. I'd make a proper seal for the boy. But you don't, Jiraiya reminded her, leaning on the seat next to her. Trust me, I'm not happy about it either, but our hands are tied. That is a matter pertaining solely to Suna. The redhead clearly wasn't pleased with it. Her reaction made it evident. Kakashi gently palmed her shoulder, offering a bit of support. I really wish there was something we could do, Naruto spoke. I refuse to believe Gaara is beyond hope. If he ever began to think like that, then he'd be doing the same thing the very people who shunned him did. He has Sensei's optimism, Kakashi mentally mused. Sakura also had explained how she had accidentally hit a woman with rose-colored hair much like hers, named Mayuri. The young genin saw the 3 adults in the room turn white as ghosts. Their sensei looked like a dead man walking, which made the kids look at each other in confusion but shrug it off. They finally got down to business and Naruto started off about Lee. I've seen Lee train and spared with him when hanging out with Tenchan. Got your ass handed to you, didn't ya? Jiraiya commented as his part-time student slumped his head. If you think of fighting Lee with taijutsu, you're done even before you began. Guy might be the weirdest person in the entire village, but he is the greatest hand-to-hand combat expert ever produced. Heh! Don't had to tell me that. The bruises he got were still fresh in his mind. Think I got something planned with the seals I learnt with Mom Dash. I'm a great teacher, Kushina humbly said. I'll have to get close first, but that's what my crystal armor is for. I'll take some hits for sure, but I can make it work if all fails. Clone Rush. Gods, he loved that jutsu. Well, sounds like you got it figured it, Kakashi proudly complimented him. To be honest, I'm actually eager for the fight. He couldn't stop smirking at the anticipation. Lee's like me, so this will mean a lot for the two of us. The adults and his teammates shared a confused look. What do you mean? Sasuke asked. Well, we're both hard workers, the blonde Uzumaki explained. We had to work a lot to get where we are. All we had was guts and nothing else to go by. Yes, Sakura said slowly. At the academy you had a lot of problems getting the hang of techniques, but clearly not anymore. You made a lot of progress. Well, yeah, Naruto admitted. Because I had great teachers. And when you think about it, the Pinkette continued. You were actually born with lots of advantages. You awoke your Shoten. Your Uzumaki lineage gives you plenty of chakra and a strong constitution, plus a natural talent for mastering seals. Naruto frowned, not liking where this conversation was going. Though a part of him couldn't help but feel deeply affected by her words, it pretty much threw his arguments out the window. Sorry to tell you, kid, Jiraiya spoke, arms crossing over his chest. You're not an underdog. You were just a late bloomer like me. And you're certainly not like Lee, he's had to fight his handicap from the start. You, on the other hand, were born with the deck stacked in your favor. A frown formed on the blonde's lips. But I dash. You really haven't noticed it, have you? The blonde turned to his Uchiha teammate. Guess you are still a bit of a knucklehead. Gee, thanks. The point we're making is you have changed. Sasuke picked up one of Naruto's crystal kunai. When this manifested is when it started, and ever since you have become different day by day. When we first sparred back in the academy, you could never beat me. Now, we've been even ever since Nami. The realization hit Naruto right where it hurt him the most, in his beliefs. Great. Now I feel like a giant hypocrite. Bah, you're making a big deal out of nothing. Kushina waved it off. You were born with advantages, so what? Does it suddenly make you a different person? Are you going to turn into a smug prick now? Hell no. Naruto fiercely replied. Well, there's your answer, his mother simply said. Some people are slow learners, some are average, some are naturals, some are geniuses, and some are hard workers. And even if you can't believe it, there are naturals who also work hard. My seals always came easy to me, and I practiced them daily. But my ninjutsu and genjutsu were always subpar. I had to supplement the first one with my seals until I became decent enough. Naruto leaned back in his seat with a hum, musing over her words. Naruto, his pink-haired teammate, said, Isn't the type of person you are and how you use your skills more important than how you got there? No, he finally admitted. I guess not. He let out a long, dragged-out sigh. It's just now it feels wrong. When I fight Lee, I wanted it to be the two of us giving our all because we're so similar. Or so I thought. Well, look how much I care, Jiraiya droned. You're a ninja, deal with it. If Lee isn't smart enough to strategize instead of fighting head-on, then that's his problem. Lee's lack of skill for ninjutsu and genjutsu can be compensated by a heavy use of tools with the right tactics. Kakashi threw in his 2 cents. Considering his teammate is Tenten, I would have expected him to possess a large array of items and use them in fights. So far, I've yet to see him use something other than kunai and shuriken. He is too much focused on what he believes is the only thing that can make him a great ninja. The blonde thought for a moment. Yeah, Lee only ever sparred using taijutsu and nothing else. At hearing that, Kushina groaned, rubbing the bridge of her nose. Guy still hyper-focuses, doesn't he? Kakashi awkwardly chuckled, which gave her answer. That gives you an edge, brat, Jiraiya mused. Ninjutsu and seals should do the trick. But if you're thinking of piling 100 or so clones on him to wear him out, it won't work. Remember, this guy nearly has as much stamina as you do. You're going to have to be clever. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement. So Jiraiya turned to Sakura. Well, Pinky, how goes your preparation? Got all the stock I need, Sakura replied. Just need to get used to the other part. Oh, which reminds me. She searched into her pouch and pulled out a tiny bottle and unscrewed the cork. She grimaced as the contents entered her mouth. Blah! The taste did not get any better no matter how many times she did this. Hey, you'll be thankful later, Kakashi said with humor in his voice. Neji is taijutsu powerhouse like Lee, but vastly different due to his clan's style. If he gets near you and closes enough chakra points, then it's game over. You'll kick his ass for me, right? Naruto asked with a large smile on his face. As if you even need to ask, Sakura grinned right back. I'll make him regret doing that to Hinata. Hopefully when you win, it warmed Sakura's heart the way Kushina said. When, and not if, the Yuzu redhead already believed she would emerge victorious. You'll knock some sense into him, she sighed sadly. He has a very fatalistic view of things from what I hear. Put a knot in Kushina's heart thinking about Hisashi's son acting like this. But she still hoped Neji could turn himself around before the worst ever happened. Jiraiya turned his attention to the Uchiha. And you brat? You know your opponent is a Jinchuriki, and an unstable one at that. Anything can happen facing this kid. The old Sannin did not have to remind Sasuke of that. His opponent was extremely dangerous, and it would take all he has learned thus far if he even thought he could win. If that sand of his grabbed him, it was over. Will my dojutsu is any help against this guy? He didn't know how effective ocular genjutsu would be on him, and Gaara seldom moved. All he would be able to follow would be his sand. And that was another challenge in and of itself. The harder part will be to pierce his defenses, his sensei spoke. Which is why I've been teaching you the Chidori. That will be your ace. Use when you think you have a clear shot. Sasuke nodded in return. His sensei's lightning technique was specially designed to pierce through any target. Given how Gaara's sand was technically earth element, the Chidori should be able to pierce through his protections. You need to rely on your instincts more than your eyes, Kushina stated. Michan for one rarely used her Sharingan unless she absolutely had to. That sounds odd for an Uchiha, the dark-haired boy remarked. She didn't want to become reliant on it. The Sharingan is a great boon, yes, but eventually you run the risk of going too low on chakra. When this happens, your body can't react fast enough to the movements of your opponent, which you could previously see clearly. It was sometimes hard to remember that this very energetic woman could also be a proper teacher when necessary, as shown by her insightful explanation. Isn't that right, Kakashi? Well, in my case, my Sharingan drains me faster because I'm not an Uchiha, he replied. And it's not as omnipotent as you imagine. Remember Nami? I could see Zabuza's movements clearly, and that allowed me to keep up. But he was still very fast. It doesn't matter if you can't match your opponent's movements. If you let the battle drag on, then the opponent will catch on and adapt as well. It's almost like the Sharingan doesn't make much of a difference with its base abilities. Which is why Michan always concentrated on both honing her body and developing her techniques, Kushina continued. By the time she used her Sharingan, it really made a difference because of how sparsely she used it. The enemy didn't have the time to grow used to her adapting to their movements. Your mother played it smart, Jiraiya commented, gaining the others' attention. Follow her example, kid. Mikoto shared the number 2 spot with Red here because they were dead. Even the Toad Sage thumbed to a smirking Kushina. And I would have been number 1, she remarked. Had I actually been able to use the Hiraishin proper like your father. The redhead grumbled the last part. Whoa, Naruto breathed out in awe. You know the Hiraishin, Seal Mom? Know it? I helped your father improve it. She took delight in the odd faces of the youths. Tobarama's original seal only allowed for 2 people at the same time to be transported. But with your dad we managed to remove that limit. It opened a lot of doors for us regarding space-time seals. Hell, before I found out I was pregnant, I was working on a special area seal to nullify space-time techniques. She crossed her arms as her expression became one of dissatisfaction. It kind of worked, could nullify summonings, substitutions, and more. But the area of effect doesn't discriminate and everyone is affected. Sakura leaned in with interest. Does that mean you can use the flying thunder god like the Yondaime? Pfft, I wish, Kushina grumbled. Unfortunately, it takes more than knowing the seal. You need to have a good affinity with space-time techniques. That thing isn't just mere self-summoning. It literally rips apart at the dimensional barriers and crosses through a void. No sign that it's being used, no need to use hand seals, and the delay is a meager 0.2 seconds. If you have the affinity for it, like I said, which I don't, I need to prepare it beforehand, concentrate on which tag I'm targeting. Takes enough time for it to very unsuitable for combat, unlike how it was for Minato and the Nidaime. The Hokage's personal guards Kakashi took over. Reido, Genma, and Iwashi were taught the technique by Minato-sensei, and they can only use it in conjunction. That's how difficult it is. What about you, sensei? Naruto asked incuriously. Do you know it? Yes, but unfortunately my problem is the same as Kushina-sama's. He ignored the cut it out with the sama, coming from the redhead next to him. Not to mention it takes me a bit longer to even make one of those seals. I can't use it in combat, but there is something I sure as hell can do. Kushina grinned as she held up her palm. Chakra gathered on a swirling motion, soon becoming a steady orb of pure energy. The genin looked on fascinated. You can use Rasengan? Awesome, Naruto said with a 1,000-watt smile. Yep, the technique your father took years to develop, and Jiraiya months to learn it. How long did it take you? A day. The three genin fell to the ground in surprise. What? Her son exclaimed. Hee, she giggled teasingly, sending a look at the toad sage. Yeah, when I first tried it, I just put seals on my arm to force the chakra to rotate and take shape until it stabilized. Afterwards, I learned how to do it without them. Had all the time in world to do so because I could spam these things easily. Oh, the look on your dad and Jiraiya's faces when they realized they could have used seals all along. Oh, she pointed at the Sannin. There. That's that face I'm talking about. It was that of a man who had the answer right in front of him all along but couldn't see the forest for the trees. In short, when one felt like a dumbass. And it was hilarious, after recovering from the initial shock. The Rosette looked to her Uzumaki teammate. Maybe you can try and learn the Hiraishin? Naruto was beaming at the thought. But first you'd need to advance your sealing abilities a lot, Kushina spoke up, changing his smile into a frown. This is a very complex seal. Right now we focus on what you need to beat your opponents. She glanced to Sasuke. And pray you don't get killed so Michan doesn't haunt me. Thanks for the vote of confidence. The following day, Naruto and Karen were waiting at the front of their house. They had been called by Lin who, after a long phone spat with Kushina, asked if they knew a good blacksmith and weapons shop, as she was in need of resupplying and carrying her for gear. Of course, Naruto had the perfect place in mind. And so they waited for the wild-maned relative to arrive. I can feel at least 2 NBU keeping watch on me, Karen mused out loud. You know how it is, just protocol. Well, I can't blame them. Former servant of Orochimaru. I wouldn't trust me. I trust you. Naruto beamed. Your family. Karen couldn't help but smile, feeling very touched. That's a poor attitude for a ninja, she admonished. But her tone did not match her voice. Naruto just waved it off as he always did. The bespectacled girl perked up. Oh, here she comes, and she pauses as she turned to the stairs that went up to the upper level of the street. Follow her gaze. Naruto saw Lin dressed in a dark tank top and a skirt with an opening on the side, clearly dressing to show off her looks. He paused as he saw Kia standing next to her, wearing her usual one-sleeved blue robes. The two were talking about something he couldn't make out. He still felt a bit down that he wasn't getting as close to his Namikaze relative as he did with his Uzumaki side of the family. But Kia simply wasn't making it any easy. Lin laughed something out loud, while Kia remained her impassive edge. Though sharper eyes could not, the blonde's gaze softened whenever she looked at the redhead. Lin wrapped her arms around the Namikaze and planted a big sloppy kiss on her lips, which Kia slowly returned. Can't believe someone like Kia is with someone like Lin, Karen muttered in disbelief. They were like salt and sugar. After finally letting go, Lin waved her girlfriend goodbye and descended down the stairs. Kia took notice of the two young ninja and regarded them with vague interest. Naruto awkwardly waved his hand at her, and after a moment the messy-haired Namikaze woman returned his greeting with a nod before leaving, likely to meditate somewhere. Things are still tense with you two, huh? The bespectacled girl asked. You have no idea. Hearing that, as she descended down, Lin patted the blonde Uzumaki on the head with a sad smile. You have to go by Kia's pace, kiddo. At that, Naruto gave a nod as the buxom Uzumaki soon smirked. Now no more sour faces. Please show your Auntie Lin this super-duper smith who can fix her awesome armor and weapons. Karen squinted much like her cousin. Isn't that shirt a touch too small? Naruto said nothing, though the blush from his cheeks said everything, avoiding not staring at the woman's ample cleavage. Lin snorted. Oh honey, it'd be a crime to hide these beauties. Karen's eyes twitched. Journeying through the village to the Higurashi weapons shop was a small event with most men and some women staring at the figure of Lin, who was speaking casually with Naruto and Karen. Lin was such a free-spirited person, it was easy for them to get along with her so fast, like they did with Samanosuke. Honestly, they could say that Lin was a lot like Kushina, but they were certain hearing such a thing would piss her off. The two tended to fight a lot for some unfathomable reason. They did not take long to reach the Higurashi's weapon shop. Passing through the entrance, they found Tenten in the counter. Naruto was half expecting her to be training today, so it was a bit of a surprise to see her. Yo, Tenchan, well, if it isn't most visible ninja in the world. Tenten grinned at him, before taking notice of Karen and Lin. It was very surreal to hear that the Red Death was alive, and even more so find out more Uzumaki had arrived to the village seeking asylum. You have a lot of nerve. Coming here when you failed to introduce me to your mom. Naruto scratched his neck. Sorry, things were really hectic lately, he said as Lin began to browse through the various weapons and items in the shop. But you could have visited me any day, you know? At that, Tenten actually blushed in embarrassment and avoided his gaze. Oh gods, you're nervous about meeting her, he said with a deadpanning voice. That was just fangirly behavior. No, I'm not. Tenten snapped at him. It's just that she's so cool. A little bit more and there'd be stars in her eyes. I'm just apprehensive, that's all. Karen droned. That's just another word for nervous. Tenten mildly glared before sighing and looked back to her blonde friend. Can you please introduce me sometime? Naruto only squinted. Just come and visit Tenchan. I guarantee it'll be a experience. Seriously, whatever she was imagining what his mother was like, it will not come close to reality. Or would it? Girls were always so hard to figure out. Lin rolled her eyes as she walked up to the counter. If you want a badass Uzumaki to look up to, then she's right in front of you, kiddo. She flashed a toothy grin. Not only am I more badass, I am way more sexy, that Kushi. Naruto and Karen just deadpan. What is the deal with you and mom anyways? The blonde grumbled. Humph. We always fought as kids. She could never admit I was Tsukikoba-chan's favorite. I get the feeling mom would say the opposite if I were to ask her. Oh, quiet you, the wild-maned woman retorted before addressing the bun-haired girl. So, I'm looking to restock. Plus I need someone to check my gear. All right. Tenten opened a notebook and spun a pen in her hands. What do you need? I'll need 30 smoke bombs, 30 oil bombs, 30 flash bombs. The young genin wrote it down. Plus 60 empty bomb casings for custom make. A bag of a 200 caltrips. A set 40 kunai and 80 shuriken. Tenten couldn't help but give the woman a look as she wrote the order down. All right, we can have it made in 2 days, Tenten said. Yeesh. This is a big order for just one person. I'll say, the strong male voice of Tenten's father spoke. The tower man entered the shop from the back door, wiping his dirty hands on his apron. I usually fill orders like that, but for whole teams who are assigned on long-term deployment, Kaido said with a raised eyebrow. Well, I use a lot of tools in my line of work. Pays to be prepared considering the things I hunt. What do you hunt? Tenten lifted a brow. The bad, the ugly, and the worse. That tells us pretty much nothing, Karen pointed out. Oh, you want to see what I hunt? Lin had an all-too-predatory smirk on her face. Here. She reached into her pockets and pulled out a miniaturized scroll. A touch of chakra and it returned to its regular size. She casually opened the scroll to reveal its sealing matrix. Check this out, and formed a hand sign. The scroll unleashed its content in a blast of smoke. When it cleared away, the others gawked at the sight of the severed of a giant chicken-like beast. Its eyes were glazed, otherwise the head was in remarkable condition, as though it hasn't decayed yet. For a few seconds, there was only silence. Until Tenten's father broke it. That better not stink my shop, he warned. Lin ignored him. Isn't it cool? Killed this bad boy just a couple of days ago. What is it? Naruto muttered as he looked the thing over. It's a bazin. Well, the head of one. The rest is currently stored in my scrolls for food. Wait! Tenten muttered as her brow furrowed. Is this one of those giant fire-breathing birds? I heard of them but never saw 1 inch. Lin let out a grunt. This charming fellow was causing a little stir in a village. Why did they feel a little stir meant all hell broke loose? But this sexy badass took it down without a fuss. She finished with a smug grin as she crossed her arms under her bust. That's all well and good, but can you put that back, please? Kaido drawled with a mild glare. Karen inspected the head before the buxom redhead sealed it back. So a demon hunter. I do hunt regular bounties too. I have no problems tearing down bandits or slavers. But my main profession is slaying demons who are being meanies to villages. Relieved that the severed monster's head was gone, Kaido rubbed his eyes. That's rather a dangerous life. So is being a ninja big guy, Lin retorted with a cock of the head. And your kiddo is one. Touché. Which reminds me, she took another scroll from her other pocket, this time unsealing a naginata. The shaft was black, with a golden flame-shaped pommel at the end. On the other side was a coiling serpentine body that led to the maw of a dragon, from where its open maw came the blade. The back of the blade was shaped like fire while the edge shined with stainless steel. Need you to take a look at it. See if anything needs fixing. She threw the weapon at the large man who caught it with one hand. He mused as he inspected the weapon, feeling the weight and running a finger over the blade. Tenten gushed with stars on her eyes as she looked at it. Very good craftsmanship. Did you make it? If I did, I wouldn't be asking you to look it over, she droned. Nah, found it years ago in some ruin. Looked Clan Wars era, probably even older. Does it have a name? Tenten asked. I don't waste time with stuff like that. Pfft. If I did, I'd probably follow the trend and call it something pretentious like a lot of people do. She chuckled. How about Stabby-san? That's a good name. Naginatas don't stab, Naruto pointed out. Even he knew that. There for slashing. Lin narrowed her eyes. Don't sass me, you brat. She handed the same scroll which had contained her weapon to Tenten. My armor is here too. Would like it all looked at along with my order. I'm a bit busy lately with the exams going on. Kaido shrugged his broad shoulders. Will take me at least 6 days before I can finally look at your gear. Well, that won't do at all, the blue-eyed woman said with disappointment. I don't like not having my stuff for so long. She tapped her lip in thought, fingers snapping as a thought occurred to her. Say, you ever used more esoteric material in your work? Father and daughter exchanged a curious look. What do you mean? Tenten asked. Ever made poison with the venom sacs of a Joragumo? A bakken with the bark of a jaboko? A grin adorned her lips. Or fire bombs with a bazin's stomach acid? Naruto and Karen gave Tenten a disturbing look as the girl was nearly salivating a thought of making weapons with such materials. I'm listening, the blacksmith said with concealed interest. I get you rare materials like that, Lin proposed. And you look over my gear early, not to mention a discount here and there. As to show she knew what she was talking about, Lin pulled out another scroll. Unfurling it on the cashier's table, she went through quick hand seals and placed her hand on the scroll. In a quick burst of smoke soon appeared were several metal ores plus pieces of wood. Kaido's eyes grew as wide as Tenten's with stars shining in both. Is that? He stuttered. Picking up one of the ores as if it was a holy relic, he looked at it in awe with his daughter. Where did you find this? Lin just smirked. All you need to know is I can get you more. What do you say, big guy? You got it. Father and daughter chorused. Naruto dryly turned Karen. What is that stuff anyways? The glasses-wearing redhead only shrugged back. The concept of home was a peculiar one. This Chojuro had come to learn as he listened to the tales of his father, uncle, and aunt. Home went beyond the process of owning a house, a roof above your head where you could dwell. A home was a concept, intangible but very much real and present. Home was where you could feel safe, where you would feel both joy and sorrow and be able to share it with people important to you. The people who had a prominent presence within your life. The house where he grew up, hidden, was his home because his family was there. Any place that housed his father and relatives was a home to Chojuro. The rest were just commodities. He did not need neither walls nor roofs. Leaving it had been no issue for him. for he traveled alongside his family in search of more Uzumaki. This village, this house, its training room he currently sat in reading a scroll would be his home. For in here his family had shared the joy of reunion, as well as the shared pain and comfort of the memory of their lost homeland. To Chojuro, Uzumaki was a distant concept of which he himself could barely visualize. He had not lived through its fall. He did not feel as the rest of the adults of his family did. That is when Chojuro learnt to associate the concept of a home with a physical place. To the Uzumaki, home had been the place where their ancestors labored and settled, where the roots of their lineage had grown through the generations. The island had become part of themselves. Though the clan lived, the scars had been carved upon their souls. For they had lost something that held a great meaning to them, a legacy. Chojuro understood that the adults still tried to make a new home for themselves. To give up would bring dishonor to the clan. So they carried the memory of Uzumaki with them, nurturing it, hoping that legacy they held dear in their hearts would carry them forward. They would live on and endure, never forgetting their ancestral home. Chojuro couldn't be prouder of being an Uzumaki. He may not show it openly. He thought it was unnecessary. His pride was his and his alone, privy to nobody's business but his. It was in the small things, how he kept the bangs of his shaggy hair visible enough in his field of vision, at the sides of his cheeks, at the edge of his nose. He liked seeing his red hair, how he cared for his blade, or how every morning he would offer a prayer to his mother and his ancestors, contemplating on their life. He liked staying quiet and observe. One would learn many fascinating things just by paying attention, analyzing every small detail. Though many times it was unnecessary, most of his family wore their hearts on their sleeves, never hiding how they feeling from the world, making everyone know without hesitation nor shame what they thought. Chojuro Kuin, want Auntie Kushina to make you something to eat. His newly acquainted aunt was proof of that as she yelled as she stuck her head down from the top of the stairs with a full, bright, toothy smile. The young man raised his head and gave a polite nod. Yes, thank you. Kushina had to admit that out of her son and Karen, Chojuro was the most reserved. The boy hardly spoke a word unless directly spoken to by someone. She knew it was partly due to his father, but she wondered if it was also due to the isolation from hiding for all those years. Maybe being around people his age could change that now. Well, she hoped anyways. The Uchiha clan district, a place very much abandoned. Not even the shinobi of the village had a lot of reason to patrol through the area. After all, with no soul around, their efforts were better put on other more populated areas of the village. Though once a while a ninja on patrol would pass by, and Hayate thanked the gods he did. He could not miss a single word of the conversation happening not far from his position behind the roof. The situation has grown complicated. He recognized that voice. Baki from the Suna team. Now more Uzumaki have entered the village. For they too have survived all these time. It means they are talented. Ah, don't worry. There was no way Hayate didn't recognize that voice. So shrill and raspy, sending shivers down his spine. He willed himself not to cough. Not right now. Not when Orochimaru was so near. I've made more preparations just for our Uzumaki friends. Baki grunted as he folded his arms. Even for the Red Death? At that the snake Sannin chuckled. Oh, leave Kushina-chan to me. But no worries, Suna. The invasion will succeed and your village can show all you are not weak. Slowly Orochimaru sunk into the ground, leaving the Suna-jounin alone. Was it right to trust him? Baki muttered as he shook his head. In the shadows Hayate took a quiet, deep breath. I must tell the Hokage. It is not polite to eavesdrop. Did they ever teach you that, Proctor? Hayate froze before slowly turning his head and saw Baki standing beside him. His unveiled eyes glared with pure murderous intent. For a moment neither moves. Hayate knew he needed to be careful yet decisive. Either him or the enemy before him will make the next move. Whoever strikes first will determine the fate of the village. Hayate puts his faith in the will of fire. For sake of his village and his comrades, he cannot fail. His sword is out in a flash, and his movements are a blur, almost an afterimage, as he dashes towards his opponent. The blade glints with the moonlight. Baki's hand swipes the air, commands it to gather into a sharp edge, and sends it straight at the Konoha ninja. Hayate's last thoughts are of Yugao. Chapter 29, Almost Time. Death was part of the shinobi life. They were taught since childhood how to deal with it. A ninja of the village had to move on quickly and regard the death of their comrades with the highest of honors, for they had given their lives for the village, and there was still their own duty to fulfill. But the truth of the matter was that death was never easy to deal with. No matter how much they placed it on a pedestal, it was impossible for a shinobi to become an emotionless tool. Perhaps ironically, those who have achieved such a state of emptiness were considered freaks by their fellow ninja, just to show how filled with hypocrisy the old mantra was. When it came to the death of a loved one, all logic and rational thought went out the window. They were just left with a sudden void in their lives. The tears sometimes would take time to pour, as the person had yet to properly comprehend this void, for the pain to properly dawn in. Their emotions would just stir in a sea of confusion and emptiness, which was what Yugao was feeling right now. She must have stood there listening to the Hokage for what felt an eternity. Her surroundings were simple blurs and shapes. The only thing she could make out inside the morgue was the body laid on a table before her. The ever-kind and understanding gaze of the old Kage settled on her as the rest of the ANBU left, except for her. He placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "You need time, Yugao," he said, using her own name instead of her code name. "Don't think about continuing your duties. Let the morning come naturally." He placed a sword, Hayate's sword, in her hands. Her fingers slowly curled around the sheath, holding it with reverence. "I am sorry," there was nothing more he could say, so he took his leave. A ninja died, but the village moved on, as did his duties. Leaving the morgue wing of the hospital and going down the hall, Hiruzen said nothing as Kushina darted past him like the wind. If there was one person that Yugao needed, it was her sensei. He was glad he sent a word through ANBU to the redhead of the news. Stopping at the double doors of the morgue, the redhead slowly opened them to see Yugao holding her lover's sword as she looked down at his lifeless form on the examination table. Only Hayate's head was uncovered by the cloth draped over him. Yugao was as still as a statue, her eyes unblinking as she merely stared at her dead lover's face. Kushina, on her part, said nothing as she slowly made her way behind her student and placed comforting hands on the purplet's shoulders. "Yu-chan." Her sensei's voice, a warm whisper that finally roused the ANBU woman from her trance. Tears dripped from her eyes as she sluggishly turned her head to gaze at Kushina. "We wanted to start a family." Yugao spoke in a hushed tone before her body had begun to shake. Quickly, her sensei wrapped her in her arms in a strong hug as her student broke down in a silent, mournful wail. Kushina ran a hand through Yugao's hair as she held her crying student close. She had only gotten to meet Hayate a few times when Yugao was off duty, but he was a good and decent lad who was passionate in his own way about the village, and deeply loved her student who was very taken by him. "I'm here," Kushina soothingly said, her voice barely above a whisper. She channeled every bit of maternal love she had inside, trying to comfort the grieving Yugao. There was little else she could do now but be at Yugao's side. Kushina understood the pain she was going through all too well, so she would be there for her student, every step of the way. Life may strike them at every turn, trying to break, but Kushina would not let it, as she would not let Yugao crumble either. It would be up to Yugao to either rise or fall. But even in her grief, the ANBU knew she wasn't alone. The warm embrace of her teacher, the miracle that was her presence in her life again, was proof of that. But for now, the floodgates had opened, the pain was fresh, and so she grieved. Her teacher held her throughout it all. Her heart ached at its missing piece. It was far too early in the morning, as far as Naruto was concerned. The skies were still that orange hue of dawn as the sun peered over the horizon. The drying clothes in the balcony of his house swayed gently with the wind while Naruto let out a long dragged-out yawn before smacking his lips. He really wasn't built for this, unlike his uncle, who was the very image of calmness as he knelt next to his. His eyes closed with the few strands of red hair over his forehead trailing lightly with the breeze. "How can you and Kia do this?" he mumbled. "Meditation is not for me. I can't think of nothing." "Meditation is not thinking about nothing," Saito said with humor in his voice. "It's about focus, concentrating into at least one thought, pursuing it as you push out all distractions. One thought, a goal or an idea, something you believe in or strive to follow. You focus on that one thing and nothing else. A squint and cock of the head came from the young Uzumaki. That sounds way better than trying to not to think of anything. Honestly, he wished Gigi explained meditation like that and he might have paid attention to it back then. Saito chuckled. It's just how some people perceive meditation to be, so they follow it. Tsukikoba-chan's interpretation, I feel, is much better though personally. The blonde grunted before eliciting another yawn. He really was not a morning person. Saito's sweat dropped as he shook his head. Well, I do believe you'll be training with me and Samanosuke today, right? Naruto said as he stretched. Where is Uncle Same anyway? Well, Saito tried to look for a tactful way of putting it. Samanosuke leads a active lifestyle. He's always going from one place to another and dash. You don't have to sugarcoat it. Aunt Lin already told us he's a man whore, the blonde Uzumaki drawled. I trust Lin to go straight to the point. But we love him and we do not judge him. The reply came more mechanical than anything. Naruto guessed he told himself that every day to put up with Samanosuke's antics. So, where is he? Naruto asked again. Don't think he's in his room. Sato's eyes dryly stared over and down from the balcony at a nearby bush on the street. Right over there. Can smell the sake from a mile away. Naruto's eyes twitched as he looked over and saw a roguish man's legs sticking out of a bush. He's weirder than Mom, isn't he? No one is more eccentric than Kushina, Saito bluntly retorted. Samanosuke just follows the beat of his own drum. After waking and nearly getting puked on, the trio left the house for one of the forest training grounds. Samanosuke sat under a tree with a cup of coffee, recovering from his hangover. Saito, however, sparred against the younger Uzumaki, who occasionally had to avoid the highly accurate kunai thrown his way by the sitting roguish Uzumaki. How can you throw those things half awake? Naruto shouted, ducking under kick. Samanosuke only smiled. It's practically an art form to me after all these years. The swordsman droned. It's a miracle how the accumulated alcohol in your veins hasn't killed you yet. What can I say? The gods must love me. Yes, I have heard they take care of fools. Samanosuke pouted at him before throwing yet another kunai which Naruto narrowly avoided, but left him wide open for a backhand courtesy of his uncle Saito. The strike threw him to the ground, leading the blonde to groan and rub his jaw in pain. You call it foolishness, Samanosuke spoke as he threw his long bangs behind his shoulders, resting his arms behind his head. I call it living. Saito crossed his arms as he stared down at Naruto. Drinking and having sex in excessive amounts isn't just living, it's a vice. The blonde Uzumaki sat up as he shook his head. It's been an experience learning from his two uncles and aunt. Though in case of Kia, she had made it clear she would only start teaching him the Namikaze traditions after the exams. All three Uzumakis were very diverse in their skills of taijutsu, and if Naruto was honest, he was loving every spar session he had with them. Saito looked back to Kushina's boy as he stood up. You are improving, but have long ways to at the taijutsu form Kushina made. It's touch different from the norm of the usual Yuzu style. I'd expect no less from our Heim. Samanosuke grinned, sipping some coffee. It's simple yet balanced with practical techniques. Besides that, Saito paused. How would you rate your chances against young Lee? The young blonde crossed his arms. If I can get those seals on him, I know I have a chance. Plus, you've been doing so much better with Fuinjutsu. Samanosuke cheekily smiled. Compared to what you were doing beforehand. Naruto only slumped his head at the older Uzumaki's words. My seals were good. To anybody else, the long ponytailed man pointed out. But your Uzumaki, boy. We have higher standards when it comes to sealing. Don't have to tell me about it, Naruto grumbled, remembering how much his mother drilled the sealing lessons into his head. Once Mom started going into the more advanced stuff, I swear my brain short-circuited for a moment. Kept wrecking my head trying to figure it out. Learning comes through a calm mind. Naruto Saito spoke, though it felt like he was quoting something he himself heard. Maybe from Tsukiko? That woman sure sounded like she knew a lot. It was then that his stomach growled. And from a full stomach. Samanosuke laughed. Come on, kid. Let's grab a bite. Ichiraka ramen, he could smell it from a block away by now. It always brought a smile to his face to eat there. Good company just made it better. He was happy his family, who perhaps while not as ramen happy as he and his mother, but still very fond of it, had grown to like this place that meant so much for him. "I am Nei," he called out happily. The young woman turned to him with a smile. "Naruto, welcome BH." She yelped as Samanosuke nearly leapt over the counter to be face to face to her. "Well, hello there, beautiful." Naruto and Saito face faulted. "Not again. Funny how I keep finding you here." I work here," she embarrassingly pointed out. "Please, can we skip this whole thing? My father is getting annoyed by it," said father's grunt could be heard from the back. "Ah!" He dramatically placed a hand over his chest. "To have you so near yet so far away. One day, my sweet, one day," he winked at her. She took their orders as fast as possible and tried to avoid eye contact with the man who kept leering at her. "Yeesh," Naruto muttered. "This is the 4th time you've flirted with Iam, and I've seen you flirt with 5 girls and 6 dudes. And my mom," he said the last part with accusation. "What can I say?" Samanosuke shrugged with a grin. "I live in the now, my boy. Yeah, mom calls it whoring around." At that, Saito cracked a small grin. "Bah!" he scoffed. "Haim can call it whatever she likes, and I don't care. I lived a good part of my life hiding from the world and jumping at every shadow just to survive. And you what I learned?" He leant closer to the boy in his seat. "That ain't living, that's just not dying. So I drink lots, I eat lots, and sleep around a lot, because the sake and food taste better when you believe it could be your last, because any company you enjoy could be the last you ever have." Naruto could only stare at his uncle, impressed by the intensity in his words. He was usually so laid back about everything. Saito looked down as he held his hands in front of his face. He understood what Samanosuke said, and even agreed with it in part. Hiding your entire life wasn't living. "So!" Samanosuke grinned widely as he once again rested his arms behind his head. "Coming to this village, best decision we ever made. The family's back together, and I get to enjoy this maddening adventure we call life with them. To do anything less is an insult to the clan." Saito only groaned. "Naruto, while yes, our clan is known for being rowdy, please don't take every life lesson from Samanosuke." "What, because mom would hit him? How's that different from any other day?" "No," he thumbed over to the roguish Uzumaki. "She'd kill him." Ino liked to think she was helping, just sitting on the sidelines next to Karen in the training ground while Hinata was the one who sparred with Sakura. "You can do it," she cheered, as though this was an official fight. Yeah, she was totally helping. Hinata's finger strikes moved with such speed the Yamanaka had trouble following them, but Sakura was doing a much better job than she herself would if she were in the Pinkette's shoes, evading those quick jabs and still managing to counterattack in her own. The two seemed locked in a sort of stalemate. Sakura kept herself from having her own chakra points closed off, which gave enough room for Hinata to evade her devastating punches. Okay, Ino realized she wasn't helping as much as she would have liked. But really, Hinata was the best training partner at the moment considering whom Sakura would be facing in the finals. It was honestly a bit surprising the Hyuga had agreed at all. Hinata was such a sweet little thing, but her attacks, the precisions, the intensity by which she struck. She's sparring a fire that was rather out of character for the usually shy Hyuga. It was not out of a desire to fight, but something greater that motivated her. She wanted Sakura to adapt and learn how to fight a Byakugan wielder. Beside the blonde Karen cleaned her glasses. "Has Hinata ever fought like this?" "Not even back during our academy days," Ino muttered, watching Sakura just miss a sharp palm strike for the chest. "She was always so timid and shy. Still is actually never seen this side before. Guess she really wants Sakura to beat Neji." Overhearing the conversation between the two, Hinata spoke up. "It's not about beating Neji. I want to save him." The other 3 girls stared up with surprise at the sudden words that came out with surprising fervor. Sakura stopped mid-attack and lowered her stance. While Hinata became aware of the looks they were giving her, she quickly returned to her usual shyness, gripping the hem of her shirt as she blushed in embarrassment. Karen understood more and more why Aunt Kushina would glomp the girls into tight hugs. "You want to save Neji?" Sakura muttered in confusion. Hinata's gaze flickered as she tried to look for the right words, somehow make them understand. "Neji Nizan. He is lost," she said. "He lives with so much anger. All he can see are the mistakes the clan did." The Hyuga incident. As their career as shinobi progressed, Sakura and Ino had been informed of what happened that day. It was important to be aware of previous conflicts with the other villages and the repercussions they had. Karen only knew about it because under Orochimaru it was her job to know these things. Kumo, in their treachery, kidnapped Hinata, sought to take the Byakugan from her and extract its secrets. Her father killed the would-be kidnapper in retaliation, and Kumo had the gall to demand compensation, which Konoha gave. They were taught not to question their leader, but Sakura honestly did not agree with the Sandame's decision. A Byakugan in exchange for the life of their fallen shinobi, namely the one belonging who had taken his life, clan leader Hayashi's. But Konoha pulled a gambit of their own. A body had been supplied, that of his identical twin, Hisashi, Neji's father. It was then that Sakura understood just how much bitter Neji was, why he viewed the world like he did. His father had been discarded as a tool because he was of the servant branch, in order to spare the main branch. She couldn't understand what it was, to be a servant all your life, for your life to be thrown away so coldly. She was a ninja of Konoha. If she were to give her life for her village, then it was because that's what she wanted, because she loved her home and would die for it, just like many other of her comrades. But to hear how the servant branch was treated, it was only by the smallest of technicalities that it wasn't considered full slavery. He thinks he is trapped, Hinata continued, her voice mournful, that this life was his fate, and fate binds us all. She turned her pleading eyes to the pinkette. Which is why I'm sparring with you, Sakura-san. You know how to fight him, she bowed at the waist. Please, save my cousin. Sakura took a small step back, overtaken by the sudden act. Save him, me? Hinata, I don't even know how to talk to him. He could barely understand how Neji felt. Who was she to even attempt to make him see life differently? You don't need to tell him anything, the dark blue-haired Hyuga said, holding her bow. All you need to do is winning. I heard how he talks about you, a civilian-born ninja. He thinks your fate is the same as every other ninja that comes from a civilian family. Cannon fodder, just numbers to throw to the enemy, or merely non-combatants whose roles would be more on logistics, medicine, code cracking, and the like. A ninja who should not get in the way of those with real talent. Sakura understood she had a steep hill to climb if she wanted to be viewed as more than just some no-name kunoichi. More so to shed away that fangirl persona she once had and the foolish reason she became a ninja. While she might be still searching for the why she wants to still be a ninja, she was proud she had gotten so far compared to what she used to be. But it irked greatly that some people out there would still see her as nothing more than cannon fodder. She was going to prove she was more than a disposable tool, and she'd prove it by bringing Neji down a peg or two. If breaking his jaw will knock some sense into him, I'll try. Wow, she has been hanging around Naruto and Kushina-sensei too much. He will not take you seriously, but that does not mean he will go easy on you, Hinata warned her. Neji Nizan overpowers his opponents. He'll close your chakra points first chance he gets, and hit the right parts to immobilize you. Lucky for me, he'll have to charge head first. The pinkette replied with a smile. Don't worry, I've been preparing just the thing to take him out. You said it yourself, he doesn't take me seriously, so that means he won't prepared. Hinata slowly stood straight, giving Sakura a heartfelt and thankful smile. Thank you. I wish I wouldn't need to ask you this, but I don't think I can get through to Neji Nizan myself. Yeesh, Ino let out an explosive breath. The guy tries to kill you, and here you are completely concerned for him. Doesn't really sound fair to me. I can't help it, the Hyuga said. He's my family, she said as though that was all the explanation needed. Ugh. You're too good for your own good, Hinata. The next morning, as the morning sun rose over the training area, Jiraiya nodded to himself. Well read, actually pulled it off. Kakashi glanced at him while reading. Training those kids and getting herself back into shape in just the span of a month. Kushina-sama always did have the talent. Kakashi responded, and Jiraiya took notice of light, joyous tone from the young Jonin's voice. Kushina's presence no doubt being the cause of it. Not far from them stood the topic of their discussion, wearing plain clothes, sparring against both Saito and Samanosuke. It's more than talent, it's drive. And Kushina has had that since she was a brat. Well, that drive had paid off. In a month, Kushina had recovered a lot of her fitness, with the help of her many friends and constant training. Her body now much more toned and athletic, having built back up the muscle she had lost during her pregnancy. The Uzumaki woman would not settle for less, and so submitted herself to a regime that would make Guy nod in approval. When she wasn't training her body, she had been catching up in all she missed during these 12 years. Abusing shadow clones like that to read on many old reports was migraine-inducing but necessary. Always pushing herself, she did not take no for an answer when she asked, dragged, her cousins to spar with her. The two Uzumaki men were currently engaging her through different styles. Saito with his straightforward swordsmanship with his practiced wooden sword, and Samanosuke with trickery via his various tools and seal use. Kushina, holding a wooden sword of her own, parried the various strikes that came at her at quick succession. Right, left, upper left, center, she spun around, struck, only for Saito to dodge out of the way, her wooded blade hitting only the grass. Samanosuke jumped in with a spinning kick, taking her by surprise. It landed against her face, making her retreat a few steps. "A shame to hurt that pretty face of yours, but it's for your own G-." His words died in his mouth as the Bakken swiped right over his head. It would have hit him had he not dodged at the last second. Kushina followed with a knee strike directed straight at his now lowered face, forcing him to shield himself with his hands. They caught the blunt of the strike and pushed himself back, gaining distance as he threw several kunai at her. Kushina deflected the swift barrage of metal with ease, making sure none of them stuck to her Bakken. She did not notice two of them had missed and went past her on purpose. The moment they embedded themselves on the ground, seals in them activated, conjuring up a small barrier wall behind her. Samanosuke dashed forward and jumped, kicking her Bakken away with a strong strike. As he landed, he followed with a series of quick jabs and open palm strikes, to which Kushina retaliated with the same style. Uzumaki-style martial arts, developed to make use of their sealing ability with their palms without forsaking the use of closed fist to weaken their enemy and deliver devastating blows. Kushina slowly gave a bit of ground thanks to his ceaseless advance. She parried a jab close to her face and struck with one of her own towards his stomach, and Samanosuke blocked it with his knee before using the same raised leg to throw a quick series of kicks. Kushina was pushed back and suddenly found herself colliding with solid air. It was then that she noticed the barrier behind her, taking advantage of her distraction. Samanosuke raised his closed fist and delivered a straight punch, only for Kushina to duck out the way just in time, letting his hand hit the barrier. By his grunt, she imagined that must have hurt. Kushina snapped her fingers as she raised her left arms. A series of ink-black lines appeared on her arm, chakra circulating through her limb as adrenaline rushed through her veins. Her fist closing, veins rose over her forearm as her arm muscles flexed and bulged with the sudden surge of power. She let out a strong battle cry as she delivered at the punch straight to his gut, knocking the air out of him. Samanosuke's body flew through the air before painfully hitting the ground and rolling away. A touch excessive for practice, but Kushina would lying if she said some of his ceaseless flirting didn't have anything to do with that, or how he wouldn't rein in that lecherous personality of his even when the kids were around. She already had enough fears of Naruto being influenced by Jiraiya. She didn't need any more. She let out a soft breath as she let the seals in her arm fade and remain inactive. It was better not to use this technique so much. She lacked the pinpoint chakra precision to use her adoptive mother's constant monstrous strength. But this was a good alternative as any. The sudden rush of wind alerted her, and Saito was upon her in a second. With her Bakken gone, she was at the mercy of his strikes, forcing her to dodge without the ability to counterattack against his swift slashes. So she did what she always would and improvised. Her teeth gnashed as she caught the Bakken in her hands. Catching a wooden sword swung at you at full speed was more painful than most people thought. Much to Sato's surprise, if the small widening of his eyes was any indication, she channeled her chakra through the weapon. A seal array quickly formed where her hands touched the blade. Saito couldn't react in time as the temperature of his weapon rose exponentially, literally becoming too hot to touch, and was forced to let it go. The blade fell to the ground, smoking, almost ready to burst into flames. "Time!" the Gamma Sanin yelled, ending the spar. "I'd say after an hour of watching you two face red down, she is back into fighting shape." Samanosuke, who still lay on the ground, lifted his hand and gave a shaky thumbs up. "Glad we could help out our Heim," he groaned out painfully. "You're impressive, Kushina." Saito grinned as he whipped off the sweat from his face. "I see why you became an ANBU." He had always remembered how fierce his cousin was when she was training. and she had never once lost that intensity if any of their sessions were anything to go by. When it comes to battle, be as ruthless as a dragon. Kushina had always taken Tsukikoba-chan's words to heart. After helping a very sore Samanosuke to his feet, Kakashi gave the three some water and a towel to wipe off the sweat. Good to see you back in shape, Kushina-sama. The silver-haired Jonin smiled. What have I said about dropping the sama? Kushina dryly retorted with a deadpan glare. Well, here I thought you would appreciate someone giving you the respect you so clearly deserve. Kakashi's tone was very exaggerated in its cheerfulness. After all, didn't you run around telling people to acknowledge you as the great prankster queen of the village? You're trolling me, Kushina said with furious realization. Me? Oh ho ho, you don't know what you're getting into. Kid, she promised with vengeance. You've seen what I can do to people who annoy me. Don't start a war you can't possibly win. Kakashi had his book out, as though it had always been. His sole visible eye focused on its pages before giving her a quick glance. Yeah, sure. Grr. The Uzumaki woman growled out fiercely, stomping the ground like a child. Don't ignore me. Oh, by the way, Kakashi lazily spoke, ignoring Kushina's tantrum. Shouldn't you and Jiraiya-sama be heading to the Hokage Tower by now? At that, everyone paused. Wasn't the Mizukage coming today? At that, both Jiraiya and Kushina blinked before yelling, "SHIT!" and ran off for the tower. Saito sighed as he shook his head. Kushina hasn't lost her absent-mindedness either. Samanosuke only chuckled back. Hiruzen only stared dryly at both Jiraiya and Kushina, who stood on either side of him. Both had literally mad dashed through the village and leapt through his open window just as the Anbu told the Sandame the Mizukage was in the village. Glad to see you two remembered the meeting with the Mizukage. The Hokage's words were as dry as the Suna Desert. Wouldn't miss it for the world, Gigi. Kushina chuckled weakly and shrunk under Hiruzen's glare. At any rate, the old Kage huffed. What do we know of the Godame Mizukage? Jiraiya grunted. Not a whole lot. Just that her name is Mei Terumi. Kiri has always been the most secretive of the shinobi villages. With those words, a knock came to the door and the Sandame gave permission to enter. Upon opening the door, they were greeted with the sight of a tall and very beautiful and slender fair-skinned woman with ankle-length auburn hair in a herringbone-style pattern, a top knot tied with a dark blue band, and with 4 bangs at the front hiding one of her green eyes. She wore a blue dress with long sleeves that went just below the knees. The right front side was kept open by a zipper and went down from the waist. Underneath her dress was a chain mesh which showed just a bit of her ample cleavage. Kushina could not stop herself from whistling. Oh, now that is one hot lady I wouldn't mind having dinner with. Oh sure, Jiraiya drawled. When I eye a lady it's creepy, but when you do it then it's suddenly fine. There is some female on male prejudice here. You know, I would take those words seriously if you weren't drooling right about now. Kushina shot back. Making Jiraiya quickly rubbed his mouth. Perhaps it was foolish of Hiruzen to expect these two to behave in such a delicate occasion like the meeting between two Kages. He briefly entertained the thought of vanishing them to the desert. And how simple would his life be then? A man could dream. The Lady Kage regarded them with a lifted eyebrow. I seem to have arrived at a bad time. Oh, don't mind them, the Hokage waved it off. They're two of my best, but unfortunately they're not quite there in the head. The auburn-haired woman actually giggled at that. If you were to meet some of my shinobi, you would not be complaining about yours. She placed a hand upon her chest as she gave a short bow. It is an honor to meet you, Sarutobidano. I am Mei Terumi, 5th Mizukage of Kirigakure no Sato. Welcome to Kanahagakure no Sato. I must say, Mei inclined her head. Receiving your scroll was quite a surprise. At present my village is still recovering from the brutality of Yagura's reign. So believe when I say your offer of help piqued my interest. I understand if my actions were quite bold, but after seeing the camaraderie of our genin in the prelims, I felt it was worth a try. Hiruzen spoke honestly. The Mizukage crosses her arms under her bust. However, before I entertain this proposal, I must bring up a matter. Yes, her visible green eye shifted uneasily. At the final moments of the rebellion, I fought against Yagura. Believe me, it was no easy challenge fighting a Jinchuriki, but in the end I prevailed. Her words carried a double meaning which the Leaf Ninja understood. She boasted her power, a warning in case they planned of backstabbing her, a tactic they themselves had employed in the past. In his last moments, Yagura wasn't himself. She shook her head, a sad glint evident in her eyes. Or perhaps it'd be more fitting to say, he was finally acting like himself once again. Hiruzen exchanged a confused look with Kushina and Jiraiya. What do you mean? Yagura was not always the tyrant of the bloody mist, she stressed. But one day he began changing. It was subtle in some aspects. He still carried his personal life and affairs like always. But the decisions he started making once he became Kage, they were just, we are all very familiar with the kind of things we ninjas do, but Yagura's actions were seldom based in logic. Often they were just pointless and petty cruelty. He spread such a strong anti-bloodline sentiment throughout the land of water. Lead the purges and executed everyone who even dared question him. She paused for a moment, and though she presented herself as calm and collected in her voice, there was no denying the underlying feeling of grief in her voice, carefully kept from becoming too evident. A Kage could not show weakness before another Kage. He was my friend once, she said. Kind, thoughtful. He took on his role as Jinchuriki with pride, and the village respected him for it. The Yagura that lead the mist was not the man I grew up with. As he lay dying at my hand, they suspected she truly wanted to say but couldn't. It was like he had woken up from a dream. He cried and mourned all the things he had done as Mizukage, apologizing because he had not been strong enough to resist. The Konoha ninja remained silent. It wasn't the power that came with the title or anything like that. He told what he could not resist. She leveled an accusatory glare at them. Was the powerful genjutsu that took control of his mind, casted upon him by a Sharingan. They fell silent. Even the hidden Anbu were still like statues as both Kushina's and Jiraiya's eyes went wide in pure shock. The Sandaime remained unreadable as Mei continued. Now I am not saying your village or the Uchiha were responsible for the acts in my nation. But the Sharingan is from the fire country. I cannot rule out those possibilities. Did Yagura have any details on this Sharingan user before his death? A sigh came from the Mizukage. A man in a black hooded who wore a mask with single right eye hole. As her words left her lips, she saw the look of utter shock from all three. Kushina's blood turned cold as time stood still to her. Her eyes had grown hauntingly wide at the description of the man that plagued her nightmares. It's him. Her voice was a whisper but garnered everyone's attention. Soon shock became boiling rage as she gnashed with pure murderous hate glowing from her eyes. The killer intent that flooded the room made the Mizukage blink before seeing the Red Death roar and slammed a fist through the wall, cracking it. It's him, she screamed in utter malice. Her breathing was ragged pants of barely contained rage. Images of that hateful figure that haunted her dreams flashed back with vivid intensity. Her fingers twitched, almost wanting to reach for a weapon so she could stab something, anything, and pretend she's stabbing that bastard's heart. Kushina's head sharply turned as she felt large hands upon her shoulder. She saw Jiraiya giving her an understanding look, trying to calm her down. She saw in his eyes that he too was feeling murderous anger wash through his very being, but needed to be held in check at the moment. After taking a few calming breaths, Kushina went over to one of the chairs and sat down, pressing a hand against her face, reining in the rage and killing intent. All throughout the Mizukage just stared with wide-eyed at the display. She turned to the Hokage, gaze demanding an explanation. I see now, Hiruzen said warily. Then I must be forthcoming about some secrets of our own. And so he told her every last detail. The Uzumaki's former status as Jinchuriki, the night of her son's birth, all the accounts and description of the event that Kushina had provided him with. He left nothing out, for the Konoha and Kiri now shared a target who presented a threat for both of them. After the long explanation, the Mizukage had to sit down. She was currently rubbing her eyes, trying to fight back against the growing headache. Merciful Suijin, she muttered in disbelief. This changes everything, Hiruzen nodded grimly. Indeed, whoever this man is has caused pain and misery in both our villages. He gazed towards Kushina, who only glared at the floor. We have a common enemy. Indeed we do. Mei only looked at the redhead with mournful yet understanding eyes. And because of this man who caused harm in both our villages, I shall agree to your alliance. She paused. Kushina Dano. The Uzumaki woman glanced to the Mizukage. If this man is found in our lands, he will suffer, I promise you. Kushina only gave a nod before looking back to the floor. A long sigh came from the Hokage. Whatever your village might be need of you have just to ask. I will see what I can grant you, Maidano. That can wait. For now, let's all retire for the day and rest ourselves for the Chunin exams. All were in agreement on that sentiment. They could prepare their vengeance another day. Ever since Karen and then the others had arrived, the house had been rather busy all the time. It was rare to find just himself and his mother by themselves in the training room. Well, sort of since Yugao was upstairs resting on the couch. His mother had explained what happened and told everyone to give the woman space to mourn. However, instead of training, Kushina was showing her son a scrapbook with old photos. Naruto had a feeling that Hayate's death and seeing her student in pain stirred up bad memories. Fresh ones even. He sure did feel bad. Even though he met him in passing, he seemed to be a nice guy. Maybe it was her way of taking her mind off things, or just when faced with this tragedy, it was best to remember those who passed away with those who still remained with you. The album was pretty much a record of the entirety of his mother's life, since her childhood in Yuzushio to her days as an ANBU and Jonin. She would point at the pictures that she thought were more interesting and went on a long explanation on what happened that day. Down to what kind of meal she had. It was ramen, of course, it was always ramen. Naruto smiled at seeing the pictures of his father. He always looked so happy and serene, a trait that complemented his mother's overwhelming joy and excitement. This one is when your dad got assigned his own team, Kushina explained. We all went to celebrate afterwards. Naruto stared fascinated at the image of the people who had joined the party. It was pretty much all the parents from his class in the academy, even Hinata's father. The blonde's blue eyes squinted at the sight of the much smaller silver-haired Hatake in the picture. Oh, come on. Even then he wore a mask? He. Kushina giggled at his reaction. It's a family thing, sweetie. Hatake only show their faces to family. Tsukumo-sensei always felt comfortable with everyone on the village, so he didn't bother with 1 inch. A snort came from the blonde as he saw 2 other beside a young Kakashi. A girl with a brunette hair in a bob cut with purple markings on her cheeks, and a goofy-looking boy with short spiky black hair and wearing orange goggles. Who are those 2? He saw his mother's cheerfulness become a mournful. Rin Noera and Obito Uchiha. They were Kakashi's teammates when your dad was their sensei. Both died during separate missions. Kakashi's Sharingan came from Obito before he died. Kushina paused. Rin was always a sweet girl. Would have had made one the best medical ninja with her talents. He paused at the sudden sense of sadness coming from his mother. And Obito? He was such a goofball. His parents had died when he was very young, so never knew him. He never fit the mold of a typical Uchiha and was the black sheep among them. There was a hint of anger in her voice when saying that. I loved him like a son. Her eyes shifted through a myriad of emotions, from pain and nostalgia to fondness and love. I always was tough on that knucklehead because somebody needed to keep him in line. She smiled at him. I can't tell you how happy I am that you ended up being a lot like him. She pressed a big kiss against his forehead. It was a rather embarrassing gesture for him, but he loved it all the same. Naruto understood Kakashi-sensei a lot better now. The death of his father, his teammates, his sensei, everyone he cared about. It was a miracle that the scarecrow was still sane. It explained why his sensei never really made any contact with him when he was little. He was afraid of losing someone dear to him again. History just repeating itself over and over. Most people would have cracked a long time ago, yet Kakashi-sensei endured, ready to continue serving the village without asking anything in return. Kakashi-sensei was the strongest person he knew, Naruto realized. Kushina shifted the pages of the album, showing moments in her life when she was even younger. Oh ho ho, this one, she laughed, pointing at a picture of herself when she was a kid. Naruto recognized Uncle Saito, Uncle Samanosuke, and Aunt Lin. Plus there were a few other kids he didn't recognize. They were sitting around a woman in robes. Her long crimson locks were pulled back by a hairpiece, and they were all smiling at the camera. Here is us as children with Tsukikoba-chan. So this was the famed seal master among masters he had heard so much about. Looking at her, she held the same kind of eyes Gigi did, Naruto thought. This was just before we pulled a prank on Bachan and got the spanking of our lives. The Uzumaki woman shivered. When she was disciplining you, she made sure you learnt your lesson thoroughly. With Bachan, no buts were spared. Naruto paled at the thought before he shook his head. He recalled vividly the times he was caught by Gigi with some of his pranks he had done around the village. And the ones he had done on the Sandaime himself. Being chased by an irate Kage after messing with his prized Ikaika novels was an experience. A part of him should not have been so surprised learning it was Erosenin who made those smut books. Flipping a page, the blonde took notice of a picture of two people who looked like a couple. A tall, stern man with long red hair, violet eyes, and a goatee standing beside a beautiful woman with hair as long as his mother's with red eyes and a calm smile. Who are these two? Those are your grandparents, my parents, Daisuke and Manami Uzumaki. At that shock etched on Naruto's face. This is the first you ever said anything about them. Sorry about that. Kushina rubbed the top of her son's head. Sad thing is I vaguely remember much of anything about my mother. She died when I was very young. Dad was the clan head of the Uzumaki, so he was busy a lot, she explained. Taking care of the village and by extension the clan was a pretty taxing job. All those nights she would find him on his study, organizing missions, speaking with the dragons, dealing with the other countries. And trust me when I say the clan was the whole village. We intermarried with so many smaller families and clans that eventually they were all assimilated, and we ended up with multiple branches. The main branch our leaders, the craftsman branch who made everything, the lorekeeper branch who kept our and research, the seal master who further studied seals and other type of esoteric knowledge, and the steel branch who were our frontline warriors. Though we all were equal, she said with pride. There was no hard rule about the branches. Anyone could learn anything from the other branches if they wanted to. Wow! Naruto muttered in surprise. Everyone in the village was a redhead, huh? Just about, she grinned. Eventually, everyone in Uzushio had the last name Uzumaki. And Dad lead them all. The position of Kage, clan head, village and country leader, it was all one job. Yeesh, his shoulders slumped. Did it bother you? That grandpa was so busy all the time? It did sometimes, Kushina admitted. But as I grew I began to understand things more. I had Tsukikoba-chan to raise me and educate me while I lived in Yuzu. Her tone was melancholic. What I do remember about my mom was that she absolutely loved the sea. She would always take me to the beach in the mornings. What would they think of me? Naruto's voice a quiet hush as he stared at his grandparents. Oh honey. Kushina wrapped her arms around her son and kissed the top of his head. They would have loved you and be proud of you as I am. Naruto's heart swelled at the thought. Can you tell me more about Grandpa? Oh, when he smiled, when he was truly happy, he had the same smile you and I have. Beyond the territories of human kingdoms, a valley of mountains rose from the earth like pillars. More poetic tongues would describe them like the fingers from the earth gods that outstretched seeking to grasp the sky. In these rocky earthen formations, plant life would still flourish, capping the tops with trees aplenty. Upon the faces of these mountains one could find many houses and palaces of great size, built into the great stone pillars themselves. The craftsmanship required to make such a construction possible was not of human hands. Indeed, for there was nothing that connected the buildings to one another but the air itself. Dragons needed no bridges after all. Not many humans had set foot in these sacred grounds, but those who were welcomed were considered kin to the dragons. In the palace of the great chief, a great structure of wood and stone, traditional in every aspect with the architecture of elevated high walls and gently curved tiled roofs, was one such guest welcomed by the dragons. A very old and very dear friend. They were very energetic, her feminine voice said with humor. A deep rumble was her reply. Indeed, the people of the whirlpool never change. It is comforting. I cannot describe the feeling when I saw all of them, Tomo muttered in a warm tone. Knowing some people of Yuzu had survived, there is likely more in hiding. Sadly, I am uncertain of how many, Genryu grumbled in response. We have to keep on hope, the white-haired woman said with conviction, a hopeful smile present in her lips. Shirsho's clan is stubborn just like her. I know more survived and that one day they'll reclaim their home. The silver dragon smiled in return, looking down at the sage from his great height. That'll be a joyful day indeed. Tomo held her smile, even as it weakened somewhat at the thought of her teacher. Do you think? That it is possible Shursho is still out there? She dared not believe otherwise. She could not believe otherwise. Tsukiko was the strongest woman she knew, both in character and power. She would not die in the darkness, forgotten and lost to the world. It is more than a possibility, Genryu said with passion. It is a certainty. I can feel it in my bones. I know my sister lives. I just know it. Siblings often possessed a strong bond. Genryu and Tsukiko, born of the same mother, were no different. He would never allow himself to even entertain the thought his beloved elder sister was dead. His soul cried out that she yet lived. He'd dive straight to the depths of Yomi to find her if needed. But even still, the years of her absence weighed on him. For so long he'd been looking for her, calling every favor he could, scouring the corners of the skies and the seas, and yet, no, Genryu would never give up hope. For he knew Tsukiko would never give up on him. It makes me happy, Tomo smiled gently, tilting her head as she closed her eyes. That Shursho was surrounded by people who love her so much. The dragon was happy he could share these moments with Tsukiko's apprentice, someone who knew her and cared for her so much. One day, they would reunite with her and take her to see a clan reforged in hope and love. They could spend hours talking about his sister, but the dragon chief understood there was a time to put such feelings aside when more pressing matters presented themselves. So he spoke, his voice low and growly. I understand the Toad Sage has shared with you his information. Tomo's eyes gained a sharp edge. He has taken out a set of pictures from a folder. She spread them out between them. His informant in this organization called Akatsuki has confirmed various characteristics and identities of its members, including that their leader possessed the powerful dojutsu known as the Rinnegan. Genryu growled in distaste. They perhaps owned a great deal to the Sage of Six Paths. He had after all acted alongside his brother to stop that rampaging alien that was their mother. But a part of him couldn't help but feel displeased they even relied on him to begin with, were it not that all other individuals that could have done something, and that number was woefully short, had been busy at the time. It had not been too long ago, relatively speaking, when the world had fallen in chaos and broken. Much needed to be fixed at the time, and then this sage spread the use of the rediscovered Onmyoto, which he called Nin Shu. That made Genryu roll his eyes. To the humans, giving them access to a greater weapon once again, spreading the knowledge of the mystical arts, magic that should have been carefully taught to them instead of being widespread so much. But the damage had been done. Tomo stroked her chin, deep in thought, much like the dragon. From what the toads told me, this Rinnegan possessed nothing short of godlike power. Not too surprising considering the source comes from the sheer primal power stolen from the world. It is a mistake that should have been corrected. A touch too late for regrets, my friend. For now let's focus on the present, the red-eyed woman said, as her eyes took in every detail from the photos in front of her. As I'm led to understand, these bijou have not had very peaceful interactions with neither humans nor beasts. There was a time in which that fake nine-tailed fox stayed with Fox Clan, Genryu replied. But as I've been told, he has long since fallen out of their grace. His constant rampages through human settlements were not tolerated. And now his jailer is one of Shursho's descendants. Like the last two were, the sage side. It is what it is. Akatsuki is proving to be a growing threat. If their plans for the bijou are like we imagine, then the risk is too great. The Rinnegan wielder must be disposed of, the dragon agreed. But at the moment we cannot act, not until we have more intel. Her eyes hardened when they settled upon a particular picture, for a moment flashing with a burning glow. What worries me the most is this one. She tapped her finger on the photo. Short silver hair slicked, a wide grin and dark eyes. What was truly remarkable about him was his supposed immortality, and the medallion around his neck. The cult. Genryu growled, dangerous. I would have written it off as a coincidence, but for someone with such abilities to be part of Akatsuki, it is too convenient. It means the cult is acting in the shadows without anyone knowing. They follow in their predecessors' footsteps, playing their hand in secret, manipulating, sowing chaos and conflict wherever their reach extends. Tomo took a deep breath, fighting back the ancient rage within her. Her eyes seemed to glow as her pupil blazed from black to white momentarily. We need answers. and I will get them even if I have to rip them out from this cultist. Chapter 30, Chunin Final Exams Act I. The skies were clear as the sun shone over the shinobi village of Kanahagakure, which had garnered a much busier crowd than normal roaming its dirt streets. Numerous people ranging to citizens from the land of fire, wind, and some surprisingly from water had gathered to the village within a month's time. All were buzzing in excitement as the finals of the Chunin exams had begun. In the streets, traveling vendors had set up stands to make quite a bit of profit during today's event. Amiguruma, Ichiraku, the Dango shop, and many other establishments were busy with orders as the crowd made their way to the enormous open dome arena with 3 massive stone buildings which held the seats for the audience, including private areas for nobility who came to observe as well. Inside the arena was an open grass area for the hopeful genin to show their skills and advance to Chunin. The day had finally come, the final test to prove they were ready for the title and responsibility of being a Chunin. Naruto took a deep breath through his nostrils and slowly exhaled. The blonde stood in a line along with the other Chunin candidates. His pink-haired teammate was at his right, and his gaze briefly went over her to peer at Lee, who stood at the other end of the line. The bowl-cut-haired boy was unusually still, but there was no mistaking the smile on his lips. Lee was eager, and so was he if he was being honest. His eyes eventually up towards the multiple rows of the arena. There he saw his relatives sitting amidst his other friends and fellow ninja of his age. Uncle Same had somehow fashioned a large flag that had Yuzu forever written on it, waving it around, uncaring that he was making the people around him uncomfortable. Lin waved at him, cheering him on, while Kia sat perfectly still next to her. Seems his aunt really managed to get her to come. On the row behind them, he managed to spot a woman who looked vaguely familiar. He blushed as the memories came back. Right, the woman he had collided with all those days ago. For a Kuro something. Man, so there were so many people in the arena watching them, nervous. Sakura prompted. Pfft. He snorted. Who, me? Maybe a bit. Me too, she confessed. But just wait. Team 7 will all make it to Chunin, Sakura said with utmost confidence. Naruto gave her a beaming smile. If Sasuke shows up, that is, Sakura gloomily added. And just like that, his smile was obliterated. Right? Sasuke had yet to show up. Oh, what the hell were you doing, Kakashi-sensei? The Chunin exams are not something you can arrive fashionably late, Databane. Kushina's voice roared at the entrance to the arena. The genin prospects looked curious before sweat dropping at the sight of Kakashi being dragged on the ground by a golden chain from an irritated Kushina Uzumaki, who wore her old Konoha Jounin gear with short sleeves. Her Hitai-8 wrapped around her head with 2 bangs coming down from both sides and the rest of her hair in a high ponytail. Walking beside her in a black shirt and white shorts was Sasuke, who dryly glared ahead. Kakashi weakly chuckled as the Uzumaki redhead kept dressing him down as if he was a child. It's for the dramatic effect, Kushina-sama. Drop the sama already. And do you want me to show a dramatic effect on your head? Naruto only rubs his hand over his face while Sakura weakly sighed. They just had to have the weirdo for their sensei, didn't they? The two said nothing as their teammate soon stood beside them. Hard to believe that man is the 1000 Jutsu Kakashi. Saito droned beside his son while Lin and Samanosuke laughed at the sight. Kia remained impassive, merely glancing over to see Karen coming with that Yamanaka and Hyuga girls and their teams. The bifocal-wearing Uzumaki grinned. Guess who I found? Ino gave the peace sign to them beside a shy Hinata. What's up, guys? Samanosuke grinned. More the merrier. Come on and sit down, you lot. Glad you think so, said Team 10 sensei as he took a sit next to his male students. He gave Kurinai a teasing glacé as she sat next to Hinata. Shame your team couldn't make it to the finals, Kurinai? Your team didn't either, she dryly pointed out. Asuma snorted. Oh, they'll be ready for the next exams. And this was just a trial run. Right, guys? He turned to his students, but not of them paid him any mind. Choji was too engrossed on his junk food. Shikamaru had already fallen asleep, and Ino was more focused in talking to Karen about some subject that eluded his male mind. You could show me more support when I'm trying to brag here, he grumbled. Oh, don't worry, sensei. Ino waved it off as she poked Shikamaru into wakefulness with a well-placed jab at his head. Next time the exams will be right in the bag for us. Ever since she decided to take her career more seriously, she felt a newfound sense of drive. Confidence is good, came Kushina's voice as she approached their stands with Kakashi in tow. But pay attention. You kids are gonna learn something. Indeed, said Guy, who stood with his arms and legs crossed a few seats away from them. Keep your eyes well open, for you are about to witness my students' flaming spirits. He grinned with a twinkle in his eye. Here I thought you only had one student, Kushina dryly commented with her hands on her hips. So far I have only seen you pay attention to Lee. Guy, she admonished. The taijutsu master awkwardly muttered. Well, Lee required more focus given his circumstances. Tenten is very adept at keeping up and learning on her own. Plus Neji say, total asshole? Kiba supplied Akamaru barked in agreement on his head, which got him a smack in the arm courtesy of his teacher. I was going to say a touch reclusive and solitary, Guy tactfully said. Kushina groaned before rubbing her mouth with her hand. Regardless of Lee's circumstances, you should have been more involved with Neji's and Tenchan's training. You know better, Guy. The green beast mulled over her words in silence. He hadn't brushed Tenten and Neji aside, but Lee required more attention, and he had been doing everything in his power in order for his student to reach his goals. His other two students were very talented and could catch up on their own terms, so they did not need as much instruction as Lee did. But then the image of Neji, always full of anger and resentful, nearly killing his cousin, came to mind, and Guy couldn't help but think that perhaps he should have tried harder to reach out to the boy. Well, you are not what I expected, Red Death. A feminine voice caught their attention as they all look up behind them to a row above behind the Yuzu. Kuro smirked at all of them. Then again, you have a reputation of surpassing expectations. I don't think anyone was expecting your miraculous return. It's caused quite a stir. Kushina eyed the woman. Afraid you have me at a disadvantage. Forgive me, my name is Kuraraimai, or Kuro for short. I ran into your son several weeks ago. Quite literally. The raven-haired woman dryly toned as she could still not believe that happened. Oh my, Kushina said with concern. He didn't get into trouble, did he? She asked with overly concern as a mother would do. The raven-haired women laughed it off. Oh, it's nothing to be concerned about. Now, the exam is about to begin. Why don't we just sit back and enjoy the show? Would like to watch it with you guys, Kushina said, addressing her friends and family. But I got assigned to be with the old man and the other Kage. She made a half-ram side and waved her free hand cheerfully at them. Later! And disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Kuro watched as the rest of the Konoha natives and Uzumaki fell into idle conversation as they waited for the final test to begin. She could tell the Jounin were keeping an eye on her, and she could not blame them. It was healthy to be suspicious of strangers. Her focus shifted to the redheads. It had been such a long time ago, but she still recalled multiple lineages of people with bright red hair, people who shared indomitable spirits along who would smile and laugh even at the face of overwhelming adversity. Though distant, they would also share blood through going back all the way to a particular ancestor. Truly, there could be no mistake that they descended from him. Her red eyes went over to the blonde-haired boy in the arena. She wondered if the prophecy was true, if any of these Uzumaki had truly inherited it. Sitting amongst the Konoha civilians and well hidden, a hooded Princess Mayuri took in the sight of everyone here to see the finals. She was spellbound seeing so many cheering the genin prospects for the exams. Her surprise was genuine seeing Kirigakure shinobi and few citizens. Never had she thought the former bloody mist village ever venture from beyond their lands. But it showed even they could change from who they once were. And as she was told by the Anbu Tenzo, the new Mizukage actually agreed to becoming allies with Konoha. This had to be the first time since the treaty with Suna that such a thing happened. Her eyes went down to the arena and the genin. She wondered what they had in store for them. Her lips pursed in apprehension. In Mayuri's eyes, they were still children. No, it wasn't just in her eyes. These kids couldn't be older than 13. And here they were in a test that by all intents and purposes was just a proxy war. Already the exam had faced multiple casualties, and it continued on like nothing had happened. It sickened her that they would still throw children to the fire like this. But seeing the determined faces of the genin, the enthusiastic looks of the people as they waited for the final phase of the exam to start, it made her think that perhaps she was in the wrong. This was nearly a century-old tradition. Who was she to question it? But that line of thought was quickly squashed the moment she looked at Gaara of the Sand. That boy. He was twisted beyond imagination, turned into a creature that craved nothing but bloodshed and destruction. A mistake, an atrocity allowed by his village because he was to serve as a weapon. It made her question Hashirama's judgment when he first gave the other villages their own bijou. Granted, she did not know how bad things were before Hashirama quelled the clan wars. But the sight of seeing children fighting in battles meant for adults sickened her. And seeing children like Gaara and Naruto turned into weapons, her hands clenched into fists before letting out a calming breath. Yet presently there was nothing she could about it. Not at her current position and station, even as a highborn. So all she could do is watch as the exams play out, and pray. Hayashi's eyes never left his nephew's form as he gazed down at the arena below. Beside him, his youngest daughter Hanabi sat a good distance away from the Uzumaki. Near the Hyuga clan head and daughter were the Hyuga elders. One of note was the elderly man who resembled a much older version Hayashi, Haruka Hyuga. Throughout the years Hayashi had developed a stone-faced facade that betrayed no emotion, hiding it all behind a stern frown. In a clan where everyone could anything, keeping one's true feelings guarded was second nature to them. But if Hayashi was a wall no one could look through, then his father Haruka was an island on the far horizon, where only a small patch of brown and green could be seen. The man's capacities to remain stoic surpassed even his own. Hayashi did not remember his father letting out even a small smile. Not since. A pang of guilt throbbed in his heart as he gazed at Neji once more. Loyalty to the clan above all else. Their secrets to be preserved at any cost. Haruka understood that very well, and made sure the clan did what needed to be done. If his father ever mourned Hisashi, then he made certain that nobody would ever know. Father, thankfully, his youngest voice brought him back from that dark line of thought. I don't know much about who Neji's opponent will be. Truthfully, neither did he. Sakura Haruno, the daughter of shopkeepers who quit the ninja line after their mandatory first year as genin was over, like many civilian-born ninja often did. Hayashi knew Sakura was a part of Team 7 with Kushina's son and the surviving Uchiha. His oldest Hinata has been becoming friends with the pink-haired girl a month ago. But other than that, nothing, which was rather frustrating. A low grunt came from Haruka, who overheard his granddaughter. She is of no consequence, Hanabi. The elderly man spoke with a cold sternness. The girl is a civilian born. Her skills and talent are not of any significant note. I must agree with Harukadano, another elder chimed in. Even with Neji being a member of the branch family, his skills are more than enough to best this girl. Hanabi only nodded while Hayashi clenched a single fist. A young member of their clan, a man in his 20s, spoke up to the side to another fellow kinsman. Though I heard Uzumaki Dano has been training her. I've worked with Yugao-san before. I can attest the woman is a capable teacher. Are you honestly suggesting the girl has a chance against Neji? All I'm saying is that sometimes a clanless ninja can surprise you. Jiraiya-sama is proof of that. This and other words Hayashi heard being exchanged amongst his fellow Hyuga. Some pondering if the civilian-born actually had a chance thanks to her training under Kushina. Others staunch in their belief that their own prodigy would not have any difficulty in facing someone of such a lackluster lineage. Hayashi had no doubt in his mind Neji thought the same thing. That his opponent was someone barely worth his attention. His victory against her was fated after all. Hayashi loathed that word, almost as much as he loathed himself. A coward he had been, for not having the courage to actually open up to his nephew, to tell him how his father had given up his life in spite of his own protests. To actually try and talk to the boy, connect with him, but how could he do that when he barely could connect with his own children? Neji was trapped in his fatalistic belief. He needed something that would challenge it, to break it even. And what better way than to have a no-name ninja defeat him? Haruno-san, he mused to himself as he looked at the pinkette in the line of Chunin aspirants. For Neji's sake, please win. Kushina whistled as she stood beside the Hokage's seat beside Jiraiya. I think this is the biggest crowd I've ever seen for an exam. Hiruzen lit his tobacco pipe and blew out some smoke. They have come for several reasons, my dear. One is obviously to see the genin of this current generation. The next reason is Kirigakure. Jiraiya took over, crossing his arms. This is the first time in ages since they ever allied with anyone. Any other reason? Kushina asked with an arched brow. That would be your return, of course. The voice of Mizukage garnered their attention as she and a middle-aged man with blue-moused hair dressed in a striped, gray suit, with a green haori that had white trimmings that stop halfway down. On each ear are talismans with the kanji to hear, and finally an eye patch over his right eye. And then there is your son. People are curious. Kushina Dano. Mei gestured to the man beside her. This is A.O. The redhead gave a small nod in greeting to the eye patch-wearing man, who returned it, before looking at the Mizukage. Really? Is he that interesting to people? By now most are aware of him, the child of a Namikaze and an Uzumaki who awoke a Kekei Genkai out of nowhere. Not only that but the bearer of the Kyubi no Kitsune, she said, merely stating the facts. That number of traits is bound to garner attention. There was an underlying message that was all too clear for the Uzumaki. Her son possessed multiple characteristics that would make him highly valuable for different parties. If it wasn't his Uzumaki lineage and the sealing mastery behind it, then it'd be his Namikaze heritage and their secrets. The Shoten power would only further entice others to get their hands on him even more. And that wasn't even going over the fact that he was a Jinchuriki, one of the highest priority targets for enemies of the village. Kushina could not lie. She feared for her son. She truly did. Because of that, she made sure to train him to the best of her ability, so he would be able to stand up to anyone that would try to harm him. Of course, they'd have to get through her first, but Kushina knew she wouldn't always be there to protect him. Memories of when Kumo kidnapped her surged to the forefront her mind. It was only thanks to Minato's heroic rescue that she escaped their clutches. It'd be best for you to keep a close eye on him. Uzumaki Dano. A new different voice made itself known as the newcomer approached the Kage seating area. Unlike the Mizukage, he actually wore the Kage robes just like Hiruzen, only the colored parts of his were a dark green instead of red. With the kanji for wind written over the white front, his conical hate. Though his face was hidden by a veil, there was no mistaking those eyes. Kushina had seen them before once. On the battlefield, Lord Raza Hiruzen spoke the Kazekage's name with respect. It's good to have you here, Hiruzen Dano. Raza gave a nod to the wizened Kage as well as to Mei who returned it. It has been a long time, Kushina-san. Welcome back. The redhead smirked. Good to be back, and ready to watch my son kick some ass. A long sigh came from Jiraiya and Sarutobi. Raza cocked his head. I would not count my children out so quickly. The Kazekage took his seat. They might surprise you. He gazed down to the arena below, meeting Gaara's intense glare of hate with an apathetic stare. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. Man, this is a lot of people. Don't tell me you're nervous? Sasuke commented with his arms crossed. Are you chickening out before we start? Hell no. Naruto grinned. I got to kick your ass at the end of this. The Uchiha chuckled. Like to see you try. Please save the trash talking for the fights, Sakura muttered. Not that anyone would hear you with how big this place is. Her voice was distant, trailing of as she eyed the other competitors. A bead of sweat dropped down her cheek as she felt the byproduct of Gaara's killing intent, which he seemed to direct towards the Kage seating. Careful, Sasuke. That guy is insane, she whispered to her dark-haired teammate. She tried ignoring him, easier said than done, and looked over at her opponent out of the corner of her eye. Neji was his ever-stoic self, unflinching, unmoving, seemingly ignoring the great buzz of the crowd. Not even Gaara's presence seemed to affect him. Gods, was he even breathing? He was so still she couldn't even tell. He didn't even pay attention to her, like she wasn't even worth it. Sakura tried steeling herself, taking deep breaths. She had a strategy, she had a plan, and all she needed to do was execute it on the fight. Remember what Kushina-sensei said. Oh gods, what did she say? She said so many things, most of it being senseless rambling followed by crazy schemes for future pranks. There were sometimes wisdom and useful advice in her words, but right now she couldn't remember any of it. Oh, what was she going to dash? Stop worrying, as though somehow he could feel her growing unease. Sasuke said in a, well, it wasn't exactly a comforting tone, but it was a big improvement for him. You'll be fine. Both Naruto and Sakura blinked in surprise. Was that empathy from you? The blonde said in bewilderment. Sasuke snorted but said nothing. At that same moment, a man in a standard Konoha Jounin uniform appeared in front of them via Shunshin. He has brown, shoulder-length hair which hangs about his face and brown eyes. On his head, he wore his height 8 like a bandana with a senbon in his mouth. My name is Gunma Shiranui. I'll be your proctor for the final exams. He spoke in calm, laid-back manner. Up with the Kages, Hiruzen took notice that it was finally time to begin. He gave a nod to the other Kages before rising from his and walked to the podium. I bid you all welcome. His voice rang out throughout the arena, silencing the crowd. Today is the finals of the Chunin exams. I would also like give welcome to Kirigakure, for which their Mizukage has joined us for this event. A cheer came from numerous people in the crowd from the land of water, both civilian and shinobi. Mei only smiled as the elder Kage spoke again. And our allies from Sunagakure and their Kazekage. People of the desert nation cheered with pride as Raza gave a nod of approval. You stand here as the most fitting candidates to achieve the rank of Chunin, he spoke loudly, addressing the young shinobi in the arena. To become Chunin is not a reward, it's a responsibility. The rank carries with it a great responsibility. As you graduate from novices, you are expected to lead. Your performance today will show if you truly are ready for what it means to be a Chunin. Alright, listen up. Genma took over getting the attention of the genin prospects. This pretty much goes like the preliminaries. Fights do not stop unless your opponent is unconscious, dead, or too incapacitated to continue, or I say stop. You all got that. The genin nodded. Good. Now I'd like Sakura Haruno and Neji Hyuga to remain with me for their bout. Rest of you head up to the fighters section in the stands. Naruto gave Sakura a quick hug which she returned. You got this. The blonde grins while Sasuke gave a nod before him and the rest left the arena. In the rows, the Rosette's parents cheered their daughter on as the crowd begins to roar. A long sigh came from the young Kunoichi as she put her hair in a ponytail much like Kushina's and puts on her gloves. Sakura stood before Neji a good foot away, enough distance to see the Hyuga giving her a dismissive look. He didn't think she would be a challenge. All he could see was a civilian born, a barely capable ninja who was not even worth his time. That was exactly what she needed. You should give up now, Haruno-san, and save yourself the humiliation, Neji stated with blank apathy. Taking a reassuring breath, the Rosette shook her head. Afraid not, Hyuga-san. I intend to prove this civilian born is not some disposable tool. Sakura takes the second stance of Nenshosuke. Neji only closes his eyes. At least I gave you the option. In the stands, Hinata held her hands together as she gazed at both Sakura and Neji, silently praying they wouldn't hurt each other too much in the coming fight. Beside her, Ino was more vocal. Kick his butt, Sakura! She cheered wildly, making Shikamaru roll his eyes and a chuckle come from their sensei. Kuro leaned forward in her seat with mild interest. I've heard of Hyuga's prowess in battle. Not something to underestimate. And it's not. Kakashi spoke up as he sat beside Asuma and Kurinai. Sakura will be in for a fight, but I have faith in my student. She will pull through. Don't count for victory so easily, Kakashi. Guy retorted his opinion into the conversation. Neji was Rookie of the Year for a reason. Lin snorted with a predatory grin. Hope you're in for a surprised green beast. Sitting in the stands with several Kiri shinobi, Zabuza and Kohi watch on. This should be interesting if nothing else. The swordsman muttered. A few Jounin and Chunin agreed with him with mild nods and words. Kohi said nothing as he watched on. Not too far away, Samui and Omoi sat observing. She's going to be annihilated, the buxom blonde teen stated in cold reasoning. Omoi only shrugged as he chewed on his lollipop. Unless she gets a punch in. Genma eyed both youngsters. First match, Sakura Haruno versus Neji Hyuga. Begin! He leapt out of the way as the crowd roared anew. Neji rushed in like a bolt of lightning, eager to get this over with and advance to worthier opponents. His Byakugan activated as he advanced. His hands rose, prepared to hit her chakra points closer to her head and render her unconscious in an instant. Naruto and the others in the stands held a breath as Neji charged. Up in rows, Hinata held her hands tightly, paralyzing fingers like the fangs of a snake ready to strike. Sakura did not move. Instead, she slipped a hand into her pouch, pulling out 3 small bombs and throwing them to the ground. What followed was a very large explosion of purple smoke, at least 7 feet in length and width, covering their location. Nothing could be seen in the dense smoke. Suddenly, Sakura back flipped away from the cloud, looking unharmed. As the cloud dissipated, the spectators saw Neji slouching, a hand pressed tightly to his chest while he coughed violently. His whole body shaking, angry pearly eyes that now had a soft red tint, indicating irritation in them, glared at her. What did you do? He tried to regain his failure but nearly faltered, one leg suddenly feeling very weak before he managed to stand up straight once more. Poison was Sakura's sole reply. Coughing through the poison smoke in his lungs, the Hyuga glares at the rosette. Poison? That's a dirty trick. Grabbing a few kunai with tags, Sakura smiled as she lit the slow fuse. Ninja don't play dirty. They strategize and take down their opponents, by any means necessary. Tossing her tagged kunai at the Hyuga, she rushed to the side, getting more distance. Kushina and Jiraiya nod approvingly, while Naruto kept a steely expression watching. You got this, Sakura-chan. Good strategy. Kuro applauded with a nod. It was the only way to overcome a superior of opponent, strategize around any possible weakness. And she doubted the Hyuga carried any antidotes with him, or that he knew any healing techniques. You're damn right, sister, Lin cheered with a smirk. Kushi has been putting that girl through hell preparing to face Mr. Frowny Face down there. Saito nodded. Indeed, Kushina, Kakashi-san, and Jiraiya-sama did not pull any punches for the month they spent training Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke. Ino only cheered on loudly, much to Shika's chagrin, while Choji ate his chips. Kiba and Shino both looked surprised, well, more Kiba since you really could not tell what Shino was thinking. Hinata only kept her eyes on Sakura and Neji. Hayashi leaned forward with his hand over his mouth. Clever move. Neji felt his body heavier than it should be. His reaction and speed were slower due to the poison spreading through his body. He willed himself to respond quickly, and managed to back away as the kunai hit the ground and lit up. The explosion didn't reach him, but he was still close enough to feel the heat. He tried to concentrate on the girl who kept running around the area. His vision, despite having the Byakugan activated, blurred slightly. He couldn't focus properly. His head swarmed by tiredness and dizziness. He shook his head and tried to focus. Neji noticed the pinkette had not been affected slightly by the poison, despite having been caught in the blast when she had dropped the bombs between them. How are you not affected? He demanded. I've been dosing myself with the antidote, she called, stealthily dropping a paper tag as she circled around him. Before he could react in time, an explosion of blinding light hits full force. Neji screams, holding his eyes. Those eyes are deadly, but dojutsu have weaknesses. Sakura's voice coming from everywhere. Hinata, Hanabi, Hayashi, along with the rest of the Hyuga in attendance, unconsciously winced. Closing his eyes from the blast, Neji tries to figure out where the sound was coming from. This display won't stop me, Haruno-san. You can't stop the Byakugan that easily. Sakura chuckles as she stealthily places a few more traps around. Except you can't use your Byakugan if you can't see. As the effects of her flashing explosive started to wear off, she see Neji growling and turning every way, trying shaking himself of the headache he must be receiving. A blurry mirage of pink-haired opponent was all Neji could focus on, as the light and the poison were throwing off his ability to process information. Though he could barely see Sakura, he was sure he could fight the effects of the poison long enough to reach her. Rushing, pumping his legs, the Hyuga branch house member storms right for the pink-haired woman, flaring his chakra in an attempt to push back the poison's seemingly zapping effect on his system. Unknown to him, the poison was only disorienting his chakra the more he uses it, causing massive fatigue through his attempts to fight it. As he strikes with his right palm thrusting forward, his movement too sluggish for it to be effective, Sakura quickly sidesteps and grabs his arm, flipping him over her shoulder and into the ground. His body protests in pain as his back collides with the arena's soil, though his vision was still somewhat blurry. He saw her standing over him, rearing a fist back to attack. He managed to move quickly enough to hit a few points over her torso and arm, He missed some chakra points, but his attack was enough to force her to jump back. Sakura coughed as he held her left side. It was burning with pain. Her arm felt stiffer now, and it was hard to move it. Slowly rising with a long painful groan to his feet, Neji huffs. You will find your arm will be useless for some time. While I hit nothing fatal on your torso, you will find it hard to move as fast as you were, Sakura-san. So much for that punch, Samui droned as she crossed her arms. With the genin prospects, Sasuke lightly cursed under his breath while a growl came from Naruto. Haku stood beside the blonde. This will make it much more difficult for her. Yujito rubbed her chin before looking to Naruto. What do you think? The blonde Uzumaki said nothing for a minute. Don't count Sakura-chan out. Hell of a hill for her to climb with her left arm being of no use, Uzumaki, Karui muttered at Kojuro's side. Sakura, however, was feeling confident despite her recent injury. She knew it was not going to be easy. As prepared as she had learned not to trust plans too far into the final result. This was why she bought some insurance. Smiling, she held a few more bombs in her hand. I may not move fast anymore, but you'll find you won't be able to get away. Throwing the smoke bombs around the arena, she reached for more paper bombs. Seeing her start to distract him, he kept his focus on her. Moving forward, fighting his sluggish nature as best he could, he found himself in the center of several kunai bombs in an instant. Trying to jump back, Neji could barely react fast enough before the explosions blasted him back, causing another trap to activate around where he first hit Sakura. More poison entering his system, making him disorientated. Taking this as her chance, the Rosette activated the low power bomb she placed on Neji's back during her throwing move that took him to the ground, making him scream in pain and hit the floor. It was almost over, as Sakura still had one trap left on the field. Running to it as fast as she could, she watches Neji stand up, glaring at her from the side. Standing around the final trap, she held another smoke bomb in her hand. I'd stay down if I were you. Neji stood up, groaning in pain but gritting his teeth to fight it. Walking towards his opponent, the Hyuga glares menacingly to her. You won't beat me. I cannot lose. Yes, you can. I'm telling you it is impossible. He snarled, rage consuming him. Do you know why? Because fate already dictated so. That makes the Rosette stand still and look at him with a mixture of confusion and exasperation. Fate. Everyone's fate is already decided for them since birth. Yours, mine, everyone's. There is no escaping it, he sees. He reaches out for his headband and pulls it away with a forceful tug. Sakura's eyes widen at ban-shaped seal on his forehead. Is that? She mutters. The cage bird seal. He spats the name with loathing. My chains, the chains of the entire branch family. All of us are branded since birth to serve the main branch. This accursed thing can inflict pain and death on a mere command. His hold over his headband tightens. This seal is a symbol of our inescapable fate. The same fate that befell my father and so many others. Nothing but death and despair awaits us. In the stands, Hayashi clenches his fists. He could remember the last time he saw his brother. He was smiling at him. No, Neji, you deserve to know what happened. I will not hold this from you any longer. Down with the other fighters, Naruto placed a hand upon his stomach. It doesn't have to be like this, Neji. Neji, Tenten muttered with sadness. Lee could only feel remorse that regardless of their attempts, his team had failed to pull their comrade from that abyss. Gaara briefly looked over, but then closed his eyes once more without paying it any mind. The Hyuga took a step forward. And you, a simple civilian-born ninja, share the same fate of many others like you. Cannon fodder, a sacrificial pawn that will be cast out for the sake of those stronger, so you can stop holding others back. Sakura clenched her fist tightly. She remembered those times she could have been more useful, how her teammates seemed to move far and beyond her own progress, how it seemed there would come the day they'd just leave her behind. She wasn't going to let that happen. She would keep going forward, always training and learning more so she could walk at their side, so she wouldn't be a load but rather so she could help them carry their burdens. She wouldn't leave them, just as she knew they would never leave her. Jade eyes full of determination snapped open. You talk too much. She threw the smoke bomb. The density of the cloud would normally not be a problem for the Byakugan, even with the Hyuga's weakened state. But the purpose wasn't to blind him with it. The purpose was to distract him. As Neji tried to move away from the smoke, not knowing if it carried more of that cursed poison, his blurry dojutsu's vision began noticing several chakra signatures lighting up all around him. His turned left and right with growing dread. Dozens and dozens of paper bombs were activating, so many and so close. He willed his body to act despite the pain. He rotated quickly on his fist, hands channeling chakra and forming a fast-moving barrier. The poison kept acting up, putting even more strain to his body. "Kaiten! Impossible!" a Hyuga clan elder yelled as he stood from his seat. "How did a member of the branch family learn the Kaiten?" Haruka said nothing as his eyes stayed focused on the battle, while his son's Hayashi's eyes had widened with disbelief. Neji had never been taught that technique. Nothing in his instructions had ever gone over these particular branch of techniques from the main house, and none of his teachers would ever show him how to perform that defensive technique. The only way Neji could actually do the Kaiten was that he learnt it by himself. Suddenly, one by one they began exploding all around him. The chakra sphere which he used to defend himself disappeared under blasts of fire and thick clouds of smoke. The entire arena watched in silence as the dust settled. The smoke slowly cleared away. The still standing form of the Hyuga, battered and bruised, looking like a soft wind could knock him out. He was staring at her with so much anger, but most of all, disbelief. He couldn't even process his defeat was at hand. Kuro only smiled. "She did well." Hinata cupped a hand over her mouth. Both in relief and concern flood her as light tears rim her eyes. "Neji, why you?" he seethed. "You are just another nameless civilian. There's just no way you can actually defeat me." It almost sounded he was trying to convince himself. "Are you kidding me?" Holding her side while her left arm dangles lifelessly, Sakura walked over to the fallen Hyuga. Neji tried to move, but his body would not respond as the rosette walked with an angry gait to her steps. "After everything I did, after I clearly showed I won just by outsmarting you, you have the gall to still call me a futureless cannon fodder? You're just gonna keep whining about how unfair the world is when you have so many people that, for ungodly reasons, actually worry about you." She couldn't take it anymore. She had enough of his ranting. Her fist tightened as the anger reached the boiling point. "You idiot!" and struck him with a solid uppercut. His body fell backwards. For a moment there was silence. Neji's soot-covered face turned to her slowly and painfully. "Why you?" he coughs. "You were supposed to lose. If I hadn't prepared myself to fight you, I would have," she acknowledged, her anger slowly receding. She didn't have it in her to stay mad anymore, and it just wasn't worth the effort. "I still have a long way to go before being able to fight against someone like you directly." His breathes are short and shallow. "This makes no sense. You're just a civilian born." "That has nothing to do with how I won," she insisted. "I was able to outsmart you, wasn't I?" The Hyuga did not respond. Sakura sighs. "I'm sorry for what happened to you," she spoke earnestly. "I can't hope to understand what you went through, but I won't let that make me any less than I am." Sakura looked at him in the eyes. "People like you," he retorted, "can't change their fate. I don't really know if there is a fate or how it is, but one thing I know for certain is that I won't fall behind my team. I will keep getting stronger so we can face everything that comes our way." Together, her gaze goes to the fighters and the upper stands. "You have people who really care for you, you know?" Neji remained silent once more, taking in her words. "So maybe you could be happier if you try. I know I'll give it my all to, so I can always stay by my teammate's side." She smiled softly and gazed upwards to the sky. "So I think a talented guy like you won't have much trouble as me with that. You already are pretty strong, and you have really good friends." The Hyuga's gaze fell. The disappointment of his defeat and his will shook so much by someone who by all rights shouldn't have been able to defeat him weighed heavily on him. He barely noticed when the medics took him away. "Winner," Genma announced. "Sakura Haruno." Haruka, along with the elders, stared in utter shock. A civilian born beat a Hyuga? The mere thought was inconceivable, but the reality of the event that unfolded spoke otherwise. Hayashi sighed while his youngest felt her jaw go slack. "Thank you, Haruno-san." The clan head of the Hyuga soon frowned. There was something he needed to do, and it could no longer be put off. Hanabi. The young girl composed herself as she gazed to her father. Go to your sister, I must attend to another important matter. Yes, father. Near them Ino, Karen, Saminosuk, and Lin cheered the loudest amongst them as the others applauded. Even Kia was faintly impressed at the feat showing via a lifted brow. Kuro stood from her seat as she applauded with a smile. That girl has more talent than she knows. Not too often could Omoi say he ever seen Samui look genuinely shocked. He almost wished he had a camera seeing the expression of disbelief on her face. Near them was the rousing laughter of Zabuza. Well, that took the Hyuga down a peg. Kohei only rolled his eyes. The Jounin proctor knelt down beside the rosette. You gonna be okay? Yeah. The rosette nodded as she slowly gets to her feet with Genma's help. Would be nice to have a working arm though. She looks to limp left. Doesn't look that bad, he mused as he took a look. It should be fine by your next match. He smirked reassuringly at her. But if you ask me, you're already Chunin material, girl. She gazed at him as he continues. Your strategy was excellent, and you kept your composure throughout the match. Far as I am concerned, kiddo, you're Chunin in my eyes. Slowly, Sakura bowed respectfully to Genma, whispering a thank you, fighting light tears in her eyes. She strolled back to the fighter's box. She is immediately received by cheers. Sakura-chan, you were awesome. Naruto cried in excitement. Karui smirked. Damn good fight. Yujito nodded in agreement with a smile. I can't believe it, you did it. Tenten was pretty much hopping in place. I feel kind of bad for Neji, but you were great. Indeed, Sakura-chan. Perhaps this defeat will prove to be more beneficial to our youthful companion in the future. Lee gave her thumbs up, accompanied by blinding, literally, the glint of his teeth was too much grin. Sasuke grunted, looking at her and slowly nodding. Not bad. Not bad at all. Only a tired, rueful grin came from the rosette as she looked over to Haku, who walked over. The Hayaton user lifts her limp left arm, inspecting it. An hour, maybe less, before your arm will function again. You will be fine, Sakura-chan. You did amazing, the Kiri-nin finished with a sincere smile. Well done. With the Kages and Jiraiya, they do their best, ignoring Kushina, who is dancing around them cheering. Hell yeah, she sang. That was a splendid match, Mei said, impressed at the display. Ao only looked on with sheer shock in his eye. Unbelievable, the Kiri-nin muttered. To think the unknown girl like her could defeat a prodigy like the young Hyuga, the Kazekage noted. Never doubt the power of a good strategy, Razadano Hiruzen said sagely. Neji was overconfident, and Sakura's strategy to face him proved quite effective, as we have seen. The Kazekage nods. Very true, and no small feat, it is a well-earned victory. He was actually impressed a civilian-born defeated the Hyuga. Raza gave the still cheering Uzumaki an appraising look. You were partly responsible for her development for this fight, as I heard. Isn't that right, Kushinadano? Partly? I molded that girl. The redhead folded her arms as she let out a smug grin. When it comes to Kunoichi, ain't no better teacher than me. Quite humble, I see, the Mizukage dryly muttered as she rested her cheek on her fist. After all my students have been amazing, Kushina continued, her chin raised high in pride. You've only had one student, Hiruzen felt the need to point out. Well, that just means I need my own all-girls squad to turn into badasses. 'Cause from what I've seen of this generation of teachers, they don't know crap about how to train girls. The Hokage, in a very grave and distant voice, said, the thought of you molding an entire group of young ladies into what you consider ideal is both intriguing and terrifying. There is a reason he never assigned Kushina a team. The Chunin aspirants had little time to comment further on the previous fight when Genma already started calling for the next participants. Haku, Yuki, and Yujito Ni step forward. Chocolate and Sapphire stare into each as Haku gives a respectful bow. It will be an honor to face you, Yugi-chan. And becoming your friend was also a bonus. The Nibi Jinchuriki chuckles, putting her hands on her hips. We might be friends, Haku-chan, but don't expect an easy fight. Her adrenaline building for the coming bout. She'd be lying if she said she wasn't looking forward to facing the Hayaton user, next to facing Naruto. The two came down from the stands, cheers and words of encouragement coming from most of their fellow competitors as they did so. Mist and Cloud stood off facing each other. The proctor smirked as he felt the intensity of their fighting spirits clashing right in front of him. Genma slowly raises his hand to the sky. The match between Haku Yuki and Yujito Ni is about to. He swiftly brings down his hand in a chopping motion. Begin, and he quickly distanced himself from the fighters. The Kumanin wasted no time and darted towards her opponent at great speed. Haku swiftly threw various senbon aimed at her joints, but Yujito zigzagged them with cat-like grace and agility. She leaped into the air and spun in a great display of acrobatics, delivering a sweeping kick upon the Kirinin. Haku blocked the attack with her forearms guarding above her head. She staggered back slightly from the force of the strike. She pushed Yujito away, who back-flipped in the air, landing gracefully on the ground with a spin. Her cat-like eyes widened when she saw Haku quickly going through some hand seals. Sensatsu Susho. The air around Haku grows cold as dozen upon dozen of ice senbon form around her. Quickly, the Kumo blonde jumps back with incredible force to gain distance, flipping her way away from the ice user as the senbon stat to build up a path right to her from where she once stood to where she stopped flipping. Yujito jumps into the air as the last few fly under her, flipping towards Haku and spinning. Seeing this, the Kirigenin jumps out of the way of the cat-like moves of her opponent, whom lands on both hands and spins like a top with 2 snap kicks. The attack quickly dodged. Yujito pulls her feet under her and jumps with all her might as grabs for a kunai, spinning in the air to dodge the next attack the young ice user dispatched against her. Though it was foolhardy to be as quick as she was, as Haku pulls several of her real senbon from her pouch and throws a line of them right on Yujito's path, forcing Yujito to take the ones that were going to hit her in the back before throwing her kunai right down at her opponent, ignoring the pain from the needles. Haku easily evaded the kunai, but the hissing sound it brought with it alerted her immediately. She jumped and the paper tag on the kunai exploded, momentarily blocking her view as Yujito landed behind the smoke, landing on all fours. The Jinchuriki growled as a small bit of her tenant's chakra flowed throughout her body. Her sharp nails dig into the earth as her muscles tenses and hardened, pushing the needles off from her body and quickly regenerating the small wounds. She brought her hands together and went through quick hand signs. She inhaled deeply, her cheeks puffing. Nazumi Kedama. She then spat a small blue fireball with the dark shape of rodent inside the flames. The fireball cleaved through the leftover smoke and flew straight at Haku, who was caught off guard by the sudden attack. Her reflexes allowed reacting in time for her to quickly grab a kunai and imbue it with ice before throwing it at the fireball. The kunai and the fireball collided. The elemental attack was split into pieces. Yet to Haku's shock, the fireball hadn't dissipated. Rather, it had split into numerous smaller blasts of fire which homed in directly at her. "That's not your average fire, Haku," Yujito yells. She hears Matatabi snickering. Without thought, Haku jumped out of the area of effect that was going to be her demise if she stayed any longer, only just getting out of the way of 3 of the blasts, one clocking her in the hip and blasting her back as the rest flew up the wall before slipping and looking to flank her as she rolled on the ground. Groaning in pain, the ice wielder got up and concentrated. She was hoping to not use her more advanced abilities just yet, but she was backed into a corner. Hijitsu, Makio Hyosho. With a flash, the area around her was covered in smoke as the incoming blasts flanking her from above hit her jutsu head-on. As the smoke slowly clears, the audience could only look in amazement at the large dome wall of ice surrounding the Kirinin, with holes created all around from the blasts hitting it full-on, though it managed to stop them regardless. The Kirinin then gathers her chakra and molds it through a series of hand signs. Icy mist gathers around Yujito, crystallizing in the form of dozens of mirrors suspended in the air around her. Yujito frantically looks around for a way to escape, but all the mirrors were too close to each other for her to find a spot to quickly sneak out. Suddenly, Haku's reflection appears on all the mirrors, looking at her with a calculating gaze. Yujito realizes this was more a complex ninjutsu and not a genjutsu, meaning that her opponent most likely had the capacity to strike from everywhere in this dome of hers. So the Kumanin did the most sensible thing she could do in this situation. Before Haku had a chance to strike, Yujito began spinning high velocity, her form becoming a blur and disappearing inside blue flames that suddenly lit up all over her body. Haku decided to strike before she could finish whatever it was she was doing. Dozens of copies jumped out of the mirror and straight at the Jinchuriki, Senbon in hand ready to strike. But unfortunately for her, the blaze of blue fire increased in size greatly, erupting as if someone had thrown oil at it. Dozens upon dozens of fireballs were shot in every direction, striking the various copies of the Ice Ninja. The mirrors began to melt due to the intense heat, and the continuous strike of various fireballs managed to shatter them. Haku was forced to jump out of the way as her special technique had been destroyed due to the sheer raw power of the Jinchuriki's flames. Yujito stopped spinning and looked at her with a predatory gaze while giving a wild smirk. Her features seemed a bit more savage as well. Without another word, the Jinchuriki lunged at the Kiri-nin, nails increasing in length and sharpening. Each attack was like the strike of a wild wolverine, but Haku kept dodging and evading the strike, occasionally countering with a quick attack of her own to stop the claws from reaching her. Matatabi-san. She's helping you, isn't she? Haku mentally muses while dodging Yujito's strikes. Narrowly missing the Kumo Kunoichi's attacks, a fingernail from the Jinchuriki cuts through Haku's sleeve, only to hit ice. Yujito's eyes widen as her nails rasp against something cold and hard. She realizes the Kiri Kunoichi was surrounding her limbs with a thin coat of ice to protect her body. Her nails managed to break through the place she had stroked, but they weren't able to pierce deeper into the flesh, only managing to graze the skin. She was forced to dodge as Haku slashed at her with a kunai, but quickly dived in once more with a flurry of her claws. A few of her strikes managed to tear through the clothes over Haku's chest, briefly showing a portion of her undergarments. Naruto held his nose to stop the blood. Sakura noticed this and glowered. The Kiri-nin back flipped to gain distance, going through hand signs with one hand while using the other to propel herself from the ground. Yujito tried to close in the distance before she could do whatever she was planning. Up in their seats, the three Kages watch with highly calculating eyes along with Kushina. Neither wastes any movement. They keep calm and strike well, the redhead comments. It is a close fight, the Kazekage noted with a tip of his head. They appear to be evenly matched. Mei only smirks. Haku will succeed. Out of all my genin, she has more combat experience than anyone. She is without a doubt one of our most gifted in Kirigakure. A genin of mine speaks highly of her. Hiruzen quips. I am not surprised, the Mizukage said with just bit haughtiness in her voice, crossing her legs. She is one of my shinobi after all. The red-headed Yuzu recalled the few times Naruto brought Haku and her genin team over. Hard to believe such a polite, kind, and level-headed young girl stayed sane living with Zabuza for so long. And her son had nothing but praise for the lass still. With all due respect, my lady, Kushina intervenes with a good-natured smirk. You still haven't seen what our ninja can do. Fire gathers around her claws and Yujito leaps forward with all her strength, bringing her nails down in a sweeping motion. A cross of 8 arcs of blue fire shot forward at great speed towards the ice ninja. Haku just kept doing hand signs and finished the sequence with a clap of her hands. But the fiery attack had managed to reach her. She barely dodged as the blast struck her right arm, burning away the clothes and ice around it. The force of the impact managed to send her to the ground. Yujito smirked confidently as her attack had seemingly taken her down. Now all she had to do was get close and, ugh! Her left arm felt limp and felt most of her torso burning with pain. A good number of senbon had somehow embedded into her shoulder and the left half of her back, hitting the nerves and depriving her of the use of her arm. She frantically looked back to see an ice mirror behind her, with one of Haku's copies coming away from it, hand held in a throwing motion. She quickly jumped back, but a new pain suddenly paralyzed her other arm as new sunbon found their mark. This time the attack had come from above, and saw another with Haku's clone having done the same thing. More and more mirrors began to form, but Yujito wasn't going to let them finish. She snarled and channeled chakra through her legs, blue flames coating them. She flexed her muscles tightly as she crouched, before launching herself at great speed. She flaming legs shattered every mirror they made contact, which, jumping from one after the other, obliterating them and the clones before they could strike again. She must have broken over a dozen by how quickly they were forming. It was as if the Kiri-nin was trying to trap her into that mirror dome again. But this without her arms, she couldn't replicate her previous escape without their strength adding to her spinning fire technique. As she was about to crush another mirror, Haku's, the real Haku's, feet planted itself against her cheek, sending her flying away. Yujito's first mistake was lowering her guard when her attack had seemingly brought down Haku for a time. Now she realized the Kirinine had intended for that to happen. Her second mistake was losing herself in the task of destroying the mirrors, her vision clouded by the desperation and anger brought by the loss of mobility in her arms, making her forget about Haku, who had been wounded by her technique, allowing the ice ninja to get close. As Yujito painfully landed, Haku launched more senbon at her, this time aimed at her legs, effectively paralyzing her. The Nibi Jinchuriki snarls to herself, making such a rookie mistake before looking up to Haku, who stands beside her. Please forfeit, Yujito. I do not wish to prolong this further. At those words, the blonde woman scoffs/chuckles. I really have to train better, don't I? Don't sell yourself short, the Kirinine smiled sweetly. I think you were great. A little more and I would have lost. Yujito lets out a breath, a bit of laughter still present in her voice. Still I lost. Proctor. She called for the jonin. I can't fight anymore. Walking over, Gamma could not help but whistle before looking to Haku. Winner? Haku Yuki. The crowd roared in cheer, while Naruto absently winced remembering how it felt being hit by Haku's senbon. Even with his crystal armor, it still hurt. How I beat Haku-chan was a damn miracle. A questioning brow rose from Sasuke as he looked at the blonde. What about that jutsu you used against her, turning everything to crystal? Speaking of which, he has not seen Naruto use that jutsu since Nami. The chuckle that came from the blonde Uzumaki was weak. Honestly, what I used is still an experimental jutsu. The deadpan glare from the Uchiha and Sakura spoke volumes. I was running out of ideas and Haku-chan is a beautiful badass. Beautiful, eh? Naruto froze at the Rosette's dry words. Karui only looked on in sheer shock. Only Samui was ever able to beat Yujito, and that was no easy feat. Speaking of the busted blonde teen, Karui could feel that cold glare digging a hole straight into the back of her head. Even if she wasn't visible, Samui had that much of a presence that the young swordswoman of the cloud knew she was being judged. She was the last member of Kumo that could become a chunin. The honor of her village depended on her now. Oh sweet Raijin, why, she could see it now, the Raikage screaming up a storm if she were to fail. Or worse, B-sensei giving her encouragement in a form of a horrible rap song. Ugh, why was she so negative? Since when did she turn into Omoi? Ha! Suck it, Kumo. The bun-haired Konoha girl exclaimed before wincing at Karui's look. Not you, you're good. You're one of the good ones. Well, that was only mildly insulting. Damn! Asuma sighed as he lit a cigarette. That Kiri girl is good. Karen cleaned her glasses as a shudder escaped her lips. Naruto said Haku-chan is a dangerous person, but never thought she was that ruthless. She was holding back, Saito commented, garnering the other's attention. And it wasn't because they see each other as friends. Standard for a ninja. Really, Kakashi said, his tone bland and seemingly uninterested. But those who knew him understood the man was ever focused into that was going on around him. The Chunin exams are about winning to the best of your ability. Raw power doesn't get you far. Fighting smart, now that's what the Kage want. Part of it involves making sure you don't show all your tricks. He lazily waved a hand, motioning the arena in general. In a place as large as this, where civilians talk and potential enemies are present, it's best if you keep some aces up your sleeve. He remembered the battle at the bridge. The fact that Haku could perform hand seals with just one arm had stunned him. Her versatility and creativity with her ice techniques, those mirrors of hers being the prime example. Her precise taijutsu and general knowledge of multiple fields. So young, and yet, if the girl continued improving at her current pace, then she'd be an S-class in just a few years. How's a girl like her even here? Samanosuke mumbled, his chin resting on his palm as he leaned forward. She clearly doesn't want to be. Huh? Kiba replied in disbelief. What are you talking about, you blind boy? The long-haired Uzumaki man snorted. Look at her eyes. That girl doesn't like to fight. He's right, Kiba. Shino spoke up as he watched Haku return to the fighters area and Yujito being taken to the medical bay to be looked over. During the prelims and my bout with her, I looked into her eyes. She is not a warrior by choice. Shino looked over to Karen. I'd imagine she has expressed as much to you and Naruto-san. Karen only shrugged with a retort. If anyone knows it's Naruto, she speaks to him the most. And Aunt Kushina a bit. So why is fighting then? Hanabi raised her voice beside her older sister who looked down at the Hayaton user. Why would she fight if she hates it? Choji paused mid-eating. National pride? That was his guess. Shikamaru only rolled his eyes. That girl does not remotely care about such things, Lin countered as she leaned against her chair. The buxom Uzumaki pointed to Hinata. She's like her. Are you insulting my sister? Hanabi demanded sternly, jumping out at the defense of her elder sibling. True, she may not be a fighter worthy of inheriting the clan title, but she was still her sister. She had a duty to defend her family. The wild-maned woman shrugged, just pointing out the obvious. Pipsqueak. The younger Hyuga glared angrily at the Uzumaki. Or at least she thought she did. It ended up looking more like a childish pout. Excuse me, Kurinai spoke up, mildly irritated at Lin's attitude. My student is very strong and driven, and I would appreciate if you don't make any assumptions about her. Strong? Perhaps. Driven? Only by what other people want, Lin said. That's not a good trait for a warrior to have. Lin. Saito admonished her with a reproaching glare. It did not have any effect. Kiba growled. Take that back. Hinata's a real fighter. If you all really believe that, the Uzumaki woman droned, then why aren't you letting her speak for herself? Kurinai and Kiba both froze before looking back to the girl in question. Hinata said nothing as she merely looked to the ground. Hanabi turned to her sister who glanced at her. Kia sighed. Lin's right. It was the first time the Namikaze spoke, surprising everyone. The Yuki will only fight because she has her own belief that drives her. I don't see that in the Hyuga here. Hinata felt a pang in her heart at the harsh words but did not reproach either two older women. They were right after all. Having recounted the sparring session where she met the Kiri Genin per Naruto's persistence, Haku was driven by protecting those she loves. Even if she hated fighting as much as Hinata did, the Kiri Kunoichi will rise to battle for her those who are precious to her. Feeling a hand on her shoulder, she saw Shino looking at her. Though he barely expressed much if any emotion, she knew he cared for his team. Hinata gave a small smile and nod for his quiet concern. Samanosuke sighed. Well, this got dreary. At least Naruto is up next. On cue, they all saw the blonde Uzumaki along with Lee heading towards the proctor. I am very excited to finally face you, Naruto-kun, Lee said, bouncing on the balls of his feet. So please don't hold back when fighting me. The spandex-wearing teen smiled widely as his teeth shined. Naruto winced a bit as he swore the sun was reflected right at his face. Yep, same to you, Lee. He had been planning with his mother the whole month on how to take on Lee. And the solution was simple, even if he did find it a touch distasteful. He needed to exploit Lee's weaknesses, and after seeing him push himself so hard to achieve his goals, something Naruto immensely respected, it brought a bad taste on his mouth. But the exam required him to fight smart to impress the judges. Sorry, Lee, Naruto thought, a touch ashamed. But there's no fair in this line of work. Their enemy wouldn't give them the same courtesy after all. Next match, Naruto Uzumaki versus Rock Lee. Gamma called, bringing up his arm, begin, and jumped out of the way. Lee wasted no time. He was nearly a blur as he dashed forward, spinning on his feet to deliver a powerful sweeping kick. Underneath Naruto's clothes was already a thin sheet of crystal. He parried the blow with both his forearms, feeling the material protecting them crack. TCH, one blow from Lee was enough to do this kind of damage. The taijutsu specialist did not relent on his assault, sending a flurry of punches to which the blonde parried and dodged, his palms deftly blocking Lee's attacks, yet he was still pushed back little by little. Naruto fell for a feigned blow to his face, blocking on instinct, only for Lee's punch to bury itself into his stomach instead. The wind left the blonde's lungs, even with his crystal armor that felt like being hit with pure steel, skidding back with his feet carving through the ground. Rubbing his stomach for a second, he re-entered the fray. He knew fighting taijutsu against someone like Lee was insanity, But there was no choice if his plan was to work. Not to be outpaced in some capacity, he went into his mother's taijutsu. Though his flurry of punches and kicks were spot on and had some speed and strength to them, against someone like Lee it was a glaring divide of skill as he dodged and blocked at a lightning pace. Your skills have improved greatly, Naruto-kun. Lee cheered, blocking Naruto's attacks. Naruto could not help but chuckle back. If I could actually land a hit on you, I would agree. Throwing a punch, he overextended his reach as the Lee caught his wrist. Oh crap! A grin formed on the spandex wearing genin as he twisted the blonde arm enough to elicit a painful growl before turning and flipping the Uzumaki over his shoulder. Before Naruto knew it, his back hit the ground with extreme force as the crowd unconscious winced. Ow! The blonde groaned out. Well, he was pretty sure his muscles were turning into mush by now. But if he still wanted them semi-intact, he had to step up his defense. Like dodging Lee's kick aimed at his head, Naruto rolled out of the way, Lee's strike hitting the ground where he used to be. The Uzumaki got back up to his feet and summoned 2 crystal formations around him as defense. Will not you change to offensive, Naruto-kun? Lee questioned as he raised his leg and pulled up his arms in a stance. So far the blonde had done very little to attack him, seemingly content to focus on defense. He took in a deep breath, a thin trail of sweat running down his brow. Naruto rolled his neck. Nope, doing just fine, Lee. He smirked. Come on, try and hit me. Lee didn't need to be told twice. Naruto's staying on defense an awful lot, Hiruzen commented while he stroked his beard. Kushina gave a not-so-subtle giggle as a wide conspirational grin formed on her face. And of course, you know what he's planning, the Hokage dryly commented. Yep, she beamed. Not telling though, Hiruzen shrugged. All right, and resumed watching the fight. Really? I'm not. I know, she fidgeted. I mean, I guess I can share it with you a little if you ask me. I wasn't going to, but now I want to tell you. Too bad then. Long years of experience had taught him how to deal with Kushina's childishness. The less experienced Mizukage could only sweat drop. And this is the famed line of Yuzu. Her visible eye returned into the arena. Though pure defense won't win him the fight, so why? Isn't he doing anything? Ino wondered aloud. He's just standing there letting Lee hit him. Shikamaru noticed the knowing grins from few of the Uzumakis beside him. Choji looked to his longtime friend. Is that Lee too much for Naruto? It wasn't that. Shika looked back while Ino started shouting words to her fellow blonde in the arena. It's not that. He has to get close to Lee. But why? The lazy Nara sighed. Naruto's planning something. Like what? Getting his ass kicked? Kiba bluntly while Akamaru barked on his master's head. Hinata cupped her hands together as Shino glanced to Kiba but said nothing. Hanabi looked to her sister before looking back to the fight. He's going to lose, the young Hyuga stated. A chuckle came from Samanosuke. Oh, I wouldn't be so sure, Pipsqueak. What's he up to? Omoi asked out loud, though Samui remained silent as she watched on. Naruto could feel his crystal armor cracking more and more as Lee kept on the pressure. Closed by the proctor rose a brow as he watched on. He had to hand it to the second green beast. Most people would have fallen over by now. Part of him expected Lee to be running on fumes by now. Goes to show how much of a giant ball of energy Lee was after all. Naruto just wished his punches didn't hurt so much. He was starting to feel sore in places he was sure Lee hadn't hit. Just by virtue of being near the places where Lee had hit, that's how strong his attacks were. At least Lee hadn't gotten a good punch to his head. Otherwise he'd be seeing smells and hearing colors by now. The fastest member of Team Guy kicked up a cloud of dust as he dashed forward once more. Naruto summoned a wall of crystal just in time for Lee's fist to collide with it. Even from the other side, Naruto saw it crack and splitter. His hands went over 2 hand signs, and the crystal exploded outwards, sending Lee back, momentarily bouncing off the ground before he regained his footing and stood up once more. His stance resumed like nothing had happened. Though damage to his body was superficial, Naruto could see the sweat seeping through his clothes. How Lee's chest rose and fell in quick, steady breaths. The blonde grinned. Now we're talking. Lee ceased his assault momentarily to regain his breath, which already was sending alarms. He knew his limits. Guy-sensei made sure pushed them regularly. His intense training regime wasn't enough to tire him this much anymore, and his fight with Naruto-kun wasn't nowhere near long enough yet for his body to start feeling taxed. And yet somehow his limbs felt heavier, to the point he was considering dropping his weights. His breathing was labored, as though he had been training with Gai-sensei. More and more he could feel himself losing speed and strength. "What's wrong, Lee?" Naruto asked with a positively smug grin. "Feeling tired?" The bull-haired teen huffed before shaking his head. "I am fine, Naruto-kun. Let us continue." Gunma's brow rose as Lee charged Naruto once again. He's gotten slower. It was also noticeable as Naruto was dodging the strikes slightly better. Then there was the not-too-subtle grin from the young blonde. It was about that time as Lee attempted several strong punches Naruto caught his wrist of his left hand. The wind escaped his lungs when the blonde brought him forward, planting his knee into the older teen's stomach. Naruto did it a second time, causing Lee to lightly hack out some spit before a strong right hook was connected to the taijutsu expert's jaw. Lee groaned as he stumbled back a bit, holding his jaw for a second. That was a very good punch, having more bite no doubt to Naruto's crystal armor. Still, Lee could not shake something was amiss. Naruto leapt at him, spinning through the air as he delivered a powerful kick that connected painfully with his right side. Lee saw it coming. He could have dodged it, he should have dodged it, but his body just didn't react in time. Why was he so tired? Okay, what the hell is going on here? Tenten wondered as she and the rest of the candidates watched the fight unfold. I saw that kick coming from a mile away. Lee shouldn't be having this much trouble. Eyebrows had the edge at the beginning of the fight, Karui noted. Why is he so slow now? Kankuro frowned. Is it something Whiskers did? You two don't remember their names, do you? Haku muttered dryly, which went ignored by the others. Neither Sasuke nor Sakura could fight the smirk growing on their lips. They knew full well why Lee was growing weaker. After all, Naruto had been practicing with his mother day in day out to use this particular craft against Lee. Naruto kept on the pressure with strong punches and kicks as Lee tried to evade and block sluggishly. What is going on? Lee felt a ping of frustration. His thoughts were interrupted by a strong roundhouse kick connected to his chin, sending him mid-spinning before hitting the ground hard. The young taijutsu specialist groaned as he struggled to stand up. His limbs felt like they were on fire. I just don't understand why dash. Ha! Lee's thoughts screeched to a halt as he noticed something on his right arm, near the elbow, a bit to the right. There was a line of kanji inside a circle. Lee's eyes widened as he understood. He quickly looked at his other arm. Right underneath his forearm, he saw another marking just like the previous one. He frantically checked his legs. To his shocking realization, he found two more, one in each limb. Seals, of course. Naruto's defensive stance during the beginnings of their match, merely dodging and blocking. He let him get close just so that he could press his palms over his body, giving the blonde the opportunity to place the seals on him without him realizing. See that you realized now, huh? Naruto said with a grin. Yep, weakening seals. Nothing fancy. They're designed to sap away stamina and strength over time. From his place on the stands, the Inuzuka stared with wide eyes. Lee has seals on his limbs? Kiba asked incredulously. Why, yes. Hinata replied with a nod, veins bulging at the corner of her eyes as her peerless vision perceived what regular eyes could not. Every chakra point on Lee's body was as clear to her as roads on a map, and there on his arms and legs she saw lines that shouldn't be there, overlying chakra threads that had been weaved intricately to interfere with the energy of his body. Naruto had placed seals on Lee. Lin only giggled while Samanosuke chuckled. You do know what Uzumakis are famous for? The roguish redhead smiled at the teens. Ino gave a confused look. But when did he dash? Her eyes lit up with realization. That's why he stayed on the defense. Correct, Ino-san. Saito gave a nod along with his son. Given Lee's teacher, we knew Naruto could not compete with Lee's skills in taijutsu. But there are ways to leveling the playing field. Guy stayed focused to the fight as Naruto was gaining more ground against his student. Soon a tug came to the Mizukige's beautiful red lips, very clever. Eo gave a small nod glancing to the Uzumaki redhead. It seems your son have a gift for seals like a true Uzumaki Kushinadano. The former ANBU captain grinned with pride beside a smirking Jiraiya. Now all that left is taking Guy's brat down. None of them was noticing the pleased gaze from Raza's eyes as he watched the fight continue. In the fighter's box, Tenten only looked on in shock. "That sneaky little dash, you that surprised?" Karui asked with a lifted brow. "He's an Uzumaki. Seals are kind of their thing." She glanced over to Sakura and Sasuke, who never stopped smirking as they watched on. Naruto-kun had to let Lee-san close in order to put the seals on him. He knew he'd take some punishment, but worth it for this. Haku smiled. "You can win this, Naruto-kun." As Lee slowly got to a vertical base, though painfully, he regarded the blonde with an intense stare. "Well played, Naruto-kun. I remembered those spars we had when I was training with Tenchan. And you completely destroying me every time?" Naruto kept his grin. "Knew I can't compete against because I'm just not at your level yet. So, brought you down to something I can manage now." Lee rubbed his chest as he soon smiled back. "Ingenious plan. So it would not matter even if I took of my weights or not. I'd still get weaker." "Yup." The blonde crossed his arms. "Rather now drag this out, bushy-brow. Wanna give up now?" "Afraid I cannot." The spandex-wearing genin shook his head. "I have much to prove, not to the people here but to myself. That hard work can match natural talent." At those words, Naruto felt a light pang, remembering his talk with the others about why he originally liked the thought of fighting Lee. Part of him still felt a bit like a hypocrite for all the things he said, but he had come understand that indeed had a lot of natural talent. From his lineage, parentage, and his bloodline limit, only coming out thanks to Shoten awakening. A late bloomer, as Erosenin put it. Would he have still been the same knucklehead had his Shoten never came out? He shook those thoughts away before taking a stance, respecting Lee's determination. "All right, but you will keep getting weaker with those seals." "That is fine, I work better under pressure." Lee got back into his fighting stance as well. The two drew close again in an exchange of blows. To see Naruto land his strikes on Lee, parry Lee's attacks and counter faster than Lee could react was surreal to Tenten. It spoke of how much weaker Lee was at the moment, and those seals Naruto placed on him allowed him to truly fight on even grounds. And even then, the tide was slowly turning to Naruto's advantage, as Lee's stamina was being drained more and more with each passing moment. She winced when the back of Naruto's hand connected to his jaw, followed up by a series of quick jabs at his open midsection, finished off by a roadhouse kick. And yet Lee fought on. It was something to be admired, Lee's determination, despite his inability to perform jutsu. If he could actually mold his chakra properly, then he could perhaps break off Naruto's seals. Of course, Tenten as a dutiful teammate would make seal breakers for him to use, seals placed upon scrolls designed to dispel other seals. Lee could still use ninja tools just by applying chakra to them, but he had refused to carry any of them for this fight, no matter how much Tenten had insisted on it. That stubborn knucklehead, so determined to prove he could be a great ninja with taijutsu alone, his mind closed itself to other avenues and strategy. Yujito, who now sat beside Samui and Omoi, lifts a brow. "Why isn't that guy trying to use any ninja tools or seal breakers? Didn't Naruto say that Lee guy was a taijutsu nut?" Omoi brought up, watching the bout intently. At that, Samui shook his head. "He won't win by simply using taijutsu. A ninja should be more versatile and adaptive with their skills for any enemy that comes for them." Having gained some good distance, Lee caught his breath after Naruto's barrage of strikes. The older teen had to admit his blonde opponent has improved a great deal in his taijutsu. Naruto had come a long way from when they first sparred months ago. His eyes narrowed as the blonde went through several hand seals. Soon a dozen or more crystal hummingbirds soon appeared around the young Uzumaki. The crystal constructs flew with fierce speeds towards the bowl-haired teen. It was glaring how Lee sluggishly dodged, receiving at least several sharp cuts on his limbs and face. However, Lee let his focus lax on the blonde Uzumaki as a crystal chain shot through the hummingbirds and wrapped around Lee's wrist. With a sharp tug, the young taijutsu specialist was swung through the air before being slammed to the ground with such violent force he coughed up blood. But he wasn't staying down. Lee groaned as he pushed himself off the ground with shaky limbs. "Honestly, how hard is it to knock you out?" Naruto called out with actual worry in his voice. He didn't want to hurt Lee this badly. Round eyes looked at him with fierce determination. "I'm not about to lose, Naruto-kun. I have much to prove yet." He removed the weights of his legs. these two cracking the ground with sheer pressure as they fell to the sides. They told us we would never amount to anything, but here we are. I'm going to show to everyone what a genius of hard work can do. Lee. Was defeating him that important to Lee? Yes, Naruto soon realized. It took his teammate drilling common sense into him, but Naruto finally understood that Lee was as similar to him as he was different. They both wanted to prove themselves to others, but whereas once Naruto thought himself pitted against unfortunate odds concerning his own talents, the truth was that all along he had been born blessed. He just didn't know it back then. Lee, on the other hand, isn't that what you always say, Naruto? Chakra became visible as sheer pressure emanated from Lee in waves, the ground around him cracking as heated air picked up around him. This is my ninja way. The Uzumaki's blonde eyes widened. Lee's skin reddened, his pupils disappearing as he let out a howl of pure power. Whoa! Choji exclaimed wide-eyed, a gesture shared by many of the people sitting in the stands close to him. What's Lee doing? He had only seen so much power being released like this with his family's butterfly mode. And that was at the expense of converting their own body mass into chakra. He couldn't begin to imagine what Lee's body was going through to expel chakra in such incredible quantity. The adults seemed to understand what was going on better. No way, Kakashi breathed out in disbelief, turning sharply to look at an uncharacteristically stoic green beast. Guy, you didn't. The taijutsu master closed his eyes. I will do anything for Lee to achieve his dreams. Kurinai's hands slammed over her legs as she directed a gravely reproaching glare at him. Guy, that was very irresponsible from you. Hinata's and Hanabi's had their respected jujutsu active as they saw Lee's chakra network become flooded with pure energy. So much chakra. The youngest Hyuga spoke up in shock. Are you mad, Guy? Asuma's voice boomed, surprising and startling the kids and some people around them. You know what that can do to a person. The older Uzumaki and lone Namikaze glare with strong disapproval shone in their eyes. Guy met all of their glares with one of his own. None of you understand what that boy has been through to get where he is now. Can someone tell the rookies here what's going on? Ino screeched, pointing to Lee. What the hell is he doing? Kuro only kept her unflinching gaze at the scene. Up at that, the Kage's box, all three shinobi leaders along with Jiraiya, Kushina, and Ao were shocked before anger surged through the Uzumaki redhead. I am going to ring Guy a new one. A sigh came from Hiruzen as he tipped his hat forward. Unbelievable. The Gamma Sannin only glared with a deep frown on his face. Ao only shook his head. To think a child could actually use the inner gates. It's irresponsible, Mei retorted harshly as she glared. That technique is dangerous even for adults. The damage he will inflict to his chakra network and internal organs will be severe. Naruto only looked on with shock as Lee's body radiated with pure chakra. What is this? He can use the 8 gates. Matatabi's panicked voice rang in the blonde's mind, surprising him. The gates are unique tenketsu within people's body that keeps a person's chakra from overflowing and killing them. I encountered a few people who can unleash them. It gives a person unrivaled power, but at an extreme cost. Those seals you used are worthless now. Be careful. Kurama snorted and scoffed at his sister's concern. Don't expect to use my power, brat. Defeat this simpleton on your own. The feline Bijou growled at her brother, who did nothing but watch on. Naruto was quiet before frowning. All right, Furball, I'll stop Lee with my own strength. The second, he finished thinking that Lee's fist was already being buried on his cheek. It hit him with such force he was sent flying. He bounced off the ground once, twice, thrice before his body rolled to a stop. You were saying, brat? Kurama drawled out. Hi, Mom. Naruto thought back, his gaze unfocused as everything around him kept spinning. What's for breakfast? Well, the green brat's fist sure did a number on him, but the fox just went along with it. Well, your ass handed to you on a platter. The blonde Uzumaki stood up groaning, slowly shaking off the mental cobwebs and regaining his footing. He tenderly rubbed his cheek. If not for chakra enhancing one's body, his jaw would be dust by now. Was that a loose tooth he felt? Naruto tried to think of how to fight his now much more powerful opponent. Lee's speed and strength had gone up so fast that his seals vaguely made a difference now. That bushy brows was something else, to push himself to such heights all to win against him. breaking the limits of his body in order to achieve a power to be feared. No doubt it had taken Lee's soul-crushing training to be able to achieve it. His praise for his opponent was cut short as Lee charged forwards once more, actually banishing from sight and reappearing behind him in a burst of speed. Sure dash! He hastily formed a shield of crystal from his hands, but Lee's kick crashed it immediately and sent him flying once more. This time the force behind his attack softened somewhat by having to break through his shoton first. The moment his feet touched the ground again, Lee was waiting for him, attacking him with such velocity he was a blur. Naruto had to call up sheet over sheet of crystal across his body in order to resist Lee's relentless attacks. Any type of counter-attack was impossible. Lee was simple too fast. He blinked from one side to the other in a never-ending barrage of punches and kicks, each carrying so much force that Naruto felt any of those strikes could end his defense faltered for even a second. The eyes of everyone in the stadium darted from one place to another in an effort to keep up with the green spandex wearing genin, almost like one would follow the ball of a pinball machine. Okay, seriously, what the hell? Kiba blurted, eyes wide in disbelief. I had no idea Lee could do something like this. To have actually opened enough gates like that at his age, Saito mused, all laced in his voice. Unbelievable. Guy smiled with pride. Something that the other teachers felt he shouldn't really be feeling considering what he taught Lee was very much life-threatening. That is the power of my dear student's hard work. This is more than hard work. Guy, Kakashi felt the need to correct him. Opening the gates at his age? Possible. Opening more than one and be able to resist the sheer power and being able to fight like that. That is more than hard work, that is talent, pure inborn talent. A costly talent. Everyone's attention was drawn to Kuro's steely voice as she watched on. Regardless of the outcome, your student will be badly injured because of this. Slowly a glare crept from the green beast. Lee is aware of this, as am I, which is why he only uses the gates for a short window of time. Hinata felt a knot in her heart as she saw Naruto being beaten around the arena. Come on Naruto, kick his ass. Ino's shout caught the Hyuga sisters by surprise as she looked at the Yamanaka, who glanced at them. What? I became his friend last month too, you know. I want him to win. At the fighter's box, Sakura and Sasuke mild glared at Tenten, who glared back. We all got trump cards. She huffed as she crossed her arms. Just did not expect Lee to pull that out on Naruto. Haku was silent as she gripped the railing watching on. She felt a cold knot each time as Naruto was flung around by the young taijutsu expert. Haku. Karui's voice had gotten her attention as the Kumo Kunoichi looked a bit wary. You're freezing the railing over. Looking down, and indeed the steel railing was coated with ice from her hands, which soon vanished by an embarrassed brunette. Sorry. Genma felt his eyes started to hurt as Naruto was doing his impression of a pinball. That kid can't take much more. Jinchuriki or not, he's got to end this quick or he's done. Unbeknownst to the proctor, Naruto was following a very similar line of thought. Lee simply did not let up. He gave him absolutely no breathing room, no time at all to form a single hand sign. He couldn't even spam his beloved clone jutsu. He was being battered from every single angle, his body sustaining more and more damage from Lee's speed-crazed onslaught. He just wasn't fast enough to counter, much less plan a comeback. He needed to get Lee still. If he could do that for just one moment, then the second green beast broke Naruto's footing with a sweeping leg strike, and before his widening blue eyes, the bandages around Lee's arm unwrapped and coiled around him as though they had a mind of their own. Soon his entire body was encased into material, holding tight against him, unable to move. Lee leapt high in the air, a long strip of his bandage connecting his arm to Naruto's trapped form. The blonde's mind swirled, knowing he was at Lee's mercy. Lee tugged at the strip, and Naruto felt himself be pulled towards him. Perhaps it was the adrenaline, the sheer desperation that leads him to act purely on instinct regardless. His body moved. Crystal gathered in his arm, growing outwards into a cutting edge, freeing his arm. Naruto wasted no time and gathered chakra in his palm. The taijutsu specialist's fist tightened, so hard his knuckles popped, and screamed, "Hidden Lotus!" With this one strike, he'd finish the match and claim his victory, showing everyone the strength of a genius of hard work. Too late did he notice the spiraling sphere of chakra in Naruto's hand. Rasengan. People outside the arena covered their ears as what sounded like the loudest thunderclap ever heard erupted. Everyone in the arena only saw a blur as the explosion rang there so loud some wondered if their ears were bleeding. Two figures separated from the explosion going in the opposite direction with such violent force they skipped on the ground before Naruto and Lee slammed into the arena wall with such force both cratered. All were silent as they lowered their hands from their ears and saw the two young genin peel off from the wall and fall to the ground at the same time. One could hear a pin drop within the arena save Kushina being held by the waist by Jiraiya. The woman was practically a wild bear clawing at him as she tried to jump down to her son. The kids in the fighter's box held their breath along with the Uzumakis and the people beside them. Rubbing his ears, Gunma looked at both combatants. Must have been a reaction to all the chakra coming off Guy's clone. He muttered looking back and forth at the two genin. At the moment he started to raise his hand to call it a draw, until he heard a cough from the Uzumaki. Actually several more coughs came from the blonde as he stirred and groaned. Felt like all his bones were broken yet he painfully got to his feet. He spat out some blood and saw how torn and beat up his clothes were before gazing around him. Lee. It was then he noticed his spandex-wearing friend was still unconscious and face down on the ground. His typical clothes were a mess. He could make out how the fabric around his midsection had been badly torn up. The proctor knelt next to him and checks him over. Winner by knockout, Naruto Uzumaki. He declared loudly for all the audience to hear. The cheers from his friends and family were deafening. His mother had to be the loudest of them. But Naruto's focus was solely on Lee. Genma ordered the medics to carry him out and immediately treat him. The use of the gates no doubt would take a heavy toll on his body. You went to so far to prove you didn't need a bloodline or anything to win. And yet, part of him felt ashamed for having won, almost like he had proven Lee wrong, and in a way reinforced Neji's hateful arguments. It made him feel sick. Oh, spare me, the self-pitying Kurama snarled in disgust. That brat nearly beat you. Just a few seconds and you would have been done for. So don't give me any of that crap. As crass as my brother puts it, Matatabi growled out before calming down in the blonde's head. You earned this victory, kitten. Rest up and get ready for the next match. So wrapped up in his thoughts, he failed to notice Gunma beside him. Kid! The Jounin's voice snapped the blonde out of his head as he looked up to the older man. You okay? Why yeah. Naruto breathed out with a sigh as he watched Lee being taken away. How bad is he? Don't know, docs will figure that out. He wasn't using the gates too long, but it still would have done havoc to his body. Genma pats the blonde's shoulder. Well fought, kid. He groaned as she entered the fighter's box. His friends thankfully did not crowd him much and let him sit down. He was too sore to even care about Gaara's murderous glare. Sorry I beat your teammate Tenchan, he said apologetically to the bun-haired girl. Honestly, Tenten-sai, I made seal breakers for Lee to use in this fight, but he did not want them. That was his mistake then, Sasuke bluntly stated, though not unkindly for once. Seals or not, Sakura said, checking his arm, paying no mind to Naruto's hiss of pain. Lee really tore you a new one. That's okay, I heal fast. The actual benefits of being a Jinchuriki, he should be good enough for the next match. Really, all the crap he gets for just using taijutsu? Those idiots have no idea what they're talking about. Haku rolled her eyes while looking the blonde over with Sakura. At that, the young weapon mistress smiled brightly, a gesture the blonde returned. That smile did not go unnoticed by a pale, raven-haired woman in the stands next to his family. That smile was all too familiar.